The two men in the special department are called Lu Jun and Zhang Peng. Lu Jun was originally an experienced veteran. Before the founding of the People's Republic of China, he had been lurking in the underground front for many years. Now, he serves as a team leader in the special department. Zhang Peng has only joined the special department for less than 3 months and is considered Lu Jun's apprentice. However, before joining the special department, he was a soldier king. Although his experience was a little lacking, his strength was still very good. Under the guidance of Gao Yan's mental power, dozens of wild wolves gradually formed an encirclement. But it must be said that Lu Jun, an old soldier, is still very sensitive to crises. "Brother Lu, what's wrong?" Zhang Peng asked. "Wait, I'll go up the tree to check." Lu Jun quickly climbed a big tree and looked around. At this look, his face suddenly changed, because he found that the two of them were surrounded by wolves, and the number of wolves in this pack was very large, with more than 30 heads. Both of them brought guns and a magazine. But even if one bullet kills one wolf, at most 24 wolves can be killed. But even if the two of them are good at shooting, it is impossible to kill a wolf with one bullet. After all, wolves are not targets and will not stand still for them to shoot. Moreover, wolves are the most cunning animals and are good at fighting in groups. Should we find a direction to break through? Or climb up the tree to kill some wolves and then waste time with them? After a slight hesitation, Lao Lu decided to break through in the direction of the hunting team, because the hunting team had rifles and had no shortage of bullets. Only by joining the hunting team could they survive this crisis. So Lu Jun quickly got down from the tree and said to Zhang Peng solemnly, "We are surrounded by wolves. The number of wolves is not small. It is not something we two can handle. Now we will break through in the direction of the hunting team." Hearing that he was surrounded by wolves, Zhang Peng's face changed slightly. But he still nodded and followed Lu Jun's arrangement. Then the two rushed towards the hunting team one after the other. Gao Yan, who watched this scene secretly, nodded secretly. Breaking in the direction where he was indeed the best way. However, how could he let them break through easily? Next, an invisible big hand controlled the wolf pack and Lu Jun and Zhang Peng to start a battle of wits and courage. The pack of wild wolves was more cunning than expected. Even though the two of them fired very carefully, they only killed 8 wild wolves together. And they only had 5 bullets left. When the bullets were empty, they could only fight the wolves. The dense gunshots naturally attracted the attention of the hunting team. Gao Yan led the hunting team to approach this side deliberately. They saw the two people besieged by wild wolves. But they did not act rashly. After all, their identities had not been confirmed. It was not until the two of them ran out of bullets and killed 3 wild wolves with daggers that Gao Yan took the lead in shooting. His shooting skills were accurate and fast. Almost 3 shots per second, in a breath, the wild wolves, besieging Lu Jun and Zhang Peng were cleared. The hunting team members were responsible for clearing out the surrounding wolf packs. Soon, all the wolves were killed. "Don't move, raise your hands." The next moment, Gao Yan led the hunting team members and pointed their guns at Lu Jun and Zhang Peng. "Comrade, we are one of us." Lu Jun and Zhang Peng raised their hands and shouted awkwardly. "How to prove it?" Gao Yan asked. "We have ID in our pockets." They dared not fight the hunting team with bare hands, otherwise, it would cause misunderstandings and make the hunting team treat them as enemy spies. And then they would die unjustly. Although the latent enemy spies have been almost cleared out with the cleanup. Over the years, the two of them appeared in the mountains for no reason, and anyone would doubt their motives. Tai Hua, Hongtao, you two go search them. Gao Yan ordered. Yes, Captain. The two came to Lu Jun and Zhang Peng. Although the two felt a little uncomfortable, they still did not resist. As long as their ID was searched, they would be fine. But after a while, the two were dumbfounded. Captain, they don't have anything on them that indicates anything. After the search, no ID was found on the two. Impossible, it's in my jacket pocket, search carefully. Lu Jun said hurriedly. Han Taihua searched again, but still found nothing. She was so angry that she gave Lu Jun a big slap. Bullshit ID, no hair, dare to lie to me. You. Lu Jun was so angry that his face turned red. Just when he was about to take action, other hunting team members raised their guns vigilantly and shouted. Don't move. You are not convinced, right? Han Taihua gave Lu Jun another big slap. Comrade, we are really not bad people. Lu Jun said, holding back his anger. Whether we are bad people or not, we will know after the police interrogate us. Come on, tie these two people up. Remember, tie them tightly and don't let them break free. Gao Yan sneered. As for the ID of the two, he tampered with them when they were fighting with the wild wolf and threw them into the bushes. Next, the hunting team members tied up Lu Jun and Zhang Peng, which made Gao Yan laugh. He didn't know whether these two would have psychological trauma after returning. Then, Gao Yan ordered to collect the wolf corpses and transport them out of the mountain in batches. After hunting 2 wild boars and some pheasants and rabbits, it was noon. Smelling the fragrant roasted hare and the beggar chicken with an alluring aroma, Lu Jun and Zhang Peng, who were tied to the tree, could only swallow their saliva secretly. But Gao Yan had no intention of giving them food. After lunch. After resting for more than half an hour, Gao Yan led everyone to continue hunting. Naturally, he also took the 2 people who were tied tightly. During the period, the 2 fell to the ground many times and suffered a lot. Finally, the hunting is over. The tied Lu Jun and Zhang Peng were thrown directly into the carriage to accompany the prey. The strong smell of blood and the stench of the beast, plus the bumpy road, almost made the 2 faint. Gao Yan first drove the truck to the District Public Security Bureau, handed the 2 people over to the Public Security Department, and left Han Taihua and Kai Hongtao in the Public Security Bureau to cooperate with the record, and he took the others back to the Jingqing garment factory. In the District Public Security Bureau, because he couldn't prove his identity, Lu Jun had no choice but to give the interrogators a phone number and ask them to call to prove their identities. Half an hour later, a jeep with military license plates arrived at the District Public Security Bureau. Then 2 people got off. When they entered the interrogation room, they felt ashamed to see Lu Jun and Zhang Peng, who were in a very embarrassed state. Not everyone wants to join their department. Even the most ordinary members are elites. Now, a captain and a new member of the team have become like this and have been arrested as enemy agents, which is a disgrace to their department. Captain, you are here. Lu Jun said with a wry smile. How dare you laugh? The middle-aged man called the captain said coldly, Tell me, what happened? So Lu Jun recounted the process. After listening, the captain was even more dissatisfied. In other words, you were captured alive by the hunting team of the garment factory? Neither of them dared to quibble. Afterwards, the captain went to negotiate with the district public security bureau, and Lu Jun and Zhang Peng were also released. But when they walked out of the public security bureau, they found that the captain and his secretary had already left, and had no intention of taking them back. They probably disliked that they were too smelly and had made the car dirty. Gao Yan, who was secretly watching this scene, smiled unkindly. I don't know if they will follow him again after this loss. If they dare to follow him again, don't blame him, and continue to use means to deal with them. The next day was another day off for Gao Yan. The special department did not give up the investigation on him, and still sent people to follow him, but they were replaced by a man and a woman. This made Gao Yan feel a little depressed. How could he go to Zhao Jingchu's side when they were targeting him? Are you going to continue to give them a little pain? Or get rid of them? Gao Yan pondered secretly. Suddenly, Gao Yan's heart moved, and he thought of a way to kill someone with a borrowed knife. However, this requires the help of Lao Su's identity. Then, the insightful eye opened and looked towards Shikahai. He was lucky. Lao Su was also in Shikahai today. He is a typical person who is addicted to food. So Gao Yan rode out of the courtyard with a bucket and fishing rod and headed straight for Shikahai. We're out, follow us. The two people following Gao Yan exchanged glances, pretended to be passers by, and followed Gao Yan on their bicycles. Soon, Gao Yan came to Shikahai and found a seat next to Lao Su to sit down. Lao Su was also very happy to see Gao Yan's arrival. So the two chatted and fished. A few minutes later, Gao Yan glanced behind him inadvertently and whispered, Old Su, there is something abnormal about the man and woman 100 meters behind us. How did you find out? Lao Su asked. Gao Yan smiled and said, I'm a martial arts practitioner and I'm sensitive to gazes. These two people have been spying on us. Do you think they are enemy agents who came for you? After all, you are the minister of the metallurgical department and assassinated you definitely deserve a lot of credit. Upon hearing this, Lao Su was also frightened, but he calmly waved to the guard not far away. The guards came as ordered. Lao Su explained in a low voice, and the guard left quickly. About 10 minutes passed. The security guard called the security platoon and quickly arrested the man and woman and took them away. The captain who received the call again was dumbfounded. Yesterday, Lu Jun and Zhang Peng were arrested by the hunting team and sent to the Public Security Bureau. Today, the two sent there were arrested again by the security platoon of the Minister of Metallurgy. This matter involved Minister Su. He could not ask for someone directly, so he had to report it to his superiors. 2 hours later. Special Department, Director's Office. Director, I'm afraid the investigation into Gao Weiguo won't be possible. Captain Yifeng said with a wry smile. What's the reason? Director Chen Hashan asked. Yifeng explained, Gao Weiguo and Minister Su have been friends for many years. When our people were following Gao Weiguo today, they caused a misunderstanding among Minister Su's guards. A security platoon was called in, and the people I sent to keep an eye on him were arrested. Later, although the misunderstanding was resolved and the person was released, Minister Su was very dissatisfied with our actions and said that Gao Weiguo had no problem and obviously did not want us to continue sending people to investigate him. Okay, I'll think about this again. Chen Hashan nodded. 20 minutes later. Chen Hashan came to a certain chief's office. Hello, chief. Sit down, Xiao Chen. Are you here this time? Chief, something unexpected happened with your order. What accident? Chen Hashan did not dare to hide anything, so he told what happened today, and hinted that if he continued to send people to follow Gao Weigua, it would most likely arouse Minister Su's dissatisfaction. The leader's surname was Lin. He pondered for a moment and said, then cancel this mission and let me contact Lao Su. At noon that day, Chief Lin came to the metallurgical department where Lao Su worked. After chatting for a while, Chief Lin handed the special operations report to Lao Su and motioned for him to watch it. After reading, Lao Su nodded approvingly. This special operations plan is very good and worth a try. So you support this plan? Chief Lin smiled. Old Lin, I am not from the military now. What do you mean by this? Lao Su asked in confusion. I want to borrow someone from you, Chief Lin said. Suddenly, Lao Su felt a little more vigilant in his heart. As the saying goes, he would not go to the Three Treasures Hall for anything, but this Lao Lin suddenly came to the door and showed him this report. This was not normal. It is even more abnormal to borrow someone from him now. So, he asked, who do you want to borrow? Gao Weigua. Chief Lin also knew that Lao Su was not that easy to fool, so he stopped playing tricks and directly said Gao Yan's name. Gao Weigua. A look of confusion appeared on Lao Su's face. Why did you borrow him? Because this special operations plan was proposed by him, and he is also a martial arts master. With him, this plan can get twice the result with half the effort. Hearing Lao Lin's words, Lao Su felt refreshed. That boy was even better than he thought. But he shook his head. Old Lin, although Gao Weigua and I have some friendship, he is not mine, and I can't influence him. Lao Su is not stupid. Lao Lin must have sent someone to look for that kid, but he probably rejected him, so he found him here. So, Lao Su, what do you think of Gao Weigua? Is he trustworthy? Lao Lin asked again. In fact, he already had all the information on Gao Yanming's face and sent people to investigate. He just didn't want to make any mistakes. But now, the other party and Lao Su have been friends for many years, and he knows Lao Su relatively well. Since Lao Su is willing to make friends with him, then Gao Weigua will almost certainly have no problem. He must be trustworthy, Lao Su said in a deep voice, and at the same time, he also vaguely guessed Lao Lin's plan. Time flies by in a few days. Gao Yan found that no one was following him anymore, and he returned to his usual routine. But today, as soon as he arrived at the garment factory, he was called to the factory director's office. When he arrived, he found that Huang Jianyun was not the only one in the factory director's office, but also a middle-aged man in military uniform and 2 soldiers. Director, who do you call me? Gao Yan had a bad feeling in his heart. Comrade Weigua, let me introduce to you, this is Deputy Commander Han of the XX unit. Huang Jianyun said in a deep voice, feeling a little unhappy. He spent a lot of favors and connections to get Gao Yan to the clothing factory. Now the military has sent people to transfer Gao Yan. The reason why the garment factory is so prosperous can be said to be all thanks to Gao Yan. If he is transferred, the garment factory will have to go back to the old way, and maybe it will get worse. But the order was issued from above, and his immediate superior also called and told him not to hold people captive, so he was very worried now. After Gao Yan left worriedly, how should he appease the workers? Hello, Deputy Commander Han. Gao Yan greeted. Comrade Gao Weigua, this is your transfer order. Deputy Commander Han nodded, then took out a transfer order and handed it to Gao Yan. After Gao Yan borrowed it, he quickly read it and his face became a little gloomy. This is a transfer order to transfer him to the XX unit. It is obvious that Jiang Huaiwu was too soft to be soft, and he directly came to be hard. For a moment, he regretted accepting Jiang Weimin, a brat like him, as his apprentice. This would cause him great harm. Then he looked at Huang Jianyun, Director, can I not go? Nonsense. Huang Jianyun was quite pleased to hear Gao Yan's words, but he said, this is an order from above. You can't violate it, and I can't violate it. I can only strictly enforce it. The order gave Gao Yan 3 days. 3 days later, someone from the army will pick him up to report as Gao Weigua. He couldn't resist this order. However, Gao Yan can use his identity as Mr. Gao to talk to the above. After trading with him, the Great Xia Kingdom of this era obtained a large amount of precious foreign exchange, not only purchased a large amount of grain from abroad, but also obtained a lot of relatively advanced technologies of this era by taking advantage of the Western powers' coveting of 5 product technologies. Therefore, if he makes some small requests to the superiors should not refuse. That night, Gao Yan appeared in Zhao Yuzhong's small foreign-style building. Mr. Gao, why are you here? Zhao Yuzhong, who was awakened, not only did not have any dissatisfaction, but actually said with some surprise. He is a capitalist. But life was not easy. He was afraid that the country would liquidate him, so he was always in fear all day long. Since he became the middleman between Gao Yan and the country, the worry of being liquidated has disappeared. Therefore, from the bottom of his heart, he was very grateful to Gao Yan. I need to talk to the superiors, please contact me immediately, Gao Yan said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuzhong couldn't help but feel a little worried. But he still picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hello comrade, I am Zhao Yuzhong. Mr. Gao is here and wants to talk to Director Chen. 20 minutes later, a jeep arrived at Xiaoyangla. Director Chen asked the guards to stay outside the Xiaoyangla, and he entered the Xiaoyangla alone. Under the guidance of Zhao Yuzhong, he came to the study room on the 2nd floor, and then his eyes fell on a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. Hello, Mr. Gao, I am Chen Donghe. Hello Bureau Chen, I'm Gao Fei. Gao Yan directly used another vest from the main world. After a brief exchange of greetings, Gao Yan said directly, Director Chen, I made an appointment with you today, because there is something I need your help with. Mr. Gao, please tell me. If it can be done, I will never refuse. Director Chen said politely. Gao Yan said, the thing is like this, our Gao family has a clan member named Gao Weigua who also lives in the capital. But today, he received an order from above to serve in the army. However, I don't want him to go to the army. Therefore, I hope Director Chen can report to the higher authorities and revoke this transfer order. Chen Donghe looked thoughtful and asked, may I ask Mr. Gao, why did the military transfer one of your tribe members to the army? Gao Yan said, first of all, members of my Gao family all have extraordinary martial arts skills. It is probably because the military people took a fancy to his martial arts skills. Secondly, he provided Jiang Huaiwu with an idea for special operations. Weigua is a lost member of my Gao family. I just hope that he will be ordinary and live a stable life. Director Chen, can you understand what I mean? I understand, I understand. Chen Donghe nodded repeatedly, but Mr. Gao. After all, this matter involves the military. I can't agree to it directly. I have to understand the situation first. Gao Yan smiled. If Gao Weigua is transferred to the military, then our cooperation will end here. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan disappeared into the room out of thin air. Upon hearing this, Chen Donghe's expression changed rapidly several times, and at the same time, he became extremely nervous. If the cooperation is terminated, this will definitely be an unbearable huge loss for the country. Therefore, he immediately left the small foreign building, not caring that it was already after midnight, and went directly to a certain leader's home to report. As expected. The next day, he was called to the factory again by Huang Jianyun. At this moment, Huang Jianyun could not conceal his joy. Xiao Gao, good news. Your transfer order has been cancelled, and you can continue to stay in our factory. Haha, that's good, thank you very much, Director. This matter has nothing to do with me, and I don't know who helped you cancel the transfer order? Director Huang said tentatively. The factory director doesn't know, either? Huang Jianyun shook his head and said he didn't know. Director, if you didn't go hunting yesterday, I will go hunting today. It's okay. It's not a day away. You can go tomorrow. It just so happens that you have one more day to rest. There is a lot of inventory in the warehouse of the clothing factory now. Enough to last for more than half a month. No, I've already rested. After leaving the factory director's office, Gao Yan reconvened the hunting team and set off. See Gao Yan's return. Han Taihua and others were very happy because there were rumors yesterday that their captain was going to be transferred and the hunting team was about to be in danger of being disbanded. Other side. In Chief Lin's office, Jiang Huaiwu came in a hurry. Commander, has Gao Weigua been transferred to our division? Chief Lin shook his head and sighed. This matter has become obsolete. Don't think about increasing the number of troops coming from the country. Why? Jiang Huaiwu asked puzzledly. This matter is related to confidentiality, so don't ask any questions. In short, anyone can be transferred, but Gao Weigua cannot be transferred. He also didn't expect that Gao Weigua was from the same tribe as Mr. Gao. Moreover, Mr. Gao is very concerned about Gao Weigua. Once he angers the other party and suspends the transaction, it will be a huge loss to the entire country. Therefore, even if Gao Weigua is a talented person, he can only give up the idea of transferring him into the army. Hearing that it was confidential, Jiang Huaiwu couldn't ask any more questions. Although the plan to transfer Gao Weigua to the army failed, the special operations plan still had to continue, so the two discussed the establishment of a special forces unit in the office. That night, Gao Yan returned home. He received 2 more letters. They were sent by art troops from other provinces. Obviously, the 2 art troops tasted the sweetness and continued to invite him to write songs. But Gao Yan was only prepared to reply 1 letter. Why? Because one of the art troops only gave him 100 yuan in royalties last time. It's good enough to let you take advantage once. If you want to take advantage of them a second time, Gao Yan will not indulge them. Therefore, on the next morning, Gao Yan only wrote a reply letter and sent 2 new songs by the way. Courtyard number 4. When Gao Yan arrived by bike, he found that Lu Feifei had arrived before him. Once men and women break through the boundaries, they will be more obsessed And Lu Feifei is the same. Therefore, after meeting, the two of them entered the wing room in perfect harmony, and then joined hands to fight in the canyon battlefield for more than an hour. Coming out of the canyon battlefield, the two hugged each other and talked. Lu Feifei said, "I heard that you were almost transferred to the army?" "Yes, that's true." Gao Yan said, "It's all because Jiang Weiman's father doesn't follow the moral code of martial arts. I regret accepting Jiang Weiman as my apprentice. This matter may be related to Uncle Jiang, but he can't do the transfer order. However, I heard that the transfer order was revoked the next day." "How? Did you do it?" Lu Feifei asked curiously. "I have a cousin who is more capable. After the transfer order came down, I asked him for help. I just wanted to try it, but I didn't expect him to really do it," Gao Yan said with a smile. "So that's how it is." Lu Feifei suddenly realized, and suddenly, she changed the subject. "Xiaoying will be back tomorrow, the three of us will have dinner together. Feifei, I have to confess something to you. Sooner or later, his relationship with Jiang Ying would have to be hidden from Lu Feifei, so it was better to tell her now." "What's up?" Lu Feifei asked. "Xiaoying is also my woman," Gao Yan said. "Okay, Gao Weigua, it's not enough for you to harm me, you actually harmed Xiaoying too." Lu Feifei struggled to get up, but was hugged by Gao Yan. "Let me go!" Lu Feifei shouted angrily. "Don't let go." Not only did Gao Yan not let go, his hands became dishonest, and at the same time, his lips followed. At first, Lu Feifei was still resisting, but she soon lost her resistance. Another hour passed. Lu Feifei lay limply in Gao Yan's arms, not even wanting to move her toes. Gao Yan took out half a cup of medicinal wine and fed it to her, and then her strength slowly recovered. "Tell me, when did you bring trouble to Xiaoying?" Lu Feifei stared at Gao Yan and asked. "Just 2 days after your birthday," Gao Yan said truthfully. "So, she is still in front of me?" Lu Feifei said in surprise. Gao Yan nodded. "You are such a big bastard, our sisters are in your hands." Lu Feifei couldn't help but hit Gao Yan's chest. Suddenly, Lu Feifei thought of something and asked, "Besides us, do you have any other women?" "There's another one." "Really?" Lu Feifei laughed angrily. "I'm really blind, how could I like someone like you?" "Don't be angry, I promise I will never look for another woman like her again." Gao spoke in a sincere tone. Snort. Lu Feifei snorted coldly, obviously not believing Gao Yan's guarantee. This guy is only in his 20s and already has 4 women. Who knows how many more he will find in the future? She asked, "Does Xiaoying know about our relationship?" "I don't know yet, I plan to tell her tomorrow," Gao Yan said. "You don't need to tell me, I'll tell you." "Isn't this bad? You're so cheap and so good." Lu Feifei glared at Gao Yan angrily. "Hey hey." Gao Yan laughed sarcastically. The next evening, Gao Yan returns from hunting. After handing over the prey to the logistics department, he hurried to Fengzi garden. Lu Feifei and Jiang Ying both arrived early and booked a private room. Gao Yan dismissed the waiter who was leading the way and stood outside the door to listen for a while. After finding nothing unusual, he opened the door and went in. "See him coming." Lu Feifei just glanced at him and ignored him. She continued to joke with Jiang Ying, but Jiang Ying smiled apologetically at him. "Daughter-in-law, have you ordered?" Gao Yan asked with a smile. Whoever calls you a wife is shameless, Lu Feifei said angrily. Whoever responds is my wife, Gao Yan said with a smile. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ying couldn't help laughing out loud, and Lu Feifei couldn't hold it any longer. Gao Weigua, Xiaoying and I have discussed it. It's not impossible for you to provoke other women in the future, but you must go through our control. Agree. Is there such a good thing? Gao Yan said subconsciously. Oh. Lu Feifei sneered, looked at Jiang Ying and said, Xiaoying, have you seen the true face of this bitch? Yesterday, he promised me that he would not find another woman. Only one day has passed, and now he has changed his mind. Gao Yan felt that it could not go on like this. So he walked up to them and kissed each of them on the face. You don't want your life. Lu Feifei was a little panicked. If the waiter saw it and reported it, the three of them would be unable to eat and walk around. Don't worry, no one will see you. I'll go order food first. After winning the game, Gao Yan walked out of the box and went to the counter to order. Restaurants these days don't have menus, and you have to order and pay before the food is served. Gao Yan came outside, ordered 3 meat dishes, 2 vegetarian dishes, and a soup, paid, and then returned to the box. Then he said to Jiang Ying, move over, I'll sit here. Why, I want to hug you from left to right. Lu Feifei started to be angry again. Although she acquiesced to this relationship, it didn't mean that she was not angry. Lu Feifei, believe it or not, if you continue to be so arrogant, I will make you unable to get out of bed for 3 days. Gao Yan threatened. How dare you? Lu Feifei was a little flustered. This is not up to you. Jiang Ying blushed when she heard such harsh words. After having a meal at Feng Ziyuan, the 3 of them came to the cinema together again, and then Gao Yan sat between the 2 women, holding one hand in each other. His bold behavior made the 2 women scared and excited at the same time. After watching the movie, Gao Yan escorted them to the number 4 courtyard. Lu Feifei took the initiative to invite Jiang Ying there. As for Gao Yan, after only staying for half an hour, I went home honestly. 2 days later, Gao Yan went to trade with Zhao Yuzhong again, and the income successfully exceeded 100 million, and he was able to upgrade 2 levels in a row. During this period, at Lu Feifei's strong request, Jiang Ying also moved to the number 4 courtyard. Mainly because the courtyard was too big and it seemed too empty for her to live alone. As for Gao Yan, I wish I could. In this way, he can also save a lot of time. This day, Jiang Weimin came to Gao Yan's house. Master, I'm sorry, Jiang Weimin said with a guilty look. Okay, stop acting in front of me, Gao Yan said angrily. Master, I sincerely apologize to you. If I hadn't told my father the special operations plan, what happened later would not have happened. Let it pass as it is. Come on, let me test how well you are practicing. Bajiquan, Gao Yan said with a smile. Half an hour later, Jiang Weimin, with a swollen face, limped out of the courtyard. Gao Yan felt comfortable all over. Of course, although he gave Jiang Weimin a small lesson, he also gave him a lot of benefits. Even though he was covered in injuries, Gao Yan actually used his own strength to help him temper his body. When he recovers from his injuries, his physical fitness will definitely skyrocket. A few days later, Jiang Weimin came again. Moreover, he has broken through to the level of Ming Jin, and his strength can defeat his father's guard Shi Yong. He came today and brought a lot of gifts. At the same time, I came to say goodbye to Gao Yan. Because he is going to join the army. Since you are going to join the army, I will let you sense in advance what an Jin, Hua Jin and Dan Jin are. Gao Yan thought for a while and said. Later, Gao Yan poured in Jin, Hua Jin and Dan Jin into Jiang Weiman's body and let him understand them carefully. The booklet he gave before explained each realm clearly enough. After experiencing these three powers personally, Jiang Weiman's practice will become extremely smooth. As long as he doesn't give up halfway, he may not be able to become a powerful elixir in this world in the future. As for Gang Jin, then don't think about it. The main world spent so many resources to cultivate just one Su Long. This world does not have a complete martial arts inheritance at all. Those so-called boxing techniques, whether they are internal or external boxing, are castrated versions and cannot be used to develop strength. However, the 3 boxing booklets he wrote may allow martial arts to appear in this world. Maybe at the same time as the main world, some Hua Jin or Dan Jin will also appear. Time has come to August in a blink of an eye. Recently, both the radio and newspapers have been broadcasting the good news about this year's national grain harvest. The famine that lasted for nearly 3 years will officially become a thing of the past. Fugitives staying in the capital, under the organization of the sub-district office, they returned to their original places one after another. At the same time, the rationing in the capital was more than fully restored. Even the elderly can buy 2 more pounds of fine grains. Therefore, the smiles on the faces of the neighbors in the courtyard gradually increased. To this end, the 3 stewards specially held a hospital-wide meeting. Moreover, the 3 stewards also spent their own money to buy some melon seeds and candies for everyone to enjoy. Therefore, this conference is full of joy and yearning for a better life in the future. 3 gentlemen, the people have something to say. At this time, Gao Yan raised his hand and said, Okay, let's ask Weigua to come and say a few words to everyone. Everyone is chirping. Suddenly, a burst of warm applause broke out. For Gao Yan, the neighbors in this courtyard are full of gratitude because every family in the courtyard has exchanged meat from Gao Yan. During times of famine, not to mention eating meat, even food is not enough. Therefore, the price of meat is quite high. The meat Gao Yan exchanged with them was at the normal market price, or even lower than the market price. But if you want to buy meat, you must first have a meat ticket. Moreover, during the meat shortage period, even if you have a ticket, you cannot buy meat. If you want to eat meat, go to the black market. But the meat on the black market is double or even triple the market price. Therefore, everyone took a huge advantage by exchanging meat with Gao Yan. Moreover, in the past few months, Gao Yan helped the unmarried young people in the hospital to see several girls. And these girls who were married into the hospital were all very good. In addition, Gao Yan occasionally helps needy households in the hospital. Therefore, Gao Yan's prestige in the hospital is now higher than that of the 3 stewards. Facing the applause, Gao Yan stood up, raised his hands and lowered his hands. Everyone stopped applauding and turned their attention to Gao Yan. Gao Yan slowly spoke. Those 3 uncles have already said what needs to be said. As for me, I have a proposal here. To celebrate the country's overcoming difficulties and to celebrate the country's food harvest, I plan to donate 10 kilograms of fresh food, wild boar meat, 3 smoked pheasants, and 3 smoked hares will be placed on several tables in our courtyard. As for the rations, everyone will come together. What do you think? Hearing that Gao Yan was willing to put out 10 kilograms of pork and pheasants, and rabbits to put on several tables. Everyone present couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Everyone's stomachs were short of oil and water. Chen Dajiang was the first to agree. In this way, the food will not be collected by everyone. It will be solved by the three of us. Everyone can provide some vegetables and the like. What do you think, Lao Su and Lao Sun? Naturally, Su Zihai and Sun Yugue had no objections. Their salaries were considered to be the highest in the courtyard. However, they were a little annoyed that they were not the first to speak up and let this guy Old Chen steal the limelight. Soon, after everyone's discussion, it was decided how many tables to set up. The time is set for Sunday 2 days later. The factory happened to be on holiday that day. The conference is over. Everyone returned home carrying their stools. Mingya, turn on the radio. Okay, brother-in-law. As soon as the radio was turned on, I heard the announcer's voice. Now please enjoy Good Days, written and composed by Gao Weigua and sung by Jiang Ying. This song, Good Days, was given to Jiang Ying by Gao Yan last week. Now that the famine is over, everyone is looking forward to a better life, so this song is quite suitable for the occasion. Therefore, after this song was released, it won the love and praise of the people, and Gao Yan and Jiang Ying were even named in praise. In the past few months, Jiang Ying has almost kept releasing a new song every month. Although she is not famous all over the country, she is now a well-known singer. The level in the art troupe was also raised as an exception. Today, her salary in the art troupe has reached 84.5 yuan, which is comparable to that of a 7th-level worker in the factory. In addition, she has more opportunities to perform. Therefore, her salary can easily exceed 100 yuan. In the past July, she directly received a salary of 203 yuan, which is much better than those veteran singers. As for Lu Feifei, every time they met, Gao Yan not only played canyon games with her, but she was a songwriter herself, so Gao Yan took the initiative to teach her the knowledge of composing music and lyrics. Gao Yan's knowledge of composition and lyrics was ahead of his time. Therefore, under his guidance and generous teaching, Lu Feifei's level has improved greatly. She also wrote 2 songs last month. Although it's not a classic song, it's still a great song. After these 2 songs were released, also well received. It's a pity that, because of Gao Yan, there are too many good songs nowadays. Otherwise, these 2 new songs written by Lu Feifei might also become popular. In the past few months, many art troupes from other provinces have written letters to invite them to sing. For the first time, Gao Yan would not refuse, and would always include a classic song in his reply. But the second time, it depends on whether these art troupes are sensible or not. If you pay enough for the first time, you will continue to cooperate. If you don't pay enough, there will be no second cooperation. Besides, in the past 3 months, Gao Yan has traded with the country 9 times, earning a total of 270 million, and the total profit has reached more than 370 million. If he trades a few more times, he can upgrade 10 levels. There is also Zhao Jingchu. She has been practicing bagwazang in the past few months. In addition, Gao Yan gave her the intermediate physical gene medicine liquid, and used medicinal wine to assist in her practice. She has made great progress and is now a junior master of the middle stage of dark energy. During this period, Lu Feifei asked to see Zhao Jingchu many times. Gao Yan did not agree. There is another thing to mention. That is, my sister-in-law won the first place in the final exam of this semester. The textbooks of this era are very simple. In addition, many people are malnourished, so the learning efficiency is naturally not improved. Li Mingyao is not lacking in nutrition, and she has taken the gene medicine liquid, so she is very energetic and it is very easy to learn, so it is natural that she has no problem getting to first place. For this, Gao Yan also rewarded her 20 yuan. There is also Gao Yan's apprentice Yang Haijun. With the help of Tiger Bone wine, he also entered the Ming Gene level. Moreover, he also became a worker at the Red Star Steel Rolling Mill under the recommendation of the street office. Then Gao Yan introduced him to his master Wang Jiangang and became Wang Jiangang's apprentice. The next day, Gao Yan came to the Jingqing garment factory and set off with the hunting team. Nowadays, almost all the wild boars around Jingqing have been hunted by their hunting team, so they need to go 150 miles away to hunt. It takes more than 5 hours to go back and forth. Fortunately, Gao Yan has superb hunting skills and spends more time on the road, but the number of his hunting remains at 8 adult wild boars each time. The factory also knows that the hunting team is working hard. They increased their subsidies again. Moreover, Huang Jianyun also hinted to him that Song Guoli was also promoted. After his promotion, the position of the head of the security department would fall on him. What a pity. Gao Yan was not interested in promotion. He directly refused and asked Huang Jianyun to recommend someone else. This made Huang Jianyun very helpless. There are still people in this world who don't like to be promoted. On Sunday morning, Gao Yan was sleeping in with Li Mingyao in his arms. But the courtyard was bustling. "Husband, we should get up," Li Mingyao reminded. "Then get up, but you have to kiss first." After the couple washed up, they opened the door and saw many children playing in the courtyard, while the adults were busy moving tables and chairs, pots and pans, etc., preparing for the banquet. "Weigua, are you awake? Have you eaten? If not, my family still has extra breakfast." "No need, Aunt Chen, my wife is already making it," Gao Yan replied with a smile. Looking at the lively courtyard, Gao Yan was also very happy. This is life. It's not like in the future, living on the same floor of a community building. I guess I can't even call out the surnames of my neighbors. After eating the breakfast made by his wife, Gao Yan asked his sister-in-law to move the radio to the middle courtyard and adjust the volume to the maximum. A bunch of children who were playing around gathered around to listen to the radio. Some of them even reached out to touch the radio, but were stopped by their parents. They couldn't afford to pay for it if it was broken. Today, Ma Weiman was the chef. Because he had a bad relationship with Gao Yan, the neighbors also subconsciously distanced themselves from him. In order to restore the relationship with the neighbors, he took the initiative to propose that he be the chef at the meeting that night. At the same time, there were several aunts and young wives helping to wash and cut vegetables. Time was noon in a blink of an eye. The middle courtyard had already set up tables, and adults and children sat at 10 tables together. Each table had 8 dishes, 4 meat dishes, 3 vegetarian dishes, and a soup. The staple food was white flour buns with corn flour, and at the same time, each table had a pound of loose wine. During the meal, the 3 uncles asked Gao Yan to say a few words, but Gao Yan waved his hand. "I won't say anything, everyone, start eating." 20 minutes later, everyone had almost finished eating. The meat dishes on each table were eaten clean. Even the oil stains on the plates were eaten by everyone with steamed buns or steamed buns. Brother Weigua, thank you for helping me choose such a good wife. I toast you. A glass. Chen Manjun came with a wine glass and toasted Gao Yan. Recently, Chen Manjuan's wife is pregnant. The third generation of the old Chen family is finally going to be born. As soon as the famine is over, the child will come. The old Chen family thinks that this child is blessed. Even the name has been thought of. It will be called Chen Xiaofu in the future. Then Xing Manjun, let's drink one. Gao Yan raised his glass and clinked it with Chen Manjun, and drank the white wine in the glass in one gulp. Seeing that he had finished it all, Chen Manjun could only drink all the wine in the glass, but his face was a little red. As soon as Chen Manjun left, the son of the old Xing family came again. The old Xing family and the old Tong family were poor families in the courtyard. Gao Yan had helped them many times. However, both families were very strong-willed. They recorded all the things Gao Yan helped them with. When their families got better, they would return the things to Gao Yan. Weigua, if it weren't for your help, our family would probably be very hard to endure. I don't know how to thank you. I'll just toast you a glass of wine. Brother Zeng, that's serious. We are all neighbors in the same courtyard. As the saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. Even if I don't help, can other neighbors in the courtyard just watch? Others were quite impressed by Gao Yan's words. After drinking a glass with the son of the old Xing family, others took turns to toast. Gao Yan never refused anyone who came. He drank all the toasts. After a while, a pound of white wine fell into his stomach, but he didn't change his face. Several uncles at the same table praised him for his good alcohol tolerance. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The banquet finally ended, and the three uncles were drunk by Gao Yan. At the same time, the news of their courtyard's banquet spread to the surrounding courtyards. When they heard Gao Yan took out 10 kilograms of wild boar meat and 3 pheasants and rabbits to hold a banquet, they were so envious. Some people even sighed that it would be great if Gao Weigua lived in our courtyard. After this banquet, the cohesion of the courtyard has improved a lot. At the same time, the good reputation of the courtyard has spread, and matchmakers have come to propose marriages to young people one after another. Even Ma Weimin is no exception. The main reason is that Ma Weimin is jealous that the young people in the courtyard can sleep with their wives in their arms. He is over 30 years old and has not yet married. If he can't find a wife, he will probably be a bachelor for the rest of his life. So, he gave up all his bad habits, even gambling. Of course, he can give up gambling thanks to Gao Yan. If Gao Yan hadn't made him hospitalized and confiscated his salary, he would probably have gone to gamble with his salary. Living in the hospital, without salary, what can he use to gamble? Over time, his gambling addiction slowly disappeared. These days, getting married is very simple. Therefore, in August, except for Ma Weimin, the last 3 young people in the courtyard got married, and they also set up several tables, and the meat for the banquet was bought from Gao Yan. Ma Weimin also found a widow through blind dating, but he didn't have much money now, and he had to save money to buy some furniture before getting married. Time came to September. My sister-in-law started school. There were also some changes in the personnel of Jingchen Garment Factory. Song Wuli, the former head of the security department, was promoted to deputy director, but the security department was one of his supervisory departments. Originally, Huang Jianyun and Song Wuli planned to recommend Gao Yan for the position. But he refused. Then a new head of the security department was transferred. However, the security section chief was Gao Yan's old acquaintance Su Dali. Originally, Su Dali was the employee of factory director Liu, but Director Liu was promoted to the metallurgical department, and the new director Yang drove Gao Yan away. It just so happened that Gao Yan was from the security department. Factory director Yang naturally didn't like Su Dali very much. Although Su Dali's temper was not as violent as Gao Yan's, he also fell out with Director Yang after being targeted several times. Not long after Gao Yan was transferred to the garment factory, Song Woolley invited him to dinner, and many of them accompanied him. Later, the three of them also made an appointment to have several meals together. "Old leader, I can work under you again in the future." After Su Dali came to report, Gao Yan went straight to his office and said, with a smile on his face, "If you didn't want to sit in this seat, how could it be my turn? I'd get an advantage." Su Dali said with a smile, "By the way, if you come to my house for dinner tonight, Lao Song will also come." "Okay, I'll bring a bottle of good wine when the time comes," Gao Yan said. But Su Dali's eyes lit up. "There is no shortage of wine in my house, unless it is tiger bone wine." "Okay, tiger bone wine is tiger bone wine. It's getting late and I have to go hunting. Let's see you tonight." Tiger bone wine is a good thing for others, but Gao Yan doesn't care. After all, he has better medicinal wine. That night, Gao Yan came to Su Dali's house, carrying 2 bottles of tiger bone wine. Many Dali couples are very enthusiastic. Su Dali and his wife only have one son, who is currently attending college in another province and rarely comes home. "You're a good boy, let's drink 1 bottle tonight, and I'll put away the remaining bottle." Su Dali was very happy to see Gao Yan bringing 2 bottles of tiger bone wine. Soon, Song Woolley also came. "Hey, Deputy Director Song, you are a rare visitor," Su Dali joked. "Hello, Director Song," Gao Yan also shouted. "That's enough for you two, it's off-duty time, there is no deputy director. Only brothers," Song Woolley said without glaring. "No wonder you became the deputy director of the factory, you just keep saying this," Su Dali joked again. The 3 of them drank together until after 9 o'clock. Amid the warnings from Su Dali and his wife, Gao Yan rode home. But while passing by a certain street, he heard a burst of gunfire. With a thought, the spiritual power is activated. Then he discovered that hundreds of meters away, 2 groups of people were chasing each other. There were only 2 people on the escaping party, and they both had guns in their hands. These 2 people were very good at shooting. Even while escaping, they both shot 2 people who were chasing them. And the leader chasing these 2 people was actually a woman. The identity of both parties is also easier to judge. The 2 people who escaped should be enemy agents, because one of them was carrying a suitcase containing gold bricks and US dollars. And it was not the police who were chasing them, but the public security office affiliated with the street department. What a coincidence. 2 enemy agents were coming towards Gao Yan's direction. Everyone is responsible for capturing enemy agents. With a thought in his mind, Gao Yan took out 2 pebbles from my world, and then rode on. Soon, the 2 sides met. The 2 enemy agents couldn't help but feel happy when they saw Gao Yan riding a bicycle. They raised their hands and were about to shoot him. After all, escaping with 2 legs was not as good as 2 wheels. If they could snatch a bicycle, they would have a greater chance of escaping. "Comrade on the bike, be careful," Seeing this scene, Li Yuanjun quickly reminded loudly. Unfortunately, Gao Yan moved faster. With a flick of his wrist, 2 stones flew out, and with 2 pops of sound, they shot directly through the wrists of the 2 enemy agents holding guns. A strong stinging pain hit them, and the pistols in their hands fell down. See this scene. Li Yuanjun decisively pulled the trigger and fired 2 shots, hitting the calves of 2 enemy agents, respectively. The 2 enemy agents also screamed and fell to the ground. Then Li Yuanjun led people forward to control them, and then walked towards Gao Yan. Hello, comrade, I am Li Yuanjun, Director of the Public Security Office of Hongqing Street Office. Thanks to your help, we were able to successfully arrest these 2 enemy agents. Hello Director Li, I am Gao Weigua, Deputy Chief of the Security Department of the Beijing Garment Factory. Gao Yan responded. Comrade Gao, can I see your ID? Sure. Gao Yan took out his ID and handed it to Li Yuanjun. After the other party looked through it, he handed it back to Gao Yan with both hands. I'm sorry. Section Chief Gao. It's my responsibility. I hope you don't mind. It's okay, I understand. Director Li has short, sleek hair. He is about 24 or 25 years old. He has an outstanding appearance and figure. He should be over 90 years old. However, judging from her age, she should have been married, so Gao Yan did not use his insight eye on her. Section Chief Gao, have you ever practiced concealed weapons? Suddenly, Li Yuanjun asked. No, but I am a martial arts practitioner. I am very accurate and powerful. Gao Yan said. No wonder, you can shoot their wrists with stones. Li Yuanjun admired it. She had seen it when she was subduing the 2 enemy agents. Both of their wrists were shot through. The power of the stone was probably as powerful as a pistol. Director Li, can I leave? That's it. Li Yuanjun said. Goodbye, Director Li. After waving to Mr. Li Yuan, Gao Yan got on his bicycle and continued heading home. Director Li, who was that just now? He's so powerful, he can actually shoot people through the wrist with stones. A member of the Public Security Office said with a look of horror. His name is Gao Weigua, the Deputy Chief of the Security Section of the Beijing Garment Factory. He said he is a martial arts practitioner. It turns out it's him, no wonder he's so powerful. The staff member looked surprised. Xiao Xia, have you heard of him? Li Yuanjun asked, curiously. Director Li, have you never heard of Captain Gao's name, a worker named Xiao Xia asked. Li Yuanjun shook his head. So Xiao Xia introduced Gao Yan's deeds to his director. After listening to Xiao Xia's story, Li Yuanjun felt a little more admired. It turned out that not only was he very skilled, but he was also so good at marksmanship. No wonder he was able to penetrate the wrists of the 2 enemy agents with stones from a distance of more than 10 meters. However, she soon regained her composure and asked about the situation of the 2 injured colleagues. Both of them were taken to the hospital by others. Their injuries were not serious. One was shot in the left arm and the other was shot in the calf. Their lives were not in danger. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. On this day, Gao Yan returned with the hunting team, but Huang Jianyan saw him in the office. When he came to Director Huang's office, I found that there were 2 other people in the office. One of them was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, and the other was Li Yuanjun. Weigua, let me introduce to you, this is Yan Wendong, the director of the Hongqing Street Office, and this is Li Yuanjun, the director of the Hongqing Street Public Security Office. Hello, Director Yan, Director Li. Gao Yan said hello with a smile. I have heard about the name of Section Chief Gao for a long time, and today I saw that it is indeed well-deserved. Yan Wendong said with a kind smile. Director Yan has given me the award. His reputation is not worth mentioning. Highly spoken and humble. Section Chief Gao, we are here to thank you for helping us catch the enemy agent. Yan Wendong continued. Director Yan, you're welcome. I am just in the right place. Besides, everyone is responsible for arresting enemy agents. What a saying, everyone is responsible. After some pleasantries between the two parties, Yan Wendong finally presented a banner and a cash reward of 100 yuan. Gao Yan helped the street office catch the enemy spy, and the factory also had a good reputation. Therefore, Huang Jianyun was quite happy. After discussing the business, he must keep Yan Wendong and Li Yuanjun in the factory for dinner. Yan Wendong also wanted to make friends with Huang Jianyun, so he agreed after a little hesitation. Small canteen of the clothing factory. Everyone toasted each other, and the atmosphere was very lively. Li Yuanjuan's alcohol tolerance was also quite good. After drinking more than half a caddy of white wine, she only blushed slightly. She was worthy of being a heroine. After drinking this meal, Huang Jianyun asked the driver to take the two back. But Li Yuanjun refused, because her home was not far from the clothing factory, and it only took 5 or 6 minutes to walk. Why not let Weigua take Director Li home? Don't worry, Director, I guarantee to complete the task. Gao Yan would naturally not refuse Li Yuanjun because of such a small matter. So he went to the car shed to get the bicycle and motioned Li Yuanjun to get in the car. Li Yuanjun did not lie. Her home was not far from the garment factory. She lived in a courtyard more than 300 meters away from the garment factory. After leaving the other party at the gate of the courtyard, Gao Yan waved to her. Director Li, I will go home first. Comrade Weigua, thank you for sending me home. You're welcome. After watching Gao Yan leave, Li Yuanjun turned and walked into the yard. Unexpectedly, as soon as she stepped into the yard, she found a little boy hiding next to the gate. Xiaoxing, why are you here? Mom, is the uncle who sent you home just now the father you found for us? The little boy asked curiously. No, that's a friend of Mom. Li Yuanjun rubbed the little boy's head speechlessly and asked, have you eaten? I have eaten, Mom, how about you? I have eaten too, let's go home. Li Yuanjun led Xiaoxing all the way to the backyard, and neighbors kept greeting her along the way. After she left, the two aunts couldn't help but talk about it. Hey, Yuanjun is such a good woman. If it weren't for the children, she wouldn't have been left unmarried until now. Aunt Luo said with regret. That's right. Another aunt took over the conversation. In fact, Yuanjun could have sent the children to an orphanage, but she was too kind-hearted, and her youth was wasted in vain. The next day, we were at Shicha Beach. As soon as Gao Yan arrived, Lao Su came. Obviously, Lao Su deliberately spoke loudly. Sure enough, after the two chatted for a while, Lao Su whispered, Boy, can you get me a few more of that kind of fish? In the past few months, Gao Yan has given Lao Su a few more fishes in my world. Lao Su is also a man who retired from the battlefield. He looks healthy, but in fact he has many hidden wounds. Before eating the fish presented by Gao Yan, his hidden wounds would relapse. After a while, but since eating Gao Yan's fish, his hidden wounds have never recurred again. Senior leaders like Lao Su will have specialized doctors to check their bodies regularly. After the doctor examined his body, he found that most of the hidden injuries on his body had disappeared. Old Su is a smart man. After some recollection, I realized that the hidden wounds that disappeared on his body were mostly related to the fish Gao Yan gave him. But this time, he asked Gao Yan for fish not for himself, but for an old comrade who had recently suffered from a hidden injury and was tortured unspeakably. So, he thought about sending 2 fish over to try. It's not easy. Gao Yan shook his head. Although Lao Su would send some good things every time he sent fish, he didn't want to be too pushy, lest he be remembered again. Boy, let me tell you the truth, I have an old comrade. After listening to Lao Su's words, Gao Yan hesitated slightly and said, Old Su, I really didn't lie to you. Those fish are indeed difficult to catch. So, give me 3 days to see if I can help you get 2 more fish. Seeing Gao Yan agree, Lao Su finally smiled. Thank you, boy, I owe you a favor this time. Forget it, I have no use for your favor. Gao Yan shook his head. Lao Su was a good leader, but Gao Yan himself was not bad at it. There was really nothing he could do for Lao Su. You brat, you don't like me when people want me to give you a favor. Old Su was furious and felt a little looked down upon. Then am I begging you now, or are you begging me? Gao Yan glanced at Lao Su jokingly. Upon hearing this, Lao Su was speechless. 2 days later, Gao Yan personally sent 3 carps from Minecraft to Lao Su. Old Su was overjoyed when he saw that Gao Yan had obtained 3 items. He quickly ordered 2 of them to be fed. The other one was immediately made into fish soup and sent to an old friend. At the same time, Gao Yan was also forced to stay by Lao Su and asked him to have lunch before leaving. However, it's still early for dinner. Lao Su took him to play chess. Only 5 minutes passed. Lao Su stared at the chessboard with a tangled look on his face. Gao Yan got up and wandered around Lao Su's study, and even took a book from the bookshelf to read. 10 minutes later, it turned out that Lao Su had not yet made a move. Gao Yan couldn't help but joked, Old Su, can you do it? Why don't you make a move? Don't worry, let me think about it again. Lao Su said, keeping his eyes on the chessboard. After a few more minutes, Lao Su finally made the move. Gao Yan didn't think about it and casually placed a chess piece on the chessboard. Then Lao Su started thinking again with a tangled look on his face. An hour later, the game of chess is over, and Gao Yan naturally wins. But Lao Su, a stinky chess player, was unwilling to give in and wanted to drag Gao Yan to continue playing. Old Su, let's stop playing. I'll teach you a few tricks. As long as you learn them, go and play with others. As long as you haven't thoroughly studied the tricks I taught you, I guarantee you will win. When Lao Su heard this, he immediately became interested and quickly urged Gao Yan to teach him. Therefore, Gao Yan first told Lao Su 3 routines, then restored several routines on the chessboard, broke them into pieces, and explained them to Lao Su. Have you learned it? After explaining several routines, he asked Lao Su eloquently. Looking at Lao Su's slightly confused eyes, Gao Yan was speechless. Okay. I'll explain it to you twice more. For a moment, Lao Su felt a little embarrassed. However, he learned wisely this time. He just took paper and pen and recorded all the steps. Even if he couldn't learn it now, he could study it slowly in the future. After lunch, Gao Yan said goodbye. But Lao Su wanted to keep him and continue to explain to him. How could Gao Yan be willing? Without saying a word, just leave. Wouldn't it be nice to accompany Zhao Jingchu? What's the point of playing chess with an old man? Unexpectedly, Gao Yan left not long ago. Old Su's old friend is here. Old Su, the fish soup you brought me this morning is amazing. After drinking the fish soup and eating the fish meat, my whole body doesn't hurt anymore. Old Man Chen said with excitement. Lao Su was also happy for his old friend and said with a smile, how can he be so amazing? It's just your psychology. Fart. But Old Man Chen smiled disdainfully. Afterwards, I also asked my cook to stew carp soup, but it was not as fragrant as the one you gave me, and after drinking it, I didn't have that warm feeling. Lao Su, tell me, your fish, this is how soup is made. Hesitant slightly, Lao Su whispered, the key is fish, but that kind of fish is very rare. Don't go around making noises. So you still have that kind of fish here? Old Man Chen's eyes lit up. There are 2 more, I'll give you one to take away. Lao Su said. Terrific. Old Man Chen was overjoyed. By the way, where did you get this fish? Lao Su said, I found someone to get it from. As for where I got it from, you old boy, don't ask. It's their secret. Okay, if you don't want to ask, then don't ask. Old Man Chen smiled. Other side. Gao Yan has already arrived at Zhao Jingchu's side. After practicing bagwazang with Zhao Jingchu, he proposed to take her out for a walk. Worried about causing trouble for Gao Yan, Zhao Jingchu was very sensible. I almost never go out. After Gao Yan arrived, he didn't go out even more. No, brother Gao, we'll be in trouble if someone sees us. Zhao Jingchu shook her head repeatedly. In fact, she also wanted to go shopping with Gao Yan, but she was worried that Gao Yan would be seen by an acquaintance, which would harm brother Gao. Don't worry, I have a solution. Gao Yan pulled Zhao Jingchu into the room, then took out something and started playing with it on her face. After a few minutes, Gao Yan took out a mirror and let Zhao Jingchu take a look. When she looked at the face in the mirror, Zhao Jingchu couldn't help but exclaimed, oh my god, brother Gao, did you use the disguise technique? It's not the art of disguise, it's the art of makeup. Gao Yan smiled, and deliberately rubbed his face again, and then controlled the muscles on his face, and he turned into another ordinary-looking young man. Knowing that she would not be recognized, Zhao Jingchu was willing to follow Gao Yan out. He first took Zhao Jingchu to visit a department store, bought some things, and then took her to watch a movie. I had a roast duck dinner in the evening and packed another one for mother Zhao to take home. Send Zhao Jingchu back to courtyard number 2. Gao Yan rode towards his home. After returning home, I heard from my wife that Lao Su's people had sent a lot of things, including special tobacco and alcohol, as well as some high-end snacks from time-honored brands. The next evening, Gao Yan came back from the factory and was still eating when someone came to inform him that there would be a hospital-wide meeting in the evening. So, after dinner, Gao Yan brought the 2 sisters, Li Mengyao, to attend the hospital meeting. The purpose of this meeting is simple. However, the sub-district office issued a notice. Recently, a group of quite rampant kidnappers came to the capital, and children from more than 10 families have disappeared. The purpose of the conference is to let everyone take good care of their children. It is best not to go out alone. It is best to go to and from school. together. It is best not to be left alone and be taken advantage of by kidnappers. After the conference, parents of all families with children were busy educating and admonishing them. But I didn't expect it. The meeting was held just the day before, but something happened the next day. The grandson of the old Tong family disappeared. Lao Tong's family has 2 grandsons and 1 granddaughter. The granddaughter is 11 years old, the eldest grandson is 8 years old. And the youngest grandson is only 5 years old. Because Lao Tong's monthly salary was only 18.5 yuan, he did not let his grandson go to kindergarten. He entrusted his grandson to the care of neighbors in the yard when he was at work. The neighbor who helps take care of Lao Tong's grandson is called Sun Juhua. She is over 50 years old and has quite a lot of experience in raising children. Because the meeting was just yesterday, she has been letting her 2 grandsons and Lao Tong's grandson play in the yard today, and they are not allowed to leave the hospital. While making dinner, Sun Juhua found that there was not enough soy sauce at home. Seeing the 3 children playing well in the courtyard, she told them not to run around and went out to make soy sauce. Unexpectedly, in just a short time, the grandson of the old Tong family disappeared. She looked around and found no one. Then he realized that the grandson of Lao Tong's family might have been abducted by a kidnapper. So I quickly called on the neighbors in the yard to help search for it. Gao Yan, who had just returned from outside, heard the news that the grandson of the old Tong family was missing. Mingya, don't run around at home, I'll help you look for it. After a few words of explanation, Gao Yan left the courtyard. At the same time, he opened his discernment eyes and started searching the capital. Soon, he found the grandson of Lao Tong's family. The traffickers hid him in a basement in a dilapidated courtyard house where no one lived, and the young grandson of the old Tong family was all knocked unconscious. So, it's not easy to find these kids. At this time, people working in the factory also came back one after another. So, Gao Yan called on Chen Manjun and Yang Haijun to form a team to help find someone. Although Gao Yan found the grandson of the old Tong family, he couldn't take him there directly. Otherwise, this is unclear. After leading the 2 of them out for a while, Gao Yan asked, Navy, if you were a human trafficker, after kidnapping the children, where would you hide them? Yang Haijun thought for a while, Master, I think they will hide people in places where they are not easily noticed. That makes sense. Gao Yan nodded, there are many dilapidated courtyard houses in our capital that no one lives in, and generally the courtyard houses have basements. Let's try our best to search these places, maybe we can still find people. With this reason, Gao Yan led the 2 of them to search for the dilapidated courtyard houses where no one lived. At first, Yang Haijun and Chen Manjun were very energetic, but after searching 3 courtyards and not finding any, they were both a little discouraged. In addition, the time was approaching 8 o'clock in the evening and the sky was getting dark, so Chen Manjun suggested that he go back and take a look. Maybe the person had been found. Don't worry, let's search 2 more courtyards. If we don't find anyone again, let's go back. Gao Yan pretended to sigh, old Tong is really pitiful. His son and wife are gone, and he even kidnapped his grandson. I don't know how guilty I will feel if I lose it. Yes. Both of them were aroused with sympathy and expressed their willingness to search more courtyard houses. However, when the 3 of them came out of a dilapidated courtyard house, they were stopped by the 3 of them. Stop, who are you? It's Director Li. Gao Yan said with a smile, because the leader of these three people was Li Yuanjun. Section Chief Gao. Li Yuanjun's face showed a look of surprise. What are you doing? Gao Yan explained, Director Li, the situation is like this. A child was lost in our hospital, and he was probably abducted by human traffickers. It's not like the street office just issued a notice yesterday. More than 10 children have been abducted in the entire capital, but it is not easy to hide more than 10 children. Therefore, we speculate that the traffickers should hide these children in places where they are not easily noticed. The basements in these dilapidated courtyards are undoubtedly the most suitable for hiding children, so we took 2 young people from our courtyard to search these dilapidated courtyards. Li Yuanjuan's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she felt that Gao Yan's analysis was quite reasonable, so she said, our public security office is also searching for the whereabouts of human traffickers. I think Section Chief Gao's analysis is good, why don't we look for it together? That's really great. With professionals like Director Li joining us, it should be easier for us to find him. Then, a group of 6 people carefully searched the dilapidated courtyard houses. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. The group of 6 was very tired and hungry. Director Li, it's getting late. Let's search 2 more courtyard houses and then disperse. Gao Yan suggested to Li Yuanjun. Okay, let's search 2 more. 5 minutes later, a group of 6 people broke into a courtyard where most of the walls had collapsed, and the traffickers hid the children in a secret basement in the courtyard. And the entrance to the basement was in a dry well in the courtyard. It must be said that the traffickers were really good at finding places. However, the children were all in a coma, so they had to make some noise. So Gao Yan used his mental power to wake up one of the children and made him cry. Everyone keep quiet, there is movement. Gao Yan suddenly shouted. Suddenly, everyone stood there and listened. There is a child crying. Li Yuanjun said in surprise. I heard it too, it came from that direction. Gao Yan ran quickly towards the dry well, and the child's crying became clearer. He took a flashlight to shine, but it was clearly a dry well with nothing in it. For a moment, everyone felt a little scared. If I didn't guess, this dry well is connected to the basement. I'll go down and check it out, Gao Yan said. Or, I'll go down, Li Yuanjun said. No need. Gao Yan waved his hand, then began to spread his legs apart, supported on the wall of the dry well, and slid down quickly. Found it. Gao Yan stretched out his hand and pulled, and a blocked hole appeared. The hole was in the shape of a ladder, and it kept going up. After Gao Yan went up the stairs, he found a locked iron door. After pulling the lock, a narrow basement appeared. There was a 7 or 8-year-old child crying inside, and 14 others were in a coma, and one of them was the grandson of the old Tong family. It took a lot of effort. Everyone worked together to get these children out of the basement. At the same time, the people from the public security office and the street office, who Li Yuanjun sent to notify, came, and then they worked together to send all the unconscious children to the hospital. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening when Gao Yan returned to the yard with Yang Haijun and Chen Manjun. Haijun, go and inform Uncle Tong, tell him that the child has been found and sent to the hospital, and then come to my house for a drink. Manjun, you come too. Li Mengyao had not rested yet and had been waiting for Gao Yan to return. The 3 of them ate and drank for almost an hour, and Chen Manjun and Yang Haijun went home. As for Lao Tong, he had already rushed to the hospital. After a simple wash, Gao Yan hugged Li Mengyao and fell asleep. But at 2 o'clock in the morning, he suddenly opened his eyes. The abducted children were all found, but the group of human traffickers had not been punished yet, and Gao Yan would naturally not forget them. So, Gao Yan planned to deal with these beasts overnight. 5 minutes later, Gao Yan sneaked into a dilapidated house. A middle-aged man and woman slept in the room. With a thought, Gao Yan took the two into my world. He completely hypnotized the two. From these two people, Gao Yan got the whereabouts of 3 more traffickers. So, Gao Yan decisively went to 2 more places and captured these 3 traffickers and brought them into my world for hypnosis interrogation. Soon, he got the whereabouts of 5 more traffickers. In a blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. In the wilderness of my world, 25 men and women were sleeping. It must be said that this group of traffickers is very professional. Some are responsible for scouting, some are responsible for kidnapping, some are responsible for transportation, and some are responsible for contacting customers. The entire trafficker group has a total of 28 people. The other 3 were not in Beijing, but went to other places to contact buyers. Before this trafficker group had abducted hundreds of children and dozens of young women. Should we kill them directly? Or hand them over to the police? After a slight hesitation, Gao Yan decided to hand them over to the police. Because they still have information about the abducted children and women. Only by handing it over to the police can we rescue those sold children and women. But before that, they have to suffer a little. The next moment, Gao Yan raised his hand and shot out dozens of true qi. These true qi were immersed in the knees of 25 human traffickers, and their kneecaps were completely blasted into bone slag. Even if they were in a coma, the intense pain made them tremble all over. Then, Gao Yan planted a seed in their minds. As long as they were interrogated by the police, they would explain everything clearly. A few minutes later, Gao Yan flashed to the District Public Security Bureau. The office of the District Public Security Bureau is now also a large courtyard. At this time, the Public Security Bureau has been off work, and only 2 people are on duty in the bureau. Gao Yan first threw the 25 human traffickers in front of the gate, and then knocked on the gate twice. Who is it? The police officer on duty was awakened. Gao Yan did not reply, and knocked on the door twice again. Then footsteps were heard. The police officer on duty came with a flashlight and opened the door. He just shone a light outside and found that there were 20 to 30 men and women lying on the ground outside the courtyard gate, not knowing whether they were dead or alive. This horrifying scene frightened the police officer and made him take 2 steps back. These people are members of the human traffickers group. I broke their legs. They will wake up in about an hour. Please inform your leader. A voice that could not be distinguished between men and women came to his ears, and the police officer shouted in fear, Who is talking? Unfortunately, no one replied him. After a while, the young police officer bravely came to the door and checked the breath of the human traffickers, and found that they were not dead. Thinking of this, he hurriedly ran into the duty room to call the directors home. The director of the District Public Security Bureau lived nearby. Therefore, it took only 10 minutes to rush to the vicinity. Looking at the sleeping human traffickers, he was also shocked. After asking about the situation, the director personally called and summoned all the leaders to the Public Security Bureau overnight. At the same time, he sent someone to notify the police officer. These human traffickers were detained separately and interrogated overnight. The interrogation went unexpectedly smoothly. As soon as they were interrogated, they confessed everything. Looking at the interrogation results, the director was shocked. Over the years, this group of human traffickers has abducted a total of 137 children and 56 women. He did not dare to delay and immediately reported the matter to his superiors. Although he was busy outside for 2 hours last night. But in the early morning, Gao Yan still woke up on time and was not sleepy at all. In fact, with his cultivation, it doesn't matter if he doesn't sleep for 10 days or half a month. But he likes to live like an ordinary person. After eating breakfast made by his wife, he first sent his sister-in-law to school, and then rode to the garment factory. Then Gao Yan set off with the hunting team. Along the way, Han Taihua excitedly told Gao Yan about a strange thing that happened at the District Public Security Bureau last night. Unexpectedly, the matter spread so quickly. Even Han Taihua knew about it. Master, who do you think was the person who arrested the human traffickers and left them in front of the Public Security Bureau? You ask me, who are you going to ask? Gao Yan said unhappily. That's right. Han Taihua nodded. I think the one who caught the traffickers should be a high-flying hero, and the hero's behavior was so satisfying that he broke the legs of the traffickers. In fact, it was not only Han Taihua who was talking about this matter, but also the other team member sitting in the car. It was a little after 7 o'clock that night. Not long after Gao Yan returned to the courtyard, Old Tong brought his grandson to the door. Go Wa, kneel down and kowtow to Uncle Weigua. Old Tong said to the grandson. Hey, Uncle Tong, this is not allowed. Gao Yan shouted hurriedly. But Go Wa didn't listen, and knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Gao Yan. Get up quickly. Gao Yan helped Go Wa up, and took out 3 candies from his pocket and stuffed them into Go Wa. Weigua, thank you so much. If you hadn't saved Go Wa, I wouldn't be able to see Go Wa's parents after I die. Old Tong said with a self-blame. Uncle Tong, you don't have to blame yourself too much. Go Wa has been found. Just take good care of him in the future. Weigua, this is a little gift from Uncle. I hope you can accept it. While talking, Lao Tong handed over a bag with 2 bottles of wine and 2 packs of cigarettes in it. The wine is Shifeng wine, and the cigarettes are Dakiamen. The price of these 2 kinds of cigarettes and alcohol is not cheap. Especially for Lao Tong, I am afraid that all his family assets will be emptied. Gao Yan did not refuse and accepted them all. But let Li Mengyao take a piece of bacon and a smoked pheasant and rabbit too. Lao Tong. Naturally, Lao Tong refused to take them. But Gao Yan said that if you don't accept them, I won't accept your cigarettes. And alcohol either. Under helplessness, Lao Tong could only accept them, but he was more grateful to Gao Yan in his heart. After sending Lao Tong away, Gao Yan asked his sister-in-law to call Yang Haijun and Chen Manjun to his home. Manjun, Haijun, these are the cigarettes and alcohol sent by Lao Tong, you two can share them. Gao Yan said. Master, no need, Uncle Tong has already given us one. The 2 hurriedly refused, but the gift they gave was definitely not as valuable as Gao Yan's. Gao Yan nodded secretly. This Old Tong knows how to behave. However, he still let the 2 of them divide the gift. He couldn't finish the special supply of mitai at home, and as for cigarettes, he didn't smoke at all. So, it would be a waste to keep it at home. It's better to give it to these 2 guys, after all, they accompanied him for Several hours last night. A week later. The case of the human traffickers is finally settled. Most of the trafficked children and women were rescued. Why do you say most? Because some children have died due to various reasons. As for the women who were trafficked, they were basically sold into poor valleys where they could not find wives. Some of the women who were abducted and trafficked had already given birth to several children, and they took root in the local area because they were reluctant to leave their children. There are also women who were unwilling to be trafficked. After being trafficked, they would rather die than give in. They were beaten to death, or had accidents while escaping. Because this case is causing a lot of trouble. The higher-ups are also paying close attention to it, so everyone involved in the case will be dealt with severely. The few traffickers who left the capital to contact buyers were also arrested. And together with the previous 25 traffickers, they all ate peanuts. Others involved in the case, in serious cases, simply ate peanuts. Even those whose circumstances were not serious were sentenced. Gao Yan, along with Chen Manjun and Yang Haijun, helped find more than a dozen abducted children, which was considered a great achievement. Therefore, the Public Security Bureau, the street and the factory all gave Gao Yan rewards. The bonus alone is 200 yuan. Among them, the Public Security Bureau and the Subdistrict Office each rewarded 50 yuan, and the clothing factory rewarded 100 yuan and a lot of cloth tickets. After all, clothing factories make clothes, and the most indispensable thing is cloth tickets. The bonuses received by Chen Manjun and Yang Haijun were not high, but the factory upgraded Chen Manjun's work grade by 1 level, and Yang Haijun was promoted from apprentice to full-time worker. At the same time, all three of Gao Yan were in the newspapers. Then in the next few days, families with abducted children came to the door, one after another with gifts to thank Gao Yan and the others. Of course, not all parents came. Only 11 families came. After all, not everyone will be grateful. Gao Yan didn't care about this. He was looking for someone because the grandson of the old Tong family was missing, and the other children were rescued incidentally. Even if none of the child's parents came, he wouldn't say anything. He really didn't lack the little things they gave him. After all, his life gift package card will issue a lot of daily necessities every day. Even if he raised his wife, sister-in-law, mother, and daughter Zhao Jingchu, it was more than enough. After a while, he would usually go to the black market to dispose of these extra things. Chen Manjun got a lot of benefits from following Gao Yan to find the child. This time, the old Chen family is also grateful. Therefore, I made a large table of delicious food tonight, invited Gao Yan's family to come over for dinner, and also called Yang Haijun. During the dinner, the 4 members of Lao Chen's family were very enthusiastic. Especially, Chen Manjun toasted frequently, he was so happy. Let's not talk about how lucky I was before. How long has passed since then? Just because I followed Gao Yan to find a baby, my rank was promoted again. Nowadays, the factory is too strict about job levels. You cannot be promoted if you have skills. Even though Chen Manjun has only been promoted 1 level, there are too many people who envy him. And all of this was brought about by Gao Yan, so he was deeply grateful to Gao Yan. In the evening of the next day, Yang Haijun also put a lot of effort into making a meal at home, and invited Gao Yan's family and Chen Manjun's family to have dinner and drinks. But he was reprimanded by Gao Yan. But after finishing the meal, Gao Yan stuffed 2 kilograms of fine grain coupons and 10 kilograms of coarse grain coupons to Yang Haijun. This kid is practicing martial arts every day now and eats a lot. The ration is not enough to eat. After this treat, it will be even more difficult. This is why Gao Yan reprimanded him, don't make a fool of yourself. 2 more days passed. Gao Yan met Li Yuanjun after get off work. The other party came specifically to wait for him. Director Li, what's wrong with you? Gao Yan asked. Chief Gao, I want to treat you to a meal. Li Yuanjun said grandly. Why? Gao Yan asked. Li Yuanjun said, it's all thanks to you that I found those children. I got a good deal. My superiors gave me a salary increase. As the saying goes, don't forget the well digger when you are hungry, so I wanted to treat you to a meal. To express my gratitude. Director Li, you are too polite. Okay, sir, why don't you just say whether you agree or not? Li Yuanjun urged. That's okay, when? Li Yuanjun said, it's just for today. I've already bought the food and we'll eat it at my house. Don't you mind it? That's okay, but I have to go home and talk to my wife before I go there. Okay, do you know my family? We know each other. Didn't I send you back last time? My family lives in the backyard, and I have arranged for my son Xiaoxing to wait for you far away. Okay, it's settled. When Gao Yan returned home, he put down the meat first, told Li Mengyao that he would not be eating at home, then picked up 2 bottles of wine, a pound of sugar and some pastries, and headed towards Li Yuanjun's house. When Gao Yan arrived at the courtyard where Li Yuanjun lived, he saw a little boy with a pot head standing in front of the far door. Uncle, my mother asked me to wait for you here. The little boy was quite clever. As soon as he saw Gao Yan, he immediately greeted him. Are you Xiaoxing? Yes, uncle, my mother has already prepared the food and is waiting for you to eat. Here, eat some candy. Gao Yan took out 2 pieces of white rabbit toffee and handed them to Xiaoxing. But Xiaoxing shook her head, thank you, uncle. Mom told me not to ask for things from outsiders. Your mother and I are considered friends, not outsiders. Gao Yan explained with a smile. Okay then, thank you uncle. When Xiaoxing led Gao Yan to the backyard, some of the neighbors in the front and middle yards were looking at him from behind the windows, and some ran out to look at him. As soon as he left, everyone couldn't help but start talking. This young man is quite handsome. Is he the one Yuanjun wants to talk to? Is this possible? Didn't you see that Xiaoxing came out to pick people up in person? Would this young man be scared away when he sees the children in Yuanjun's family? That's right. Most of the neighbors don't think highly of her. In fact, Li Yuanjun's conditions are quite good. She is a public servant and her monthly salary is 70 to 80 renminbi. Moreover, she is good-looking and has a big butt, so she looks like she is easy to give birth to. He was so kind-hearted that he adopted 5 children. As the saying goes, a young man will eat me to death. The 5 children are just growing up, and they have to study. So, how can Li Yuanjun's salary be enough? These days, life is not easy for everyone. No matter how outstandingly Yuanjun is, if he wants to marry her, he has to bring 5 oil bottles with him. Even everyone has to give up. This is also the reason why Li Yuanjun is 25 years old and has not yet married. Soon, Gao Yan followed Xiaoxing to the backyard. Li Yuanjun's family has 3 houses. 2 wing rooms and 1 inverted room. Section Chief Gao is here, come in quickly. Li Yuanjun greeted warmly. It's my first time visiting the house and I brought something with me. Gao Yan handed the wine, sugar and snacks he brought to Li Yuanjun. Li Yuanjun was not a pretentious person, and said with a smile, I originally asked you to come for a meal, but it cost you money again. I'm really sorry. While the two were talking, 4 pairs of eyes were looking at him in the room. Are these your children? Gao Yan asked curiously. Among these 5 children, the eldest was about 10 years old and the youngest was only 5 or 6 years old. If they were all Li Yuanjun's children, they would be quite capable of having children. Yes, they are all my children. Why haven't you seen your brother-in-law? Gao Yan asked again. Uncle, we are all adopted by our mother, we have no father. At this time, the oldest girl spoke. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan was slightly startled and looked at Li Yuanjun with more admiration. A single woman actually adopted 5 children. This is no longer a simple kindness, but a gamble on the rest of one's life. After all, with 5 prostitutes, if you want to marry her, you need not only courage, but also a substantial family background. Li Yuanjun has already prepared the meals in advance. There are 3 meat dishes, namely a pot of stewed chicken, a plate of fried bacon with garlic sprouts, and a plate of fried pork with cabbage. In addition, there are 3 vegetarian dishes and a pot of soup. 3 meat dishes, 3 vegetarian dishes, and 1 soup are definitely quite rich in this day and age. After Li Yuanjun introduced the 5 adopted children, he invited Gao Yan to eat. Chief Gao, would you like some drink? Li Yuanjun asked. Then will you drink? I'll drink with you. Then drink some. So Li Yuanjun got up and went to get the wine. While they were eating, a thin young man from this courtyard quietly ran out of the courtyard. He walked across 2 streets and came to a dilapidated courtyard. After smashing the door, a dark-skinned and tall man opened the courtyard door. When he saw the young man, he couldn't help but grinned. Huayong, why are you here? Brother Daniel, Sister Yuanjun is looking for someone. Chen Huayong said quickly. Real? When did it happen? How come I haven't heard of it? Li Daniel asked excitedly. Brother Daniel, how can I lie to you? Sister Yuanjun invited that pretty boy to come home for dinner. Chen Huayong said quickly, this is the first time that Sister Yuanjun has brought a man home for dinner, and that boy, yes, he's really handsome. I guess Sister Yuanjun is attracted to him. He dares. A look of ferocity appeared on Li Daniu's face, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. Li Daniu and Li Yuanjun are brothers and sisters. When they were young, they all studied under a boxer named Ho. Li Daniu was born with supernatural powers. Although he started early, his understanding was relatively poor. When he encounters those who are weaker than him, he almost punches them one by one. If you meet someone with the same strength as him, you can win with brute force, but not with someone with good boxing skills. And Li Yuanjun is the kind with a relatively strong understanding. He started 5 years later than Li Daniu, but his understanding of boxing far surpassed that of Li Daniu. When the two started fighting, Li Daniu was really no match for Li Yuanjun. Later, their master left the capital, and their sect was naturally disbanded. Li Yuanjun joined the sub-district office and was transferred to the public security office due to his outstanding skills. After a few years, he became the director of the Public Security Office. Li Daniu was born with supernatural powers, but he ate a lot. Currently, I am doing manual labor in a lumber factory, and my salary is just over 20 yuan a month, which is barely enough to support myself. He likes Li Yuanjun, and all the brothers in his sect know it. In fact, several other senior brothers also like junior sister Li Yuanjun. However, Li Yuanjun has adopted many children. If you want to marry her, you have to accept those children she adopted. Knowing this condition, those senior brothers all backed down. As for Li Daniu, he wanted to agree, but Li Yuanjun also looked down upon him. Moreover, he could barely support himself, so how could he have any spare time to support the 5 children adopted by Li Yuanjun? Therefore, he is not married in these years, hoping that one day he can make money and marry his junior sister. Therefore, once someone introduces someone to Li Yuanjun, he will secretly sabotage it. In the past few years, although Li Yuanjun has been on blind dates 7 or 8 times, when he heard that he would bring 5 prostitutes, he would not dare to marry him even if he fell in love with Li Yuanjun. Therefore, when Li Daniu threatened those blind dates with force, they all agreed. As for this Chen Huayong, he was a member of Li Yuanjun's courtyard. Because he had seen Li Daniu's martial arts, Li Daniu asked him to help keep an eye on Li Yuanjun on the condition that he teach him boxing skills. Once someone has a blind date with Li Yuanjun, come and tell him. This way, he can destroy it easily. Brother Daniu, what are you going to do this time? Chen Huayong asked. What else can we do? Li Daniu sneered, let's go to the road that the boy must take to leave and wait. Then, if we give him a lesson, he will naturally not dare to come to the junior sister again. The meal was over within an hour. Neither Gao Yan nor Li Yuanjun drank much. They drank about half a caddy of wine. Sister Yuanjun, I'm just taking my leave. Gao Yan stood up and said. It's getting late when we go to defend our country. I won't keep you here anymore. I'll take you out. Let's have a good drink when we have the chance. After the meal, the two of them were no longer so estranged from each other, and were instead referred to as sister and brother. Gao Yan was willing to call her sister, mainly because he admired her personality. Okay, I'll treat you next time. After watching Gao Yan leave, Li Yuanjun asked the 5 children to wash their faces and feet before going to bed. However, when Gao Yan walked through the middle yard and front yard, the neighbors greeted him warmly and asked him to come and play when he was free. After all, in their opinion, Gao Yan stayed for dinner, so this blind date is probably going to happen. Because these days, everyone's family is not rich, and their food is limited. When going on a blind date, if you don't fall in love, you won't stay for dinner. If you stay for dinner, it means you are in love. Precisely because food is restricted, even if you are visiting relatives, you have to bring rations with you. Otherwise, if you go to someone's house and eat a few meals, they will be hungry after you leave. Gao Yan, who didn't know the inside story, responded with a smile. After all, people in Beijing are more enthusiastic. Just left the courtyard. Gao Yan felt like 2 unkind eyes were staring at him. The mental power is swept away. He discovered the 2 people who were staring at him. He didn't take it seriously either. Biked directly in the direction of the other party. Then the other party jumped out of his hiding place and blocked his way. Gao Yan looked at the 2 of them with a half-smile. A robber? Boy, stop talking nonsense, get out of the car and follow me into the alley. Li Daniu threatened in a fierce tone. Get off the car, right? Gao Yan jumped off his bicycle, parked it, and then kicked him out. With a bang, Li Daniu flew several meters away. Brother Daniel. Seeing this scene, Chen Huayong was stunned and paused for 2 seconds before running towards Li Daniu. Young face, how dare you sneak attack your grandpa, you are seeking death. Li Daniu, who was helped up, became angry, threw away Chen Huayong's hand and rushed towards Gao Yan. Bang! Li Daniu was kicked away again. This time, Gao Yan used a little more force, so after falling on the ground, Li Daniu struggled a few times, but couldn't get up. Your name is Daniel, right? You didn't even ask who I am, but you dared to rob me? Gao Yan walked over slowly and looked at Li Daniu condescendingly. Brother, you misunderstood, we are not robbing. Chen Huayong panicked and quickly explained. It's not robbery, why did you stop me? Gao Yan sneered. Brother, we are really not. Brother Daniu is Sister Yuanjuan's senior brother. And Sister Yuanjun and I also live in the same hospital. Chen Huayong quickly explained, Brother Daniu and I know that you and Sister Yuanjun are on a blind date, so, let's test your courage. Dare you lie in front of me? Gao Yan's eyes turned cold. Feeling Gao Yan's cold eyes, Chen Huayong felt a chill in his heart. Brother, we really didn't lie to you. Whether you lied to me or not, let's wait until we get to the police station to tell you. Gao Yan remained unmoved and prepared to take the two of them to the public Security Bureau. Brother, no, I said, I will tell you everything. In fact, Brother Daniu likes Sister Yuanjun and knows that you two are on a blind date, so he wants to teach you a lesson and keep you away from Sister Yuanjun. So that's it. Gao Yan nodded, knowing that Chen Huayong didn't lie this time. Gao Yan looked at Li Daniu, since you like Li Yuanjun, why don't you pursue her directly instead of using such despicable means? Li Daniu smiled bitterly and said, Junior sister looks down on me. 2. This Li Daniu is relatively strong, but his skin is too dark, and his appearance is not good looking. He probably has a bad brain, so it's normal for Li Yuanjun to look down on him. Feeling Gao Yan's eyes, Li Daniu felt offended, but he didn't dare to say anything. Gao Yan said again, by the way, I didn't go on a blind date with Mr. Li Yuan. You must have stopped the wrong person this time. Ah, not a blind date? This time it was Chen Huayong's turn to be dumbfounded, and at the same time, he said apologetically to Li Daniu, Brother Daniu, I'm sorry, it's all my fault that I didn't inquire clearly. You didn't go on a blind date with your junior sister, why would she invite you to dinner? But Li Daniu had doubts about this. I'm giving you a face, right? Gao Yan rolled his eyes at Li Daniu angrily, don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. I'll let you two go this time. Next time, see how I deal with you. Without saying a word, Gao Yan rode away. After Gao Yan left for a while, Li Daniu felt his strength return and got up from the ground. Brother Daniu, are you okay? Chen Huayong asked with concern. Grandma, I hit a brick wall today. That pretty boy is too powerful. I don't even have the strength to resist in front of him. I guess even our master is not as powerful as him. Li Daniu said with lingering fear. Not only is he naturally powerful, he is also relatively able to withstand beatings. But the pretty boy kicked him out, leaving him lying on the ground unable to get up for several minutes. Moreover, he was not injured. This shows that the opponent should have controlled his strength. The real strength is more terrifying than imagined. After midnight that night, Gao Yan appeared in Zhao Yuzhong's study. Mr. Gao, please have tea. Gao Yan picked up the tea and took a sip, only to hear Zhao Yuzhong say, Mr. Gao, now the country is receiving more and more orders. I wonder if we can increase the shipment volume? Can. Gao Yan nodded, and the two parties discussed and controlled the shipment volume at 40 million yuan. Zhao Yuzhong had already prepared the money. Gao Yan put it into the mustard space, went to a nearby warehouse to store the 40 million goods, and then quickly returned home. With a thought, the system sub-interface appeared. Host, Gao Yan. Level, 10. World, Parallel World. Income, 1602, 4700 yuan. Number of draws, top draw x33. I glanced at the income column, it was already over 410 million, and after 3 more transactions, I would be able to upgrade. However, after another upgrade, the upgrade requirements are estimated to have increased to more than 100 million per level. Tomorrow is Gao Yan's day off again. He still had some expectations, because he has made an appointment with Lu Feifei and Jiang Ying to meet in the number 4 courtyard tomorrow. Jiang Ying often leaves Beijing to perform, so it is difficult for the two girls to get together. Early next morning, after Gao Yan sent his sister-in-law to school, he rode to the courtyard in the south of the city. There was no padlock on the courtyard door, which meant that Lu Feifei and Jiang Ying should have arrived. He reached out and pushed it, but didn't push it away. So, he raised his hand and knocked twice. Soon, he heard footsteps. The courtyard door opened from the inside, and it was Jiang Ying who came to open the door for him. Gao Yan pushed the bicycle in, put it aside, put his arms around her waist, and said teasingly, Baby, have you missed me during this time? No. Jiang Ying shook her head. Then you must be lying. Gao Yan pretended to be dissatisfied and gently scratched her waist. After getting along for a long time, he also discovered a weakness of Jiang Ying, which was that she was rather ticklish. Therefore, as soon as Gao Yan made a move, Jiang Ying surrendered immediately. Don't scratch me, I thought about it. Then tell me, husband, I miss you. I won't tell you. Suddenly, Jiang Ying broke free from Gao Yan's clutches, smiled coquettishly, and ran towards the backyard quickly. Go away, goblin. Gao Yan gave a strange scream and chased after Jiang Ying. When Gao Yan chased him into the backyard, he found that Jiang Ying had hidden behind Lu Feifei and made a provocative face at him. Baby Feifei, you are getting more and more beautiful. Seeing Lu Feifei, Gao Yan immediately became giddy. You are such a big man, so you are not ashamed. Lu Feifei gave Gao Yan a roll of her eyes. Seeing this, Gao Yan didn't take it seriously, strode forward, stretched out his hands and pulled the two girls into his arms, his hands not very well behaved. But Lu Feifei patted his hand and said, Don't touch it. I have something serious to talk to you about. The three of them came to the house and sat down. Jiang Ying took the initiative to make tea. Lu Feifei said, Xiao Ying's family is currently looking for a partner for her. Please tell me what to do. It's easy to handle, find someone to fake marriage. Gao Yan said. Upon hearing this, Lu Feifei's expression changed. You actually have such an idea? No, I don't agree. Jiang Ying also followed. Don't worry, listen to me. The person I arranged is absolutely loyal to me. And he is also inhumane. Gao Yan said meaningfully. Are you sure? Lu Feifei asked. Of course I'm sure. Gao Yan put his arms around Jiang Ying. If the other party is not inhuman, would I dare to arrange it this way? After all, my Xiao Ying is so beautiful. that any man would be tempted. If Gao Jiefeng is not a robot, even if the other party is a cyborg, Gao Yan cannot arrange it this way because he will feel uncomfortable, but Gao Jiefeng is a robot, it's okay. It seems that you have planned it long ago. Lu Feifei said a little jealously, what about me, how will you arrange it in the future? Gao Yan said, don't worry, I have more than one subordinate like this. If you want to get married one day, I can also arrange it this way, and when I go to see my parents, I can pretend to meet them. Only when I can't get away, they will come out on my behalf, so it's equivalent to me marrying you. After hearing Gao Yan's words, Jiang Ying and Lu Feifei were satisfied. Although they are willing to follow Gao Yan without a name if they don't get married when they are older, they will still be criticized by their parents and relatives and friends. Are you pretending well? Will you reveal any flaws? Lu Feifei asked. Of course not, I'll show you one. Next, Gao Yan deliberately took out some makeup tools and applied them on his face in front of the two girls, and then manipulated the muscles on his face to change. Finally, he compressed his bones, making himself 5 centimeters shorter. Ahem. Gao Yan changed his voice and said to Lu Feifei and Jiang Ying, Comrade Jiang Ying, Comrade Lu Feifei, hello, I am Gao Jiefeng. Wow, your dress is so amazing, it's completely two people. Lu Feifei and Jiang Ying were shocked by this move. Gao Yan wiped off the makeup on his face and restored his original appearance and height. How about this, Xiao Ying, if your parents force you to go on a blind date again, you can tell them that you have already talked about a partner, and then I will go back with you. Jiang Ying said that she would confront her parents when she went back tonight. Next. It was a popular plot. Unfortunately, although the two girls had a 100-point favorability towards him, they were still unwilling to sleep with him. Noon. Gao Yan personally cooked a hot pot. The base is super hot pot base, all the ingredients are from my world, the ingredients contain spiritual energy, the taste is excellent, the two women are very satisfied with the meal. That evening, Jiang Ying returned home. After dinner, Zhang's mother mentioned the blind date. The man's conditions are good, his name is Yang Heng, he is tall and handsome. And he still works at the grain station. The family's conditions are also relatively outstanding. My father works in the district at the deputy director level, and my mother is also the deputy director of a certain sub-district office. The most important thing is that Yang Heng is an only son, and it is difficult to find such conditions even with a lantern. Mom and Dad, you don't need to arrange a blind date for me, I've already found a partner. Jiang Ying originally planned to carry out the fake marriage plan after a while, but she didn't expect that just after returning home, her parents mentioned the blind date again. Got someone? When did it happen? What does he do? Facing the questioning of her parents, Jiang Ying said, his name is Gao Jiefeng, and we just talked. His parents are both martyrs, and he has a good job. He works as a driver in the transportation team of the steel plant. These days, being a driver is a very respectable job. Especially long-distance drivers are most popular. Because transportation is inconvenient these days, it is also difficult to circulate specialties from various places. Long-distance drivers can travel all over the country. As long as they bring specialties from other places back to the capital, they will never worry about not being able to sell them. Moreover, you can also help colleagues, relatives, and friends bring back some in-demand specialties from other places. Even if you don't make any money from them, you still have to pay some hard work, right? This is exactly the case, so there is a saying that if you become a driver, you will not change even if you are a county magistrate. Sure enough, when they heard that the person their daughter was looking for was a driver, both father and mother Jiang felt pretty good. What's the other person's personality like? Does he have any bad habits? Mother Jiang asked again. Jiang said, he doesn't smoke, but he can drink. As for the other things, we haven't had much contact with each other yet, so I don't know much about it. That's it. Jiang's father looked thoughtful. Let's do this, my dear, when will you ask that little kid to come to your house for a meal? Your parents will help you. Check it. Can. Jiang nodded, however, he is a long-distance driver and has many tasks in the factory. I have to ask him when he is free first. This is as it should be. It is the most glorious time to be a worker these days, so work is the most important. If in the future, your father-in-law and mother-in-law asked you to go to dinner, you would have to put off even the most important work. The next evening, Gao Yan returns with the hunting team. He was drinking tea in the office when suddenly the phone rang. After picking up the call, it was Jiang who called, telling him that she had a showdown with her parents last night, and her parents wanted to invite him to their house for a meal. Depends on when it's convenient for him. Gao Yan thought for a while and set the time in 3 days. He happened to be resting that day, but he would go to the number 3 courtyard to discuss it tomorrow. The two of them didn't talk on the phone because the phone bill was still relatively expensive. After staying in the office for a while, Gao Yan went to the logistics department to pick up today's pork, and then rode home. Just got home. The sister-in-law fetched him water to wash his face as usual, while the daughter-in-law was busy in the kitchen. After he finished washing his face, his sister-in-law said mysteriously, "Brother-in-law, Ma Weiman's widowed daughter-in-law has come to his house. Did you see anyone?" Gao Yan asked. "See you. Do you look good?" My sister-in-law said, "It's not good looking, and she's a little fat." Out of Gao Yan released his mental power to explore Ma Weiman's house, and then saw the true face of the widow. The other person should be only 27 or 28 years old. He looks relatively ordinary, but has fair skin and a plump figure. At this moment, Ma Weiman is cooking, and the widow was helping Ma Weiman clean up the house. However, Gao Yan felt that she was rather perfunctory in her work. Out of curiosity, Gao Yan threw an inside eye at the other party. When the data was displayed, Gao Yan couldn't help but smile. "Brother-in-law, what are you laughing at?" my sister-in-law asked curiously. "You're not laughing, I'm happy for the horse and the people," Gao Yan said. Seriously, because this widow with relatively fair skin only had 59 points. What does this mean? It shows that her life as a widow was irregular and she also suffered from gynecological diseases. But think about it. A widow was born fair and fat. It was obvious that she was supported by a man. And there were more than one man. However, Gao Yan would not expose her. Who told her to cause harm to Ma Weiman? If it were other neighbors in the courtyard, he would not sit idly by and ignore her. The next morning, Gao Yan came to the number 3 courtyard. Jiang came a little later than him. The two discussed how to come to the house tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Before they could be gentle, Jiang went to work. Although Gao Yan doesn't have much experience meeting his father-in-law and mother-in-law, he won't be nervous. However, he still thought about what gift to bring to the door. Now that Jiang has gone to work, It was pointless for Gao Yan to stay here alone, so he went directly to Zhao Jingchu's place to hang out for a long time. That night, when Jiang Ying returned home, she told her parents that Gao Yan would come to their door tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Father Jiang and Mother Jiang are very happy. For this reason, Father Jiang plans to take a day off. In a blink of an eye, the day has come for Gao Yan to go to the Jiang family. His current status is Gao Jiefeng, so it is inconvenient for him to ride his own bicycle, so he asked Gao Jiefeng to buy one. As for the gift, Gao Yan also put some thought into it. 2 bottles of Maotai, 2 Dakianmen, 5 pounds of pork, 2 boxes of high-end snacks, 10 pounds of apples, bananas, pears and other fruits. In addition, there are 2 pounds of white rabbit milk candy. Brother Gao? Jiang Ying was still a little uncomfortable seeing Gao Yan with Gao Jiefeng's appearance. It's me, Gao Yan answered with his own voice. Suddenly, Gao Yan's heart moved. How about this? When I meet in this appearance in the future, we can first exchange a secret code. If the secret code matches, it's me, and if it doesn't match, it's Gao Jiefeng. Okay. Jiang Ying thought it was quite interesting. The secret code is Tianwan Gadihu, chicken stewed with mushrooms. Hearing this number, Jiang Ying was happy and shouted, Tianwan Gadihu. Gao Yan, chicken stewed with mushrooms. As the two talked, they walked towards the Jiang family together. The Jiang family also lived in a courtyard. As the saying goes, there is no impenetrable wall in the world, not to mention that there are no secrets in the courtyard nowadays. Therefore, the neighbors in the courtyard all know that the new son-in-law of the Jiang family is coming today. When Gao Yan and Jiang Ying entered the courtyard together, a young boy ran to the middle courtyard to report, Aunt, your new son-in-law is here. Zhang's father and mother were all excited when they heard it. Zhang's mother even got up and walked out directly. Zhang's father sat there drinking tea. But from his eyes that looked out from time to time, it can be seen that he is not as calm as imagined. Similarly, neighbors from several courtyards ran out to watch the fun. Amid the discussion of the neighbors, Gao Yan came to the Jiang family in the middle courtyard. Brother Gao, this is my mother. Hello, Auntie, I am Gao Jiefeng. Gao Yan said politely. After a quick inspection, Zhang's mother was quite satisfied with Gao Yan's appearance and figure, and said, Xiao Gao, I'm Xiao Ying's mother, come in and talk. By the way, Auntie, this is my first visit, and I brought some gifts for you. And Uncle. As he spoke, Gao Yan unloaded all the gifts from the car. You kid, you're here, why do you bring so many gifts? Zhang's mother said politely while taking the gifts Gao Yan brought. When she found the big piece of pork in the bag, the smile on her face became even brighter. At this time, some curious neighbors came over. When he saw the 5-kilogram piece of fresh pork, he couldn't help but exclaimed, Suihua, your new uncle is too generous. This piece of pork must be 5 or 6 kilograms. Hey, it's all my new uncle's wish, and I can't help but accept it. In fact, he didn't bring anything, and Lao Jiang and I won't say anything. Zhang's mother said with an authentic Versailles expression. This is Qinji's pastry. I heard a box costs 3.6 yuan. This is Maotai bar. I heard a bottle costs 8 yuan. Good guy, Suihua, what does your new uncle do? He brought so many good things to honor you. Seeing the shocked and envious faces of her neighbors, Zhang's mother was quite pleased. Hey, it's an ordinary job, working as a driver in the transportation team of the steel plant. It turns out to be the driver. Being a driver is so popular that even the county magistrate wouldn't change it. Sui Hua, you and Lao Jiang will be happy in the future. Hearing the compliments from everyone, Jiang's mother couldn't hide the pride on her face, and she recognized her new uncle a little more in her heart. Because this new uncle was really good at life and brought great honor to their old Jiang family. Seeing this scene, Gao Yan looked a little weird. Jiang Ying felt a little embarrassed. Brother Gao, let's go into the house. Gao Yan followed Jiang Ying into the house and saw Father Jiang sitting there, drinking tea. Dad, this is my target Gao Jiefeng. Hello, Uncle, I'm Gao Jiefeng. Gao Yan said politely. Xiao Gao, you're welcome, sit down and talk. Father Jiang pretended to be dignified, and then ordered Jiang Ying to make tea. Uncle, do you smoke? Gao Yan asked. Ahem, your aunt is very strict and doesn't do much smoking. Father Jiang said a little embarrassed. You really need to smoke less cigarettes. It just so happens that Uncle, I got a kind of cigarette. This kind of cigarette has less tar and is not that harmful. While talking, Gao Yan took out a pack of special cigarettes and handed them to Father Jiang. What a guy, it's actually a special supply of cigarettes. Father Jiang's eyes widened, and he put away the pack of special cigarettes without any regard for restraint. Then he lowered his voice and said, Xiao Gao, where do you get these cigarettes from? I helped a leader, and he gave it to me. Gao Yan said. Then the leader is not a junior leader, right? Gao Yan smiled. I don't know exactly what kind of leader he is. They didn't tell me and I didn't ask. What you did is right. Father Jiang nodded. Just like that, the two started chatting. And the more we chatted, the more speculative they became. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ying was also quite happy. I didn't expect Brother Gao to be so powerful. First he easily defeated his mother, and then a moment later, he defeated his father again. Half an hour later, Mother Jiang finally entered the house carrying her things. Gao Yan played chess with Jiang's father. There is not much entertainment these days. Therefore, playing chess is a better way of entertainment. Jiang's father is good at chess, but there is a gap between him and Gao Yan. But this was his future father-in-law and he couldn't win, so Gao Yan not only had to give in, he also had to give in so that Father Jiang couldn't see it. After a fight between dragons and tigers, Father Jiang finally won, but he felt quite satisfied inside, feeling like he had met his opponent. Xiao Gao, your chess skills are pretty good. Uncle, I have won the prize. There is still a certain gap compared to you. 2. Be honest, I used to play chess with my friends, and few people could beat me. Only when you meet my uncle today, you know that there is a world outside the world, and there are people outside the world. Being praised like this by Gao Yan, Zhang's father couldn't help but feel elated for a while, and he also recognized Gao Yan as his son-in-law. This lunch period, everyone had a great time eating. Moreover, Father Jiang and Mother Jiang were quite satisfied with Gao Yan. Because after the meal, they all mentioned the matter of marriage. Uncle, Aunt, I have no objection to getting married. It just depends on Xiaoying. Jiangying looked shy. I listened to my parents. Seeing her daughter's appearance, how could a parent not know what she was thinking? So Zhang's father made the decision and said, in this case, I'll ask someone to look at the auspicious day and decide on your marriage as soon as possible. Uncle and Aunt, thank you. Once you choose a date, I will arrange for someone to come to propose marriage. What do you think? Neither Father Jiang nor Mother Jiang had any objections to this. After discussing the matter, Gao Yan was ready to leave. However, Zhang's father and mother were very enthusiastic and had to keep him for dinner before leaving. Gao Yan couldn't refuse, so he had to stay. Xiaoying, Xiao Gao also drank a lot at noon. Please take him to your room to rest. Mother Jiang took the initiative. So Gao Yan followed the shy Jiangying to her room. There was nothing special about Jiangying's room, it was just very clean. After closing the door, Gao Yan returned to his original appearance. It looks much more comfortable this way, Jiangying said. Is it more comfortable or more handsome? Gao Yan said with a smile. However, it was his first visit and he had to leave a good impression on Father Jiang and Mother Jiang, so Gao Yan only teased a few words and did not do anything excessive. In the evening, after dinner at Zhang's house, Gao Yan said goodbye and left. At the same time, I also lamented that it is not easy to be a time management master. He had seen a piece of news about a man who had more than 100 girlfriends at the same time, and for a long time, these girlfriends didn't know the existence of the others. On the contrary, I feel that he is very dedicated. Until one day, he had an accident and the doctor notified his family, and then he was completely exposed. In a blink of an eye. 2 days passed. Jiangying received news that Zhang's father and mother had already set a wedding date, which was just 1 month later. Gao Yan, who received the news, was thinking about who to ask for marriage. Thinking of this, Gao Yan directly extracted the memory of the puppet. The system assigned Gao Jiefeng the identity of a martyr's orphan. After his parents died, his parents' comrades in arms also took good care of him. In particular, Xiao Jiangwo and Song Qinxue treated him as their own son. Therefore, the matter of proposing marriage had to be done by Song Qinxue. So, Gao Yan took Gao Jiefeng into the mustard seed space, and he disguised himself as him and came to Xiao Jiangwo and Song Qinshue's home in the evening of the same day. Xiao Jiangwo currently works at the Municipal Public Security Bureau, and Song Qinxue is the director of the East City Department Store. They have a son and a daughter. The son has gone to the army, and the daughter is in the first year of high school. They didn't live in a courtyard house, but a tube building. These days, only cadres can live in a tube building. Because Gao Yan had read Gao Jiefeng's memory completely, he didn't feel unfamiliar. In addition, his disguise ability was super strong, and no one could find the flaws in his disguise. So, after he explained his intention, Xiao Jiangwo and his wife agreed very happily. They even said that Gao Yan didn't need to prepare the gifts for the marriage proposal, and they would take care of it. This made Gao Yan a little embarrassed. So, when he left, he secretly gave their daughter, Xiao Lei, 10 yuan of pocket money and some candy and cake tickets. After leaving the Xiao family, Gao Yan went to the number 3 courtyard again and left a note there, telling Jiang Ying that he had found someone to propose marriage, and he would go to her house to propose marriage in the next 2 days. Early morning, 2 days later. Less than 10 minutes after Gao Yan arrived at the small courtyard where Gao Jiefeng lived to replace him, Song Qinxue arrived on a bicycle. Aunt Shui, I've cost you a lot of money. Looking at the items on Song Qinshue's bicycle used to propose marriage, Gao Yan expressed gratitude. You brat, what are you saying to thank your aunt? When you get married, you two can live a good life, which is the best way to repay me and your uncle Xiao. If you give birth to a fat boy as soon as possible, that would be great. Don't worry, Aunt Shui, we will live a good life. As for whether we can have a fat boy, it depends on fate, Gao Yan said with a smile. While talking, the two of them rode a bicycle and went straight to Zhang's house. The Jiang family is also well prepared and has invited many relatives to come and bear witness. Because it is said to be a marriage proposal, today is actually an engagement. After all, the wedding day has already been announced. After arriving at Zhang's house, Father Jiang and Mother Jiang are very enthusiastic. Gao Yan also introduced Song Qinxue to them. Song Qinxue is the deputy director of the sub-district office. She must have no problem in dealing with others, and she also has high emotional intelligence. She won the favor of Zhang's father and Zhang's mother in just a few words. Moreover, she had put a lot of thought into bringing the gifts for the marriage proposal, and Father Jiang and Mother Jiang were also very satisfied. Finally, the issue of bride price came up. Father Jiang waved his hand. It doesn't matter whether we give you a bride price or not. As long as they live a happy life after they get married, we parents will be satisfied. Song Qinxue praised Zhang's father, and then said, parents hope that their children will be well, but the bride price still has to be given. My father-in-law, mother-in-law, and today I, the aunt, make the decision for Jiefeng. And give a bride price of 88 yuan. What do you think, how? These days, betrothal gifts are also given on a scoring basis. If a girl is married in a rural area, she is usually given 5 yuan, sometimes as much as 10 yuan, and some even just give her some grain. But Jiangying is different. Jiangying has a job herself, and the salary is not low. Part of her salary needs to be handed over to her family, but after she gets married, her salary no longer needs to be handed over to her parents. Since Song Qinxue agreed to help Gao Yan propose marriage, she naturally had to know Jiangying's situation in advance. Therefore, the figure of 88 yuan was something she had considered many times. If you give too much, you may be suspected of selling your daughter. If you give less, you will be suspected of looking down on the other party. So, 88 yuan, no more, no less, and this number sounds good. When they heard that Song Qinxue wanted to give her a bride price of 88 yuan, Father Jiang and Mother Jiang were quite satisfied. After all, some girls in their courtyard were marrying off their daughters, so the bride price was usually 18 yuan, and the most was only 28 yuan. They were willing to pay 88 yuan to marry their daughter, and the couple's faces felt bright. Sister Song, 88 yuan is too much. Let's do this. The most we can give to a married woman in our hospital is 28 yuan. Just ask Xiao Gao to give 28 yuan. 2. Finally, at the insistence of Zhang's father and Zhang's mother, the betrothal gift was settled at 28 yuan. At the same time, Song Qinxue said that when they get married, all 3 turns and 1 ring will be matched, which makes Zhang's father and Zhang's mother even more satisfied. The marriage has been decided, and it will be October 22nd next month. Jiangying also took advantage of the opportunity to be alone and whispered a code, the king of heaven covers the tiger of earth. Chicken stewed with mushrooms. After hearing Gao Yan's reply, Jiangying immediately understood that the Gao Jiefeng in front of her was disguised by Gao Yan, and she was willing to get close to him. Had dinner at noon. Song Qinxue took Gao Yan and left. Zhang's father, Zhang's mother and Jiang Ying sent them outside the courtyard. On the way back, Song Qinxue was also in a happy mood. Xiao Gao, you also heard the conversation I had with your future father-in-law and mother-in-law before. Do you have the 3-turn 1 ring ticket? Gao Yan said, Thank you Aunt Shui for your concern, I will find a way. Where are you going to find a way to buy it on the black market? Song Qinxue joked, okay, your Uncle Xiao and I have prepared this ticket for you. If you come to my house for dinner tomorrow night, I will give you the ticket by the way. Aunt Shui really doesn't need it, your tickets should be used for Yunfeng's wedding. Gao Yan declined. It's still early for Yunfeng to get married, and he's still serving in the army. Who knows when he will be discharged from the army. Okay, that's it. Remember to come home for dinner tomorrow night, and don't bring anything. Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Gao Yan had no choice but to agree. 2 days later. Sihiyuan number 4 in the south of the city. As soon as they met, Lu Feifei joked a little bit sourly, you move very fast. You are ready to get married so soon. What, are you jealous? Gao Yan reached out and hugged Lu Feifei into his arms, if you want to get married, I will make arrangements for you as soon as possible. It's just a fake marriage, no one thinks it's rare. Lu Feifei smiled disdainfully. Hearing this, Gao Yan secretly laughed in his heart. Lu Feifei was a typical girl who didn't mean what she meant. However, it will be fine if you tidy it up twice. So, without saying a word, Gao Yan bent over, picked up Lu Feifei, and strode towards the room. That night, Gao Yan conducted another transaction with Zhao Yuzhong, and after receiving a payment of 40 million yuan, the income also reached 450 million yuan. After trading 2 more times, you can level up to 10 levels in a row. Time just passed by gradually. It's October before we know it. During the National Day, factories in Beijing are on holiday. Taking advantage of this holiday, Gao Yan took sisters Li Mingyao and Li Mingyao around the capital. We even took them to climb the Great Wall once. Unfortunately, there is no direct bus to the Great Wall now, so you have to ride there. Fortunately, sisters Li Mingyao and Li Mingyao had taken the genetic medicine liquid and had strong physical strength. If it had been anyone else, they would have been exhausted before reaching their destination. During this trip, the point-and-shoot camera finally came into use, and the 3 of them took a lot of photos together. It is worth mentioning. Ma Weimin got married during the National Day. I heard that the widow initiated the marriage. Gao Yan felt that the widow was too anxious, so he used the human body's magnetic field to sense it, and found out that the widow was pregnant, and the child in her belly was already more than a month old. This horse Weimin has known the widow for less than a month, but the child in his belly has been pregnant for more than a month. It was obvious that the child in her belly was not Ma Weimin's. Although Ma Weimin has little money. But after all, it was his first time to get married, so he still set up a few tables in the courtyard. Gao Yan was also invited, but he didn't go to dinner. And only took a gift of 2 yuan. Seeing that Gao Yan's family had not come with the gift money, Ma Weimin was not dissatisfied, but felt that he had made a profit. After all, he always tightened his belt when hosting wedding banquets. It would be a good idea not to come, and he would save a lot of food. In a blink of an eye, the National Day holiday is over. Go to work when you need to go to work, go to school when you need to go to school. In a trance. Another half-month passed like this. That night, Gao Yan completed another transaction with Zhao Yuzhong. The total revenue directly reached 530 million. With a thought in his mind, Gao Yan ordered, "System, upgrade me to 10 levels. In a row." Early next morning, Gao Yan brought up the subsystem interface as soon as he woke up. Host, Gao Yan. Level, 20. World, parallel world. Income, 3602, 4,700 yuan. Number of draws, top draw x43. Free attribute points, 300 points. Next upgrade amount, 150 million. The upgrade amount has become 150 million. Gao Yan's face darkened slightly. It had tripled. It seems that upgrading this world is becoming more and more difficult, Gao Yan said secretly. But he was relieved immediately. His level was high enough. Since it was difficult to upgrade, he might as well enjoy life. In a few days, Gao Yan will marry Jiang Ying. But he is still like a normal person who should go to work and enjoy himself. As for the trivial matters of marriage, Gao Jiefeng will take care of him. With the receipts provided by Xiao Jiangwo and Song Qinxue, Gao Jiefeng had already purchased all 3 transfers and 1 ring. As for the wedding banquet, 8 tables have been booked so far. The Jiang family didn't do it alone. On the day of the wedding, all the relatives from the Jiang family came to the Gao family to have a feast. After all, the famine had just passed, and although the rations had been completely restored and the food was barely enough to eat, the meat supply was still relatively tight. Although high words are not lacking in meat. Not to mention that he can get dozens of kilograms of meat every time he hunts. The life gift card alone can give out a lot of supplies every day, including pork, mutton, beef, chicken, duck, fish and goose, and even seafood. It's a pity that, although there are many things, he can't take them out. Otherwise, if he takes these things out for a banquet, he will probably have to invite Gao Jiefeng to do an investigation tomorrow. 2 days later. Sihiyuan number 4 in the south of the city. Gao Yan sat on a chair and drank tea leisurely. Lu Feifei accompanied Jiang Ying in the room to try on new clothes. Gao Yan accompanied Jiang Ying to buy these new clothes. Knowing that Lu Feifei was jealous, Gao Yan also bought 2 sets for her. Although she said she was not jealous, the expression on her face betrayed her inner thoughts. After a few minutes, Lu Feifei led Jiang Ying, who was dressed in red, out of the room. Gao Weigua, look at your bride, does she look good? It's so beautiful, so charming that it will captivate the whole country. Gao Yan praised, without reservation. Hearing Gao Yan's compliment, a shy look flashed across Jiang Ying's face, but Lu Feifei couldn't help but said, you guys are really cheap. Hey. Gao Yan smiled but did not refute. Because she was about to get married, Jiang Ying couldn't stay out for too long, so after spending some time with Gao Yan, she changed into new clothes and returned home. Crack. Gao Yan patted Lu Feifei's buttocks. Feifei, go put on your new clothes and show me too. Virtue. After rolling her eyes at Gao Yan, Lu Feifei entered the wing and put on new clothes, which naturally received praise from Gao Yan. 2 days flew by. On this day, Gao Yan got up early. He reported to Li Mengyao in advance that he had important things to do today. Quietly came to Gao Jiefeng's home. After replacing him, Gao Yan was ready to go to Zhang's house to pick up his bride. Because Gao Jiefeng had no parents, it was Xiao Jiangwo and Song Qinxue who helped him arrange the marriage. As for those who followed to pick up the bride, they were Gao Weigua's co-workers and classmates. Getting married these days does not have so many hurdles. After paying some red envelopes, Gao Yan successfully broke into the bride's boudoir. Looking at Jiang Ying, who was a little nervous, Gao Yan whispered, the king of heaven and the tiger of earth. Jiang Ying subconsciously responded, chicken stewed with mushrooms. After knowing that the person in front of her was Gao Yan, Jiang Ying felt quite happy and relaxed. After exchanging glances with Lu Feifei in the boudoir, Gao Yan directly carried Jiang Ying on his back and headed outside. Seeing this scene, Lu Feifei couldn't help but have a flash of envy in her eyes. I was thinking to myself, how about getting married to Gao Weigua? After putting Jiang Ying on the back seat of the bicycle, Gao Yan rode straight to Gao Jiefeng's home. More than half an hour later, Gao Yan brought the bride back. He took out a bag of white rabbit toffee and handed it to Jiang Ying, asking her to sprinkle it. In this era, sugar was also a rare commodity. Therefore, we usually give 2 wedding candies per person, and we cannot afford to give too many. But Gao Yan is right about this. He simply gave Jiang Ying a large bag of white rabbit toffee and sprinkled it on everyone he saw. Therefore, 5 kilograms of white rabbit toffee were sprinkled all the way from the outside of the courtyard to the new house, which greatly delighted the adults and children who were watching the excitement. Jiang Ying was also quite happy and felt a little excited. Many unmarried girls secretly said that when I get married in the future, I will sprinkle sugar like this. This is a new era. Getting married does not involve the old society. After Jiang Ying changed into a set of clothes in the new house, she followed Gao Yan out to greet the guests. The time came to noon in a blink of an eye. Relatives and friends from both sides have gathered here. After the simple wedding ceremony, the banquet was announced. Today's wedding banquet was quite sumptuous, with 6 meat dishes and all the staple food being white flour steamed buns. Therefore, as soon as the meal started, everyone couldn't stop using their chopsticks. And Gao Yan also led Jiang Ying to toast table by table. The toast ends. Gao Yan also took Jiang Ying to sit down and eat. It's about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The lively wedding banquet was over, and there was no food left on the table. This was mainly because the famine had just passed and everyone was short of food and water. After finally eating and drinking a lot, I still didn't open my belly to eat. After everyone's help returned the tables, chairs, bowls, and chopsticks for the banquet and cleaned up, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Daughter-in-law, are you tired? Gao Yan took Jiang Ying's hand and asked. Not tired. Jiang Ying chuckled and shook her head. Let's go, our parents are still waiting for us. Father Jiang and Mother Jiang have not left, they are still waiting to give lectures to the newcomers. Jiang's father and mother were very satisfied with today's banquet because they received a lot of praise and compliments from relatives. After all, many people don't hold banquets when they get married now, let alone 6 meat dishes. There was nothing special about Jiang's father and mother's lecture. They just told the couple to live a good life in the future and try to have a fat baby as soon as possible. It's okay to live a good life, but you have to wait a few years to have a fat baby. Jiang's father and mother left first. Then, Gao Yan took Jiang Ying to meet Xiao Jiangwo and Song Qinxue. The couple naturally praised Jiang Ying. When leaving, Song Qinxue also stuffed an envelope into Jiang Ying, which contained 500 yuan. It should be that Xiao Jiangwo and Song Qinxue saw that Gao Yan held such a sumptuous banquet and worried that he would empty the family's assets and would not be able to live in the future. Brother Gao, this money? Keep it. Gao Yan said, I'll repay them later when I have a chance. I'm leaving too. After all the guests left, Lu Feifei was ready to leave. Why don't you stay? Gao Yan said with a joking smile. You wish. Lu Feifei rolled her eyes at him, I haven't thought of anything in my head all day. Okay, I'll take you there. Gao Yan sent Lu Feifei out the door and said in a low voice, "If you want to get married, tell me, and I can arrange it right away. It's not that easy to marry me, go back, don't keep Xiao Ying waiting." Lu Feifei said stubbornly, but she felt quite happy in her heart. Although this bastard was a little bit lustful, he still treated women equally. Watching Lu Feifei leave, Gao Yan also thought to himself that he had to draw a puppet identity card in advance to prepare in advance, so that if Lu Feifei wanted to get married, he wouldn't have to cram at the last minute. All the guests in the house had left, leaving only Gao Yan and Jiang Ying, the newlyweds. They didn't have to wait until the evening to enter the bridal chamber. However, after working for most of the day, Jiang Ying was also very tired, so Gao Yan took out half a cup of medicinal wine for her to drink to restore her spirit and physical strength. Reaching out to hug Jiang Ying's slender waist, Gao Yan's eyes fell on a certain place, and whispered, "Wife, I want to eat grapefruit. Restore your original appearance first." Jiang Ying pushed him. "Sorry, I almost forgot." The muscles on Gao Yan's face moved, and his joints made a slight sound, and he restored his original appearance and height. The two had already broken that bottom line. But today, the two entered the bridal chamber legally. The feeling was still slightly different. As for the taste, I won't go into details. Although there was medicinal wine to restore in the middle, Jiang Ying was still exhausted after a few hours. Today is the first day of marriage. Gao Yan naturally couldn't just leave. Therefore, he slept with Jiang Ying in his arms until the next morning. After breakfast, everyone had to go to work. Gao Yan also released Gao Jiefeng from the mustard seed space. On the way to work, Gao Yan communicated with the system and had another top draw, hoping to draw a puppet identity card again. But seeing the prize drawn, Gao Yan frowned slightly and complained in his heart, "System Dad, don't you love me anymore?" Because he drew a cooking master card this time. Fortunately, this cooking master card has no restrictions on the user. Otherwise, Gao Yan would have cursed his mother. After all, whether it is the main world or this parallel world, he rarely cooks. Why do you need a cooking master card? After thinking about it, he decided to use this cooking master card only. Meng Yao. System Dad, another top draw. Gao Yan ordered. Ding, the top lottery is open. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a puppet identity card. It has been stored in the system space. Please check it yourself. System Dad, I love you. Gao Yan shouted secretly and took out the card. Suddenly, a stream of information was injected into his mind. Just like last time, the system has arranged an identity for this puppet. Perhaps knowing the purpose of Gao Yan's puppet identity card, the system arranged a high identity for this puppet. It is also an orphan of a martyr and has no parents. The identity of this puppet is Su Jiagua, a talented student of Peking University. He is currently the deputy director of the logistics department of the textile factory and a deputy department level cadre. So, Gao Yan found a secluded place to summon Su Jiagua. Su Jiagua meets the master. As soon as he saw Gao Yan, Su Jiagua knelt down and saluted. Get up, go to work, and summon you when there is something. After leaving a word, Gao Yan left directly. At noon, in the mountains and forests, the hunting team is resting after lunch. Master, I think I'm already pretty good at standing still. Can you teach me real kung fu? Han Taihua said to Gao Yan in a flattering manner. Okay. Han Taihua worked hard enough to learn martial arts, and always tried to please Gao Yan in different ways. Han Taihua is different from ordinary women. She has a good physique and great strength. So, Gao Yan thought about it and decided to teach her Xingyiquan. Seeing that Gao Yan was going to teach Han Taihua martial arts, the other hunting team members stopped resting and came to steal the skills. Gao Yan didn't mind it. Before, he didn't avoid these hunting team members when he taught Han Taihua standing still. But they didn't work as hard as Han Taihua. Therefore, there is a big gap between them and Han Taihua in the degree of standing still. Gao Yan taught Han Taihua the tiger-shaped fist. If she is just like a tigress now, when she learns the tiger-shaped fist, she will really become a tigress. I don't know if she will abuse her future husband after she gets married. For a period of time, Gao Yan's life returned to peace, but he gave the cooking master card to Li Mengyao. During this period, Gao Yan traded with Zhao Yuzhong again, and the total income consumed was restored to more than 76 million, but this amount of money was not enough to even upgrade to the next level. At present, each transaction can earn 40 million, and basically maintain 3 transactions a month. But it is only 120 million a month, which means that if you want to upgrade to 10 levels, it will take more than a year. That day, Old Su took the initiative to send someone to invite Gao Yan to his home, and said a little embarrassedly, "Weigua, how much more can you get of that fish?" Hearing this, Gao Yan sighed in his heart, but said, "Old Su, the fish is in a deep pool in a mountain forest. I can't be sure how much there is. Otherwise, I will tell you the location of the deep pool, and you can send someone to get it yourself." Ever since Old Su asked him to give away the spirit fish, Gao Yan knew that this secret might not be kept. So, he made preparations early. He put more than 20 spirit fish into a deep pool in the forest. When Old Su couldn't hold on any longer, he would take this deep pool out to report. Hearing Gao Yan willing to tell him the location of the deep pool, Old Su was quite happy, but he felt more and more guilty, so he lowered his voice and said, "Weigua, I believe you also know that the fish you got are very effective in treating hidden injuries. Many of our old comrades have retired from the battlefield and have many hidden injuries on their bodies. No need to explain, Old Su, I can understand you." Gao Yan smiled. To be honest, he really didn't take this matter seriously. Later, Gao Yan told Lao Su the location of the deep pool. After sending Gao Yan away, Lao Su immediately made a call, and then a team of troops immediately left the capital and headed straight to the deep pool where Gao Yan was. In fact, the deep pool was not that deep originally, only 3 or 4 meters. But Gao Yan felt that it was too ordinary to raise such a special fish, so he used his methods to dig deep into the deep pool and further expand the deep pool. This made the deep pool more than 10 meters deep. Later, Gao Yan got some water from other places and poured it into it, and then mixed in some river water from Minecraft to prevent the spiritual fish inside from being completely destroyed. Lose your spirituality. After the team arrived at the deep pool, they tried to find ways to catch fish. But until evening, only 5 fish were caught. After taking the fish back to eat, I found that it had the same effect as the fish Gao Yan provided before, and it had a miraculous effect on repairing hidden wounds. Then there was an order from above to catch as many fish as possible. But there were only more than 20 fish in it. Therefore, after spending several days to catch all the fish, the superiors were quite disappointed, because the number of fish is too small. Of course, Gao Yan provided the location of the spirit fish. Although he could not be rewarded openly, he also rewarded him with many things through Lao Su. There was also a pocket cassette player. This left Gao Yan quite speechless. He could have as much of this thing as he wanted. Now the superiors have rewarded him as a prize. In a blink of an eye, it's November. Gao Yan came home from get off work. But I found that there was a skinny middle-aged man in the house wearing patched and shabby clothes. Next to him stood an equally skinny girl of 12 or 13 years old. When the other party saw Gao Yan, he stood up nervously. You are Wei Gua, I am Zhang Fuxing. I wonder if your mother has ever mentioned you to me? The skinny man said nervously. Gao Yan frowned slightly, searching through Gao Weigua's original memory, and then said with some surprise, Are you my uncle? Gao Weigua's mother died too early, and her mother's relatives had long lost contact. But when Gao Weigua was a child, his mother mentioned that he had an uncle in another province. Hearing that Gao Yan knew about him, Zhang Fuxing couldn't help but feel happy on his face, and at the same time he was greatly relieved. After confirming the identity of the other party, Gao Yan looked closer at Zhang Fuxing and the little girl. He first asked Li Mengyao to make tea for Zhang Fuxing, and then asked his sister-in-law to bring out cakes and fruits for the little girl to eat. Uncle, why did you come to the capital this time? Gao Yan asked. Zhang Fuxing looked embarrassed, Shaonir and I couldn't survive in our hometown, so we came to the capital. Then you've come to the right place. Although I don't have much ability, I still have no problem raising 2 more people. By the way, this is my cousin. What's her name? Hearing what Gao Yan said, Zhang Fuxing's inner emotions became extremely complicated. He and his nephew had never met, but the other party took in their father and daughter without thinking. Although he was from the country, he also knew that in the city, people's lives are not as easy as imagined. He said, My famous name is Zhang Yin, my nickname is Xiao An'er. Gao Yan rubbed Zhang Yin's head, Cousin, let's stay at my cousin's house from now on. Then he picked up a piece of pastry from the plate on the table and handed it to her, smiling gently, Treat your cousin's house as your own, you're welcome. Thank you, cousin. Zhang Yin whispered, but her tone was full of gratitude. Seeing this scene, Zhang Fuxing felt inexplicable, but he felt even more guilty. Uncle and cousin, let me introduce to you, this is my wife Li Mengyao, and this is my sister-in-law Li Mengyao. Hello, uncle. Hello, cousin. The 2 sisters greeted each other quickly, without the slightest hint of disgust in their eyes. Let's do this. My uncle and cousin are new here. We won't eat at home tonight. We will go out to eat, which can be considered as a welcome refreshment for you. Gao Yan suddenly decided. No need, Wei Gua. Zhang Fuxing waved his hand quickly, just eat whatever you want at home, the food outside is too expensive. Don't worry, uncle, your nephew is worthy of this little money and tickets. At Gao Yan's insistence, a group of 5 people came to Donglashan. After eating a meal of boiled mutton, both Zhang Fuxing and Zhang Yin looked extremely satisfied on their faces. After dinner, Gao Yan took them to the department store and bought 2 sets of clothes and daily necessities for their father and daughter. After returning home, Zhang Fuxing finally made a decision and said to Gao Yan, Wei Gua, can we talk alone? Okay. With his strong mental power, Gao Yan had long realized that something was wrong with his uncle's mood. The 2 of them left the house together and came outside the courtyard. Zhang Fuxing subconsciously looked around, then lowered his voice and said. Weigua, actually our father and daughter came to seek refuge with you because someone asked us to do this. Who asked you to do this? Gao Yan asked. Seeing that Gao Yan didn't show any surprise, Zhang Fuxing also realized that his nephew might not be simple, so he continued, I don't know who that person is, but he gave me 100 yuan to let me I'm here to join you and let me monitor you. If there is anything unusual about you, report it to the other party. Then how do you contact him? Gao Yan narrowed his eyes and asked. Zhang Fuxing shook his head. He said he would take the initiative to contact me after I come to the capital. Okay, I understand this. Uncle, you can live in the capital with peace of mind. I will help you find a job in a few days. Gao Yan said. Weigua, don't you blame me? Zhang Fuxing asked in surprise. I blame you for what you did. Didn't you tell me the truth? Gao Yan smiled. Weigua, thank you. Zhang Fuxing said gratefully. After returning home, Gao Yan chatted with Zhang Fuxing about their family affairs. 3 years of famine made their lives very difficult. But before the famine passed, my aunt could not survive. That night, Gao Yan arranged for Zhang Fuxing to sleep at his apprentice Yang Haijun's house, while Zhang Yin slept with his sister-in-law. Lying on the bed, hugging Li Mingyao's increasingly soft body, Gao Yan was wondering who brought Zhang Fuxing to the capital to spy on him. Could it be someone from above? But Gao Yan immediately denied it. If the people above wanted to monitor him, they would definitely send professionals. After all, Zhang Fuxing is too unprofessional. And the higher-ups probably wouldn't even bother to bribe their uncle to spy on their nephew. Then there is only one possibility. The person who bribed Zhang Fuxing should be an enemy agent. But the problem came again. Why do enemy agents want to learn about his intelligence? Just because he's a good hunter? Or is he the fishing king? Suddenly, Gao Yan thought of a possibility. Could it be that the enemy agent knew about the spirit fish and then thought of using this trick? He thinks this possibility is very high. But he has nothing to worry about. He is just an enemy agent. If he dares to show up, he will be killed in minutes. Think of this. Gao Yan immediately placed a spiritual mark on Zhang Fuxing. With this spiritual mark, he could sense his situation at any time. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Fuxing had been in the capital for a week. The father and daughter, who were originally skinny, began to grow flesh on their faces and bodies after receiving adequate nutritional supplements. At the same time, Gao Yan also asked for a temporary worker spot from Huang Jianyun and planned to arrange him to a garment factory. The quota for formal workers is too tight. Even if Huang Jianyun is the factory director, it is not so easy to get one. Of course, if Gao Yan finds Lao Su should be able to easily get a quota for formal workers. However, Gao Yan does not want to owe Lao Su a favor. The only regret for Gao Yan is that the enemy agent seems to be able to keep his composure. He did not come to contact Zhang Fuxing in this week. Until 2 days later. The other party finally showed up. Weigua, the other party asked me to meet at this place tomorrow. In the evening, Gao Yan returned home, and Zhang Fuxing quietly handed Gao Yan a note. Gao Yan asked about the process, but Zhang Fuxing could not figure out when. There was an extra note in his pocket. Okay, I know, you just pretend you don't know, don't pay attention to it. Gao Yan said. Weigua, why don't I go, otherwise the other party knows that I betrayed him. And I don't know what tricks to use to deal with you. Zhang Fusheng gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, uncle, the other party has no chance. I will find him out. Tomorrow." Gao Yan sneered. It would be fine if the other party didn't show up, but once he showed up, he would not be able to escape his eyes. The next day was Gao Yan's day off. He went directly to the place where the other party and Zhang Fusheng agreed to meet. This place is not far from the Beijing garment factory. With a thought, the inside eye opened. Everyone within a radius of several thousand meters fell into his investigation. Haha. Suddenly, Gao Yan laughed. In a room on the second floor of a guest house, a middle-aged man was standing behind the curtain, holding a telescope to observe a street, because this street was the only way for Zhang Fusheng to go to the agreed place. Obviously, this is an extremely cautious guy. Unfortunately, he met Gao Yan. Activating the detection function of the inside eye, the identity of the other party emerged. As he expected, this guy was an enemy spy who had been lurking for many years. 2 minutes later, the closed and locked door on the second floor of the guest house was suddenly pushed open. Qing Jianlai, an enemy spy, reacted quickly and reached out to take out his pistol. But before he pulled the trigger, his eyes blurred and he was horrified to find that he had actually come out of the room in the guest house into the wilderness. Just when Qing Jianlai was still thinking about why he was here, his eyes went dark and he suddenly lost consciousness. Gao Yan used hypnosis to get the information he wanted from Qing Jianlai. As he expected, this guy was indeed here for the spirit fish. The more than 20 spirit fish contributed by Gao Yan allowed several old comrades who were seriously injured and hospitalized to return to work. It happened that another enemy agent on Qing Jianlai's line knew that those old comrades all used spirit fish to relieve their injuries. So, the people on their line spared no expense, even at the risk of being exposed, and finally investigated Gao Yan. After all, he sent spirit fish to Laosu several times without hiding it from others. But these people did not dare to contact Gao Yan directly. So, after investigating Gao Yan's background and knowing that he had an uncle, they thought of using Zhang Fusheng to get close to Gao Yan and find out the whereabouts of the spirit fish. In their opinion, Zhang Fusheng and Gao Yan had never met, so there should be no family affection, and it would be easier to bribe. But they miscalculated Gao Yan. Although they had never met Zhang Fusheng, they did not treat him coldly. Instead, they moved Zhang Fusheng with their sincerity, causing Zhang Fusheng to betray them directly. There were 8 people on Qing Jianlai's line. And they were all old spies who were well hidden. It would definitely not work to hand these people over to the public security directly. Otherwise, Zhang Fusheng would also be in trouble if they leaked the plan. Therefore, Gao Yan decided that he had to deal with these enemy spies himself. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the other 7 enemy spies on Qing Jianlai's line were all arrested. Through hypnosis, their secrets could not be hidden at all. Therefore, Gao Yan worked for another 2 hours and went to their base and safe house. He did not touch the weapons and money, but destroyed all the information related to the spirit fish to avoid trouble for him and Zhang Fusheng. Afterwards, he compiled the information of these bases and safe houses into a report letter and put it in the mailbox of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. The police who received the report immediately led people to search the enemy's base and safe house. In the end, they seized a lot of guns, cash, gold, and 2 radios. The only thing that made them regretful was that they didn't catch a single enemy spy. But they didn't know that all these enemy spies were sent by Gao Yan to the villagers of Yuhe village as serfs. In the evening, Zhang Fuxing asked Gao Yan nervously, Weigua, how is that matter? Uncle, the matter has been resolved. You can go to work and live in peace in the future. I will rent a house for you nearby in 2 days, and you don't have to squeeze with the navy every day. Okay, but I will pay for the rent myself. Zhang Fuxing said, knowing that the matter had been resolved, a big stone in his heart fell. He didn't spend much of the 100 yuan given by the gang before, and there was still a lot left. Not only did his nephew provide food and accommodation for his father and daughter, but he also arranged a job for him. He was embarrassed to continue spending his nephew's money. Okay. Gao Yan didn't refuse. Today he has gone to the street office and talked about renting a house. Director Wang of the street office did not hesitate and directly asked him to wait for news. These days, the housing supply in Beijing is still very tight. You can't rent a house just because you want to. If you don't have a job, no one will pay attention to you when you go to rent a house. Although Zhang Fuxing has a job, he is only a temporary worker, and it is difficult for him to rent a house. But Gao Yan is different. First of all, he is the deputy section chief of the security department of the Beijing garment factory. Secondly, he has donated a lot of pork to the street office, so naturally he will not be embarrassed about renting a house. And Director Wang also plans to find a better house for Gao Yan's uncle. Sure enough. Just 1 day later, Director Wang came with good news. The house she found is not far from where Gao Yan lives now, about 300 meters away. It is a 2-entry courtyard house. The house she found for Zhang Fuxing is a main house in the front yard, and it also has an ear room. The rent is not expensive. The main house is 2.5 yuan, and the ear room is 1 yuan. The 2 rooms together are almost 50 square meters. It is just right for Zhang Fuxing and Zhang Yin, father and daughter. Uncle, Xiao and I, what do you think of this apartment? After seeing the house, Gao Yan asked Zhang Fuxing and his daughter for their opinions. The father and daughter had no objections, they were quite satisfied. So, the matter was settled. The rental agreement was signed on the spot. The rent was paid monthly and paid directly at the street office. If it was not paid on time, the street office would send someone to collect it. Zhang Fuxing paid 3 months' rent directly. He now has a formal job and does not worry about not being able to pay the rent. Although the salary of a temporary worker is only 18.5 yuan, it is much better than in the countryside. You should know that the current rural area is calculated by work points. His 10 work points a day are worth 10 cents, which is 3 yuan a month. He worked in the factory for a month, and he had to work in the countryside for half a year to earn so much. Then Gao Yan helped Zhang Fuxing and his daughter buy some daily necessities. By the evening, Gao Yan brought another bag of things over, which contained 30 kilograms of flour, 30 kilograms of corn flour, 2 pieces of bacon, 2 smoked rabbits, and 2 pheasants. Then, Gao Yan gave Zhang Fuxing a lot of bills. This moved the father and daughter to tears. Uncle, you are my only relative in this world. We live not far away. If anything happens to you in the future, just come to me. Before leaving, Gao Yan said again. Weigua, I don't know how to thank you as an uncle. If I weren't afraid that you would lose your life, I would have kowtowed to you. Zhang Fuxing said incoherently. Gao Yan, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. In a blink of an eye, it's the end of December. Gao Yan traded with Zhao Yuzhong twice more, earning a total of 80 million. The total revenue has increased to 150 million, meeting the requirements for level up. This evening, Gao Yan had dinner. Went out to watch some old men playing chess. But I heard Uncle Sun say, Weigua, Ma Weiman's wife is pregnant, did you? No? So fast? Gao Yan pretended to be surprised, but he knew exactly what was going on. It's really fast. When will you and your wife have a baby? Uncle Sun asked. Casually. Hey, we are still young now. It won't be too late to have a son in a few years. Gao Yandao. He and Li Mingya have been married for almost a year, and they have never been pregnant. If it were anyone else, someone would have gossiped long ago, but no one dared to gossip about him and Li Mingya. After all, with Gao Yan's prestige in the courtyard, if someone really dares to gossip about him, there will be someone to help him deal with the gossip without him having to take action. The next day. Number 4 courtyard in the south of the city. After some exercise, Gao Yan put his arms around Jiang Ying and said some thoughtful words. Brother Gao, let me give you a son. Jiang Ying suddenly said emotionally. Can't give birth. Gao Yan shook his head. Why? Jiang Ying was a little disappointed. Don't think blindly. Gao Yan knew that Jiang Ying had misunderstood what he said, so he explained. I am practicing a martial art now, and I can't get a woman pregnant until I practice it to perfection. How long will it take for it to be consummated? Jiang Ying did not suspect that there was something wrong with Gao Yan himself. After all, no normal man could achieve the fighting prowess of his own men. Since she got married, the married women in the art troupe would also talk to her about some dirty topics. It was through this that she realized how strong her men were. If nothing else, it will take more than 3 years. Gao Yan said. Jiang Ying was relieved when she heard that it would only take more than 3 years. It was not too late, because even after 3 years, she was still in her 20s. After the New Year's Day holiday, Gao Yan came to the office of factory director Huang Jianyun. Weigua, what's wrong with you? Huang Jianyun asked in a kind tone. Director, now that we have hunted almost all the prey around the capital, and the country has restored its meat supply, I think the hunting team should be disbanded for a while. Gao Yan said. Nowadays, we have to go hunting far away. Even if Gao Yan's driving skills are good, it will take 5 or 6 hours to go back and forth. Moreover, almost all the wild boars in the mountain forest they hunted recently have been hunted. A few more hunts and you have to go further afield. It's quite inconvenient to go back and forth. This is why Gao Yan wants to suspend hunting. In the previous hunting, he had spared those small wild boars and half-large wild boars, but the time was still short, and those wild boars had not grown up yet. This? Huang Jianyun couldn't help but hesitate when he heard that Gao Yan wanted to disband the hunting team. Although the country has restored the supply of meat, the meat stamps allocated to the factory are limited, and there is simply no way for the workers to eat meat for 2 days. He even said that it would be good if he could eat meat again within a week. It's not like hunting. Although the hunting team's subsidy is high, compared with the harvest of the hunting team, that subsidy is not worth mentioning at all. It can be said that the wild boar meat is almost the same as the one picked for free. Once the hunting team stops hunting, the factory will have to tighten its belt again. So, Huang Jianyun thought for a while, Weigua, I don't think this hunting team should be disbanded for the time being. There are not many prey around. You can go further. In this way, I don't require your hunting team to go and return on the same day. As long as you can bring back the prey, and the factory will try its best to meet the requirements of your hunting team. Gao Yan understood what Huang Jianyun meant, and he clearly didn't want to disband the hunting team, but thinking about it, it was easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it was difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Nowadays, workers in garment factories are used to eating meat every 2 days. And leaders are also used to eating in small canteens. If the hunting team suddenly stops hunting, no matter what the reason is, workers and leaders will definitely have complaints in their hearts. Gao Yan thought for a while, that's okay, let's go a little further. That's right. In this case, I will call everyone for a meeting to see if we can improve the treatment of the hunting team. Huang Jianyun said again. Thank you very much, Director. Gao Yan said. After leaving the factory director's office, Gao Yan came to the hunting team's office and called everyone in the hunting team for a meeting. After listening to Gao Yan's narration, everyone has no objection. Isn't it just spending the night in the wild? People nowadays are not that precious. Huang Jianyun is also a decisive person. He said he would improve the treatment for the hunting team, and Gao Yan had just finished the meeting, and he had the results. He announced it personally with a lot of strength. Gao Yan is the soul of the hunting team. His daily subsidy is increased by 2 kilograms of fine-grain stamps, and all other team members receive 1 kilogram of fine-grain stamps. At the same time, the factory will help everyone prepare tents and other items for spending the night in the wild. The people who had no opinions to begin with became even more dissatisfied. Gao Yan is also vague. He set off directly with the hunting team. The current mountain forest can still be used for hunting a few times. Had dinner that night. Gao Yan also told Li Mingyao that hunting in the future would probably take 3 or 2 days. With Li Mingyao's temperament, she naturally wouldn't have any objections. She just told Gao Yan to be careful when spending the night in the wild. A few days later, Gao Yan led the hunting team to a mountain forest 200 miles away. They got lucky. There is a village near this mountain forest. In the next few days, you can stay overnight in the village. Knowing that Gao Yan and the others came from the Beijing garment factory, the village chief was very enthusiastic and even arranged for them to stay overnight. After having dinner at the village chief's house at noon, Gao Yan led the hunting team into the mountains. Of course, they didn't eat for free, they were all given food stamps and money. After entering the mountain forest, Gao Yan opened the eye of insight. This mountain forest is very large, and there are many kinds of wild animals in it. There are thousands of wild boars alone. In addition, there are also tigers, wild wolves, leopards, bears, etc. Evening. Gao Yan returns with the hunting team. But they brought back 8 wild boars, 2 silly roe deer, and 50 or 60 pheasants and hares. When dealing with the wild boar matter, Gao Yan directly asked the village chief to find someone to help. And that night, a wild boar was brought out to make pig-killing dishes. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The harvest of the hunting team was quite huge. They killed 32 wild boars alone. In addition, there were more than 10 wild wolves, 2 tigers, and a black bear. One car definitely couldn't fit in it, so Gao Yan arranged for someone to call the town and ask the factory to send 2 more trucks. When the hunting team returned to the factory, after being treated like heroes, Huang Jianyun directly asked Gao Yan and the others to rest for 3 days, and during the rest period, they were also given subsidies. Gao Yan did not refuse. However, the portion of meat this time was too much, so he only took part of it back. Moreover, he didn't keep the meat he took back. Some of it was taken away by the neighbors in the yard, and some of it was donated to the street office as a thank you to Director Wang for helping his uncle find a good house. Not seen for a few days. Li Mengyao naturally missed Gao Yan very much, so she took the initiative that night. Fortunately, Gao Yan has medicinal wine, a good thing to restore physical strength and energy, otherwise, Li Mengyao would be amazing if she could get up at noon, not to mention tomorrow morning. The next day, my wife went to work, and my sister-in-law went to school. Gao Yan took the fishing rod and bucket and came to Shikahai leisurely. I haven't been fishing for a while. I didn't meet Lao Su today. Gao Yan didn't care. After fishing for more than half an hour, the bucket was full of fish. Old rules. He kept 2 fish for himself, and sold all the rest to the fishermen at a low price. A distance away from Shikahai. After finding no one, he threw the fishing rod and the bucket of fish directly into my world, and then rode to the number 2 courtyard where Zhao Jingchu was. But after coming, Gao Yan found that Zhao's mother was in a bad mood. What's wrong with your mother? Gao Yan asked. Zhao Jingchu whispered, it's all because of my uncle's matter. Then, Zhao Jingchu simply recounted the whole story. The matter is very simple. At that time, Zhao's father was paraded and criticized because of his bad background. Zhao's mother's family was worried about being implicated, so they took the initiative to draw a clear line with them, and all this was instigated by Zhao's mother's brother. Over the years, the 2 families have stopped communicating. But 2 days ago, Zhao's mother was seen by her brother on the street. The other party found that Zhao's mother was in a good mental state, and her clothes did not look like those of a suffering person, so he became interested and secretly followed her here. In the end, he even threatened to ask Zhao's mother for money, otherwise he would report her. In the eyes of Zhao's mother's brother, Zhao's mother must have hidden a lot of money when the house was searched, so this money should not be seen in the light. In desperation, Zhao's mother gave a sum of money, but she became more and more angry afterwards. This matter is easy to solve, just leave it to me, Gao Yan said. But Zhao Jingchu was shocked when he heard this. Brother Gao, are you thinking? Looking at Zhao Jingchu's expression, Gao Yan knew that she had misunderstood, and said quickly, don't worry, he is your uncle after all, I have no intention of killing him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingchu explained, Brother Gao, that's not the case. In fact, I have not regarded that man as my uncle for a long time. I was just worried that if you killed him, you would be implicated if the police investigated you. What a wonderful baby. Gao Yan smiled and hugged Zhao Jingchu. Don't worry, I promise to make that guy return the money obediently, and I have to kowtow to your mother, too. Apologize. But before that, you have to tell me about their family situation. Zhao Jingchu thought for a moment and said, my uncle's name is Xingwei. He lives in a courtyard in Taiping Hudong. He has a son and a daughter. I don't know the rest. After all, we haven't been in contact for many years. Okay, that's enough, Gao Yan said. The next day, Gao Yan went to Taiping Hudong and hypnotized several nearby residents to find out about Xingwei's situation from their mouths. Xingwei's parents both passed away 3 years ago, and it is said that Xingwei was mad to death. Because Xing Wei is not only a drunkard but also a gambler. And once he gets drunk, he likes to beat his wife and children. Before, his parents were still there and would help comfort his wife. But after his parents died, this guy lost control and became even more aggressive. Then more than 2 years ago, his wife divorced him and took the children away. Xing Wei didn't take it seriously either. On the contrary, I feel that it is good not to have the burden of children. Because he was often drunk, several accidents occurred one after another while working in the factory. The most serious one directly caused a coworker to become disabled. In the end, the factory persuaded him to quit. He disagreed at first, but the factory leaders threatened him that if he didn't resign, he would be held accountable for his drunken mistake that caused injuries to his coworkers. Therefore, Xing Wei has now been a homeless person for more than a year. After being expelled, Xing Wei's family still had some money accumulated by his parents, but after just over a month, it was completely destroyed by him. But he did not wake up and borrowed money everywhere. At first, there were still people borrowing it, but now, whenever they see him approaching, they will stay away. In the neighborhood, he has become synonymous with being hated by people and being abandoned by dogs. After learning about Xing Wei's situation, Gao Yan opened his inside eyes and searched for him. Then he spotted each other in a tavern. It was early in the morning, and the guy was already drunk with a plate of pickles. Gao Yan came near the tavern. He used his super mental power to hypnotize him through the air. Then I saw Xing Wei perked up, first paid the bill, and then went straight to number 2 courtyard. More than half an hour later, Xing Wei knocked on the door of the number 2 courtyard. It was Zhao Jingchu who opened the door. When she saw Xing Wei, a look of disgust appeared on her face. "Why are you here again?" "Jingchu, I'm here to pay you back," Xing Wei said. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingchu remembered what Gao Yan said yesterday, so she let him in. And Zhao's mother didn't have a good look after seeing Xing Wei. "Sister, what happened a few days ago was my fault. I came here this time to apologize to you. By the way, I spent 12 of the 50 yuan you gave me, and the rest is here." Seeing this scene, Zhao's mother was very surprised. She didn't understand why Xing Wei's attitude changed drastically in just a few days. Zhao Jingchu whispered in Mother Zhao's ear, "Brother Gao knows about this, I guess he used some tricks." When Zhao's mother heard this, she suddenly understood. He reached out to take the money and said coldly, "Go away, I don't want to see you." "Okay, sister, I'm leaving now." Xing Wei got up from the ground and left the number 2 courtyard. Then, under Gao Yan's control, the other party carried out an armed robbery on a street near the Public Security Bureau. Soon, the police came after hearing the news and subdued him. Robbery is a relatively serious crime. This guy wouldn't have thought of it in less than 10 years. As for the memories of Zhao's mother and Zhao Jingchu in his mind, Gao Yan had erased them all. Noon. Gao Yan came to courtyard number 2 again. Zhao's mother and Zhao Jingchu were eating. "Brother Gao, have you eaten? Bring me a pair of dishes and chopsticks." Gao Yan was not polite and sat down directly. Soon, Zhao Jingchu brought bowls and chopsticks to Gao Yan. "Xiao Gao, did you arrange for Xing Wei to come to the house today to pay back the money?" Mother Zhao asked with a smile. "It's me." Gao Yan has nothing to deny on this point, unlike the protagonist in some son-in-law novels, who clearly helped the heroine's family solve the trouble, but had to talk about it, but was despised by the mother-in-law and wife. Typical masochist. Later, Gao Yan said that Wei's parents died 3 years ago, and then his wife divorced and remarried with their children. Wei also got into an accident while drunk, causing injuries to his co-workers and was fired. The mother and daughter were filled with lamentation, but they had no sympathy, because they both believed that Wei brought it upon himself. Seeing this, Gao Yan told another story about Wei who robbed in public and was arrested by the police. But Mother Zhao was shocked when she heard, "Xiao Gao, could this be arranged by you too?" Gao Yan smiled, "Mom, don't worry, he will never reveal anything about you, and Jingchu. That's good." Mother Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, because she was really worried that bitch Wei would bite the mother and daughter indiscriminately in order to reduce the charges. At the same time, she also recognized Gao Yan as her son-in-law more and more. Not only did it allow both mother and daughter to live a good life, but they also had great abilities. After New Year's Day, the weather in the capital is getting colder and colder, and Shikai is completely frozen. Of course, life must go on. By the end of January, Gao Yan had made 2 more transactions with Zhao Yuzhong, earning a profit of 80 million yuan, bringing the total profit to 230 million yuan. With a thought, the sub-interface appeared. Host, Gao Yan. Level, 20. World, Parallel World. Income, 23602, 4,700 yuan. Number of draws, top draw x42. Free attribute points, 300 points. The next upgrade amount, 150 million. After the last 10 consecutive promotions, the 300 free attribute points have not been used yet. There was no rush to increase physical fitness, so Gao Yan added 300 points of free attributes to his mental strength, bringing his mental strength to 895 points. After thinking about it, he moved the level to the main interface. The level of the main interface system directly reaches level 120. Preparing to close the interface. Suddenly, a message came to Gao Yan's mind. But the world function of the main interface has undergone new changes, and there is a new world that can be traversed. Gao Yan sinks his mind into his mind to understand the information of the newly emerging world. The system's introduction to this world is relatively comprehensive and detailed. However, the risk factor is also relatively high. Just like this world, after he travels through time in both the main world and this world will stop. And he must stay there for a month before he can travel back to the main world, or the world of the 1960s. Go or not? Gao Yan hesitated. Yes, this new world that can be traveled through is a world of immortal cultivation. With the system plug-in, he can live for hundreds of years easily, but what about his girlfriends? Although he can extend their lifespans by extracting things from the system, he cannot guarantee that they can live as long as he does. He is not a person who likes new things and dislikes old things, but rather he is very nostalgic. And what does the world of immortal cultivation represent? It represents longevity. What's more, he is very interested in the saints and goddesses in the world of immortal cultivation. He really wants to verify in person whether these saints and goddesses are as legendary as they are, and their appearance makes people lose their minds. After all, he has been tested by beauties for a long time, and he doesn't believe that there is any woman who can make him lose his mind at a glance, since he has already made a preference in his heart. Gao Yan didn't hesitate. With a thought, he communicated with the system's travel function. The eyes were dark and bright. Gao Yan traveled to this immortal cultivation world called Songqiong continent. At the same time, there was a group of strange memories in his mind. After integrating this group of memories, Gao Yan also understood his current situation. He is currently in an immortal cultivation cave. Of course, this cave is very simple, and the entire cave is only more than 20 square meters. His name in this world is Gao Yan. Does it sound like the protagonist? But in fact, it is not. He is just a little transparent among the outer disciples of the Nine Saints sect. There is no childhood sweetheart who broke off the engagement, nor is there any suppression and humiliation from fellow disciples. As for his identity background, he is a fatherless and motherless vagrant, and finally participated in the Nine Saints sect assessment, and was accepted as an outer disciple after passing it. Let's talk about the Nine Saints sect first. The Nine Saints sect is one of the 9 super-immortal cultivation sects in the Zhangqiang continent and the East Wilderness. The origin of the name of the Nine Saints sect is because this sect was jointly founded by 9 saintly realm powerhouses, and it has been more than 30,000 years. Let's talk about the realm of immortal cultivation, which is divided into 10 realms: Qi training, foundation building, golden elixir, yuanying, transformation, cave emptiness, unity of the way, holy realm, great emperor, and immortal. Each realm is further divided into 9 small realms. As for Gao Yan, who was replaced by Gao Yan, he is currently at the Qi training level and has barely reached the 6th level of Qi training. Among the millions of outer disciples, he is a completely insignificant existence. The disciples of the Nine Saints sect are divided into outer sects, inner sects, true disciples, and head disciples. The head disciple can also be called a saint son or a saint daughter. Gao Yan joined the Nine Saints sect at the age of 12. His spiritual roots are wind, fire, and water. After 6 years of practice, he barely reached the 6th level of Qi training. He still has a chance to reach the foundation building in his lifetime. But it is even more difficult to condense the golden elixir, unless you can encounter some great opportunity. Generally speaking, as long as you reach the foundation building level, you will have a lifespan of 200 years, the golden elixir can live for 500 years, and the yuanying will directly soar to 2,000 years. The lifespan of the spirit transformation is even more amazing, starting from 5,000 years. The strong man of the cave can easily live for 10,000 years. The lifespan of the strong man of the holy realm starts from 30,000 years. Hadao starts from 30,000 years. The lifespan of the strong man of the holy realm is 100,000 years, and he can also use various magical medicines to prolong his life. As for the emperor, it is said that he can live for 500,000 years. The immortals have an infinite lifespan. However, it is said that there have been no immortals in the Zhangqiang continent for hundreds of thousands of years. The strongest is only the emperor level, but for some reason, since hundreds of thousands of years ago, the emperors have chosen to sleep. Therefore, the strongest on the surface is still the strong man of the holy realm. The mind moved. The system subinterface of this world appeared. Host, Gao Yan. Level, 0. World, Xiaoxian World. Cultivation, Qi training level 6. Spiritual roots, wind, fire, water. Constitution, ordinary body. Kung Fu, Qi training secret. Magic weapons, low-grade flying sword X1, low-grade storage bag X1. Spells, fireball, wind blade, water mist, earth spike, basic sword control. Wealth, low-grade spirit stone X53. Income, 0. System return, 1x. Attribute points, 0. Lottery, 0. Seeing the system return column, Gao Yan couldn't help but smile. There was no system return function in the 1960s, but he didn't expect that this function would appear again in the Shoshan world. It must be said that the system is his real father. Knowing that it is not easy for him to start, he took special care of him. After closing the system sub-interface, Gao Yan thought about how to open the situation. First of all, if the outer disciples cannot break through to the foundation building stage within 10 years, they will be expelled from the sect. Now, Gao Yan has joined the Nine Saints sect for 6 years. If he had not traveled through time, he would basically not be able to build a foundation in the next 4 years. But it is different now that he is here. There are 2 sources of income for outer disciples. First, the sect pays wages. 100 low-grade spirit stones and a bottle of Qi training pills a year. This amount of resources is only enough to support the practice below the 6th level of Qi training. Once you step into the 6th level of Qi training, this amount of resources is far from enough. If you want to get more resources, you have to do tasks. The sect has a special mission hall. Generally speaking, there are 2 types of tasks, internal and external. Internal refers to tasks that are completed within the sect. The rewards for such tasks are less, but they are safer. External refers to tasks that need to be completed outside, such as going to the mortal city to kill demons and eliminate monsters. For example, go to find spiritual herbs. For example, go to explore the intelligence of some hostile forces, etc. But these tasks are often accompanied by danger and accidents. If you are not careful, you can easily be killed. The Nine Saints sect replenishes outer disciples every year. If the outer disciples at the Qi training level die, they die. If 3 or 5 die at a time, the top leaders are too lazy to ask. Unless there are hundreds or thousands of deaths at a time, the top leaders will ask. But if you are dead, what's the use even if the sect leaders avenge you? Gao Yan is a cautious guy. Before breaking through the 6th level of Qi training, he had been honestly staying in the sect to practice. Half a year ago, he took an external task. Although he barely completed the task, he was seriously injured. Since then, he has never taken external tasks again. As for the tasks within the sect, there are not many, and it is typical that there are too many monks and too little porridge. If you don't have some connections, you can't grab it at all. That's why Gao Yan is so poor, with only 53 low-grade spirit stones in his storage bag. By the way, the current upgrade requirement of the system is 1000 spirit stones. The attribute points obtained can be used to improve spiritual roots and physique. The physique in this world does not refer to physical strength, but a special physique. He is now a mortal body, and above the mortal body is a spiritual body. Generally, when you reach the spiritual body, you can directly enter the inner gate. The speed of cultivation is very fast. Above the spiritual body is the divine body. Elders will rush to accept disciples who have divine bodies, because once they reach a certain level, the divine body will give birth to supernatural powers. Above the divine body is the holy body. As long as the person with the holy body does not die or have an accident in the middle of the process, he can definitely cultivate to the holy realm, and above the holy body is the immortal body. People with immortal bodies have a high possibility of becoming a great emperor, and there is also a chance of becoming an immortal. Unfortunately, let alone the immortal body, even the holy body has not appeared for many years. As for the spiritual root, it determines the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy. The purer the spiritual root, the higher the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy. Let's get back to the point. Go and earn spiritual stones first. After making a seal to open the formation, Gao Yan walked out of the cave. Looking at the surrounding environment, it was so beautiful that it was shocking. I'm afraid that the most beautiful scenic spots on the earth could not be compared with it. However, Gao Yan quickly retracted his gaze and went straight to the outer gates mission hall. He flew for 5 minutes on the sword. Gao Yan finally arrived at the mountain where the mission hall was located. Although it was only the outer gates mission hall, it still gave Gao Yan a sense of grandeur. The whole hall was hundreds of meters high and made of unknown blue ore. The whole hall was seamlessly integrated, like a giant work of art. For a moment, Gao Yan couldn't help but secretly said in his heart, "It's worthy of being a world of cultivation. Even the architecture is extraordinary." Retracting his gaze, Gao Yan quickly stepped into the hall. In the hall, there were a large number of outer disciples coming and going. And they all looked hurried. For outer disciples who lack resources, making money and practicing are the most important. As for intrigue, love, or jealousy, it is almost impossible to happen because there is no time at all. After all, if you can't build a foundation within 10 years, you will be driven out of the sect. A huge dark green jade tablet stands in the hall. This is the task tablet. It is very convenient to accept tasks. You only need to touch the task tablet with your identity token to accept the task. There are no internal tasks. They have been arranged privately by the deacon of the task hall. There are only external tasks. The task reward is spirit stones plus contribution points. Spirit stones are used for cultivation and purchase of items, while contribution points can be exchanged for skills and spells. After a selection, Gao Yan directly accepted 3 tasks of collecting spiritual medicine. The areas where these 3 spiritual medicines grow are not far apart. And the rewards of the 3 tasks added together are exactly 1,200 low-grade spirit stones and 120 contribution points. In fact, he wanted to accept more tasks, but the rule is to accept a maximum of 3 tasks at a time. After accepting the task, Gao Yan went straight to the area where the spiritual medicine was. His surface cultivation was only the 6th level of Qi training, but his true strength was probably not bad against the Jingdan strongman. Of course, this was his own estimation. Whether he could defeat a Jingdan expert or not, he would only know after trying it himself. It must be said that the 9 Saints sect is very considerate to the disciples who are doing the tasks. Not only are the places where the spiritual medicines need to be picked marked, there are even maps, and at the same time, there are danger warnings. The 3 tasks that Gao Yan accepted were to collect 10 Xianling grasses that are more than 10 years old, 5 flavored demon fruits, and resurrection grass. These 3 spiritual medicines all grow in the Black Dragon Mountains 30,000 miles away from the 9 Saints sect. Among them, the valley where the Xianling grass is located is guarded by a large number of first-level demon beasts, Xianling snakes. Some people will say that since the sect knows the situation here so well, why not kill these Xianling snakes in advance? There are 2 reasons. First, it is a test for the disciples who collect spiritual medicines. Second, because the growth of Xianling grass will absorb the snake breath of Xianling snakes, and Xianling snakes will also devour Shanling grass, to strengthen themselves. Therefore, the two complement each other. If the shanling snakes are killed, the shanling grass will also die. Besides, the five-flavor demon fruit grows on cliffs covered by fog. There is no danger in collecting it, but it takes some time. After all, the spiritual consciousness of the cultivators at the Qi training level is very weak and can hardly leave the body. The last resurrection grass grows in a swamp filled with miasma. The miasma will only retreat at 3:30 p.m. every day. If you want to collect the resurrection grass, you must complete it within this quarter of an hour. Otherwise, the whole swamp will be covered by miasma again. The speed of flying with a sword is still very fast. Even Gao Yan, a rookie at the 6th level of Qi training, can reach 1,000 miles per hour. However, his physical strength and spiritual power are limited. He can only fly for 3 hours at most and have to stop to restore his spiritual power. Of course, if you are rich, you can directly take pills to recover. Without pills, you can only recover by absorbing the spiritual energy in the air. Gao Yan is a otaku. After joining the Nine Saints sect, he has left the sect only a few times. So, on the way, Gao Yan also looked at the scenery under the sky with curiosity. It must be said that the Shouxian world is worthy of the word Xian. The wonders and beautiful scenery that are rarely seen on Earth can be seen everywhere in this world. If a piece of land is enclosed in this world, developed into a tourist attraction, and then connected to the Earth, it is estimated that just by collecting tickets, you can become the richest man in the world. After all, the scenery here is really beautiful. But with so many beautiful scenery, how many people stop to appreciate it? It took almost 2 days to fly back and forth. Gao Yan finally arrived at the outskirts of the Black Dragon Mountains. This is because Gao Yan's own mental power is strong, and the speed of absorbing spiritual energy is much faster than the original Gao Yan. Otherwise, every time he exhausted his spiritual power, it would take 2 hours to recover. He successfully shortened the recovery time to 40 minutes. In fact, he could be faster, but unfortunately, the practice of practicing Qi Ju is too rubbish. No matter how much spiritual energy is absorbed from the outside world, it cannot be transformed. Therefore, not only do you have to earn spirit stones, but you also have to get a more advanced practice. The strength of the practice is reflected in 3 aspects. They are the efficiency of converting spiritual energy, the strength of spiritual energy, and the output. In simple terms, the conversion efficiency is that if you practice in the same environment, with the same spiritual roots and the same physique, and practice with ordinary exercises, the amount of spiritual energy converted is 10, then the amount of spiritual energy converted by the yellow level exercises is 20. The amount of spiritual energy converted by the mysterious level exercises is 50. The amount of spiritual energy converted by the earth level exercises is 100, and the amount of spiritual energy converted by the heaven level exercises is 500. The amount of spiritual energy converted by the God level exercises is 1000. And the amount of spiritual energy converted by the fairy level exercises is 10,000. In other words, the former practices the lower level exercises such as the Qi training technique, while the latter practices the fairy level exercises. The former can only obtain 3,650 spiritual energy points after practicing for a year, while the latter can obtain 10,000 spiritual energy points in a day. The former can only obtain 10,000 spiritual energy points after practicing for a year, while the latter can obtain 10,000 spiritual energy points in a day. As for the strength of spiritual energy, the higher the level of the exercises, the stronger the spiritual energy condensed. For example, the spiritual energy strength cultivated by the Qi training technique is like water, while the spiritual energy strength cultivated by the yellow level exercises can reach the level of iron. The final output, in simple terms, can be compared to the human body as an energy source, and the skills are the engine. The higher the engine power, the higher the kinetic energy output. Therefore, the skills are very important. This is also the reason why many outer disciples work hard to complete tasks and want to exchange for more advanced skills. As far as Gao Yan knows, if outer disciples want to exchange for lower grade yellow level skills, they need to spend 10,000 contribution points. And taking an external task, the least contribution is only a few dozen points, and the most is only 100 points. It is really difficult to collect 10,000 contributions. Let's get back to the point. Although he arrived at the destination of the task, but Gao Yan did not rush in rashly. There are generally no monsters above the first level on the outskirts of the Black Dragon Mountains. But things are just a matter of precaution. Moreover, Gao Yan will not use power other than spiritual power unless it is absolutely necessary. This world is a world of immortal cultivation. If he uses martial arts power, if he is noticed by an old monster and has to catch him for research, it will be a big loss. Therefore, when you are weak, it is good to be low-key. It took 2 hours to restore himself to the peak, and Gao Yan opened his inside eyes to explore the periphery of the Black Dragon Mountains. Soon, he locked onto the valley where the shanling grass was. The entire valley was full of shanling grass, and a large number of shanling snakes were swimming and shuttling in the valley, constantly making hissing sounds from their mouths. The 10-year-old shanling grass was relatively easy to identify. First of all, ordinary shanling grass will not exceed 10 centimeters, while the 10-year-old shanling grass is 20 centimeters high. In addition, its branches have been jadified, and it looks crystal clear, as if it were cast in jade. The price of the 10-year-old shanling grass is between 30 to 50 low-grade spirit stones, and Gao Yan needs to collect 10 plants. In fact, he found that there are even older shanling grasses deep in the valley. However, next to these shanling grasses are shanling snakes in the late first stage, and the strength of shanling snakes in the late first stage is above the 7th level of Qi training. As long as the age of shanling grass exceeds 20 years, the value will double. And one plant is worth at least 100 low-grade spirit stones. Retract the inside eye. Gao Yan pondered how to collect shanling grass. Suddenly, he had an idea. Since it is a snake, it must be afraid of realgar. Thinking of this, he directly communicated with the village chief of Yuha village in my world, and asked him to help prepare 100 kilograms of realgar. Then he also adjusted the time inside to 10 times. The reason why he didn't go in was that he was worried that a strong man would see him suddenly disappear and might suspect that he had a cave magic weapon. In a word, before you have strength, keep a low profile. In 10 times the time, the village chief quickly helped him collect 100 kilograms of realgar. After taking it out and storing it in the mustard space, Gao Yan continued to go to the valley where the shanling grass was. Soon, Gao Yan arrived at this place. He did not enter the valley directly, but used a flying sword to wrap a bag of realgar with a hole in it and flew into the valley. A large amount of realgar powder fell from the sky, and the shanling snakes that were originally freehand or entrenched in the valley became panicked and began to flee everywhere. Haha, it's really limited. Gao Yan couldn't help laughing. With a flash of his figure, he rushed into the valley and quickly picked the 10-year shanling grass. However, he felt countless pairs of cold eyes staring at him. Unfortunately, these shanling snakes were afraid of Realgar and didn't dare to approach at all. So, in less than half a quarter of an hour, Gao Yan had already picked hundreds of 10-year-old shanling grass. The task of collecting shanling grass can be accepted repeatedly. Therefore, Gao Yan can pick more shanling grass to repeat this task. In a blink of an eye, half an hour passed. With the Realgar powder paving the way, Gao Yan has picked thousands of 10-year-old shanling grass, almost picking up all the 10-year-old shanling grass on the periphery of the valley. Thinking of this, he controlled the flying sword to fly towards the middle of the valley. The shanling grass in this area is older, and there are even dozens of 20-year-old plants. But what disappointed Gao Yan was that the shanling snakes in the middle were much stronger, especially those around the 20-year-old shanling grass. It can be seen that they also hate the Realgar powder, but not to the extent of fear. Do you want to kill these mysterious snakes? Gao Yan hesitated. But after thinking about it, he still rejected the idea. He was only at the 6th level of Qi training. Everyone knew that the 20-year-old shanling grass was guarded by a late-stage shanling snake. When he brought back dozens of 20-year-old shanling grass, didn't he reveal that he had a stronger trump card? As the old saying goes, before you have no strength, you still have to be a little more stubborn. So, Gao Yan left the valley decisively. Then go straight to the area where the 5-flavor demon fruit is. Half an hour later, Gao Yan came to the bottom of a cliff. This area was covered in thick fog, and the rudimentary form of the cliff could barely be seen. And the 5-flavored demon fruit he needs grows on the cliff. Insightful eye. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan opened his insightful eyes. The fog could not stop the clairaudience's exploration, and soon, 5-flavored demon fruit trees growing in the cracks of the mountain wall appeared in his sight. Whether it is shanling grass or 5-flavored cashew nuts, they are one of the ingredients for alchemy. With his insightful eyes, Gao Yan's vision would not be blocked, and he drove his flying sword straight towards the nearest 5-flavor demon fruit tree. Ripe 5-flavor demon fruit is colorful. Taken alone, it has the effect of tempering the physical body. What's the price? 10 spirit stones per piece. There were a total of 14 ripe fruits on this 5-flavor demon fruit tree. Gao Yan picked these fruits with the wave of his hand and collected them in the mustard space. The mission requirement only requires 55 flavor demon fruits. But only an hour later, Gao Yan picked thousands of 5-flavor demon fruits. The mountain wall is huge. There are also many 5-flavor demon fruit trees. Gao Yan discovered that these fogs have the ability to distort the sight of the naked eye, especially near the 5-flavor demon fruit tree. Even if you are close to the 5-flavor demon fruit tree, you will be easily led to other directions by the distorted sight of the fog. This is also the reason why it is difficult to collect the 5-flavored demon fruit in the area where there are no demonic beasts. It took some more time. Gao Yan has almost obtained 5,000 5-flavor demon fruits and is ready to withdraw. Because it's almost noon. When he went straight to the swamp area where Huanyang grass was located. The swamps in the world of cultivating immortals are much larger and more dangerous than the swamps on Earth. It was still half an hour before noon when he arrived in this swampy area. Under the sunlight, the miasma on the 800-mile swamp exudes a brilliant purple and red color, which is magnificent. But beneath the beautiful appearance, there are dangers of death. This miasma has existed for who knows how many years, and it is extremely poisonous. It should be said that it has mutated. Not to mention the novices. In qi refining, even the foundation-building immortal cultivators dare not break into the miasma directly. Otherwise, all spiritual power will be corroded. Gao Yan waited at the edge of the swamp and took out food to replenish his energy. Soon, 3/4 past noon comes. The miasma that enveloped the entire swamp shrank back into the swamp as if it had been summoned by something. While Gao Yan was resting, he had already used his insight eye to target Huanyang Chao. So, the moment the miasma disappeared, he rushed into the swamp with his sword and picked the sun-returning grass as quickly as possible. Huanianko is red in color and exudes a faint fragrance. The price of one plant is around 50 spirit stones. Because he had locked the location of Huanyang grass in advance and planned a picking route, Gao Yan picked more than 200 Huanyang grasses in just a quarter of an hour. Done, call it a day. After exiting the swamp and looking at the swamp shrouded in miasma again, Gao Yan let out a heavy breath. Gao Yan has no intention of returning to the sect, because he plans to collect another wave tomorrow. After all, it is not easy to go out. After finding a mountain wall and using his flying sword to dig out a cave, Gao Yan got in and then blocked the cave. He then used his insight eye to check that no one was around before he cautiously entered my cave world. After adjusting the time to 10 times, he took out the spirit stones and started practicing. Although practicing Qi Ju is rubbish, but Gao Yan's mental power was so strong that he directly raised the power of the Qi training technique to its full value. Therefore, after practicing in my world for 10 days, Gao Yan's cultivation has touched the threshold of the 7th level of Qi training. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan returned to the cave from my world. After carefully checking around again and finding no one there, he headed straight to the swamp area. Soon after the miasma dissipated, Gao Yan transformed into a hardworking little bee and rushed into the swamp to quickly collect the sun-returning grass. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. In a quarter of an hour today, he picked 254 Huanyang grasses. Gao Yan's goal is 1,000 plants. So after picking, he returned to the cave for retreat. In my world, after 10 times the passage of time, Gao Yan practiced for 5 days and finally achieved a breakthrough, reaching the 7th level of Qi training. There are over 1 million outer disciples of the 9 Saints sect. In Donghuang, there are 8 super immortal cultivating sects alongside the 9 Saints sect. The number of their outer disciples is similar to that of the 9 Saints sect. Therefore, Gao Yan's strength is still not worth mentioning. According to Gao Yan's memory, many of those who joined the 9 Saints sect in the same batch as him have already established their foundations and been promoted to inner disciples. As for the 8th and 9th levels of Qi training, there are also many people there. There were even many people who joined after him and had higher cultivation than him. Therefore, practicing Qi at the 7th level is nothing, you still have to do it. After reaching the 7th level of Qi training, the amount of spiritual power increased by about 1/3, and the intensity also increased by about 1/10. His mental strength was strong. Therefore, it only took an hour to completely familiarize himself with this spiritual power and be able to use it as if it were his arm. Continue to practice. Although Gao Yan is poor, Gao Yan is not. He got a lot of spiritual stones on earth. So, in the next 5 days, he made a small progress on the road to the 7th level of Qi training. It is estimated that the time is about right. Gao Yan left my world and appeared in the cave. Then he went straight to the swamp. In the next few days, Gao Yan lived a repetitive life, picking the resurrection grass and hiding in my world to practice. In 5 days, he collected a total of 1502 resurrection grasses, mainly because after breaking through to the 7th level of Qi training, his speed was faster and the picking efficiency was greatly improved. As for the cultivation, it also reached the middle stage of the 7th level of Qi training. It's time to go back to the sect. So, Gao Yan drove the flying sword and went straight to the Nine Saints sect, out of the Black Dragon Mountains. 18 hours later, Gao Yan returned to the outer gate of the Nine Saints sect. He did not return to his cave, but went straight to the outer gate mission hall. You only need to accept the mission from the mission monument, but there is a special room to hand in the mission. There are many outer disciples who come to hand in the mission. But after looking around, there is no one I know, which shows how much of a homebody Gao Yan is. After waiting in line for a quarter of an hour, finally, it was Gao Yan's turn. ID card. The outer gate deacon in charge of acceptance said indifferently. Gao Yan quickly took out his ID card and handed it over. After checking Gao Yan's mission, the outer gate deacon said, "Have you completed it?" Gao Yan quickly took out 10 Xianling grass, 55 flavor demon fruits, and 10 Huanyang grass. The outer gate deacon just glanced at them and put these things into the storage ring, then increased Gao Yan's sect contribution by 120 points, and gave him 1,200 low-grade spirit stones. Here we come. The system prompt sounded beside his ear. Gao Yan saluted the deacon, and left quickly. He returned to the cave in one breath, and activated the formation. Then he called up the system interface. Host, Gao Yan. Level, 0. World, Xiaoxian World. Cultivation, Qi Training Level 7. Spiritual Roots, Wind, Fire, Water. Constitution, Ordinary Body. Kung Fu, Qi Training Secret. Magic Weapons, Low-Grade Flying Sword X1, Low-Grade Storage Bag X1. Spells, Fireball, Wind Blade, Water Mist, Earth Spike, Basic Sword Control. Wealth, Low-Grade Spirit Stone X 2400. Income, 1,200. System Return, 1x. Attribute Points, 0. Lottery, 0. Ding, the system has reached the upgrade requirements. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade. Gao Yan said decisively. As soon as the voice fell, the income was directly deducted by 1,000. At the same time, the system prompt sounded again. The system is upgrading. And the upgrade time is 6 hours. The mind moved. Gao Yan put away the system interface, and 1,200 low-grade spirit stones were taken out by him and stored in the mustard seed space. This is the spirit stone returned by the system. Taking up the identity jade card, Gao Yan checked it and found that there were 150 contribution points in total. The previous incarnation only went out to do a mission and only earned 30 contribution points. To exchange for a yellow level technique, 10,000 contribution points are required, and my contribution points are far from enough. After a short rest, Gao Yan appeared in the mission hall again. Hey, junior brother Gao, why are you here in the mission hall? I heard that You were injured in a mission some time ago. How is your injury now? I didn't meet any acquaintances when I handed in the mission before, but I met acquaintances this time when I came to take the mission again. The person who spoke was a handsome young man at the 8th level of Qi training, named Yang Fenglai. It must be said that being born in the world of immortal cultivation and being nourished by spiritual energy for a long time, even ordinary people have a relatively high appearance. Not to mention the immortal cultivators, the outer disciples that Gao Yan met before had an appearance of no less than 80. The reason why the two knew each other was that they joined the Nine Saints sect in the same batch. Although Yang Fenglai also had 3 spiritual roots and his talent was not much different from that of Gao Yan before, he was willing to fight for his life. Since he broke through to the 6th level of Qi training, he has been working hard to earn spirit stones by completing tasks. His cultivation level also surpassed that of his predecessor, Gao Yan. In fact, he also invited Gao Yan to join the team to complete tasks, but his predecessor was more cautious. After Yang Fenglai invited Gao Yan several times, he stopped inviting him. After seeing that Gao Yan did not accept. Thank you for your concern, senior brother Yang. My injury has healed. Gao Yan smiled. That's good. Yang Fenglai nodded, a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes, and he whispered, Junior brother Gao, I have formed a team and plan to take on a group task. I wonder if you are interested in participating? Through magnetic field induction, Gao Yan could sense that Yang Fenglai had no ill intentions, but really wanted to help him. Okay, thank you senior brother Yang, for your support. Gao Yan nodded. He is not like his predecessor Gao Yan, who is homely and cautious. Although he is also more cautious, he does not want to be alone. Yang Fenglai was stunned. He thought Gao Yan would refuse again like he did the last few times, but he actually agreed. Gao Yan guessed what he was thinking, so he smiled and said, Brother Yang, I felt that my cultivation was too low a few times before, and it was easy to hold back. Recently, I broke through to the 7th level of Qi refining. Maybe there is hope that I can break through to the foundation building within 10 years, so I have to give it a try. Hearing what Gao Yan said, Yang Fenglai was also quite relieved, and patted Gao Yan on the shoulder. You are right to think so. We, the immortals, should have a heart of striving for progress. Brother Yang is right. Gao Yan echoed, by the way, Brother Yang, when will this group mission start? Yang Fenglai said, it will start in 3 days. My team members are out to purchase talismans and elixirs. While speaking, Yang Fenglai stuffed a sound transmission note into Gao Yan's hand. Brother Gao, keep this sound transmission note. I will notify you before departure. Thank you very much, Brother Yang. After the two separated, Gao Yan came to the task jade tablet, took out the identity jade card again, and took the previous 3 tasks again. Then I returned to my cave and entered my world to practice. After practicing in my world for almost 3 days, Gao Yan's figure reappeared in the cave. The system upgrade has been completed. Obtained a primary lottery and 10 free attribute points. System, why is the upgrade reward a primary lottery? Gao Yan asked. System, host, this primary lottery is not as bad as you think, but it is only for use in this world. After listening to the system's explanation, Gao Yan immediately understood that the things drawn from the primary lottery in this world are probably not worse than the super lottery in the main world. There is no rush for the lottery. Gao Yan's eyes fell directly on the spiritual roots and physique. His spiritual roots are wind, fire, and water, with limited potential, and his physique is also a mortal body. The attribute points rewarded by the system can be used to improve the spiritual roots and physique. Consume 10 attribute points to erase a spiritual root. Or consume 10 attribute points to upgrade the mortal body to an intermediate mortal body. So is it to improve the spiritual roots or the physique? After a slight hesitation, Gao Yan decided to improve his spiritual roots. Among the 3 spiritual roots of wind, fire, and water, wind attribute is a rare spiritual root. If he had only a single spiritual root of wind attribute, he could have entered the inner gate. System, consume 10 attribute points and erase my water spiritual root. Ding, the water spiritual root has been erased. The host now has dual spiritual roots of wind and fire. With a thought, Gao Yan immediately started practicing the technique, and immediately felt different, with the conversion rate increased by more than 2 times. Not bad. Not bad. Gao Yan couldn't help laughing. By the way, the next upgrade experience of the system has been adjusted to 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, and the multiple returned by the system has not changed. It is still 1 times the return. Another day passed in a flash, and when Gao Yan came out of my world, his cultivation level directly reached the late 7th level of qi refining. It's time to hand in the task. Gao Yan got up and walked out of the cave, and came to the task hall again. The outer gate deacon who was responsible for acceptance was replaced. Although he found that Gao Yan had handed in the task he accepted yesterday. Today, he didn't say anything. After receiving the 3 kinds of spiritual medicine, he gave Gao Yan 1,200 spirit stones and 120 contribution points. After handing in the task, Gao Yan came to the task Jade Tablet again and accepted the same 3 tasks again. Return to the cave. Gao Yan called up the system sub-interface. System, use the primary lottery. Ding, the primary lottery is open. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the yellow grade upper grade. Technique. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. It's actually a yellow grade upper grade technique? Gao Yan was delighted. He was just about to use his contribution points to exchange for a yellow grade lower grade technique. He didn't expect the system to be so considerate and directly win a yellow grade upper grade technique. The next moment, a jade slip appeared in Gao Yan's hand. He took the jade slip and stuck it to his forehead, and then a technique appeared in his mind. This technique is called 3 Yang True Skill. The grade is yellow grade, upper grade, and it can be directly cultivated to the 9th level of foundation building. With a thought, Gao Yan entered my world again. After the multiple was adjusted to 10 times, Gao Yan began to practice this technique. I don't know if it was because of the system's production. After obtaining the technique, he directly understood it completely. So, you only need to convert the spiritual power cultivated by the qi training Ju into the spiritual power of 3 Yang True Skill. It took a day. Gao Yan transformed the spiritual power cultivated by the qi training Ju into the spiritual power of Sanyang Jingong. It is worthy of being a yellow grade upper grade, and the strength of the spiritual power after the transformation is at least 3 times the original. However, his realm dropped from the late 7th level of qi refining to the peak of the 6th level of qi refining. In this regard, Gao Yan was not panicked. He took out the spirit stone and started to practice. Next, he practiced in my world for more than 10 days, not only recovered to the 7th level of qi refining, but also reached the peak of the 7th level of qi refining. However, the 2,400 spirit stones obtained from the task and the 2,400 spirit stones returned by the system were all consumed. Reappeared in the cave. Gao Yan went straight to the task hall. First, he handed in the task he accepted last time. After winning 1,200 low grade spirit stones and 120 contribution points, he came to the task Jade tablet and took on the 3 tasks again. Then continued to queue up to hand in the task. The outer door deacon who accepted the task also looked at Gao Yan and distributed his reward. After obtaining another 1,200 spiritual stones, the 3,000 profit has been reached, and the system upgrade prompt sounded. Again. After earning 3,600 profits, the upgrade requirements have been met. Gao Yan decisively chose to upgrade. As per the old rules, the upgrade time is still 6 hours. Just then, the transmission notes in the storage bag started to move. After taking it out and inputting a burst of spiritual power, Yang Fenlai's voice rang out, "Junior brother Gao, come to Feiyun Peak quickly. There are more than 1 million disciples of the 9 Saint Sect's outer sect, and a mountain peak cannot accommodate them. Therefore, millions of outer disciples are scattered among hundreds of mountains. The peak where Gao Yan currently lives is called Yunsha Peak, which is a free cave. Feiyun Peak, where Yang Fenlai lives, is considered a medium-sized mountain. The cave there requires Hua Lingshire to rent, which costs 10 yuan of low-grade Lingshire per year. Of course, there is a difference between free and paid ones. First of all, the area of the cave is much larger than the free one, covering hundreds of square meters, and it is also divided into bedrooms, practice rooms, alchemy rooms, bathrooms, toilets, etc. Immortal cultivators at the qi refining level still cannot achieve fasting, and they also need to eat. In addition to being larger in area, the cave is also equipped with a small spirit gathering array. As you practice, the spiritual energy will be more abundant. In fact, there are better caves. For example, Shangyang Peak is the first peak in the outer sect. The caves there are all in the form of courtyards. A courtyard is at least more than 200 square meters, and the larger ones are as large as 5 or 6 square meters. Of course, the rent is also more expensive, with at least 100 low-grade spiritual stones required per year. Those who can afford to live in Shangyang Peak are the outstanding ones among the outer disciples, or those with backgrounds. Although Yang Fenlai is not outstanding. But after all, he was still at the 8th level of qi refining, so he moved away from Yunsha Peak a year ago. Yunsha Peak and Feiyun Peak are not far apart. The sword control time was less than 1 minute. As soon as Gao Yan landed at Feiyun Peak, he saw Yang Fenlai waiting for him. There. Senior brother Yang. Gao Yan quickly greeted him. Junior brother Gao, follow me. After a while, Gao Yan followed Yang Fenlai to his cave. There were already 4 outer disciples in his cave, 2 men and 2 women, both at the 7th level of qi refining. Yang Fenlai introduced the 2 parties, and everyone said hello, so they were acquainted. Good fellow, as expected of the world of cultivators, the female cultivators are so good-looking. Gao Yan used the detection function of his lower inside eye. The appearance of the 2 female cultivators both exceeded 90 points, one was 91 and the other was 93 points. These 4 outer disciples are named Chen Lu, Ouyang Lin, Zhang Chuan, and Song Jihe. Among them, Song Jihe has the highest cultivation level among the 4, having reached the peak of the 7th level of qi refining. The other 3 are also in the late stages of the 7th level of qi refining. At this time, Yang Fenglai said, "Junior brother Gao has just joined our team. Let me first introduce the goal of our mission this time. What we have taken on this time is to collect the sun fruit, but the place where the sun fruit grows is entrenched. I have a group of late first-level porcupines. These porcupines have extremely high defense. When they are desperate, they will release the bone arrows on their bodies. The power of these bone arrows is also extraordinary and can reach the level of the primary talisman. Therefore, my plan yes." After explaining his plan, Yang Fenglai said, "Do you have anything to add to my plan?" No one has an opinion. "Okay, let's use this plan." Yang Fenglai nodded with satisfaction. "Let's talk about the reward distribution this time. After completing this task, you can get 5,000 spirit stones and 500 contribution points. During the task, we should also be able to harvest some porcupine carcasses. After a porcupine is sold, you can get 500 low-grade spiritual stones, so as long as you participate in this mission, after the mission is completed, you can distribute 500 low-grade spiritual stones and 50 contribution points, and the rest will be distributed according to the amount of contribution. Do you have any opinions?" No objection. Everyone shook their heads. "In that case, let's get ready to go." Yang Fenglai said in a deep voice, "By the way, junior brother Gao, these talismans are for you to use in the mission." "Thank you, senior brother Yang." "You're welcome, there's something for everyone." After leaving Feiyun Peak, Yang Fenglai directly threw a flying boat and motioned for everyone to get on. He spent 200 low-grade spiritual stones to buy this flying boat. Although it was a bit expensive, it could provide a lot of convenience when doing tasks. Because using a flying sword to travel is not as fast as a flying boat, and it will also consume your own spiritual energy. It is enough for a short distance, but for a long-distance flight, you have to find time to recover your physical and spiritual energy during the journey. Secondly, with the flying boat, not only do you not need to consume spiritual energy while on the road, you can also take advantage of the time to practice and recharge your batteries. They, ordinary outer sect disciples, had no background or backing, so they had to rely on themselves. If they couldn't achieve foundation building within 10 years, they would be driven off the mountain. Therefore, every day is precious. Yang Fenglai arranged a room for Gao Yan and told him that it would take about 5 days to arrive at the mission location. During these 5 days, he would stay in the room to practice. The room was not big, only a few square meters. It didn't even have a bed. Only a mat for meditation, but there was a window in the room, so you could see the scenery outside. After looking at the scenery for a while, Gao Yan began to practice. It has to be said that after the spiritual roots and skills are improved, the efficiency of practice will be extremely high. After just a few hours, Gao Yan felt that his spiritual power had become stronger. The system upgrade is completed. Reward a primary lottery and 10 free attribute points. In addition, the upgrade condition has been increased to 10,000. However, the return multiplier is still 1 times. Gao Yan estimated that the return multiplier of the system would increase to 2 times after upgrading to level 3. System, consume 10 free attribute points to erase my fire spiritual root. The system has always been very efficient. As soon as he issued the order, the 10 attribute points he had just obtained disappeared, and the fire spiritual root in his body was also erased. With the disappearance of the fire spiritual root, Gao Yan clearly sensed the existence of wind attribute spiritual energy in the air without activating the exercises. He tried to activate the exercises. The wind attribute spiritual energy all rushed into his body. TSK, no wonder the sect attaches so much importance to single attribute. Spiritual roots, the speed of cultivation is also very fast. Gao Yan estimated that even if he did not enter my world, he could break through to the 8th level of Qi training in 10 days at most. There is one more primary draw. System, use the primary draw. Ding, start the primary draw. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the intermediate spell Fire Dragon Technique. The reward has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. With a thought, a jade slip appeared in Gao Yan's hand. He took it and put it on his forehead. The content of the Fire Dragon Technique also flooded into his mind. The Fireball Technique and Wind Blade Technique he practiced before were all primary spells. As far as he knew, the intermediate spells, at least 1,000 contribution points, were exchanged at the sect. Like the exercises, he had already mastered the Fire Dragon Technique. He wanted to try the power of the Fire Dragon Technique, but it was not convenient on the flying boat. Suddenly, he had an idea in his mind. He had an idea to earn spirit stones. So, he got up and walked out of the room and came to Yang Fenlai's room. Knock on the door. The door opened. Yang Fenlai looked at Gao Yan. Junior brother Gao, do you have something to say? Gao Yan nodded. Can I go in and discuss it? Please come in. Yang Fenlai's room is much larger than Gao Yan's room, and there are also several cushions in the room. Senior brother Yang, may I ask if you are still practicing the Qi refining technique? Gao Yan asked. Yang Fenlai nodded. 10,000 contribution points are not so easy to earn, but after completing this task, my contribution will be almost enough. Senior brother Yang, please look. Suddenly, Gao Yan released his breath. The peak of the 7th level of Qi refining. Yang Fenlai was a little surprised. He thought Gao Yan had just broken through to the 7th level of Qi refining, but he didn't expect that he had reached the peak of the 7th level of Qi refining. Senior brother Yang, I want to make a deal with you. Gao Yan said with a smile. What deal? I have a yellow grade upper grade technique in my hand. No contribution points, just 10,000 spirit stones, I will sell it to you. Gao Yan said. Upon hearing about the yellow grade upper grade technique, Yang Fenlai's breathing suddenly became rapid. At the same time, he thought that junior brother Gao's ability to reach the peak of the 7th level of Qi training so quickly must be related to the technique. But soon he calmed down. Junior brother, the sect's techniques cannot be traded privately, otherwise, at the least, the cultivation will be abolished. And at the worst, the execution will be executed. Haha, senior brother Yang, since I'm looking for you to trade, I will naturally consider this. To be honest, I picked up this technique on the way to the mission. Hearing that the technique was not from the sect, Yang Fenlai was very tempted. The next thing was much simpler. After checking some of the techniques, Yang Fenlai found that this was indeed a yellow grade upper grade technique, and a yellow grade upper grade technique requires at least 30,000 contribution points in the sect. Gao Yan only charged 10,000 lower grade spirit stones, and he definitely took a huge advantage. So, he immediately took out 10,000 spirit stones to buy this technique, and said that he owed Gao Yan a favor. After getting 10,000 spirit stones. The system prompt sound also sounded. After the transaction was completed, Gao Yan left Yang Fenglai's room. Because he could see that Yang Fenglai was eager to comprehend the three Yang True skills immediately. At the same time, he was thinking about whether to sell 3 Yang Zhengong to Song Jihe and the others again. But he estimated that those 4 people might not be able to produce 10,000 spiritual stones. System upgrade. The income value of 10,000 is deducted, leaving 800. However, with the 10,000 system returns to his account, his number of spiritual stones has reached 23,600. Try to find Song Jihe. Earning spirit stones by completing tasks is too slow. At worst, Song Jihe couldn't get 10,000 spirit stones, so he used hypnosis to erase his memory. Came outside Song Jihe's room. Gao Yan knocked on the door gently. In the room, Song Jihe, who was practicing, frowned slightly. When he opened the door and saw Gao Yan, he couldn't help but said coldly, "Junior brother." "Gao, is something wrong?" "Senior brother Song, can you go in and talk?" "Come in." Song Jihe's room, like his, was only a few square meters, and after accommodating 2 people, it seemed a bit crowded. "Senior brother Song, I have in my hand a high-grade Huang-level technique that was not redeemed from the sect. I wonder if you are interested?" Song Jihe's eyes suddenly lit up with a cold expression. And his expression also became enthusiastic. "Oh, junior brother Gao, I happened to get 2 taels of spirit tea some time ago, why don't we taste it together?" Senior brother Song didn't expect you to be such a person. Gao Yan thought to himself, but refused. However, Song Jihe still took out the tea set and brewed a pot of fragrant tea. He personally poured a glass for Gao Yan and handed it to Gao Yan. "Junior brother Gao, how are you? Does the spirit tea taste good?" Song Jihe asked flatteringly. "It tastes really good." Gao Yan nodded. "It's a pity that I won't be able to drink anymore." "Oh, what are you talking about? Since junior brother Gao likes to drink it. These spiritual teas are all given to you." Before Gao Yan could refuse, Song Jihe directly put the remaining tea leaves into Gao Yan's hand. "How does this work?" "I'm not afraid of junior brother Gao's jokes. I don't know how to drink tea at all. I can only..." Listening to Song Jihe's flattery, Gao Yan couldn't help but feel dumbfounded. This guy looked aloof, but in fact, he was a bit funny. "Okay, senior brother Song, let's get down to business. How about I sell this technique to you for 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones?" 10,000? Song Jihe exclaimed. Immediately he was greatly moved, but there was a look of trepidation on his face. "To be honest with junior brother Gao, I don't have 10,000 spirit stones. With me, only 8,000. Otherwise, I can pay for the remaining 2,000 spirit stones with 200 contributions. You see, is it done?" "Okay." Gao Yan agreed without saying a word. This made Song Jihe extremely happy. Next, Gao Yan showed Song Jihe a part of the technique for inspection. The other party also determined that there was nothing wrong with the technique and made a deal. Another 8,000 income was obtained, and 8,000 spirit stones were returned. After telling Song Jihe to keep it secret, Gao Yan left his room and came to Zhang Chuan's door again. Originally, Gao Yan thought that Zhang Chuan would not be able to produce 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Unexpectedly, I actually underestimated him. Therefore, after walking out of Zhang Chuan's room, Gao Yan's income and returned spiritual stones increased by 10,000. Only Chen Lu and Ouyang Lin were left. So Gao Yan first came outside Chen Lu's room. After knocking on the door opened. Seeing that it was Gao Yan, Chen Lu looked wary. Is something wrong? Senior sister Chen, I want to make a deal with you. Gao Yan smiled. Not interested. With a bang, Chen Lu closed the door. For a moment, Gao Yan was a little confused. It was true that he was in the world of cultivating immortals, but my charm had reached 99%. How could I be rejected one day? But it doesn't matter. If you, Chen Lu, don't trade with me, you will also lose yourself. So, he decided to knock on Ouyang Lin's door. Unexpectedly, the door to the room opened directly before he knocked. Junior brother Gao, do you also want to trade with me? Ouyang Lin said with a smile. Senior sister Ouyang is so unpredictable. Gao Yan said with a smile. Come in. Thank you, senior sister. Junior brother Gao, how do you want to deal with me? Ouyang Lin had a joking smile on her face. I picked up a high-grade yellow level technique. I wonder if senior sister Ouyang is interested in it? Gao Yan said in a concentrated voice. Really? Ouyang Lin showed excitement, and then quickly cast a few spells to form a soundproof formation, sealing off the entire room. Gao Yan nodded, of course, not 30,000 spirit stones, nor 20,000, but only 10,000 spirit stones. Senior sister Ouyang can take home the top-grade Huang level skills. 10,000. Ouyang Lin looked embarrassed. If you don't have enough spiritual stones, you can make up for it with your contribution. Looking at this expression, Gao Yan knew that Ouyang Lin couldn't get 10,000 spirit stones. Junior brother, can you make it cheaper? Suddenly, Ouyang Lin hugged Gao Yan's arm. Although Ouyang Lin has a face value of 93 and a great figure, this is the world of cultivating immortals, and there are many beauties, so Gao Yan's eyesight has also become higher. What's more, regardless of whether it is the main world or the age world, his girlfriend and daughter-in-law's appearance value is above 95, even close to the full value. It doesn't make sense to lower the standard in the world of cultivating immortals. Sister, this is a top-grade yellow level technique. 10,000 is already very low. Gao Yan pulled his arm out to show that he didn't buy it. Junior brother, as an outer disciple, you should know how hard it is for us outer disciples. In this case, 5,000 is okay? Ouyang Lin said pitifully. Goodbye. Gao Yan stood up and was about to leave. But how could Ouyang Lin let him go? She quickly grabbed Gao Yan and said, Junior brother, 5,000 is all my family's wealth. Please pity me. I will remember your kindness. Faced with Ouyang Lin's temptation, Gao Yan remained unmoved. Senior sister, I still say the same thing, the minimum is 10,000. If you don't have enough spirit stones, come to me when you have enough. Junior brother, you are so cruel. Ouyang Lin said, and she came up to him. Junior brother, do you have a Taoist partner? Senior sister, I'm here to do business, not to find a Taoist partner. Gao Yan said speechlessly. Junior brother, how about this, I spend 5,000 to buy the skills, and I will be your temporary Taoist partner for a year? Forget it. Gao Yan pulled his arm away again and walked towards the outer door. This time, he was not pretending, he really planned to leave. Wait. Ouyang Lin shouted. Sister, I only want spirit stones. I'm afraid of you. Ouyang Lin rolled her eyes at Gao Yan with resentment. 10,000 spirit stones, then 10,000 spirit stones. I'll go. Gao Yan was speechless. He didn't expect Ouyang Lin to take out 10,000 spirit stones. Fortunately, he held back, otherwise he would lose 5,000 profits and 10,000 spirit stones. The subsequent transactions were very smooth. Gao Yan gained another 10,000 profits and 10,000 spirit stones returned by the system. At present, the profits have reached more than 28,000, and the total amount of spirit stones is close to 80,000. Returned to his room. Gao Yan practiced while waiting for the system to upgrade. Finally, after a few hours, the system upgrade is complete. Level reaches level 3, and rewards a primary lottery and 10 attribute points. So, these 10 free attribute points should continue to increase spiritual roots or increase physical fitness. His current spiritual root is ordinary wind spiritual root, and there are intermediate wind spiritual root, advanced wind spiritual root, and top wind spiritual root above. His physique is ordinary mortal body, 10 points of attributes, ordinary mortal body can be upgraded to intermediate mortal body. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will deal with it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. After a little thought, Gao Yan decided to add attribute points to the spiritual root. After adding 10 free attribute points, Gao Yan's wind spiritual root became an intermediate wind spiritual root. If he continued to add points, he would need 100 attribute points to upgrade to a high-level wind spiritual root. There is one more primary lottery. The lottery can improve his strength, but he can't keep it for the sake of having children, so Gao Yan immediately ordered the system to draw a lottery. The first time he drew a technique, the second time he drew an intermediate spell, so what can he draw this time? Ding, the primary lottery is open. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the small magical power of time. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Oh my god, it's a magical power! Gao Yan almost exclaimed. There are two types of magical powers. One is the innate magical power. Simply put, the kind that awakens with a special physique or bloodline is called the innate magical power. As for acquired supernatural powers, they are acquired through acquired cultivation. However, the cultivation is very difficult and has requirements for the realm of the cultivator. Generally speaking, only those who have reached the Jingdan level are qualified to cultivate supernatural powers. With a thought, a white crystal appeared in Gao Yan's hand. At the same time, a message was also transmitted into his mind. Fusion. With a low shout, a golden light shot out from the crystal and sank into Gao Yan's brow. Immediately afterwards, a strong stinging pain came, as if there was energy transforming his body. Half a quarter of an hour later, after the transformation was completed, there was an additional time rune in Gao Yan's mind. This is his supernatural power, the time supernatural power. After this supernatural power is activated, time can be changed in a small range. At present, it can only change 10 minutes, but it can be upgraded through free attribute points. For example, if he was seriously injured at 9 minutes and 59 seconds, he only needs to activate the time supernatural power and he will immediately recover to the state before the injury. For example, if his spiritual power is completely consumed, he can also recover through this magical power as long as the time does not exceed 10 minutes. So, this magical power is quite amazing. And when it is activated, it will only consume a tiny amount of mental power. Does Gao Yan lack this mental power? Of course not, his mental power is almost close to 900. Thinking of this, Gao Yan decided to give it a try. He took out the flying sword and directly cut the palm of his hand. With a thought, the magical power of time was activated. A faint light flashed, and the wound on his palm disappeared directly. Gao Yan estimated that activating the magical power of time would consume only 1 point of mental power. He has 895 points of mental power, which means that he can activate this magical power more than 800 times in a row. As long as he is not blasted into pieces, he can recover to the peak in an instant. Too strong, System Dad, I love you so much. Gao Yan shouted in his heart. He came to the right place in the world of cultivation this time. By the way, after the system is upgraded to level 3, the system return has finally doubled, but the upgrade requirement has increased to 50,000 profit value. After completing this mission, I will find a few outer disciples to sell the skills. Close the system interface. Gao Yan began to practice. With an intermediate wind spiritual root and a yellow grade upper grade skill, it is so smooth to practice. Gao Yan estimated that he should be able to break through to the 8th level of Qi refining in 2 days at most. Let me mention here that some people don't understand why the more single the attribute of the spiritual root, the higher the efficiency of practice. In fact, to put it bluntly, the spiritual root is just a converter of spiritual energy. Single spiritual root represents purity and high conversion efficiency. And multi-attribute spiritual roots make this converter impure, which will not only reduce its conversion efficiency, but also reduce its conversion quantity. As for why Gao Yan can cast spells of other attributes now that he has become a wind spiritual root, the reason is very simple. Whether it is the Qi training Ju or Sanyang Zhenglong that he practiced before, they are all attributeless skills. The spiritual power cultivated by the non-attribute method is a panacea, and can cast spells of any attribute. Of course, the power of its spells is definitely not as good as the spells cast by people who have cultivated attributed methods. Concentrate on practicing. Time passed quickly. 2 days later, Gao Yan's body shook slightly, and the spiritual power in his body was also rapidly transforming. After a while, the spiritual power transformation was completed, and Gao Yan also stepped into the 8th level of Qi refining. He used his mental power to scan the other people on the flying boat. Except for Chen Lu, Yang Fenglai and the other 4 were all practicing 3 Yang true skills. In a blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Yang Fenglai's voice sounded, "Brothers and sisters, we are here, come and gather outside." After a while, everyone gathered on the deck. Except Chen Lu, the others looked at Gao Yan with kindness and gratitude. Those who have not practiced the upper grade yellow level method don't know that after practicing, they all felt the benefits brought by the upper grade yellow level method. In just a few days, their realms seemed to have degraded a lot, but the power in their bodies became even more powerful and condensed. As for their overall strength, it has increased by more than double, and they can completely beat their original selves. Prepare to land. The next moment, Yang Fenglai controlled the flying boat to land towards the huge forest below. This forest is called Songlong Ridge. The place where they were doing the mission was also on the periphery. Generally speaking, there are many powerful monsters in large mountains. Rookies in the Qi refining stage simply dare not go deep into these places. Otherwise, it will be difficult to get out alive. The airship landed smoothly, and everyone jumped from the airship. Yang Fenglai didn't say much, just said, "Follow me," then spread out her body skills and rushed into the forest. I ran around in the mountains and forests for more than half an hour. Yang Fenglai stopped and made a stop gesture. He turned around and said solemnly, "This place is only 10 miles away from the mission location. The porcupine's sense of smell is very sensitive. Now, let's give out all the breath on our bodies. Calm down and approach slowly." Everyone nodded and gathered their aura. A distance of 10 miles is nothing to immortal cultivators like them. Soon, they reached the territory of the porcupine and lay down on a hillside to watch. Porcupines live in a low forest. There is a red fruit the size of a fist growing on these trees. This is the goal of their mission this time, the fierce sun fruit. Yang Fenglai sent a message, "Junior brother Song, junior brother Zhang. According to the plan, you are going to attract porcupines and try to lure away as many as possible. Junior brother Gao, your task is to pick the sun fruit, and the remaining porcupines will be taken by the three of us. Deal with it, everyone knows it." Everyone nodded. "Then take action." Yang Fenglai waved his hand gently. The figure flashed past, and Song Jihe and Zhang Chuan walked around to the front of the woods. With their appearance, the porcupines in the woods were immediately alarmed. I saw that both of them had an explosive flame talisman in their hands. The moment the porcupines discovered them, the explosive flame talisman turned into 2 bolts of lightning and shot into the porcupine group. Boom! Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and dozens of porcupines were blown away on the spot. However, not a single porcupine was killed, and at most it was injured. This explosive talisman is more powerful than a missile, but it cannot kill the porcupine. This shows how abnormal the porcupine's defense is. Their actions directly angered the porcupine herd. Those porcupines that were not blown away roared and rushed towards Song Jihe and Zhang Chuan. The two of them blessed themselves with a wind talisman and began to flee. In a blink of an eye, there are only about 30 porcupines left in the forest. "It's our turn." Yang Fenglai shouted lightly, first blessed himself with a diamond talisman, and then led Chen Lu and Ouyang Lin to kill the remaining porcupines. Gao Yan also blessed himself with a diamond talisman, then flew out and landed on a sun fruit tree. With a wave of his hand, he put more than 10 ripe sun fruits into his storage bag. Then he flashed and landed on another tree. Seeing that someone dared to steal the Liang fruit, the remaining 30 or so porcupines looked up to the sky and roared. When the porcupines chasing Song Jihe and Zhang Chuan heard the roar, they gave up the pursuit and started to turn back. "Junior brother Gao, hurry up, the porcupine herd is about to return," Yang Fenglai reminded loudly, driving the flying sword through the head of a porcupine, and then put the porcupine's body into the storage bag at an extremely fast speed. And Gao Yan also speeded up, quickly passing by several sunfruit trees, and picked all the ripe sun fruits in one go. Boom! At this moment, a roar came, but it was the porcupine that was chasing Song Jihe and the other 2 people who returned. "Junior brother Gao, are you okay? The quantity is enough. Then withdraw." Yang Fenglai winked at Chen Lu and Ouyang Lin, and the 3 of them threw the fog talisman at the same time. Suddenly, a large amount of smoke appeared in the woods, followed by several sword lights rising into the sky and rushing out of the forest. After a while, the 6 people met outside the mountain forest. Yang Fenglai threw the flying boat and said in a high voice, "Junior sisters and brothers, let's go back to the sect. There are white clouds in the sky." On the deck of a flying boat, 6 young men and women wearing the official uniforms of the 9 Saints sect's outer sect were sitting together. "Junior brother Gao, how many blazing sun fruits have you picked?" "Senior brother, I picked 73 blazing fruits in total," Gao Yan said. As he spoke, he took out 73 blazing sun fruits from the storage bag. "Good." Yang Fenglai laughed. This group mission was quite smooth. Not only was the mission successfully completed, there was no damage at all. After laughing, he said, "Take 50 sun fruits to hand in the mission. I will find someone to deal with the remaining 23. The price should reach 150 spirit stones. By the way, I have 4 porcupines here. Where are the corpses, Junior Sister Chen and Junior Sister Ouyang?" Ouyang Lin smiled and said, "My little sister is not as good as senior brother Yang, so I will kill 3 porcupines. I only have 1. Chen Lu said a little embarrassed. "It's okay, our main task is to collect sun fruit, hunting porcupines is not important." In other words, this mission also yielded an additional 23 sun fruits and 8 porcupines. Yang Fenglai knew that if he had not modified the 3 Yang True skills, it would be impossible to kill 4 porcupines in a short time with his strength. It would be good to kill 2. But what puzzled him was that Ouyang Lin seemed to have the aura of 3 Yang True skills in her aura. Could it be that she also had 3 Yang True skills? 23 sun fruits are worth 3,450 low-grade spiritual stones, and 8 porcupines are worth 4,000 spiritual stones. Therefore, a total of 7,450 low-grade spiritual stones were obtained in this additional task. Next is the time to distribute rewards. The basic rewards are 500 low-grade spiritual stones and 50 contribution points each. Gao Yan picked 23 more sun fruits, so he could get 1/3 of each extra sun fruit. In addition, of the 8 porcupines, the one who kills them can get 1/3. And the remaining 2/3 will be divided equally among the other 5 people. He can also harvest 533 low-grade spiritual stones. Therefore, in this mission, he can get a total of 2,183 low-grade spiritual stones and 50 contribution points. After completing the assignment, Yang Feng came to ask if everyone had any opinions. Naturally, everyone has no objection. Having just experienced a battle, everyone returned to the room to recuperate. But Chen Lu was a little absent-minded, because she discovered that when fighting the porcupine, the auras of Yang Fenglai and Ouyang Lin's skills had changed. They were no longer Qi training skills, but probably changed to Huangjia skills. Redeemable yellow level skills require 10,000 contribution points. Yang Fenglai may be able to contribute so many points, but Ouyang Lin definitely does not have 10,000 contribution points. Moreover, as far as she knew, they did not exchange their skills before setting off. Then, there is only one possibility. These 2 people modified their skills during the mission. But during the mission, they were all practicing on the flying boat. Where did they get the skills from? Think of this. She came to Ouyang Lin's door. "Junior Sister Chen, is something wrong?" Ouyang Lin invited Chen Lu in. "Senior Sister Ouyang, have you modified the Huangjia Kung Fu?" Chen Lu asked. "You know everything?" Ouyang Lin was not surprised. After all, this matter could not be concealed. After taking action, the aura of the technique could not be concealed. Senior Sister Ouyang, if I guess correctly, the skills you practice are not exchanged from the sect, right? Chen Lu asked again. Ouyang Lin chuckled and nodded. Then can you tell me, where did you get this yellow level skill? Chen Lu asked again. I'm sorry, Junior Sister Chen, I promised not to leak it, but with how smart you are, it shouldn't be difficult to guess. Gao Yan is not stupid. After trading with Yang Fenglai and others, he told them not to reveal that they bought the technique from him, and they could not sell the technique to others alone. And he even made a vow to his inner demon. Therefore, Ouyang Lin could not tell Chen Lu directly. After receiving Ouyang Lin's prompt, Chen Lu frowned and started thinking. Then, a picture flashed in her mind, and she suddenly woke up. She looked at Ouyang Lin and asked, Is it Gao Yan? I can't answer you, you have to verify it yourself. Ouyang Lin shook her head. Thank you, Senior Sister Ouyang, for your advice. After Chen Lu saluted Ouyang Lin, she said goodbye and left, and even came outside Gao Yan's room. A knock on the door was heard. Gao Yan opened the door. I saw Chen Lu standing outside the door. Senior Sister Chen, please come in. He had already guessed Chen Lu's intention. Junior brother Gao, before you wanted to make a deal with me, was it related to martial arts? Chen Lu asked cautiously. It seems that Senior Sister Chen has guessed it. Gao Yan nodded. I have a high-grade Huang level skill that I got from other places. Chen Lu couldn't help but tighten her breath when she heard the words Huang Jia high grade. No wonder Yang Fenglai and Ouyang Lin's strength had improved so much. It turned out that they both practiced Huang Jia high-grade Kung Fu. Then can we still continue trading? Chen Lu asked anxiously, feeling extremely regretful in her heart. If she had not rejected Gao Yan a few days ago, then now she had modified Huang Jia's top-grade technique. No second price, 20,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Gao Yan said with a smile. Last time I approached you for a deal and you didn't agree, but this time I come here to try and get rid of you. I'll definitely kill you. I heard it only costs 20,000 spirit stones. Chen Lu couldn't help but feel happy. Huang Jia's high-grade skills were exchanged at the sect, and she got 30,000 contribution points, which were exchanged for spiritual stones, which was 300,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Therefore, 20,000 low-grade spiritual stones are really not expensive, they are simply a bargain. Thinking of this, she said, Junior brother Gao, I only have more than 15,000 spirit stones and 200 contribution points now. Can we trade first? How about I give you the remaining spirit stones when I return to the sect within 3 days? Gao Yan thought for a while. Okay, you can give me 15,000 spirit stones first, and you won't need any contribution points. I will do as you say with the remaining 5,000 spirit stones, and give them to me within 3 days after returning to the sect. Hearing this, Chen Lu was overjoyed and quickly bowed to Gao Yan to thank him. After sending Chen Lu away, Gao Yan couldn't help but smile. In this transaction, he gained not only 15,000 yuan worth of profits, but also received 30,000 spirit stones in return from the system. This brings his total income to just over 43,000, with more than 6,000 left before he can upgrade again. As for the total amount of spiritual stones, it has reached a huge 120,000. When I return to the Nine Saints sect this time, I have to move out of the free cave. After all, the free cave is so depressing, it doesn't even have a window. 5 days later, Gao Yan and his party returned to the Nine Saints sect. After 5 days of practice, Gao Yan has improved to a small level and reached the middle stage of the 8th level of qi refining. Junior brothers and sisters, let's meet again in 3 days. Yang Fenglai said to everyone. No one had any objections to this. After all, it would take time for Yang Feng to deal with the extra sun fruits and porcupines. As for whether Yang Fenglai will take the money and run away, this is not enough. Junior brother Gao, do you want to come and sit in my cave? Ouyang Lin blinked at Gao Yan. Okay. Gao Yan is a veteran, so he is naturally not afraid of Ouyang Lin's teasing. This time it was Ouyang Lin's turn to be dumbfounded. She originally thought that Gao Yan would refuse shyly, but she didn't expect that this kid actually agreed. Junior brother, I'm just teasing you. If you want to go to senior sister's cave, you have to work hard. As soon as she finished speaking, Ouyang Lin disappeared, but with a feeling of running away. Looking at Ouyang Lin's back, Gao Yan smiled and then left Feiyun Peak. But he did not return to the cave house in Yunsha Peak, but came to the outer gate steward's house. He had more than 100,000 spirit stones. In the outer gate, there were not many people who could take out 100,000 spirit stones. So, he decided to move. As for the original cave house, the valuable things were all in the storage bag, so there was no need to go back. There are hundreds of habitable peaks in the outer gate. After a lot of selection, Gao Yan settled in Yunsha Peak. The cave house he chose was about 150 square meters, with a bedroom, a practice room, an alchemy room, a bathroom, and a living room. And there were many exquisite furniture made of high-grade wood. A typical boutique house. The price, of course, was not low, 20 low-grade spirit stones a year. After returning the previous cave house, Gao Yan paid the spirit stones and took the formation card and went straight to Yunsha Peak. The function of the cave formation card is almost the same as that of a key. Because the cave has a door, but it is not locked, but opened by a formation. Soon, Gao Yan entered his new cave, number 88, Yunsha Peak. After a tour, he was quite satisfied. After finishing the cave, Gao Yan went straight to the canteen of Yunsha Peak. Qi refining disciples cannot do fasting, so they still need to eat, so there is a canteen on each mountain. And the food in the canteen is also free. Of course, you can only eat in the canteen and cannot take it away. Unlike other immortal sects in fairy tales, the Nine Saints sect has no menial disciples. The chefs and employees of this canteen are actually outer disciples. Moreover, the position of the canteen is still a lucrative job. Although the salary is not high, the meat in the canteen is all monster meat. Although the level of these monsters is not high, they are generally in the early stage of the first level, or even monsters that do not enter the level. But the monster meat contains sufficient qi and blood, and long-term consumption can also strengthen the body. Generally speaking, the outer disciples who work in the cafeteria will practice a body refining technique. The qi refining immortals who practice the body refining technique are much stronger than those who do not practice the body refining technique. If the body refining technique is practiced to the extreme, they can even resist the attack of the flying sword with their flesh. Of course, this flying sword refers to the low-grade flying sword, and they still can't withstand the middle-grade flying sword. The cafeteria is open 24 hours a day. The dining mode is also a buffet. Gao Yan took the bowls and chopsticks from the cupboard with a cleaning formation, and came to the meal area to scoop a bowl of porridge made with red feathered chicken bones, a bowl of braised black pork, and picked up a few kinds of stir-fried spiritual vegetables, and found a table to sit down and eat. To be honest, the skills of the chefs in this cafeteria are really not good. But they can't resist the use of good ingredients. So, the taste of the food is still quite good. Take a few stir-fried spiritual vegetables, for example, only a little oil and salt were added, but the taste was tender and refreshing, which was the taste of the spiritual vegetables. He drank 3 bowls of chicken bone porridge in a row, and ate the dishes he took cleanly. After washing the dishes and chopsticks, he put them back in the cupboard, and walked towards his cave. Along the way, he also saw many fellow disciples, but they were basically in a hurry back to his cave. Gao Yan took out the spiritual tea and made himself a cup. After tasting the tea for an hour, he slowly entered my world and began to practice. He practiced in my world for more than 20 days. Without counting the consumption of spiritual stones, Gao Yan's cultivation level broke through from the middle stage of the 8th level of qi refining to the peak of the 8th level of qi refining. After polishing his own spiritual power, he reappeared in the cave. After calculation, he has been in the world of cultivation for 25 days. In 5 days, he can travel back again. However, before going back, he has to upgrade the system. His current income value is more than 43,000. Chen Lu owes him 5,000 spirit stones, and Yang Fenglai also has more than 2,000 spirit stones for the task. After the money is received, it will meet the upgrade requirements. However, he still has a lot of Shanling grass, Wuwei Yao fruit and Huanyang grass. He can go to brush some spirit stones and contributions first. Gao Yan is very skilled in brushing tasks. Unfortunately, what Gao Yan regrets is that after brushing 3 times in a row, all 3 tasks were cancelled. Obviously, the person who issued the task no longer lacks these 3 things. This makes Gao Yan quite regretful. After brushing 3 tasks, he gained 3,600 points of income value and 10,800 low-grade spirit stones. Of course, this is also counted as the spirit stones returned by the system. In addition, there are 360 contribution points. His contribution also broke through to 750 points. This contribution can only be exchanged for a few primary spells and elixirs. But for Gao Yan, it is meaningless. There are no tasks to brush. Gao Yan found a seat in the mission hall and sat down. He observed the outer disciples coming and going. It must be said that the female cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation are really good-looking. He stayed in the mission hall for an hour. He found 45 female cultivators with a beauty score of 90 points, and the highest one reached 98 points. For a moment, he couldn't help but doubt. Even the outer disciples have such high looks, so how high should the looks of the sect saints be? Unfortunately, in this world, the class concept is very serious. We are all from the 9 Saints sect, but as outer disciples, we cannot even go to the inner sect without being summoned, let alone see the true teachings of the Master. Moreover, when they travel, they either take a large flying magic weapon or use flying spells or magical powers. A rookie in the qi refining stage cannot even sense their breath, let alone see their appearance. Therefore, if you want to see those saints, you probably have to reach the golden core stage. Fortunately, Gao Yan is not in a hurry. He has a golden finger like the system, and a cultivation cheat like Minecraft. If he makes good use of these 2, it will take him only a few years to reach the golden core stage. By then, he wants to see if the saint's appearance has reached 100 or more than 100 points. Huh. Suddenly, the sound transmission talisman in the storage bag moved. It was not Yang Fenglai who transmitted the sound. It was Chen Lu who transmitted the sound. He took out the sound transmission talisman and input spiritual power, and Chen Lu's tired voice came from it. Then Gao Yan got up and left the mission hall and came to Feichuan Peak. At the edge of the square of Feichuan Peak, he saw Chen Lu. After not seeing each other for a few days, Chen Lu looked particularly haggard. Junior brother Gao, this is the 5,000 spirit stones I owe you, please keep it. Chen Lu threw a storage bag to Gao Yan. Okay, then we are even. Gao Yan put away the storage bag and checked it. There were indeed 5,000 spirit stones in it, but the interesting thing was that there was blood on the storage bag. For a moment, he couldn't help but wonder if Chen Lu had gone out to kill people and steal treasures? But thinking about it this way, it was really possible. After all, if she didn't go to kill people and steal treasures, she couldn't gather 5,000 spirit stones in 3 days, and after careful observation, she found that Chen Lu's cheeks were slightly pale. She should be injured. Junior brother Gao, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying this to Gao Yan, Chen Lu left quickly, probably busy going back to heal her wounds. Ding, the system has reached the upgrade requirements. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade. Originally, it was only 2,000 income points away from upgrading. Chen Lu gave 5,000, which has exceeded the upgrade requirements. 3 hours passed quickly. The system upgrade is completed. With a thought, the system sub-interface appeared. Host, Gao Yan. Level 4. The world in which you are located, the world of cultivating immortals. Cultivation, peak of the 8th level of Qi training. Spiritual root, wind, intermediate. Physique, ordinary body. Kung Fu, 3 Yang True Kung Fu. Magical power of time, elementary. Magic weapon, low-grade flying sword X1, low-grade storage bag X1. Spells, fireball, wind blade, water mist, ground thorn, basic sword control. Fire dragon, intermediate. Wealth, low-grade spiritual stone X129000. Profit, 2,400. System return, 2 times. Attribute points, 10. Lottery, Junior Lottery X1. Originally, there should be 139,600 spiritual stones, but it took more than 10,000 to break through to the peak of the 8th level of Qi refining. His eyes fell on the column of magic weapons, and Gao Yan frowned slightly. The low-grade flying sword was no longer worthy of his cultivation, and he had to replace it with a mid-grade flying sword. With his current contribution points, it is more than enough to exchange for a mid-grade flying sword. The extra 10 free attribute points were not enough to add lining root, so Gao Yan directly clicked on Constitution. Then, a mysterious force transformed his body. However, he did not feel the slightest pain. After all, his body strength was extremely abnormal. It is estimated that there is a big gap between the physical body of the golden elixir expert and his body. Gao Yan estimated that this transformation should make his body more suitable for cultivating immortals. 5 minutes later. After the transformation, the mortal body has become an intermediate mortal body. If you want to upgrade to a high-level mortal body, you need 100 attribute points. Tried practicing. The cultivation efficiency has increased by 1/3. By the way, the income from the upgrade has increased to 150,000. Just as we were preparing to draw a lottery, there was another movement in the voice transmission, but this time it was Yang Fenglai who sent the voice. It is estimated that he has disposed of the carcasses of the sun fruit and the porcupine, and is ready to invite him to share the spoils. But before dividing the spoils, draw a lottery first. The first time I drew a high-grade yellow level skill, the second time I drew an intermediate spell fire dragon technique, and the third time I drew the magical power of time. I don't know what I can draw this time. System, start the primary lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the sword technique Wind Spirit Sword Technique. The reward has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. The next moment, Gao Yan had a jade slip in his hand. Put it between your eyebrows and a stream of information will flow into your mind. Wind Spirit Sword Technique is not a martial skill, but a swordsmanship in immortal arts. It is a high-grade yellow-level swordsmanship. This set of swordsmanship is very suitable for his wind attribute spiritual roots. If other spiritual roots practice this sword technique, they can exert up to 60% of their power, but he can exert 120% of his power. Moreover, this fairy sword technique is provided by the system, and Gao Yan can directly understand it. That's right, with this set of immortal swordsmanship, and just by cultivating immortals, I can probably compete with ordinary foundation building immortal cultivators. Came to Yangfenlai's cave again. Sure enough, the other party summoned him just to divide the spoils. Because he was delayed, he came the latest. After giving him his share of spiritual stones and contributions, Yang Fenlai asked with a smile, "Junior brother Gao, I have taken on another good group task. I wonder if you are interested in participating? When do you leave?" Gao Yan asked. Yang Fenlai said, "This mission will be a little more dangerous, so we have to spend time preparing. It should be set off in half a month." "Okay, no problem on my side." Gao Yan nodded and agreed. After leaving Yang Fenlai's cave, Gao Yan came to the Tianbao Tower at the outer gate. On this day, Tianbao Road is open to all outer disciples selling elixirs and magic weapons. The currency of Tianbao Road is not spirit stones, but contribution points. There are two modes for purchasing flying swords. One is to buy a refined standard flying sword, and the other is to customize it. The price of the second type is much higher. Gao Yan didn't plan to customize it, because unlike others, he was quite confident in breaking through to the foundation building stage. Buying a mid-grade flying sword now is just an overkill. The main reason is that the low-grade flying sword is too weak and can withstand limited spiritual power. If you inject a little more spiritual power, you may be able to explode the flying sword directly. The price of a mid-grade flying sword is around 100 contribution points, but the most expensive one does not exceed 200 contribution points. Gao Yan spent 150 contribution points to buy a slightly better mid-grade flying sword. However, in the elixir area, he discovered an elixir called Dingyandan. The effect of this elixir can be said to be powerful, but it cannot be said to be powerful or powerful. The main consumer group is female nuns. To put it simply, after taking this elixir, a person's appearance can remain the same as when he took the elixir. To put it simply, he can stay young forever. The price is not expensive, 10 points contributes to a bottle. There are 10 calming pills in one bottle. But Gao Yan decided to buy 2 bottles. Because he has so many women, 1 bottle is obviously not enough. In addition, he also discovered primary elixirs suitable for mortals such as the marrow cleansing pill and the body tempering pill. The price was still not enough, and they all cost 10 yuan per bottle. Gao Yan also purchased 2 bottles. Therefore, after coming out of Tianbao Tower, his contribution dropped from 800 points to 590 points. The next few days, he was ready to practice asceticism again. Return to the cave and activate the formation. Gao Yan entered my world. The time in my world passes 10 times faster than outside, so without taking into account the consumption of spirit stones, Gao Yan, who has been practicing hard for nearly 50 days, has raised his cultivation to the peak of the 9th level of qi refining. He can now impact the foundation building stage. However, he needs a foundation building pill. There are 2 sources of foundation building pills. First, through the outer sect competition, as long as you can break into the top 100, you can get a foundation building pill as a reward, but the outer sect competition is not held every year, but only once every 3 years. According to Gao Yan's memory, the next outer sect competition will have to wait until 1.5 years later. The second way is to spend contribution points and spirit stones to exchange. The exchange price is 1,000 contribution points and 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. In fact, there is a third way, which is to buy outside. Outside, only spirit stones are needed instead of contribution points, but the price is at least 200,000 spirit stones. Basically, no one will choose this method. Therefore, it is much more cost-effective to exchange from the sect. Because according to the 1:10 ratio, 1,000 contribution points are only worth 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, which is 180,000 cheaper. Gao Yan has enough spirit stones, but he still needs 410 contribution points. But it doesn't matter. He can earn more by taking more tasks. But now, he is ready to leave the world of immortal cultivation. After all, he has been here for a month, and he still misses his wife. With a thought, he communicated with the system's time travel function and returned to the 1960s in the parallel world. It was still the time he left. And he was still lying in bed. He quickly changed his clothes, hugged Li Mingyao's fragrant body into his arms, and kissed her fiercely. "Husband, what are you doing?" Li Mingyao, who was dazed by the kiss, asked. "It's okay, go to sleep." Considering that he had sex with Li Mingyao before he traveled to the world of immortal cultivation, he suppressed his anger. The next morning, after Gao Yan woke up, his sister-in-law took the initiative to prepare water for washing his face and squeezed toothpaste for him to wash. But after seeing Gao Yan's face, his sister-in-law was slightly stunned. "Why are you looking at your brother-in-law like this? Is there something wrong with your face?" Gao Yan pinched Li Mingyao's cheek and asked. "No, brother-in-law." Li Mingyao's cheeks were slightly red. "You seem to have become much more beautiful." "Really?" Gao Yan directly called up the system panel and checked the appearance column. He found that the original appearance of 89 points had actually increased to 92 points. No wonder the men in the world of immortal cultivation are handsome and the women are beautiful. It turns out that immortal cultivation has a filter function. During breakfast, Li Mingyao couldn't help but look at Gao Yan frequently. Not only did his appearance improve to 92 points, but his temperament also improved a lot. Gao Yan doesn't have to go to work today, not even tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Nowadays, the hunting team rests for 3 days after hunting once. The leaders in the factory had no objection. Instead, they asked Gao Yan if he didn't have enough rest time if he could rest for 2 more days. Mainly because Gao Yan proposed the hunting team last time, which made the factory leaders feel the crisis. Therefore, for him, the leaders in the factory wanted to enshrine him as their ancestor. After breakfast, Gao Yan took his sister-in-law to school by bicycle. What left Gao Yan speechless was that a girl on a bicycle fell down on her back just to look at him. Fortunately, he wasn't seriously injured. Otherwise, Gao Yan wouldn't even know whether he should feel guilty or not. After sending his sister-in-law to school, Gao Yan rode his bicycle to the No. 2 courtyard. Although the weather was relatively cold, it did not dampen Zhao Jingchu's enthusiasm for practicing. Once the bagwazang was hit, her whole body looked calm and relaxed, with not even a drop of sweat on her body. This was because she had developed her dark strength and locked in the heat all over her body. Come on, eat this. Gao Yan took out a marrow-cleansing pill and handed it to Zhao Jingchu. Brother Gao, what kind of elixir is this? Zhao Jingchu asked. Marrow-cleansing pill can cut hair and cleanse marrow. Then I'll prepare a change of clothes before taking it. Soon. Zhao Jingchu took her clothes and went to the room that was converted into a bathroom. She took off her clothes, wearing only her underwear, and then swallowed the marrow-cleansing pill in one gulp. Gao Yan has never taken the marrow-cleansing pill. Therefore, he released his mental power to observe Zhao Jingchu's taking of the pill. About a minute passed. The effect of the marrow-cleansing pill began to take effect, and Zhao Jingchu's beautiful eyebrows also wrinkled. Immediately afterwards, she spit out a mouthful of black blood. This mouthful of black blood was impurities in her bone marrow, and it tasted extremely fishy. However, as the mouthful of black blood spit out, Zhao Jingchu felt that her whole body became extremely relaxed. Then, a yellowish greasy substance began to emerge from the pores on her body. As expected of the elixir in the world of immortality, it is awesome. Gao Yan secretly praised that Zhao Jingchu had taken primary and intermediate levels of genetic medicine. After being transformed and washed with genetic medicine, it stands to reason that there should be very few impurities in her body. But now it seems that the genetic medicine liquid can clean the surface of the body at most, while the marrow cleaning pill can clean out impurities in the bone marrow and even cells. It is estimated that even advanced physical genetic medicine cannot achieve such an effect. Zhao Jingchu's marrow cleansing lasted for a full hour. Wait until she comes out of the bathroom fully dressed. Gao Yan found that her appearance and figure were more perfect, and even her temperament had changed to a certain extent, with a vague fairy air. Brother Gao. Zhao Jingchu jumped directly into Gao Yan's arms. What's changed? Gao Yan asked. Zhao Jingchu said, Brother Gao, I feel that my strength has increased more than 10 times. Moreover, my muscles, bones, and internal organs have been strengthened. Now I can at least defeat the original Tenmi. Gao Yan asked Zhao Jingchu to try punching with all his strength. But it is more than 10,000 caddies of strength. That is to say, an ordinary elementary elixir has caused earth-shaking changes in Immortal. This world of cultivating immortals is indeed a good place. I don't know if Zhao Jingchu has spiritual roots. Next time I go to the world of cultivating immortals, I have to bring back a spirit testing stone that can detect spiritual roots. If your women have spiritual roots, let them also cultivate immortality. By the way, you should also take this pill. Gao Yan took out a calming pill and handed it to Zhao Jingchu. Brother Gao, what kind of elixir is this? Gao Yan said, this is a beauty pill. After taking it, you will stay young forever. Real? Zhao Jingchu's eyes flashed, filled with surprise. Brother Gao, will there be any dirt after taking this elixir? That won't happen. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingchu immediately swallowed the elixir into her mouth, but after waiting for a while, she said doubtfully, Brother Gao, why? Don't I feel any changes? Silly girl, this is the face-fixing pill. It can fix your appearance from this moment on, and naturally, there will be no other changes. Zhao Jingchu stuck out her tongue in embarrassment, and then she took the initiative to lean in and give him a sweet kiss. I told you to, if you want to go to the room to make out, you should really pretend that I, an old woman, don't exist. At this moment, Mother Zhao's voice sounded. Got the order? Gao Yan laughed loudly, picked up Zhao Jingchu, who turned into an ostrich and buried her head in his arms, and strode towards the wing. Seeing this scene, Zhao's mother showed a sad look on her face. It doesn't make sense. The two of them have been in the same room for a long time every time. Why haven't you gotten pregnant yet? For a moment, she couldn't help but have the idea of buying 2 sets of medicine for her daughter to drink. I have been a monk in the world of cultivating immortals for a month. Gao Yan had accumulated a lot of anger. Even if Zhao Jingchu took the marrow cleansing pill, she still couldn't stand it. Out of pity, Gao Yan did not continue to toss. But when I left in the afternoon, I found a place to call Lu Feifei and asked her to meet her at the number 4 courtyard in the south of the city tomorrow. It's almost the end of the year again. Jiangning has more performances. She has been away from Beijing for more than a week. It will take some time for her to return to Beijing. That night, Gao Yan also gave Li Mengyao the marrow cleansing pill and the beauty fixing pill. Li Mengyao was able to remain calm about the marrow cleansing pill. After all, she had a precedent of taking genetic medicine. But when she heard that the beauty fixing pill could keep her appearance unchanged, even the more reserved Li Mengyao burst into unprecedented enthusiasm. Fortunately, Gao Yan's physique is far superior to that of ordinary men. Otherwise, facing such an active Li Mengyao, he really couldn't stand it. The next day, Gao Yan dated Lu Feifei in the number 4 courtyard, and also gave her the marrow cleansing pill and the beauty fixing pill. Afterwards, she lazily lay in Gao Yan's arms. Even if I can't really marry you in this life, I will accept it. Now you know the benefits of following me. Gao Yan stroked Lu Feifei's smooth back with his palm, but as his hand kept sliding down, her cheeks also turned red, and she uttered a sentence from her lips, you are simply a tireless animal. Dare to call me an animal, see how I teach you a lesson. Gao Yan shouted coldly, turned over and pressed on him. On the 5th day after Gao Yan returned to this world, Jiangning finally returned from the performance. Gao Yan took the opportunity to give her the marrow cleansing pill and the face-fixing pill, and disguised himself as Gao Jiafeng to accompany her back to her parents' home for a meal. Of course, he also brought a lot of good things to Jiangying's parents. He also stuffed 2 packs of special cigarettes into the 2 fathers-in-law, which made the old father-in-law very happy. He kept praising his son-in-law for being sensible. Time flies, and it is the end of 62. This is the first year after the famine, and the country has also found a way to import a lot of supplies from abroad. Therefore, pork that does not require meat coupons appeared in Beijing. This directly ignited everyone's shopping enthusiasm. Even Li Mengyao couldn't help but buy a lot of things. Seeing this, Gao Yan was a little helpless. The family didn't lack these things at all. However, he didn't say anything. Anyway, the family didn't lack that little money. Since his wife likes to buy it, let her buy it. Therefore, he also gave Li Mengyao 200 yuan and let her spend it as she likes. Although there was no spiritual energy in the 1960s, it did not affect Gao Yan's practice at all. I stayed in this world for half a month. Gao Yan found that the spiritual power in his body had reached a level that could not be improved. When you return to the world of cultivating immortals, you have to consider getting the foundation establishment pill. However, he did not go to the world of cultivation immediately, but planned to return to the main world first. His own women should not favor one against another. The 4 women in the 1960s all took the marrow cleansing pill and the face fixing pill, and he also left a portion for the women in the main world. Main world, Southern Capital. Lingxi Garden, study room on the 2nd floor. The figure flashed by, and Gao Yan appeared here. Quickly changing into a set of clothes that fit the era, he opened the door and walked out of the study. Inside the villa, except for Chu Xiu and Chu Xing, the 2 hostesses were not here. Xiao Shuo works at Weiwu Pharmaceutical, while Song Yufei is busy opening a branch. That's good, because her restaurant's business is so good. Therefore, she is already preparing to open a branch. Moreover, she will not only open 1 branch, but directly open 3 branches. After all, Gao Yan is not short of money. If his wife wants to expand her career, he will naturally give her full support. Besides, with super seasoning as the base, you won't have to worry about running out of business once the restaurant opens. Once the 4 stores in Nandu are stable, we will prepare to spread to surrounding urban areas. Gao Yan's cell phone, Gao Yan, was about to call water girl Yang Yu, when suddenly, Gao Fei's cell phone rang. The personality set by the system for Gao Fei is introverted. Especially after 3 years of working as an online author, I have almost lost contact with my former classmates and friends. The number is displayed as an unknown number. However, Gao Yan still picked up. Hey, who's there? Gao Yan asked. Are you Gao Fei? I'm Shui Yang. Do you remember? As soon as the word Shui Yang was mentioned, the memory of this person came to Gao Yan's mind. He and Gao Fei were high school classmates. But since graduating from high school, the 2 have almost no contact. There are only 3 possibilities for a classmate who has not been in contact with you for many years to call you. The first is to attend a class reunion. The second is to send you a wedding invitation, and the third is to borrow money from you. It's only the end of December, so obviously there's no winter break yet. Therefore, it was impossible to attend a class reunion, and Gao Fei had only graduated from high school 3 years ago, and Shui Yang was currently a college student and had not graduated yet, so getting married was out of the question. Therefore, Gao Yan believed that Shui Yang was calling him mostly to borrow money. Sure enough, Shui Yang mentioned some past events on the phone to enhance the relationship, and then offered to borrow money. If it were Gao Fei's character, considering his relationship with his classmates, he would probably not be able to refuse, but Gao Yan would not have any scruples, so he said calmly, Shui Yang, our relationship is not good enough for us to borrow money. Otherwise, find someone else to try. The other end of the phone was silent for a moment, and then hung up. We don't keep in touch at ordinary times, but when I borrow money, I think of my old classmate. Moreover, Gao Yan estimates that even if he borrows the money, he probably won't be able to get it back. If that's the case, why would he borrow it? Although he is not short of the money, he doesn't want to be taken advantage of. Putting away his cell phone, Gao Yan picked up another cell phone and dialed Shui Mei's number. Baby, what are you doing? Oh, I'm so annoyed now. There are endless things to deal with every day. Yang Yu began to complain to Gao Yan. She has now almost completely taken over the family's hotel and restaurant. As for his father, Yang Yujiang, he is completely focused on the brothers' hot pot restaurant. The brothers' hot pot restaurant is also about to be launched. Where can I find the time to manage hotels and restaurants? After hanging up the phone, Gao Yan drove towards the duplex house in Nandu. Less than 5 minutes after he arrived, Yang Yu is here too. Husband, I miss you so much. Yang Yu jumped directly on Gao Yan's body. Gao Yan held her hips and kissed her on the mouth. I have something good for you. What good stuff? A pill that can transform you. Later, Gao Yan asked Yang Yu to take off her clothes and go to the bathroom to take the marrow cleansing pill. An hour later, Yang Yu came out of the bathroom looking absolutely radiant, and the fatigue caused by managing the company disappeared in one fell swoop. Immediately afterwards, Gao Yan took out another calming pill and asked her to take it. But after knowing the effect of Ding Yan Dan, Yang Yu couldn't suppress the ecstasy in her heart and rushed forward to kiss her. The result is, over the next few hours, they changed the sheets several times. Moreover, Gao Yan found that Yang Yu became more hydrated after taking the marrow cleansing pill. If she had spiritual roots, Gao Yan estimated that they were probably water spiritual roots. It's getting late. Gao Yan returned to Lingxi Garden. Xiaozhua came back from get off work on time. Song Yufei didn't come back until 8 o'clock in the evening. She looked tired, but she seemed more excited because the locations for the 3 branches had been decided. Night. Gao Yan called Xiaozhua and Song Yufei to the bedroom and said with a smile, "If you two meet one of my conditions, I will give you a very special gift." Upon hearing this, Xiaozhua and Song Yufei looked at each other and guessed what Gao Yan's conditions were. "Oh, I'm too tired from work, so I'm going back to my room to rest," Song Yufei said. "Husband, I'm quite tired at the company, so I went back to sleep next door." Xiaozhua also followed suit. If he wanted them to sleep together, he would let him sleep alone. It must be said that the two women are truly close friends, with a perfect understanding. There is a kind of elixir that can freeze a woman's face and prevent any aging. Looking at the two girls who turned around and left, Gao Yan said calmly. Then, the two girls couldn't move their feet out. "Brother Yan, you heard it wrong just now. In fact, I'm not tired at all." "Are your legs sore?" "Xiaoya will help you massage your legs." Student Xiaozhua trotted to Gao Yan, squatted down, and massaged his legs in a flattering way. And Song Yufei was also dissatisfied. "Brother Yan, I was wrong too. Let me massage your shoulders." Song Yufei took off her shoes and ran to the bed, kneeling behind Gao Yan, to massage his shoulders. "Brother Yan, is Xiaoya's strength okay?" "Brother Yan, is it comfortable to pinch?" "It's okay." Gao Yan waved his hand. "No need, I prepared 2 kinds of pills for you. The first one is the marrow cleansing pill. After taking it, you have to go through a hair removal and marrow cleansing process, so it's best to take it in the bathroom. The second one is the Dingyan pill. After taking it, your appearance will be fixed and you won't age again." Similarly, after hearing about the effect of the marrow cleansing pill, they were excited, but not as excited as they imagined. But after hearing about the effect of the Dingyan pill, the two girls showed ecstasy on their faces. They couldn't help but kiss Gao Yan hard on the cheek. More than an hour later, After taking the marrow cleansing pill, the two girls returned to Gao Yan's room. Under their eager eyes, Gao Yan gave them the Ding Yan pill. "Brother Yan, I'm going to sleep." "I'm going to sleep too." Seeing the two girls fleeing quickly, Gao Yan smiled and didn't take it seriously. Although he longed to sleep with them, he wouldn't force them. But it was late at night. Gao Yan had turned off the lights and went to sleep. Suddenly, the door was quietly pushed open, and then two figures sneaked in one after the other, and got into Gao Yan's bed from the left and right respectively. Early next morning, Gao Yan opened his eyes and woke up. Looking at Xiaozhua and Song Yufei, who were sleeping soundly in his arms, he felt a huge sense of psychological satisfaction. The achievement that I had longed for was finally achieved. In the next period of time, Gao Yan also gave Qin Yue the marrow cleansing pill and the marrow cleansing pill. As for his sister-in-law, she did not ignore it either. However, Qin Yiling was still young, so she only gave him the marrow cleansing pill. In addition, Tu Yun, Qian Baoer, Xing Xiaoyu, and Qin Yusen also got the opportunity to use the marrow cleansing pill and the face-fixing pill. As for Yan Qingqing, Zhuge Qianshan and Lu Hani, their favorability points have not yet reached 100 points. Don't give it to them for the time being. After spending a happy New Year's Day with my girlfriends in the main world, Gao Yan once again communicated with the travel function and locked the world of immortality. Yanxia Peak, cave number 88. The figure flashed. There is one more person on the exquisite big bed in the cave. First put on the standard robe of an outer disciple of the Nine Saints sect. Gao Yan, he went straight to the mission hall. He took out his identity token and placed it on the jade tablet, and tasks emerged one after another. A selection. Gao Yan accepted 3 tasks. Mission 1, kill 10 late-level wind wolves and bring back their inner elixirs, which will reward you with 3,000 spirit stones and 300 contribution points. Task 2, kill 10 late-stage first-order diamond sheep and bring back their horns. Reward 2,000 spirit stones and 200 contribution points. Mission 3, kill a late-stage first-level silver dragon python and bring back its inner elixir. Reward 5,000 spirit stones and 500 contribution points. The reason why Gao Yan took on the task of killing monster beasts was because all 3 kinds of monster beasts could be found in the Black Dragon Mountains. In fact, his contribution is enough as long as he completes the task of killing the silver dragon python. But since we have gone to the Black Dragon Mountains, let's do 2 more tasks. Besides, there are relatively large numbers of these 2 monsters, the diamond sheep and the wind wolf, in the Black Dragon Mountains. Exited the mission hall. Gao Yan summoned a middle-grade flying sword and headed straight for the Black Dragon Mountain range. When he first went to the Black Dragon Mountains, he had only refined the 6th level of Qi. The second time he went there, he had already completed the Qi refinement. The speed of the flying sword alone has increased several times. Therefore, it only took half a day for Gao Yan to arrive at the Black Dragon Mountains. Generally speaking, when entering the mountains and forests, no one knows how to wield a sword. Why? The reason is very simple. If you were flying in the sky, wouldn't you be a target for the monsters in the forest? After reaching the perfection of Qi refining, Gao Yan's spiritual thoughts can leave the body, but the range of leaving the body is limited. It can only leave the body 100 meters, which is of no use. To search for the whereabouts of monsters, you have to rely on the clairvoyance. A thought came to my mind. The inside eye opened and quickly advanced into the Black Dragon Mountains. Found it. Gao Yan was overjoyed, but he didn't expect that there was a group of Vedra sheep outside the mountain range. The Vedra sheep has golden hair and is very beautiful. In addition, its own defense power is also quite high, but its attack power is not good. However, the Vedra sheep is also a social monster. The group of diamond sheep discovered by Gao Yan only had 24, which was considered a small group of monster beasts. Moreover, the strongest aura is equivalent to the 8th level of Qi refining. Even if he does not use any means other than cultivating immortals, he can easily solve it. However, out of caution, Gao Yan still checked his surroundings with his insightful eyes. There were no other groups of monsters within 100 miles of the Vedra sheep. With a flash of his body, Gao Yan rushed into the forest. Quickly approached the Vedra flock. Half an hour later, Gao Yan's hidden aura appeared near the Vedra sheep. However, this group of Vedra sheep did not feel any danger at all and were leisurely eating grass roots on the ground. This Vedra flock is relatively timid and will run away if attacked. Therefore, they cannot be given a chance to escape. Think of this. Gao Yan suddenly appeared among the sheep. Receive! 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 His figure kept flashing, and before the sheep could fully react, he completely included them in my world. Not one of the 24 Vedra sheep escaped. He imprisoned these diamond sheep pens in the wilderness, and then opened his inside eyes again to search for the whereabouts of the wind wolf. There are a lot of wind wolves in the Black Dragon Mountains. In a few breaths, Gao Yan had already discovered 3 wolf packs. But the numbers of these 3 wolf packs are relatively large, and they all have wolf kings, and the strength of the wolf kings has reached the 2nd level, which is the foundation level. If you don't use methods other than cultivating immortals, it won't be easy to win. Gao Yan is not a pedantic person. He used his inside eye to check the surrounding area for thousands of miles. After there was no sign of other immortal cultivators, he decided to use methods other than cultivating immortals. Then he quickly lurked towards one of the wind wolves. Soon, he was close to the wolves. Then in a flash, he fell into the pack of wolves. Take it! Take it! Take it! In an instant, more than 20 wind wolves were brought into my world and imprisoned. Wind Wolf King is indeed a monster in the foundation building stage, and his reactions are very fast. After seeing his people suddenly disappear, he became furious, opened his mouth and spit out a wind blade as high as a person at Gao Yan. Boom! A huge Xuanwu shadow rose up from behind Gao Yan, and he raised his hand to blast it out. The wind blade as tall as a person was smashed into pieces by his punch, and then he stepped across a distance of more than 100 meters and appeared in front of the Wind Wolf King. Bang! The fist containing the power of Xuanwu fell on the hard head of the Wind Wolf King. With a popping sound, the Wind Wolf King's head exploded like a watermelon. So weak? Gao Yan was stunned, and raised his hand to collect the remains of the Wind Wolf King. He didn't even use 10% of his strength, and unexpectedly smashed the Wind Wolf King's head. As soon as the Wind Wolf King died, the remaining Wind Wolves not only did not run away, but instead howled and fired wind blades at Gao Yan one after another. Activating his movement skills, Gao Yan's figure kept flashing among the wolves, and the wind wolves also disappeared. Ouch! Ouch! Suddenly, hundreds of miles away, the sound of wolves howling was heard. With A quick glance, he discovered that two other wolf packs were quickly rushing in this direction. It seems that these three wolf packs are brother packs. It's time to withdraw. Gao Yan used his speed to the extreme, and soon he was back outside the Black Dragon Mountains. Counted the harvest. In addition to the Wind Wolf King, he also captured 128 wind wolves, 86 of which reached the late First Order stage, and 16 of the 24 Vajra sheep reached the late First Order stage. Both tasks have been completed. Only the silver dragon python is left. So, Gao Yan opened his inside eye again to investigate, but the silver dragon python lived in the cave, so it was a little more difficult to detect. However, after only a minute, Gao Yan found a silver dragon python. But this silver dragon python doesn't meet his requirements. This guy has reached the middle stage of the second level. If he brought back the demon elixir from this silver dragon python, he would look a bit arrogant. However, he was not prepared to let the silver dragon python go. After all, the mid-level second-order silver dragon python was still relatively valuable. I searched again with my inside eye and finally found a late-stage first order silver dragon python. Let's get to the middle stage of the second stage first. So, Gao Yan quickly headed towards the mid-level second-order silver dragon python. A quarter of an hour later, two dull sounds came from a dark cave. With controlled force, Gao Yan knocked out the mid-level second-level silver dragon python with just 2 punches. After being imprisoned in my world, he went straight to the place where the other silver dragon python was. Less than a quarter of an hour. This silver dragon python was easily killed by Gao Yan with his flying sword. After taking out its inner elixir and throwing the body into the mustard space, he quickly left the Black Dragon Mountains and flew toward the 9 Saints sect with his sword. Half a day later, Gao Yan returned to the 9 Saints sect. He has prepared the inner elixirs of the Wind Wolf and the Silver Dragon python as well as the horns of the diamond sheep. Good luck this time. There are not many people queuing up to submit tasks. After only waiting for 2 minutes, it was Gao Yan's turn. Hand the identity token to the outer door deacon who accepts the task and take out the task items. The other party released his spiritual thoughts to scan the mission items, and after finding that there were no problems, he gave the reward to Gao Yan. However, after seeing Gao Yan's appearance clearly, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. If he remembered correctly, this boy handed over a task to him more than 20 days ago. At that time, he seemed to be at the 6th level of Qi refining. Unexpectedly, just over 20 days have passed, and this kid has actually reached the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining. There is not just one room to hand in tasks, but 3. There are 6 outer door deacons responsible for the acceptance task, all of whom are foundation building level immortal cultivators. Because of this, Gao Yan only met the outer deacon twice. It seems like this kid has gotten a lot of opportunities recently, Han Yunpeng said thoughtfully. Of course, he was just curious and had no intention of seizing Gao Yan's opportunity. After all, there are many people who get the opportunity. He couldn't find one, so he just went to seize one. Moreover, if he really dares to do this, the sect will not let him go. After all, the 9 Saints sect is one of the 9 major immortal cultivating sects in the Eastern Wasteland. The sect has a profound foundation. They cannot rob their disciples of opportunities. Besides, if a disciple gets an opportunity and becomes stronger, isn't he still a member of the sect? I earned 10,000 spirit stones and 1,000 contribution points from this mission. Moreover, there are still many monsters in my world. After all of them are dealt with, I can exchange them for a lot of spiritual stones. But now Gao Yan has no intention to deal with these monsters. Instead, he went straight to the Dan Pavilion to redeem the Foundation Establishment Dan. The Foundation Establishment Pill is a necessity to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage. The sect has strict control, so before redeeming it, you need to check your identity. Although Gao Yan is no longer the original Gao Yan, but he is calm because he has faith in System Dad. Sure enough, he passed the identity check easily. Then after paying the corresponding spiritual stones and contributions, he received a Foundation Establishment Pill. Foundation Establishment Pill only increases the chance of Foundation Establishment. It does not mean that taking the Foundation Establishment Pill will definitely lead to advancement to the Foundation Establishment stage. The more complex the spiritual root attributes, the worse the physical constitution, and the higher the failure rate. But Gao Yan has a single spiritual root of wind attribute, and he has reached the intermediate level, and his physique is also an intermediate mortal body. Therefore, the probability of foundation building is quite high. After returning to the cave, Gao Yan did not take the foundation building pill immediately. He hasn't rested since he took the task this time, and the spiritual power in his body has not returned to its peak. Although he knows that he has a high chance of breakthrough, he still doesn't dare to be careless. Then he first entered my world and slept. When he woke up, 80% of his spiritual power was restored. So, he took out the spirit stone and started practicing. A quarter of an hour later, Gao Yan's physical and spiritual power returned to its peak. After taking out the Foundation Establishment Pill and swallowing it, he began to activate his skills and absorb the power of the pill. As his spiritual power was integrated into the medicinal power of the Foundation Establishment Pill, his spiritual power began to transform in a certain direction. This transformation took 2 hours to complete, and then Gao Yan immediately activated the exercises in the foundation building chapter of 3 Yang True Skills. With the stimulation of the technique, his aura also began to move towards the foundation building stage. I don't know how long it took. Gao Yan only heard the sound of pop inside his body, and then he felt his whole body light up, and he felt like he was in a state of ecstasy. Breakthrough. Gao Yan was overjoyed. Although he knew that the chance of failure was very small, he still felt extremely happy to have broken through to the foundation building stage so smoothly. After spending a few days to solidify the foundation, Gao Yan became an official foundation building monk. After draining the groundwater to wash away the dirt on the body, Gao Yan put on a brand new set of clothes, took out the gas stove, pots and pans and other things, and prepared to make hot pot. Hot pot seasonings are readily available. The ingredients include King Kong mutton, wind wolf meat, and silver dragon python meat. Soon, the bottom of the pot began to boil, exuding a rich aroma, and Gao Yan also poured the prepared ingredients into the pot. Eat a hot pot meal. Gao Yan felt extremely satisfied because he found that the meat of this monster was indeed quite delicious. After the meal, after cleaning the kitchen utensils and dishes and putting them away, Gao Yan estimated that it took him 3 days to achieve this breakthrough. Of course, this is the world within my world. As for the outside world, not even a day has passed. After being promoted to foundation establishment, he can be promoted to an inner disciple. But thinking about having to do tasks with Yang Feng, he decided to wait for a while before getting promoted. After all, one cannot break one's word. In addition, Yang Feng Lai is still worth getting to know. I counted my spiritual stones and found that I still had about 140,000. There are still more than 8 days left before Yang Feng Lai's group mission. Gao Yan decided to use this time to practice well in Minecraft. Before he knew it, Gao Yan had been practicing in my world for 2 months. Regardless of the consumption of spiritual stones, he also reached the 3rd level of foundation building. As for the spiritual stones, there are only more than 20,000 left. The remaining 20,000 spirit stones are no longer enough to break through to another realm. So, Gao Yan decided to earn some spiritual stones. Half a day later, Gao Yan Yujian came to Xianfeng City, the city closest to the 9 Saints sect. Xianfeng City is generally a place where casual cultivators gather, and those who hang out here are also some rookies at the qi refining level. The entire city was shrouded in a large formation. There are monks stationed at the entrance. Those who have a long-term residence token can enter directly. If not, they will have to pay a low-grade spiritual stone. Gao Yan lined up behind several monks of different ages and prepared to enter the city. When he handed the spiritual stone to the monk guarding the door, the other monk showed awe. "Fellow Taoist, you are a disciple of the 9 Saints sect. You do not need to pay the entrance fee. Please come in." "Thanks then." Gao Yan nodded to them and then stepped into Fengshe. This market also belongs to the 9 Saints sect. To establish a market here, you need to pay taxes to the 9 Saints sect. Since Gao Yan is wearing the robe of an outer disciple of the 9 Saints sect, the market naturally does not dare to accept him. The Spirit Stone. After entering Fengshe, Gao Yan discovered that it was quite lively. There are quite a lot of monks, and with a quick glance at them, there are tens of thousands of them. However, more than 99% of them are rookies in the qi refining stage, and most of them are in the early and middle stages of qi refining. In the late stage of qi refining, you have to be considered an expert here. However, there are still a few foundation-building monks. And Gao Yan found that his return rate was quite high. At first, he thought these people were attracted by his appearance and temperament. It was later discovered that what they were focusing on was the robe he was wearing. Moreover, when these qi refining monks looked at him, they felt awe, envy, and jealousy. Gao Yan did not immediately trade the monster. Instead, he wandered around Xianfeng City. He also understood why the monks looked at him with such complicated eyes. Because, when the 9 Saints sect accepts disciples, they all have 3 spiritual roots. The 4 spiritual roots and the 5 spiritual roots, even if you are lucky enough to reach the foundation building stage, you will still not be admitted. And these monks who were unable to join the sect had no choice but to become casual cultivators. Almost. After getting the information you want, Gao Yan got up and came to the largest store in Feng City. Because he was an outer disciple of the 9 Saints sect, Gao Yan attracted attention as soon as he stepped into this shop. I wonder what I would call this fellow Taoist from the 9 Saints sect. Ordinary receptionists do not dare to come forward, but the store manager personally handles the reception. This is like an ordinary employee of a Fortune 500 company coming to a small company to work. Even if he is the boss of a small company, he would not dare to neglect him. "My name is Gao Yan, and I'm here to sell some monster beasts," Gao Yan said directly. It turns out to be fellow Taoist Gao. "Let's go to the VIP room on the 2nd floor to discuss it in detail." The shopkeeper said politely that although the other party was a cultivator at The first level of foundation establishment, he still maintained enough respect for Gao Yan, an outer disciple. This is the benefit of having a back end. After sitting down in the VIP room, a beautiful maid served Gao Yan spiritual tea, and it was not just any ordinary spiritual tea, at least it was of higher quality than the 2 tales of spiritual tea that Song Jihe gave to Gao Yan. What do you call the shopkeeper? Gao Yan asked. The little old man's surname is Ping. If fellow Taoist masters don't mind it, just call him fellow Taoist Ping or shopkeeper Ping. Okay, shopkeeper Ping, I have a mid-level second-level silver dragon python that I just killed. Let's estimate the price. Gao Yan waved his hand, and the body of the mid-level second-order silver dragon python appeared in the VIP room. Even though this silver dragon python was dead, it still exuded a strong aura of monsters, making shopkeeper Ping's expression suddenly become solemn. He carefully examined the silver dragon python. There were no injuries on the whole body, but there were several fist marks on the head. It was obvious that someone had beaten the silver dragon python with physical force. Damn it. Moreover, the defense of the monster is naturally stronger than that of the monks. It is difficult for ordinary foundation building monks to break its defense even if they use magic weapons, but some people beat it to death with physical force. It can be seen from this that the monk who killed this silver dragon python was at least a high-level Jindan monk. Fellow Taoist Gao, the body of this silver dragon python is completely preserved, and the inner elixir has not been lost. Therefore, I can offer you 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Gao Yan was surprised to hear that the other party actually offered 10,000 spirit stones. You must know that a late-stage first-order porcupine only cost 500 spiritual stones, and a mid-stage second-order silver dragon python cost 20 times that. So he nodded. Okay, this price is no problem. Shopkeeper Ping breathed a sigh of relief, with a smile on his face, so he took out a storage bag and handed it to Gao Yan. Fellow Taoist Gao, here are 10,000 spiritual stones. You can click on them. Gao Yan took the storage bag and scanned it with his spiritual mind. It was indeed 10,000. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. The income value increased by 10,000, and the system returned 20,000 spirit stones. Seeing that Gao Yan had collected the spirit stones, shopkeeper Ping also collected the body of the silver dragon python. Shop manager Ping, I still have some corpses of first-order monsters on hand. I'll sell them to you. While talking, Gao Yan waved his hand, and the corpses of 76 wind wolves and 16 diamond sheep appeared. Previously, Gao Yan obtained a total of 128 wind wolves and 24 diamond sheep. However, there were only 86 wind wolves and 16 diamond sheep that reached the late first-order stage. The essence of monsters lies in their inner elixir. Without the inner elixir, their value will be greatly reduced. Among them, the wind wolves that have reached the late first level have already been given the inner elixir by him, so now he only offers 76 of them for trade. As for the Vajra sheep, the mission requires the horns, so the inner elixir of the Vajra sheep is still retained. Because he had the mid-level second-level silver dragon python as a base, shopkeeper Ping was only slightly surprised to see Gao Yan take out so many wind wolves and diamond sheep at once, but he immediately returned to normal. There are also strong and weak wind wolves in the late first level, and the prices are also different. Therefore, 76 wind wolves are worth 42,000 low-grade spiritual stones and 16 diamond sheep. Those 10 with horns can only be calculated as 500 each, and those without horns are priced at 600 spiritual stones. Therefore, Gao Yan once again obtained 50,600 low-grade spiritual stones. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting 50,600 income points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting 101,200 spiritual stones. Returned from the system. As for the remaining wind wolves and diamond sheep that have not reached the late first level, Gao Yan is not going to sell them, he will keep them as ingredients. Transaction is over. Shopkeeper Ping personally sent Gao Yan out of the store. After leaving the shop, Gao Yan had no intention of staying. Now that he was a cultivator in the foundation building stage, he basically had no use for the things in this city. Of course there is no need to stay. After leaving Fengshe, Gao Yan deliberately slowed down. See if anyone comes to intercept him. Perhaps because the Nine Saints sect's reputation was too prestigious, he flew hundreds of miles away and no one came to intercept him. This made Gao Yan a little disappointed and he could only speed up and return to the Nine Saints sect. Return to the cave. Gao Yan brought up the sub-interface and checked it. The income value has reached more than 70,000, and the number of spiritual stones has skyrocketed to more than 190,000. These spiritual stones are enough for him to upgrade his cultivation to the 5th level of foundation building. After having another hot pot meal in the cave, Gao Yan is ready to be promoted to the inner sect. To advance to the inner sect, you only need to go to the assessment hall of the outer sect. Unlike the mission hall, the assessment hall seemed relatively deserted. The outer deacon on duty was practicing with his eyes closed. Hearing the footsteps, he slowly opened his eyes and examined Gao Yan. Are you here to take the assessment? The other party asked. Gao Yan directly released his foundation building aura. The 3rd level of foundation building. Sun Guangqing's eyes flashed with horror. I didn't expect that this outer disciple had reached the 3rd level of foundation building before coming to participate in the assessment. You know, he was only at the 2nd level of foundation building. Junior brother, please give me your identity token. After learning about Gao Yan's cultivation, Sun Guangqing's tone became polite. Gao Yan handed the identity token to the other party. The other party cast a spell, and suddenly, a soul breath was released from the identity token, and then Gao Yan cooperated to release a soul breath. After a comparison, the two breaths were exactly the same, which shows that the junior brother in front of him was not possessed. Junior brother Gao, please put your hand on the spiritual power column and input a spiritual power. Then, Sun Guangqing said again. Gao Yan cooperated and input a spiritual power, and a line of handwriting appeared on the spiritual power column, 3rd level of foundation building. Okay, junior brother, the inspection is correct, I will take you to the inner gate to complete the promotion. Sun Guangqing said with a bright smile. On the way to the inner gate, Sun Guangqing enthusiastically introduced the situation in the inner gate to Gao Yan. Compared with the outer gate, the number of inner gate disciples is much smaller, only more than 50,000 people. And the inner gate is not entirely composed of foundation building disciples. There are also chi refining level existents. However, you can't underestimate the other party just because they are chi refining. Because these chi refining people have become inner gates either with a single spiritual root or with a special physique, they are 100% able to build a foundation, and the speed of cultivation is very fast. And the treatment of inner gate disciples is much better than that of outer gate disciples. First, they can receive 2,000 spiritual stones as salary every year, which is 20 times that of outer gate disciples. Secondly, they can also receive a bottle of human spirit pill. This human spirit pill is a pill specially developed for the foundation building period. After taking it, it can greatly improve the efficiency of cultivation. Generally speaking, the price of a human spirit pill is about 500 spiritual stones. 10 human spirit pills are equivalent to 5,000 spiritual stones. In other words, the annual salary of an inner disciple can reach 7,000 low-grade spirit stones. Of course, the salary cannot be taken for free. You need to complete a mandatory task every year, but considering that you cannot do the task during retreat, you can receive more mandatory tasks at one time. If you complete 3 mandatory tasks at one time, you will not need to do any more tasks in the next 3 years. The outer door and the inner door are separated by the formation. After stepping into the inner door, Gao Yan felt the extremely rich spiritual energy filling the air. Sun Guangqing introduced, the spiritual energy in the inner gate is about 5 times that of the outer gate, and each cave is equipped with a spiritual gathering array. Therefore, the concentration of spiritual energy in the cave is higher, especially in the top caves. The spiritual energy can be directly transformed into liquid. It's a pity that Ding Ding Cave Mansion cannot afford to rent it, so we have to pay 5,000 spiritual stones for rent every year. Is 5,000 spirit stones expensive? Gao Yan asked. Hey, junior brother, that's not how the accounts are settled. Sun Guangqing sighed, because the higher the cultivation level, the greater the expense. Take me as an example. I am only at the 2nd level of foundation building. I need to consume 2 human spirit pills every month. The sect only issued 10 pills, so there are a gap of 14 pieces, calculated based on 500 spirit stones, would cost 7,000 spirit stones. If you step into the 3rd level of foundation building, it will consume even more human spirit pills. In addition, after you reach the foundation building stage, your flying sword must be replaced by a mid-grade spiritual weapon, and a mid-grade spiritual weapon requires not only contribution points, but also additional spiritual stones. Additional spiritual stones start at least 30,000. In fact, whether it is a low-grade flying sword, a mid-grade flying sword, or a high-grade flying sword, they are all low-grade spiritual weapons. Just listen to Sun Guangqing continue. Also, it doesn't matter if your qualifications are top-notch, but if your qualifications are average, when you break through, you still need to prepare level-breaking elixirs and healing elixirs, which is another huge expense. Also, when you go out to do a mission, you have to buy some talismans and elixirs for self-defense. This is another huge expense. Moreover, generally speaking, it is best to prepare 2 magic weapons. Otherwise, if you encounter danger and fight with others outside, and your magic weapon is broken, what will you do? Therefore, the best way is to prepare an extra magic weapon to prevent this situation from happening. Besides, after listening to Sun Guangqing talk a lot, Gao Yan also understood that cultivating immortality was not as easy as imagined. Of course, he had cheats. As long as he kept upgrading, the system's refunds are getting stronger and stronger, and he should not be short of Ling Shihua. The two of them talked all the way to the promotion hall of the inner gate. With Sun Guangqing leading him, promotion went very smoothly. The identity token was replaced by one from the inner door, and at the same time, the uniform was replaced by a blue robe, which was made more and more exquisitely. Moreover, this robe was a low-grade spiritual weapon. However, the defense is not very good, it only has cleaning function and dust avoidance function. At the same time, Gao Yan also received a year's salary, 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones and a bottle of human elixir. In addition, he also got the opportunity to go to the Neiman Scripture Collection Pavilion to choose 1 yellow level skill and 3 yellow level spells for free. Junior brother Gao, let's exchange transmission notes and have a drink together when we have time. After leaving the promotion hall, Sun Guangqing offered to exchange transmission notes with Gao Yan. Good. After exchanging the transmission notes, Sun Guangqing hurried back to the outer sect. He was both an inner sect disciple and an outer sect deacon, and the outer sect deacon was just the task he took over. I have to say that the Nine Saints sect is very appropriate in some aspects. Take the new identity token, for example. It actually contains a complete map of the inner gate. As long as you carry your identity token, you won't get lost even if you are a roadie. Soon, Gao Yan came to the Sutra Collection Pavilion at the inner gate. According to the routine in the novel, those who guard the Sutra Pavilion are usually experts who have hidden their cultivation. Out of curiosity, Gao Yan used his insight eye on the middle-aged uncle guarding the Sutra Pavilion. The opponent's cultivation level is indeed higher than his. But the hidden master cannot be counted because the opponent's cultivation level is only the second level of Jingdan. After checking the identity token, Gao Yan successfully entered the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion. But it was a little different from what he imagined. There are only a few bookshelves in the entire Sutra Pavilion. 2 bookshelves contain exercises, 2 bookshelves contain spells, and 2 bookshelves contain jade slips related to alchemy, weapon refining, formations, etc. Moreover, the exercises and spells in the jade slips are incomplete, and only a small section can be viewed. The complete exercises and spells are in the hands of the golden elixir cultivator guarding the Sutra Pavilion. Gao Yan directly ignored the middle grade and lower grade Huang level exercises, but picked up the high grade Huang level exercises to watch. However, after reviewing more than a dozen Huangjia's top level exercises, he thought they were not as good as 3 Yang Gong. After thinking about it, Gao Yan decided to give up the opportunity to choose a high-grade Huang level technique. Because the sex cultivation techniques cannot be resold once discovered, the cultivation will be abolished at the least, or executed at the worst. So, why not use the skills of 3 Yang Gong? Pad the table? So, Gao Yan began to select spells. The 3 spells he finally selected were Wind Shadow Technique, Gravity Technique and Wood Python Technique. These 3 spells are all intermediate spells. The Jingdan monk guarding the Sutra Pavilion didn't care why Gao Yan didn't choose the exercises. After copying the 3 spells to him, he stopped talking to him. The next step is to rent a cave. It seems that I have not lived in Yanxia number 88 cave house for a long time. And there is no return or exchange after renting. His cave is much more advanced than Yangfeng Lai's. When we meet next time, I will ask Yangfeng Lai if he can live there. It's a waste to put it there. Anyway. Similarly, the caves in the inner gate are also free. As for the paid caves, the minimum is 100 spirit stones and the maximum is 5,000 spirit stones. The one with 5,000 spiritual stones is naturally one whose spiritual energy can turn into liquid. However, it does not mean that the richer the spiritual energy, the faster the cultivation. You also have to consider whether you can absorb so much spiritual energy. If it can't be absorbed, it's still a waste. Therefore, Gao Yan only rented a cave with an annual rent of 500 low-grade spirit stones. The territory of the inner gate is not as large as that of the outer gate. But there are also more than 60 peaks. Unlike the outer gate, there are tens of thousands of outer disciples living on one peak. In the inner gate, there are at most thousands of people living on one peak. Using the map in the identity token to lock Qilin Peak, Gao Yan flew over on his sword. 2 minutes later. Suppressing the sword light, Gao Yan found his newly rented cave No. 168 Qilin Peak. Although the name is a cave, but it is a large mansion. It is more than 500 square meters. After Gao Yan opened the formation, the spiritual energy in the yard began to gradually increase. Half an hour later, the concentration of spiritual energy directly reached 10 times. Then, Gao Yan opened several other formations in the yard one after another, and then directly entered my world, took out the human spirit pill, and swallowed it in one gulp. As the medicinal power was dissolved, he also took out the spirit stone, to activate the practice. He practiced for half a quarter of an hour. Gao Yan nodded secretly. With the help of the human spirit pill, the speed of refining spiritual energy was indeed improved a lot. No wonder the human spirit pill became a necessary pill for the foundation building period. After practicing in my world for 10 days, without taking into account the consumption of spirit stones and the assistance of the human spirit pill, his cultivation level was raised to the 4th level of foundation building again. It was estimated that the time was about right. Gao Yan left my world, and then went out of the inner gate and came to the outer gate, Feiyun Peak. When seeing the inner gate disciple close on Gao Yan, the outer gate disciples passing by along the way would stop and salute. When Gao Yan knocked on Yang Fenlai's cave, he saw the close on Gao Yan and couldn't help but be stunned. Junior brother Gao, you have been promoted to the inner gate? Yes, I broke through the foundation building period by luck. Gao Yan smiled. Junior brother Gao, no, senior brother Gao, please come in. Yang Fenlai made way for Gao Yan and warmly invited him in. Drinking the spiritual tea brewed by Yang Fenlai, Gao Yan asked, Brother Yang, how are the preliminary preparations for the mission going? Brother Gao, you are now an inner disciple, just call me junior brother, I can't bear to call me senior brother again. Yang Fenlai said solemnly. In the world of immortal cultivation, strength is the standard. Even if Gao Yan doesn't care about this, Yang Fenlai doesn't dare to break this rule rashly. Okay then. Gao Yan nodded. Brother Gao, you are now an inner disciple, do you still want to do the mission with us? Yang Fenlai asked again. After I promised you, I will be promoted to the foundation building stage. People should keep their words. Gao Yan said with a smile. After hearing what Gao Yan said, Yang Fenlai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest with you, brother Gao, this mission is actually a bit dangerous. I didn't have much confidence at first. Now that you, a master of foundation building, are with me, I feel much more at ease. Oh, what mission did you take this time? Gao Yan asked curiously. Yang Fenlai naturally would not hide anything and told Gao Yan the details of the mission. Simply put, this is a mission to help mortal cities resist the beast tide. The world of the sky is very big, and the East Wasteland, as one of the 5 major domains, is naturally not small. And mortals are the foundation of the immortal sex. After all, without mortals, where can we recruit disciples? Therefore, there are still many countries in the land of East Wasteland. This mission is related to the great Jiang kingdom among the many mortal empires. There is a giant city with a population of over 5 million on the border of the Great Jiang Kingdom. It stands to reason that ordinary border cities will not be too prosperous, and the population will not be too large, but this border city of the Great Jiang Kingdom is an exception. Because this city is close to the misty forest. This misty forest is very special. It is shrouded in a special kind of fog all year round. This fog can corrode the divine thoughts of immortal cultivators. Therefore, immortal cultivators dare not easily set foot in the misty forest. But the strange thing is that mortals without divine thoughts can set foot in the misty forest. Because immortal cultivators cannot set foot in the misty forest. The spiritual medicine growing in it naturally cannot be picked. Later, some immortal cultivators hired mortals to go to the misty forest to pick spiritual medicine. The currency used in the mortal world is gold, silver, and copper coins. And one spiritual stone can be exchanged for 10,000 taels of gold. Therefore, even if the immortal cultivators who buy spiritual medicines keep the price very low, it is still a huge fortune for the herbalists. They only need to bring one spiritual medicine out of the misty forest in their lifetime. To live a life without worries about food and clothing. After the news spread, more and more mortals gathered in Misty City. Many people even settled here. After many years, Misty City has also developed into a giant city with a population of 5 million. At the same time, the major immortal cultivation sects also specially arranged people to set up bases in Misty City to purchase spiritual medicines. However, opportunities are accompanied by crises. Every 30 years, the monsters in the misty forest will riot once. Every time the monsters riot, a large number of monsters will rush out from the misty mountains and forests to attack Misty City crazily. Of course, most of these monsters are not in the first rank. But even the monsters that are not in the first rank are also a great threat to mortals, not to mention that there are some first rank or second rank monsters mixed in these monster groups. However, over the past hundreds of years, there have only been 2 monster riots with third-rank monsters, equivalent to the Jingdan stage. Fortunately, the cultivators stationed here asked for help from the sect in time. Otherwise, Misty City might have been broken by the monster group. The 9 major sects of cultivation in the East Wilderness all have bases in Misty City, and the 9 Saints sect naturally has one. There are 3 days left before the monster riot day that happens every 30 years. In the Misty City, there is also a Jindan in the base of the 9 Saints sect. However, unless a third-rank monster appears in the herd, he will not take action. Therefore, the main force to resist the monsters is still the cultivators at the Qi refining level. There is no specific reward amount for this group task. The more monsters you hunt, the higher the reward. Killing a non-ranked monster will reward 1 contribution point, hunting a first stage monster will reward 3 contribution points, killing a first stage. Mid-stage monster will reward 5 contribution points, and killing a first stage. Late-stage monster will reward 10 contribution points. It is difficult for Qi cultivators to kill first-stage monsters. But killing non-ranked monsters is as easy as cutting vegetables and melons. As long as you kill a few thousand non-ranked monsters, you can also get thousands of contribution points. Moreover, the bodies of the killed monsters do not need to be handed in, and can be handled by yourself. Therefore, the task of Misty City is quite popular. Yang Fenglai also secretly arranged it before he received this task. After listening to Yang Fenlai's introduction, Gao Yan was also very happy. As long as this task is done well, I am afraid that he can earn a lot of contributions and spirit stones. Fortunately, he did not turn down this task, otherwise he would lose a lot. Senior brother Gao, however, you have to be careful of the people of Xianming sect when you go to Misty City. Yang Fenlai reminded. Does our Nine Saints sect have a grudge against Xianming sect? Gao Yan asked. Curiously. Yang Fenlai nodded. Not only is there a grudge, it's a big grudge. Of course, I heard what others said. You also know that our Nine Saints sect was founded by 9 Saint Realm experts. About 3,000 years ago, our Nine Saints sect's the 9th patriarch accepted a talented disciple with unparalleled talents. He was also very impressive. In just 100 years, he had reached the realm of divine transformation. Not only the 9th patriarch had high hopes for him, but also the other 8 ancestors valued him very much. It was said that he was expected to become the 10th saint of the 9 saints sect, so he was bestowed with many valuable treasures. As a result, during one of his outings for training, he met a saint from the Xianming sect. As soon as the two met, they were in awe. Originally, although our 9 ancestors did not like the Xianming sect's behavior, as long as the saint married into the 9 saints, our sect would not suffer a loss. After all, the saint's talent was not bad. But he never expected that that person actually betrayed the 9 saints sect and joined the Xianming sect. This made Jiuzhu very angry. Directly hit Xianming sect. As for the outcome of that battle, we don't know, but after the 9th patriarch came back, he announced that he had terminated the master-disciple relationship with that person, and no one in the sect could mention that person's name. Since then, our 9 Saints sect and the Xianming sect have been completely at odds with each other. Whenever the two sides meet, they will fight each other. Over the past thousands of years, most of the fallen disciples of our 9 Saints sect have died at the hands of the Xianming sect. Of course, our side did not suffer a loss and killed many Xianming sect disciples. Fortunately, we went to Misty City this time to resist the beast tide. Disciples from various sects were not allowed to conflict during this period. However, fighting on the surface was not enough, but secretly, we had to beware of the methods used by the Xianming sect. After all, Xianming sect, the Zhongyin people are famous for their methods. And senior brother, you have broken through to the foundation building stage. When you are only 18 years old, and you can barely be called a genius. Xianming sect likes to hunt the talented disciples of our 9 Saint sect the most. Speaking of this, Yang Fenlai's eyes couldn't help but look a little more worried. Don't worry, I will pay attention. Gao Yan said, with the skills he has mastered, it will not be easy for Xianming sect to trick him. At this moment, the sound of knocking came from outside. Yang Fenlai opened the formation and brought Chen Lu and Ouyang Lin in. When they saw Gao Yan's inner sect clothes, the two girls were startled. They hadn't seen each other for more than 10 days, and Gao Yan actually became a foundation-building monk. This was too fast. Seeing that Gao Yan had been promoted to an inner disciple, Ouyang Lin and Chen Lu naturally wanted to congratulate him, especially Ouyang Lin, who had a trace of regret in the depths of his eyes. If he had been more decisive and defeated Gao Yan, wouldn't he have an inner disciple as a backstage? You know, the salary of an inner disciple is dozens of times higher than that of an outer disciple. Just slipping something out of your hand will benefit her a lot. Soon, Zhang Chuan and Song Jihe also came. He was also shocked and surprised by Gao Yan's promotion to the inner sect. Not to mention envious. At the same time, they were also quite curious about the inner sect and asked Gao Yan, the inner sect disciple, for a lot of information related to the inner sect. Gao Yan did not put on airs in front of the group of outer disciples, just because he became an inner disciple, which gained them a lot of favor. After some small talk, Yang Fenglai talked about this group mission. Over the past 15 days, he purchased a lot of talismans and elixirs. He is the initiator of the task, and he will receive the most benefits when the task is completed, which naturally requires some initial investment. Otherwise, why should everyone join his team instead of forming a team of their own? Because when you form your own team, if the mission fails, you have to bear the risk of the initial investment. If you join someone else's team, if the mission fails, you will waste some time at most, and there will be no other losses. Yang Fenglai said, Senior Brother Gao is now a master of foundation building. Senior Brother Gao no longer needs the things I prepared. Therefore, even if Senior Brother Gao is in my team, the profits from the monsters you kill will belong to you. I will also give 30% of the team's profits to Senior Brother Gao. I just hope that Senior Brother Gao can take care of us when we are in danger. Ouyang Lin, Chen Lu, Zhang Chuan and Song Jiha all had no objections to Yang Fenglai's arrangement, even though most of the monsters in the beast tide had not entered the first level. But what if you are unlucky and encounter a second-level monster? With their strength, they can't deal with the second-level monsters, and they will have to rely on Gao Yan, a master of foundation building, to save their lives. Gao Yan waved his hand. This mission is for Junior Brother Yang. I won't take the 30% of the profit, but don't worry, as long as you are in danger, I will definitely take action. Hearing what Gao Yan said, Yang Fenglai and the other 5 were overjoyed. However, Yang Fenglai persisted for a while. Seeing that Gao Yan really didn't want to take the 30% of the profit, he stopped insisting. For a time, everyone praised Gao Yan for his benevolence and righteousness. After negotiating the distribution of benefits, Yang Fenglai suggested setting off for Misty City now. Although it only took one day to get to Misty City, he could go there in advance so that he could familiarize himself with the situation there. After boarding the flying boat, Yang Fenglai gave up the largest room to Gao Yan. This time, Gao Yan agreed after some refusal. After all, he is also an inner disciple. If he behaves too politely, it will make Yang Fenglai feel uneasy. Sitting cross-legged in the room, Gao Yan planned to take advantage of this time to practice the 3 intermediate spells he selected from the Inner Gate Tibetan scripture. Pavilion. The Wind Shadow technique is a movement-type spell. It has good movement skills and can avoid attacks in battle. The Gravity technique is an auxiliary spell, and the Last Wood Python technique is an attack-type spell. After a slight hesitation, Gao Yan decided to comprehend the Gravity technique first. Just after he comprehended the spell, there was a knock on the door outside. With a sweep of his mind, he discovered that the person knocking on the door was Ouyang Lin. Gao Yan stood up and opened the door, welcoming the other party in. She said with a half-smile, Junior sister Ouyang came here to find me, eh? Brother, but something happened? Feeling Gao Yan's eyes, Ouyang Lin panicked, but she forced herself to calm down and said, actually, it's nothing. I just came to congratulate Senior Brother Gao on his promotion. Didn't you already congratulate me before? Gao Yan pretended to be confused. I did congratulate you before, but doesn't that mean I didn't prepare a gift? For senior brother Gao? Oh, what gift did junior sister Ouyang prepare for me? How about I give myself to my senior brother? Ouyang Lin's eyes were as charming as lightning, and her body followed suit. But she was a little shy inside. The space in the room was too small, and Gao Yan had no room to dodge, so he could only let Ouyang Lin stick to him. Junior sister, your gift is quite special, but I appreciate your kindness. Gao Yan looked at Ouyang Lin with clear eyes, and said, Senior brother, do you look down on me? That's not true, it's just that I am dedicated to cultivating immortality, and have no thoughts of finding a Taoist companion for the time being. Gao Yan shook his head and said softly. Hearing what Gao Yan said, Ouyang Lin felt sad, and at the same time she was a little grateful for Gao Yan's respect for her, because Gao Yan used the excuse of not looking for a Taoist companion to reject her. And the reason why she came here this time was actually not to become a Taoist couple with Gao Yan, but to give herself to Gao Yan to gain protection and benefits. Senior brother Gao, thank you for not looking down on me. Ouyang Lin sat upright and distanced the two of them. Junior sister, no matter whether you are an outer sect or an inner sect, you are just a newcomer to the immortal path. Let's encourage each other in the future. Ouyang Lin's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on her face. Okay, let's work together in the future. After sending Ouyang Lin away, Gao Yan touched his nose. He was becoming more and more hypocritical. He clearly didn't like Ouyang Lin, so he had to come up with a high-sounding excuse. However, let's set a small goal first. Within 10 years, choose a saint as a Taoist companion. One day later, the flying boat arrived in Mist City. It has to be said that Misty City is quite lively and prosperous, no worse than the big cities in the main world. Relatively speaking, in some aspects, the Misty City is even better than a modern city. After all, this is a world of cultivating immortals. And there are many immortal cultivators stationed in Mist City, so naturally, many combinations of spells and techniques were born. For example, the puppet car on the street is traveling 3 feet above the ground, with hundreds of mortals sitting on it. And you can't feel the slightest bump while driving. And this car is driverless, which is more advanced than the artificial intelligence in the main world. The Nine Saints sect also has a stronghold in Misty City. It is said to be a stronghold, but its scale is not small, covering an area of hundreds of acres. In the stronghold, many teams of outer disciples who came to participate in the task of defending the city have already been accommodated in advance, because the inner disciples are too conspicuous. Therefore, Gao Yan has changed out of the inner disciples' clothes and put on the outer disciples' uniform again. There are servants invited from Mist City in the stronghold. Under the leadership of the servants, Gao Yan and his party quickly settled down. Senior brother Gao, you rest first, I'll go out to find out the news. Yang Fenglai said to Gao Yan. Gao Yan nodded. He had not yet mastered the gravity technique. He just took this opportunity to successfully practice the gravity technique, which would be needed when he arrived at the Beast Tide. However, out of caution, Gao Yan did not enter my world. After all, there is a strong golden elixir in the stronghold. What if the other party scans his room with his spiritual thoughts on a whim and finds clues? Therefore, you should keep a low profile. A few hours later, Yang Fenglai, who went out to find out the news, is back. Everyone gathered in the courtyard where Gao Yan lived. Then Yang Fenglai told the news he had found out. First of all, the number of immortal cultivators who came to participate in the arrival of the Beast Tide this time was more than double that of 30. years ago, with more than 3,000 people. It is true that the number of beasts is huge, but it is only a few million. Monsters. It would be okay if the number of monsters exceeds 3 million, and evenly distributed among each person, one can still gain 1,000 contributions. If the number of monsters is less than 3 million, then it will be difficult to kill 1,000 monsters alone. The final harvest will be difficult to exceed 1,000 contributions. Upon hearing the news, everyone present felt their hearts sink. The more people there are, the less contribution points you earn. But there is nothing we can do. We can't expel all the other immortal cultivators, right? Just then, there was a knock on the door outside. Zhang Chuan went to open the door and found 3 outer disciples standing outside, all of whom had reached the 8th level of qi refining. "Excuse me, is Senior Brother Yang here?" one of them asked. "What do you want from Senior Brother Yang?" Zhang Chuan asked. "It turns out to be Senior Brother Xia, Senior Brother Li and Junior Brother." "Sure." Hearing the sound, Yang Fenglai took the initiative to walk out of the reception room and greeted the 3 of them. Soon, these 3 people were introduced into the reception room. At the same time, he also introduced Gao Yan to the 3 of them. But when they learned that Gao Yan was actually an inner disciple, they were all shocked, and then they saluted respectfully. Gao Yan's gentle attitude indicated that they didn't need to be polite. "Senior Brother Gao, we came here to look for Senior Brother Yang this time too. Remind him," Xie Ziang said with a solemn expression. "Oh, what happened? I asked you 3 to come together." These 3 people are all leaders of an outer team, and Yang Fenglai has some friendship with them. Xie Ziang did not hide anything and told the matter. This time, there were a total of 20 outer sect teams with hundreds of people coming to Misty City to do the mission. But today, however, when Xie Ziang and Li Yunfei's team members went out to inquire for information, they all disappeared. They also went out to search, but to no avail, so they suspected that the 2 outer disciples had been killed. Upon hearing this, Yang Fenglai's expression became serious, and he doubted. Could it be Xianming sect who did it? We think so too. Xie Ziang and the other 3 also nodded with deep understanding. The 2 immortal sects already had a great feud, and the Xianming sect's style of doing things was criticized by all the major sects. Therefore, when the 2 disciples disappeared, they all subconsciously suspected that Xianming sect was responsible. The people of Xianming sect have gone too far. Damn Xianming sect, you're going too far. Song Jihe, Zhang Chuan, and even Ouyang Lin and Chen Lu all showed murderous intentions. Have you looked for Elder Lu? At this time, Gao Yan spoke. The Golden Elixir Master stationed in Misty City is an elder of the inner sect. Found it, but Elder Lu went into seclusion 10 days ago. Xie Ziang said helplessly. I don't think Xianming sect may have done this. Gao Yan said thoughtfully. Oh, what do you think, Senior Brother Gao? Xie Ziang asked. Gao Yan said, everyone knows that our 9 Saints sect and Xianming sect have a big feud. So, if something happens to our disciples, anyone will suspect that Xianming sect did it. I just heard that the Mist City who came. This time, there are quite a lot of cultivators. If our 9 Saint sect and Xianming sect fight, we will probably be ordered to withdraw from this mission. If I am not wrong, Xianming sect also has disciples missing. No way. Whether there is such a thing, we will find out if we go out and find out. Gao Yan said quite confidently, and his nearly 900 mental power was not enough. It's easy to get to the bottom of things. Half an hour later, the outer disciples sent out to find out the news returned. Then, Yang Fenglai, Xie Ziang and others looked at Gao Yan with a little more admiration. Because Gao Yan guessed correctly, Xianming sect also lost 3 outer disciples. Senior brother Gao, who do you think did it? Xie Ziang asked. Gao Yan said, the other 7 major sects and other immortal cultivation sects are all suspected. In the eastern wasteland, the 9 major sects such as the 9 Saint sect and the Xianming sect are naturally at the top. They are the 9 top immortal cultivating forces in the eastern wasteland. However, under the 9 major sects, there are thousands of sects and cultivating families of various sizes. Although the 9 major sects are involved in this benefit of Mist City, they do not attach as much importance to it as expected. However, it is more important to some small families or small sects. The hatred between the 9 Saints sect and the Xianming sect is not a secret. Someone used this matter to provoke a fight between the 9 Saints sect and the Xianming sect. It may not be impossible for them to profit from it. So what do we do now? Let everyone return to the stronghold and try not to conflict with the people of Xianming sect. Gao Yan said. Doesn't this mean we are afraid of the Xianming sect? If we don't do this, the other side will definitely continue to sow discord between our 2 sections. Don't rush into the Xianming sect. After all, we have been fighting for thousands of years. Our most important task at the moment is to resist the beast tide. Gao Yan said earnestly, when the mission is over, we will slowly investigate and see who is the mastermind behind the scenes. Besides, Elder Lu is in retreat, and Xianming sect has Elder Jindan sitting in charge. If we fight with Xianming sect, we can't get anything cheap. Listen to what Gao Yan said. Everyone thinks it makes sense. So, after some discussion, Xie Ziang and the others left and went to inform the other outer disciples not to act impulsively. Otherwise, if they really fight with the Xianming sect, they will only be able to follow the wishes of the person who planned it. Afterwards, Yang Fenglai and others also left one after another, while Gao Yan continued to practice gravity. Other side. Inside the Xianming sect stronghold, 2 outer disciples who had reached the 9th level of qi refining went to visit their Jindan elder and informed the other party that the 3 disciples were missing and suspected that the 9 Saints sect was responsible for it. The Jindan elder of the Xianming sect is named Wu, and his name is Wu Xingyun. He is cultivated to the 2nd level of Jindan. Okay, I know about this matter. You should try to restrain other outer disciples and prevent them from conflicting with the people of the 9 Saints sect. Relatively speaking, the people of the 9 Saints sect act much more openly than the people of the Xianming sect. If they don't provoke the 9 Saints sect, she thinks the 9 Saints sect will not do such a thing. Besides, aren't there only 2 outer disciples missing? There are no less than 1 million outer disciples of the Xianming sect. What's the big deal about 2 missing? Instead of spending time to ask about this matter, it's better to improve your cultivation. Because both sides restrained their own disciples, there was no conflict between the 9 Saints sect and the Xianming sect in the next 2 days. This made the people who secretly planned it shout that they had miscalculated. In fact, during these 2 days, he wanted to kill a few disciples of the 2 sects, but unfortunately, the people of the 9 Saints sect hid in the stronghold and did not come out. Even if the people of the Xianming sect appeared, they were in groups, so he had no chance to do it. After 3 days of meditation, Gao Yan finally practiced the gravity technique. After testing, he could cast this spell to cover a 10-meter radius, and the maximum multiple of gravity was 10 times, but the spell only lasted for 2 minutes. At this time, Yang Fenglai came. Senior brother Gao, the beast tide is already 200 miles away, we should go up the city wall. Okay, let's go now. Gao Yan nodded. The wall of Misty City is built majestically, with a width of 100 meters, a height of more than 200 meters, and a stretch of hundreds of miles, just like a giant dragon entrenched on the earth. After stepping on the wall, looking forward, you can see a huge green demon cloud more than 100 miles away, and this demon cloud is approaching Misty City at a very fast speed. Not only are there immortal cultivators stationed on the wall, but there are also elite soldiers from the Great Jiang Kingdom. Every 3 meters, there is a huge bed crossbow. These bed crossbows look scary, but they are not very effective against monsters. The main force to resist the beast tide still has to rely on the immortal cultivators, and these mortal soldiers can only play a supporting role at most. As time passed, waves of thunderous roars came from the front of the city wall. Along with them came the demonic clouds that covered the sky and the billowing smoke and dust produced by the galloping of millions of demon beasts. Here they come. The faces of the immortal cultivators showed surprise, while the soldiers on the city wall all had solemn faces and a bit of panic. Senior brother Gao, the number of these demon beasts is probably no less than 5 million. Yang Fenglai's tone was filled with joy. After all, there were too many cultivators coming to grab food this time. If the number of demon beasts was too small, everyone's benefits would also drop sharply. Soon, the beast tide approached the city wall, but their galloping speed did not slow down at all. 1,000 meters. 800 meters. 500 meters. 300 meters. Fire! The general leading the army of the mortal empire shouted, and immediately the soldiers operating the crossbows pulled the triggers one after another. The giant crossbows, which were as thick as an arm and 2 meters long, turned into strings of light and shot into the group of monsters. There were more than 30,000 crossbows on the top of the city. And these crossbows have been improved and can fire 3 crossbows at a time. But the damage caused by the 90,000 crossbows falling into the group of monsters was not much, and less than 1,000 monsters that were not in the order were shot dead. As for the first order monsters, even if they were hit, their speed would be slightly reduced, and they could not cause real damage to them. Just as the soldiers were busy loading new crossbows, the immortal cultivators on the city wall also took action. Thousands of flying swords turned into colorful streams of light and crashed into the group of monsters. Only bursts of puff sounds were heard. One by one, the monsters with hard bodies were pierced by the flying swords. They fell to the ground as corpses. They were trampled into pulp by the monsters rushing in from behind. In an instant, tens of thousands of monsters were killed. This is the gap between mortals and immortal cultivators. The damage caused by tens of thousands of troops using the most powerful bed crossbows was not as good as 1/10 of the results of 3,000 immortal cultivators. At the same time, in different areas, people from various immortal cultivation bases held recording stones to record, otherwise, those killed monsters were trampled into pulp. How to judge who killed the dead monsters? More than 5 million monsters seem to be a huge number. But facing 3,000 immortal cultivators, it is really not enough. The flying sword is only the first round of attack. Immediately afterwards, various talismans and spells also poured down. In less than half a quarter of an hour, the 5 million monsters have been reduced by 80%, leaving less than 1 million. After a while, these 1 million monsters have been almost killed. There are only 8 second stage early monsters and more than 500 first stage monsters left. Swish! Gao Yan flew down from the top of the city wall, and the flying sword he controlled flashed by. Suddenly, he killed all 8 second level early stage monsters by himself. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the corpses of these monsters. Junior brother Yang, junior brother Xia, these first level monsters are left. To you, hurry up. Gao Yan reminded through voice transmission. Immediately, Yang Fenglai, Xie Ziang and others rushed down from the top of the city wall with their team. And Gao Yan also released a gravity spell on those first-level monsters. Under 10 times the gravity, the movements of those monsters became extremely difficult. In a breath, hundreds of first-level monsters were killed by them. Seeing this, other immortal cultivators on the top of the city wall also jumped down one after another to snatch the first-level monsters. Retreat, Gao Yan said. All the second-level monsters were killed by him. They also killed more than 100 of the more than 500 first-level monsters. The rest will be fought for by other immortal cultivators. After all, eating alone is easy to be targeted. The task of resisting the beast tide is over. The disciples of the 9 Saints sect all went down the city wall and headed for the stronghold. On the city wall, looking at the backs of the 9 Saints sect disciples leaving, a 9th level outer disciple of the Xianming sect said in a deep voice, Junior Sister Ning. Did you notice that the man killed 8 second-level monsters with one sword? I'm afraid his strength has reached the foundation building stage. The 9 Saints sect is so shameless that they actually send inner disciples to disguise as outer disciples. Junior Sister Ning snorted coldly. Junior Sister Ning, I heard that your brother is traveling nearby. Why don't you invite your brother to teach that inner disciple of the 9 Saints sect a lesson? Junior Sister Ning pondered for a moment, then nodded, okay, I'll send a message to my brother right away. An hour later, the battle record was announced at the stronghold. This time, Gao Yan hunted a total of 4,200 non-level monsters, 22 first-level initial monsters, and 8 second-level initial monsters. One unclassified monster can get 1 contribution point, 3 contributions for the first stage, 5 contributions for the middle stage, and 10 contributions for the late stage. Among the 22 first-stage monsters, 20 are in the early stage, and 2 are in the middle stage. So he got 70 contribution points for killing the first-stage monster. Calculated at 100 points per 8 second-stage monsters, he can get 800 contribution points. Therefore, he got a total of 5,070 contribution points in this trip to Misty City. Moreover, the bodies of the 8 second stage monsters can be sold for a lot of spiritual stones. Before, the silver dragon python in the middle stage of the second stage was sold for 10,000 per head. The first stage of the second stage can be sold for at least 5,000 spiritual stones per head, right? Because of the revision of 3 Yang True Skill, the spiritual power of Yang Fenglai and the other 4 is much stronger than before. Therefore, this time, the number of monsters killed by each of them is more than 2,000. In addition to Gao Yan's attention, each of them also killed more than 3 first-stage monsters. Therefore, their trip to Misty City this time also yielded a huge harvest Unfortunately, such an opportunity can only be encountered once every 30 years. Junior brother Yang, is there a market near Misty City? Gao Yan asked. Brother Gao, do you plan to deal with the corpse of the second-level monster in your hand? Yang Fenglai asked. Gao Yan nodded. Yang Fenglai said, Brother Gao, in fact, there is no need to go to the market. There are many vagrants in the city. After all, there are many people who know about the beast tide in Misty City. Every time they resist the beast tide, there are many vagrants who come here to buy the corpses of monsters. They look down on the corpses of monsters that are not in the order, but they are rare supplements for mortals. Therefore, even if they are meat paste, they will be cleaned up by the residents in the city. Therefore, the beast tide that occurs every 30 years seems dangerous, but for the residents in the city, it is also an opportunity to make a fortune. Otherwise, there would not be 5 million mortals in the city. Yang Fenglai is still very efficient in doing things. After knowing that Gao Yan intended to sell the corpse of the second-level monster, in less than half an hour, he brought him 5 powerful merchants. These 5 merchants were also cultivators, but their cultivation was not high. The highest one was only at the 5th level of qi refining. They were also particularly respectful to Gao Yan. In the end, they jointly ate 8 second-level early monsters. The price of each monster was a little higher than he expected, reaching 5,500 spirit stones. Suddenly, 44,000 income points were credited. The total income also reached 119,183 points, which was only 30,000 income away from upgrading. At the same time, Gao Yan's number of spirit stones also exceeded 320,000. Brother, the matter of Misty City is over. Should we return now or rest for a night before leaving? Yang Fenglai asked Gao Yan for his opinion. Let's go now, Gao Yan said. Okay, I'll notify others now. Half a quarter of an hour later, Yang Fenglai drove the flying boat back to the Nine Saints sect. But more than an hour after leaving the Misty City, a sword light shot up from the mountain below and slashed towards the flying boat. It seemed that the sword light was about to cut the flying boat in two. But at this moment, an extremely fast sword light flew out from the flying boat and intercepted the sword light. Dang! A loud noise was heard, and the 2 flying swords collided in mid-air. Junior brother Yang, lower the flying boat. Gao Yan shouted to Yang Fenglai. It was he who released the flying sword to intercept the sword light. And out of caution, he also released the inside eye to explore the surroundings. Sure enough, he found that the void in front was full of dense insect eggs that were difficult to see with the naked eye. These insect eggs are the most favorite means of Xianming sect to use to trick people. Therefore, the identity of the person who intercepted them was about to be revealed. The flying boat landed on the ground. Everyone rushed out quickly, and all crushed a diamond talisman to form golden light to protect themselves. Swish swish swish. Figures flashed by, and more than 20 outer disciples of Xianming sect surrounded Gao Yan and his party. Then, a young man wearing a black robe from the inner sect of Xianming sect came slowly with a man and a woman. I am Ningxuan, and I meet all the Taoist friends from the Nine Saint sect. The inner sect young man said with a joking expression. Bah, you dog thief from Xianming sect, who is your Taoist friend? Ouyang Lin scolded without any courtesy. Yes, you have a hot temper, I like it, and after I capture you alive, I promise to let you live for a while longer. Ningxuan said with a grim smile. Laugh at your mother. At this time, Gao Yan started to curse, and a sword light rushed straight to Ningxuan like lightning. But when the flying sword approached his body, a black light rose from his body, and at the same time, he also released a flying sword to intercept. But what surprised the other party was that Gao Yan's sword light easily broke through the black light, shattered the other party's flying sword, and then fell on his head. With a puff, the other party's head was strangled to pieces. If you want to fight, fight, but if you have to talk, Gao Yan will not tolerate him. Brother. Ning was shocked and horrified when she saw this scene. Her brother was a master of the second level of foundation building, but now he was strangled by the opponent's flying sword at the first sight. Ning, run away. The outer sect, Chi refining Nineth level, who bewitched Ning to ask her brother to kill Gao Yan and his group reminded him, then quickly crushed a gust of wind talisman and fled away as a residual shadow. Ning also reacted and immediately used means to escape. What a pity. They all underestimated the speed of Gao Yan's flying sword. Puff. As soon as the two escaped 200 meters, the sword light caught up one after another and crushed their heads. In fact, that Ning was still pretty. Seeing this scene, the outer sect disciples of Xianming sect who surrounded Gao Yan and his group were all in a daze. As for Yang Fenglai and others, they were very courageous. Even when facing enemies that were many times their own, they took the initiative to fight back. Gao Yan was not idle either, controlling the flying sword and quickly harvesting the lives of the outer disciples of Xianming sect. Very quickly. Except for the people who fought against Yang Fenglai and his 5 companions. All the others were killed by Gao Yan. Yang Fenglai and his 5 companions practiced the upper-grade Huang level skills, and the more pure their spiritual power was, the more powerful they were in controlling the flying sword. With Gao Yan as a killer to deter them, the 5 people's 100% combat power could not be exerted to 80%, and they were soon killed by Yang Fenglai and his 5 companions. After the battle, it was the popular corpse-touching session. Gao Yan found 8,200 low-grade spirit stones and 200 medium-grade spirit stones in Ningxuan's storage bag. In addition, there were several bottles of elixirs, a medium-grade spirit flying sword, and an insect breeding bag. As for Ningxuan's sister and another outer disciple, there were 12,000 low-grade spirit stones in their storage bags. The other outer disciples killed by him were much worse. It only adds up to 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, Gao Yan was quite satisfied, as he was rich. The price of the 200 medium-grade spirit stones in Ningxuan's storage bag was not low. 1 medium-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 low-grade spirit stones. Therefore, he gained 28,200 profit points from Ningxuan alone. Adding the 42,000 low-grade spirit stones from others, his total profit this time reached 70,000. Senior brother Gao, these are their storage bags. Yang Fenglai handed 5 storage bags to Gao Yan. Although they killed the people, they would not be able to save their lives without Gao Yan, so the spoils should belong to Gao Yan. No, you can divide these storage bags. Gao Yan shook his head. In fact, senior brother Gao, we can also get contribution points by killing Xianming sect disciples. Yang Fenglai explained. He knew that Gao Yan had been staying in the sect for many years before and didn't know much about the outside world. Really? There is such a thing? Gao Yan was a little surprised. Yang Fenglai introduced, killing the Chi-refining disciples of Xianming sect. As long as you take their identity tokens back, you can get 100 contributions. And the foundation building disciples can get 1,000 contributions. If it weren't for senior brother Gao giving us the opportunity, we wouldn't have been able to kill those 5 people, so the storage bag should belong to you. Forget it, there's no need to divide it so clearly between us, you keep the storage bag, that's it. Gao Yan waved his hand. Afterwards, Gao Yan collected all the identity tokens on the corpses, which was a contribution. He killed Ning Shan and 19 outer disciples, totaling 2,900 contributions. Returning to the flying boat, approaching the void filled with insect eggs, Gao Yan released a fire dragon and burned the insect eggs cleanly. Sitting cross-legged in the room in the flying boat, Gao Yan thought, and a sub-interface appeared. Host, Gao Yan. Level 4. The world in which you are located, the world of cultivating immortals. Cultivation, 4th level of foundation building. Spiritual root, wind, intermediate. Physique, intermediate mortal body. Kung Fu, 3 Yang True Kung Fu. Magical power of time, elementary. Magic weapon, mid-grade flying sword X1, low-grade storage bag X1. Spells, fireball, wind blade, water mist, ground thorn, basic sword control. Fire dragon, intermediate, wind spirit sword technique, yellow level high. Grade, gravity, intermediate. Wealth, low-grade spiritual stones X53, 9,800. Revenue, 189,183. System return, 2 times. Attribute points, 0. Draw, 0. The income value has reached the upgrade conditions. Therefore, Gao Yan said silently in his heart, system, upgrade. The income value was deducted by 150,000, and then the system began to be upgraded. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours passed. The flying boat is still flying in the sky, and the system has been upgraded to level 5. To Gao Yan's surprise, this time he was actually rewarded with 20 attribute points and 2 primary draws. Adding spiritual roots and physical constitution requires 100 attribute points. Therefore, Gao Yan added 10 attributes to the magical power of time, making the magical power of time reach the intermediate level. The time of the intermediate time magical power is directly doubled to 20 minutes. Moreover, the consumption of mental power remains unchanged. Each cast only consumes 1 point of mental power, and it is not the kind of unrecoverable consumption. With cultivation, mental strength can be restored. System, use 2 primary draws. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the minor magical power, the minor teleportation technique, and the elementary alchemy technique. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. The next moment, Gao Yan had 2 more jade slips in his hand. After using it, he gained another magical power, and also learned a brand new skill, primary alchemy. The small teleportation magical power can be moved anywhere within 100 miles. Each time it consumes 1 point of mental power, it is perfect for escaping. Gao Yan just happens to have 10 attribute points. So, he upgraded his small teleportation power to the intermediate level. After reaching the intermediate level, he can move at will within a radius of 500 miles. Of course, the premise is that there is no formation to block it. As for primary alchemy, although it sounds very low level, it can refine all the elixirs used in the 3 realms of qi refining, foundation building, and golden elixir. For example, there are also pills such as the human spirit pill that are necessary for foundation building cultivators. No accidents happened in the next few hours, and everyone returned to the 9 Saints sect smoothly. First, they handed in the task. After handing in the task, Gao Yan got his share of contribution points. He said hello to Yang Fenglai and his group and returned to the inner gate. Then he went to the mission hall to hand in the identity tokens of Ning Shan and others. After confirming that they were correct, Gao Yan got another batch of contribution points. And the number of his contribution points reached 8560. Now, the income value required for upgrading has risen to 500,000. Gao Yan plans to use the newly extracted primary alchemy to earn spirit stones. So, he came to the Tianbao building in the inner gate. Although he had never refined pills, he had fully understood the primary alchemy, so he planned to start refining from the second-level pill. And the most used by foundation building cultivators is the human spirit pill. Spend 200 contribution points to buy a best lower-grade spirit tool level pill. Furnace. Spent another 10,000 spirit stones to purchase 100 spiritual medicines for refining the human spirit pill. For a moment, the inner disciple in charge of Tianbao Building's business looked at Gao Yan with a bit of strangeness. After Gao Yan left, another inner disciple asked curiously, "Brother Yi, who is that person? Why did he buy so many spiritual medicines?" A new inner disciple who wants to get rich. Brother Yi smiled playfully. Everyone knows that the profit of alchemy is high. Take the human spirit pill for example. One pill costs 500 low-grade spiritual stones, but the spiritual medicine of a human spirit pill only sells for 100 low-grade spiritual stones. And one spiritual medicine can refine a furnace of human spirit pills. A furnace of human spirit pills is 10 pills, worth 5,000 spiritual stones. If the refining is successful, without counting energy and time, it is a net profit of 4,900 spiritual stones. Therefore, after seeing such high profits, many people can't resist the temptation of interests and try to refine pills. But refining pills is not so easy. First of all, you have to be familiar with the properties of medicinal materials, master the skills of alchemy, and control the temperature. All of these require a lot of time and cost. Therefore, a successful batch of pills is based on countless batches of failed pills. Those who plunge into the alchemy industry with a passion often lose all their money and can only give up with red eyes. Therefore, in his opinion, Gao Yan, a newly promoted inner sect, is nothing more than a person who is blinded by interests. What's more, the other party is obviously a new alchemist, but he dares to take the human spirit pill directly. He is the craziest among many new alchemists. As for why he didn't remind them, there are too many such people and they can't remind them. After all, everyone has mysterious self-confidence, thinking that if you can do it, I can do it. And they don't know at all that the orthodox alchemists are trained from childhood. The orthodox alchemists have to study for many years before they start to make pills. You, a latecomer, don't have a master, and you want to make a human spirit pill. It's just a dream. Gao Yan didn't know that he became a laughingstock of the two inner disciples of Tianbao Tower. After returning to cave number 168 of Qilin Peak, Gao Yan did not make the elixir right away. Now that he had a bonus of 530,000 spirit stones, he decided to improve his cultivation first, and then it would not be too late to make the elixir. After opening all the formations in the cave, Gao Yan flashed into my world. Then he opened the time flow rate 10 times. Then he took out all the spirit stones and piled them into a small hill, and He sat cross-legged on the hill and began to practice. 1 month. 2 months. 3 months. In a blink of an eye, Gao Yan had been in seclusion in my world for half a year. His realm also rose from the 4th level of foundation building to the 9th level of foundation building. There were only more than 10,000 spirit stones left from nearly 530,000. He put away the remaining spirit stones. He took out the alchemy furnace and started to make the elixir. 1 day passed in a flash. A scent of elixir began to spread to the surroundings. All kinds of animals, snakes, insects, rats and ants around followed the fragrance of the pill. Gao Yan frowned and released a pressure, which frightened the approaching things and made them flee quickly. Collect. After casting a spell, 10 snow-white and round human spirit pills flew out of the pill furnace and fell into the medicine bottle prepared by Gao Yan in advance. 5,000 spirit stones are in hand. But he immediately shook his head. The 6 human spirit pills cost 500 spirit stones each. If he also sold them for 500, why would people buy from him? So, he had to lower the price. Gao Yan had a strong mental power. After refining a furnace of pills, he didn't consume much, so he continued to refine pills. Unknowingly, another 100 days passed. In these 100 days, Gao Yan refined 100 furnaces of human spirit pills, totaling 1,000 pills. But it also made him exhausted. But it was not without benefits, that is, he had a smoother control over the spiritual power in his body. Take a nap first. After setting up a simple formation, Gao Yan fell asleep. This sleep lasted 3 days and 3 nights. 3 days later, Gao Yan woke up and made a hot pot without any hurry, and then left my world. He took a bath in the cave. He began to think about how to sell the elixir in his hand. However, he was a new inner sect disciple. As for the other inner sect disciples, except Sun Guanqing, who sent him into the inner sect, he didn't know any of them. He hesitated slightly. Gao Yan decided to try Sun Guanqing. After all, the other party is considered an inner sect disciple, and he should no more inner sect disciples. Coincidentally, after Gao Yan used the sound transmission talisman, he immediately received a reply from the other party. And the other party also lives in Qilin Peak and did not go to work today. Number 1289, Qilin Peak. This is it. Gao Yan raised his hand and knocked on the formation. Suddenly, the formation covering the cave house fluctuated, and a door appeared. Is it Brother Gao? Please come in. Sun Guanqing's cave house is similar to Gao Yan's. And the other party had brewed spiritual tea in advance, waiting for his arrival. After inviting him to sit down, Sun Guanqing smiled and asked, Brother Gao, have you gotten used to it during this time of joining the inner sect? Thank you for your concern, Brother Sun, everything is fine. Gao Yan responded with a smile. That's good. Sun Guanqing also smiled. Junior brother, are you here for something? Indeed, I have something. Gao Yan nodded. I have a batch of human elixirs, which are cheaper than those in the sect. I wonder if Senior Brother Sun has any good suggestions. How much exactly, and how cheap can it be? Sun Guanqing's eyes lit up and asked. 1,000, if the purchase quantity is large, the price is easy to negotiate. Sun Guanqing pondered for a moment. Junior Brother Gao, if I want 100, how many spirit stones per piece? Gao Yan was a little surprised. He didn't expect Sun Guanqing to eat 100, so he thought about it and said, 450 per piece. 1 piece is 50 cheaper, 10 pieces are 500, and 100 pieces are 5,000. Sun Guangqing was already tempted. Can it be cheaper? If it is cheaper, I can introduce a few buyers to junior brother Gao. Gao Yan was silent for a while, looked at Sun Guangqing, and said, then it will be 20 more spirit stones cheaper. Junior brother Gao, you are so generous. Can you let me see the human spirit pill? Gao Yan waved his hand, and a bottle of human spirit pill appeared on the table. Sun Guangqing took the medicine bottle, opened it, poured out a pill, scanned it with his mind, and then nodded with satisfaction. Yes, the quality of this pill is not worse than the one sold by the sect. Junior brother Gao, let's trade first. Okay. Gao Yan took out another 9 bottles of pills. Sun Guangqing checked each bottle of pills. After finding that there was no problem with the pills, he happily paid 43,000 spirit stones. Does junior brother have 900 pills? Sun Guangqing asked. Gao Yan smiled and nodded. Don't worry, junior brother. I will send a message to my friends right away to make sure all your pills are sold. Afterwards, Sun Guangqing sent a message several times in front of Gao Yan. It must be said that Sun Guangqing has a wide network of contacts. In less than a quarter of an hour, all the people he invited, except for one who was out, came to his cave. After an introduction by Sun Guangqing, the two parties also had a brief understanding. There were 8 people in total. There are 5 men and 3 women, but the one with the highest cultivation level is a female cultivator named Shi Wen. The cultivation level has reached the 5th level of foundation establishment. As for the other 7 people, the lowest one has the cultivation level of the 2nd level of foundation establishment. Sun Guangqing said, I have invited you here today because I have a good thing to share with you. Junior brother Sun, if you have any good news, please tell me immediately. Don't make everyone excited, the female inner disciple, named Luan Yingying, joked with a smile. Sun Guangqing smiled slightly. Well, I won't be too pretentious. Junior brother Gao has a batch of human elixirs. As long as a single person purchases more than 100 elixirs, he can enjoy the price of 430 elixirs per elixir. Do you think this counts? That's a good thing? When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up. Whether you buy one or several sect human elixirs at once, the price will not be cheap. Moreover, elixirs such as the human spirit pill are a necessity for foundation building immortal cultivators. You cannot use them, but your cultivation progress will be greatly reduced. Besides, if you don't use it, if others use it, you can only watch those who are stronger than you become stronger, and those who are weaker than you will soon surpass you. Besides, the lifespan of the foundation stage is only 200 years. No matter how hard you work and invest more spiritual stones to reach the golden elixir stage, wouldn't it be nice to get a lifespan of 500 years? Because of this, the human spirit pill is very popular. After all, there are more than 50,000 inner disciples, and among them, there are definitely no less than 50,000 who have achieved foundation building. For foundation building levels 1 to 3, 2 human spirit pills must be consumed in a month. For foundation building levels 4 to 6, the consumption is doubled, and for foundation building levels 7 to 9, at least 10 human spirit pills must be consumed in a month. Even if calculated according to the minimum consumption, 100,000 human elixirs would be consumed in 1 month. There are only 10 pills in a furnace. To supply them, the furnace must be opened 10,000 times. There is no guarantee that they will be successfully refined every time. Therefore, more than 300 alchemists were required to refine it day and night to barely be able to supply it. But it is extremely difficult to train an alchemist. What's more, the human spirit pill is a second-level pill that a novice alchemist cannot refine. Therefore, the human elixir is in short supply. Is this true? Zhu Zhen stared at Gao Yan with burning eyes and asked. She is at the 5th level of foundation building and needs at least 4 human spirit pills every month. However, she is only qualified to purchase 3 human spirit pills every month. If you want more elixirs for people, you can either ask someone to buy them for you or go outside to buy them. But the price of human elixirs outside has doubled, and the quality is not as good as the sex. Since senior brother's son has made a promise to all the senior brothers and sisters, there will be no lies. As he spoke, Gao Yan took out the medicine bottle. Zhu Zhen couldn't wait to reach out and grab it, and poured out a human spirit pill, then nodded approvingly. Yes, it is a good pill. It is no worse than the sex human spirit pill. Junior brother Gao, how many human spirit pills do you have there? Dan, I've got it covered. As soon as they heard this, the others became anxious. Sister Zhu, as the saying goes, everyone who meets you has a share, you can't eat alone. Wan Ying said quickly. That's right, senior sister Zhu, little brother, I am also in need of a spiritual elixir. After hearing the words of these inner disciples, Gao Yan realized that they seemed to be in short supply of elixirs. It seemed that the price of 430 was a bit low. However, he immediately figured out that what he was doing was long-term trading, and as long as he had more customers, he would make more money. Brothers and sisters, listen to me first. Seeing that the 8 people were still arguing, Gao Yan said, I still have 900 human elixirs here, which one person alone cannot eat, so you don't have to argue. Besides, I can still provide them after a while, even if this is if you buy less, you can still buy it next time. After hearing what Gao Yan said, everyone stopped quarreling. In the end, Zhu Zhen won 200 human elixirs. With these human elixirs, she will not be short of human elixirs in the next few years. After the elixir transaction is completed, everyone exchanged transmission notes with Gao Yan, saying that if there are any pills in the future, they can contact them directly. The income value of 430,000 was received. In addition, the number of Gao Yan's spiritual stones also surged to 1.31 million. After the others leave, Gao Yan took out a storage bag containing 10,000 spirit stones and handed it to Sun Guanqing. Brother Sun, thanks to your introduction this time, please accept these spirit stones. Sun Guanqing naturally shied away and said directly that he would need your help next time before the other party accepted the spirit stone. After sending Gao Yan away, Sun Guanqing scanned it with his spiritual mind and found that there were 10,000 spirit stones inside. He nodded secretly. This junior brother Gao knew how to be a good person. After all, 10,000 spirit stones was not a small amount for him. And Gao Yan came to Tianbao Tower again and purchased 200 elixirs for refining human elixirs in one go. The person stationed at Tianbao Tower is still the inner disciple from last time. Seeing that Gao Yan came to buy elixir again, and bought 200 copies at a time, he couldn't help but shook his head secretly, suspecting that Gao Yan had wasted all the previous 100 elixirs. So, he couldn't help but said, Junior brother, not everyone can do alchemy. I Would like to advise you to focus more on your cultivation. Thank you, senior brother, for reminding me. I understand. Gao Yan responded. With a smile. Do you still want the elixir? Want. Suddenly, the other party's face darkened slightly. Obviously, this guy's response to him just now was just perfunctory, but it's hard to persuade the damn ghost with good words. Since the other party didn't listen to the advice, he didn't bother to say anything else. He handed the 200 elixirs to Gao Yan with a cold face. Thank you, senior brother. After paying the spirit stone, Gao Yan picked up the spirit medicine and left. In a hurry. With the existence of the time plug-in in my world, Gao Yan only spent 20 days to refine 2,000 human spirit pills. More than a month ago, he sold 1,000 human spirit pills. If he sold a large number of human spirit pills immediately, it would be too conspicuous, so this batch of human spirit pills would have to wait for a while before they could be sold. Or find another channel. Thinking of this, Gao Yan decided to ask Yang Fenglai to see where there was a higher level market. The market he went to before was too low level, and it was obviously doing business for chi refining cultivators. But thinking that Yang Fenglai was a crazy person who did tasks. So, he sent a sound transmission note first. Knowing that Yang Fenglai was in the cave, he set out to the outer gate. Senior brother Gao, you are here, please come in. Yang Fenglai greeted him warmly. Gao Yan discovered that after not seeing each other for nearly 2 months, Yang Fenglai's cultivation had improved a lot and had reached the peak of the 8th level of qi refining. There should be a great chance of breaking through to the foundation building stage within the specified time. After chatting for a while, Gao Yan asked Yang Fenglai about the news of a higher level market. Unexpectedly, Yang Fenglai really knew. In a city called Fengqi, 50,000 miles away from the 9 saints, there is a large market. This market was jointly opened by the 7 major immortal cultivation families in that city. And these 7 families have Yuanying masters sitting in charge, so it is still relatively safe. But if there is too much wealth revealed, it is easy to be targeted. After thanking Yang Fenglai, Gao Yan left directly and flew straight to Fengqi city on his sword. With Gao Yan's 9th level cultivation, the speed of flying the sword is very fast. It took more than 2 hours to fly a mere 50,000 miles. Fengqi City is a city where immortals and mortals live together. Immortal cultivators do not have to pay an entrance fee to enter the city, but ordinary people do. After Gao Yan entered the city, he used his insight eyes to scan and found the immortal cultivation market. But he did not go there immediately, but found an inn in the city to stay and make plans. The price of the inn is quite cheap for immortal cultivators. It only costs 1 tael of silver a day to go to the house. 1 spiritual stone can be exchanged for 10,000 taels of gold, and the exchange rate between gold and silver is 10 to 1. Therefore, Gao Yan spent 1 tael of gold to book a guest room for 10 days. After having a meal at the inn, Gao Yan Kai left the inn and made some disguise changes. And after he came to Xiaxian Fang City in the city, he had turned into an ordinary middle-aged monk. I spent an hour exploring the city. Gao Yan discovered that this human elixir was actually a rare elixir. The elixir shop in Fang City also sells it, but the price is as high as 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones. No wonder those casual cultivators envied sect disciples like him. Final. Gao Yan came to a large elixir store in Fengshi. This elixir store has a relatively good reputation. It was opened by the Hu Family, one of the 7 major immortal cultivating families in Fengkechang. Of course, a good reputation is good, but Gao Yan will not trust him. Absolutely. Senior, what elixir do you want to buy? The person who greeted Gao Yan was a beautiful girl of 17 or 18 years old. Her cultivation level was not high and she was only at the 3rd level of qi refining. I don't want to buy elixirs. I want to sell a batch of 2nd level elixirs. Please invite someone who can take charge. Gao Yan said directly. When the girl heard that she actually wanted to trade 2nd level elixirs, she naturally didn't dare to neglect it. She asked Gao Yan to wait a moment and went to notify the shopkeeper immediately. The shopkeeper is currently cooperating with the 3rd lady to check the accounts. Therefore, after hearing the girl's report, the 3rd lady Hu Yining also became interested and expressed that she would go with the shopkeeper to see the monk. Soon, Gao Yan was led into the VIP room. In addition to a middle-aged monk at the 9th level of qi refining, there was also a beautiful woman at the 5th level of foundation establishment. Senior, I am the shopkeeper of the Hu family pill pavilion. Please forgive me for any indiscretion. The shopkeeper said politely because he couldn't see through Gao Yan's cultivation level. It doesn't matter. Gao Yan sat down, took a sip of tea, and then looked at Hu Yining. Miss Hu, I have 100 human elixirs in my hand, can you eat them? Gao Yan already knew Hu Yining's identity through his insightful eyes, so Gao Yan simply talked to her. Hu Yining was surprised when she heard about the 100 human spirit pill. It was true that the Hu family was one of the 7 major immortal cultivating families in Fengqi City, but there was also a shortage of pills like the human spirit pill. Now I heard that Gao Yan actually had the elixir for 100 people, so I was naturally very excited, so he said, if you really have the elixir for 100 people, my Hu family will buy it for 1,000 spiritual stones each. When Gao Yan heard this, he was a little surprised and asked, the elixir of life in your store only sells for 1,000. Wouldn't you lose money if you buy it for 1,000? Hu Yining smiled and said, Sir, you don't know something. The human spirit pill is in short supply. Our store only sells 1 pill every month. Selling the human spirit pill is also to build a reputation. I have never thought about earning spiritual stones through the human spirit pill. I see. Gao Yan suddenly understood, then took out a bottle of human elixir and put it on the table. Miss Hu, please check. Hu Yining picked up the medicine bottle, poured out a human spirit pill and checked it. She couldn't help but feel happy, because she found that the quality of this human spirit pill was very high, completely comparable to those handed down from top sects. Sir, there's no problem with the elixir, we all want it. Good. Gao Yan took out 9 more bottles of human elixir and placed them on the table. Hu Yining checked one by one and found that these human elixirs were all high quality elixirs, so she did not hesitate and immediately threw out a storage bag. There are a total of 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones in it. With these 100,000 spirit stones in hand, Gao Yan gained another 100,000 benefit points. The requirements for upgrading have been met. Sir, if there is another elixir in the future, you can contact the little girl directly. This is my transmission talisman, please accept it. Good. Gao Yan put away the transmission talisman and hurriedly left the Hu family's elixir shop. Miss Third, do you want to send someone? The shopkeeper asked in a low voice. No need. Hu Yining glanced at the shopkeeper lightly. I can't see through the other party's cultivation level. In addition, the other party can produce 100 high-quality human spirit pills. He is definitely not an ordinary cultivator. He may come from a top sect. There is no need to offend him. System upgrade. In the market, Gao Yan issued the upgrade order. He quickly left this city. After all, the 7 major cultivating families in this city all had nascent soul golden pill level masters, so most casual cultivators were wary of his identity. If faced with huge benefits, these immortal cultivating families may not care about his 9 saint sect status, so it is better to be careful. After wandering around the city for more than an hour and changing his identity and appearance several times, Gao Yan returned to the inn only after making sure that no one was following him. After returning to the inn, Gao Yan arranged 2 simple formations in the room and escaped into my world to practice. He was only entering the 9th level of foundation building for the first time, and there was still room for improvement in his cultivation. He had only been promoted to the inner sect for 2 or 3 months, and he had already been promoted to the 9th level of foundation building, but he did not have the golden elixir level technique in his hands. If you want to obtain this skill, you must either expose your cultivation and obtain it from this sect. Otherwise, you can only rely on the system. The next hour or so was uneventful. The system has also been upgraded. The upgrade rewards obtained include 2 primary draws and 20 free attribute points. These attribute points are not enough whether adding some spiritual roots, physical constitution or magical powers, so I can only keep them. It just depends on what you can get in this lottery. Just come one time at a time. Gao Yan thought for a while and ordered the system to conduct a primary lottery. Ding, the primary lottery is open. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary weapon refining skill. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. It's actually a basic weapon refining technique? Gao Yan frowned slightly. Does the system dad want to make me a hexagonal immortal cultivator? Although a little disgusted, Gao Yan still used the elementary weapon refining technique, and then he mastered the elementary weapon refining technique. As long as he had enough materials, he could 100% refine low-grade, medium-grade, and high-grade spiritual weapons. On the other side, the Hu family. Hu Yining is being led by her grandfather to meet the ancestor of the Yuanying family. Her grandfather is a 5th-level golden elixir monk and is currently the head of the Hu family. As for her father, he only has 5 elements of miscellaneous spiritual roots. After many years, he has barely reached the 5th level of chi refining and will never be able to step into the foundation building in this life. However, the father is more valuable than the daughter, and he gave birth to a good daughter with 2 spiritual roots. She is now completely lying down and living a good life. Passed through several layers of formations. The grandfather and grandson finally met the ancestor of the family. After some greetings, Hu Yining's grandfather handed a bottle of human elixir into the hands of his ancestor. The other party swept it away with his spiritual thoughts, and then praised. The quality of this elixir is very high. It cannot be refined by the alchemists of ordinary families. Most of it comes from the great sect of cultivating immortals, and it is at least a 3rd-level alchemist. What does the ancestor mean? Hu Yueshan asked. Only make friends, don't offend. The ancestor thought for a while and said. By the way, ancestor, this transaction was brokered by Enin, and she is only 20 years old and has already reached the 5th level of foundation building. She may not have the opportunity to set foot in the golden elixir in the future. The ancestor glanced at Hu Enin, which made her feel quite stressed. Very good, it can be a part of the family's focus on training, the ancestor said with a smile. Thank you, ancestor. Hu Yuashan and Hu Enin immediately knelt down to thank them. Family training is also divided into levels, and the resources obtained by each level are different. As long as you are on the list of key training, you will be trained according to the golden elixir monks. And it has to be nodded by the ancestors. At present, only 2 of the younger generation have entered the key training. In the inn. After integrating the primary refining technique, Gao Yan conducted the second lottery. System Dad, please give me some strength this time. It would be best if I could draw a golden elixir level technique. Gao Yan prayed secretly. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the stealing minor supernatural power. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Another supernatural power? Gao Yan's mind moved, and a jade slip appeared in his hand. He took it and pasted it on his forehead. Suddenly, a supernatural power talisman drilled into his brain and took root in his sea of consciousness. After understanding the function of the stealing minor supernatural power, Gao Yan was delighted. This stealing minor supernatural power is the same as the time supernatural power and the small teleportation supernatural power. Each use consumes 1 point of mental power. But the supernatural power of this supernatural power can steal other people's skills, spells, and supernatural powers. Of course, there are also restrictions. It can only be used once a day, and it is 100% successful for those with lower cultivation than yourself, but the success rate will drop sharply for those with higher cultivation than yourself. Moreover, the range of the magical power must be within 1,000 meters. For example, Gao Yan may only have a 90% success rate when using it on a Jingdan cultivator, and only a 70% success rate when using it on a Yuanying cultivator. Then, when using it on a Huashan cultivator, it may only be 50%, or even lower. There are exactly 20 free attribute points. Gao Yan consumed 10 free attribute points to upgrade the Stealing Heaven magical power. The Stealing Heaven minor magical power that reaches the intermediate level has a range of 5,000 meters, and the number of times it can be used per day has also reached 3 times. Not bad, not bad, the system dad is really awesome, Gao Yan said with a smile. It just so happens that there are 7 Yuanying level masters in Fengqi City, and the mansions of these 7 major families are not a secret. He can completely go to their mansions to lock the Yuanying ancestors and use the Stealing Heaven minor magical power. However, he has to test whether his inside eyes can be detected by Yuanying masters. He has a small teleportation ability. Even if the other party notices, he can immediately escape 500 miles away. Even if the speed of the Yuanying master is fast, it is impossible to travel 500 miles in an instant, right? So, he is still confident that he can escape from the hands of the Yuanying master. With a thought, Gao Yan opened his inside eyes and looked towards the Hu family. The mansion of the Hu family is very large, and many places have set up formations, but these formations cannot resist Gao Yan's inside eyes. After a probe, Gao Yan found that there were 4 Jindan cultivators and more than 50 foundation cultivators in the mansion of the Hu family. Finally, his insight eyes passed through several layers of formations and finally saw the Yuanying ancestor of the Hu family. What surprised Gao Yan was that the Yuanying ancestor did not find him peeping. After keeping his eyes on the other party for more than 10 seconds, Gao Yan retracted his inside eyes. Then, he used his inside eyes to explore the other 6 immortal cultivation families in the city, and also peeped at the Yuanying masters of those families for a while. But they didn't notice anyone spying on them. This wave is stable, Gao Yan said secretly. As the saying goes, it's better to do it today than to wait for a day. Gao Yan immediately left the inn, and then changed his makeup in a remote alley and walked to the vicinity of the Hu family's mansion. The Hu family's mansion was built very magnificently. The whole mansion was also covered by formations. Because of this, there were no guards on duty. Finding that he was no more than 5,000 meters away from the Yuanying ancestor of the Hu family, Gao Yan decisively activated the Stealing Heaven small magical power. Failed. Gao Yan was a little regretful. But there were still 2 opportunities to use it. So, Gao Yan activated the Stealing Heaven small magical power again. This time it succeeded. Unfortunately, what was stolen was not a technique, but a high-level spell. The Cloud and Rain spell. And he could choose to merge the stolen techniques, spells, and magical powers. Or not. Gao Yan has not merged this high-level spell for the time being. Instead, he used the stealing magic again on the ancestor of the Hu family. Haha, it worked. Gao Yan turned around and left. The last time he stole the magic, he successfully stole a Xian-level top-grade technique, the Purple Star Sword Sutra. This technique can reach the 9th level of the nascent soul when it is practiced to the extreme. After returning to the inn, Gao Yan thought about it, but still did not integrate the Purple Star Sword Sutra. He planned to steal the techniques of the other 6 families, compare them, and then integrate them. Integrate the cloud-moving rain technique. With a thought, the stolen cloud-moving rain technique began to merge with him. Soon, the spell was integrated. But this spell did not reach the level of the ancestor of the Hu family, it was just an entry. However, after understanding this spell, Gao Yan found that he underestimated this advanced spell. If this spell is practiced to perfection, it will definitely be a group spell with great lethality, because at that time, the rain condensed by the spell can be heavy rain, poisonous rain, acid rain, etc. Each drop of heavy rain can weigh up to 10,000 jin, and when it falls from a high altitude, the force it generates is absolutely terrifying. Just imagine. If you are hit by hundreds of drops of heavy rain, even a foundation building alchemy cultivator cannot bear it. As for poisonous rain, it is rain that contains highly toxic substances. Acid rain is special rain that can corrode spiritual power and magic weapons. However, Gao Yan has just started, and the rain he can condense is just ordinary rain, which is very convenient for watering crops. With a thought, Gao Yan escaped into my world and began to comprehend the moving clouds and raining technique. After staying in my world for 10 days, the Stealing Heaven small magical skill has been refreshed. Gao Yan reappeared in the inn room. After going downstairs for dinner, he walked out of the inn slowly. After changing his appearance and dress in a remote place, he strolled to the vicinity of the Huang family's mansion. When he was 5,000 meters close to their Yuanying ancestor, he activated the Stealing Heaven small magical skill. Ha, so lucky today? Gao Yan was delighted. He didn't expect that he would steal the Huang family ancestor skills the first time he used his magic. However, after understanding the other party's practice, Gao Yan was slightly disappointed. Because the skills practiced by the Huang family ancestor were only the middle grade of the Xian level. Not as good as the Hu family ancestor. So, Gao Yan decisively left and came to the vicinity of the Shao family's mansion, locked the other party's Yuanying ancestor, and activated the Stealing Heaven small magical skill again. The first stealing failed. The second time, the stealing was successful, but it was not a skill, but a magical skill. This is an acquired magical power, called Ichi Dajan Na Shou. If you practice it to the extreme, you can completely capture a mountain. Of course, to use magical powers, you also need corresponding cultivation. Today's 3 chances are gone. Gao Yan decisively returned to the inn and entered my world to merge the magical power of Ichi Zhan Na Shou. After fusion, the magical power is at the entrance. After finding that he could add points, Gao Yan added 10 attributes, and the magical power reached a small success. He tested it in my world. It can pull up a small mountain without any pressure. Unfortunately, this magical power consumes cultivation, not mental power. In other words, what was drawn from this system is the innate magical power. And the magical power he stole is the acquired magical power. After the test, Gao Yan continued to practice the spell of moving clouds and rain. 8 days later, he practiced this spell to a small success and could condense spiritual rain. 2 days later, the small magical power of stealing the sky was refreshed. Again. Gao Yan disguised himself again and came to the vicinity of the Shao family's mansion. He failed the first time and stole a magical power the second time. The third time he still failed to steal the skills, but stole a high-level spell. This ancestor of the Shao family is quite something. He actually mastered 2 magical powers. You know, magical powers are quite precious, and it is also quite difficult to practice. Of course, Gao Yan was just a little curious, but he didn't intend to get to the bottom of it. Back to the room in the inn. Gao Yan checked the magical power and high-level spells stolen from the Yuanying ancestor of the Shao family. The magical power is called the Burning Blood Magic Power, which is to greatly increase one's own speed by burning blood. In simple terms, this is a magical power used to escape. With the magical power of the small teleportation technique, Gao Yan naturally had no intention of practicing the burning blood magic power. But the high-level spell is more interesting. The spell is called the spirit weapon technique. When practiced to perfection, it can condense hundreds of millions of spirit soldiers to attack the enemy. With a thought, Gao Yan chose to merge. After the fusion was completed, he was considered to have initially cultivated this spell and reached the entry level. Appeared in my world. Gao Yan pinched the magic formula, and suddenly, 9 spiritual weapons were condensed in the void. The strength of these 9 spiritual weapons was equivalent to that of low-grade spiritual weapons. His control over this spell was not enough. When he cultivated to a small success or a great success, the number and level of spiritual weapons condensed would increase. So, Gao Yan opened the tenfold time flow rate and comprehended the spiritual weapon technique in my world. After practicing in my world for 9 days, he cultivated this spiritual weapon technique to a small success, and could condense 33 spiritual weapons that reached the level of medium-grade spiritual weapons. After restoring the time of my world to normal, it didn't take long for the dim magical talisman to become bright again. Let's go, Xiao family. A quarter of an hour later, Gao Yan appeared near the Xiao family's mansion. Again, locked onto the Xiao family's Yuanying ancestor, and activated the heaven-stealing magical power. Good luck today. The first time he performed it, Gao Yan stole the Xiao family's ancestors' skills. This skill is called Small Freedom Sutra, which is actually a low-grade earth-level skill. It can be cultivated to the 9th level of the spiritualization. Big profit. Gao Yan secretly said that the Xiao family ancestor must have had a great adventure when he was young, otherwise, how could he have the earth-level skills and 2 magical powers? Should I try it on him again? Thinking that he had obtained a mid-level Xian-level skill from the Huang family ancestor, Gao Yan decided to continue to fleece the Xiao family ancestor. The heaven-stealing magical power was activated again. I actually stole another magical power. Gao Yan was a little shocked, so he decisively activated the heaven-stealing magical power for the 3rd time. And then another magical power was obtained. Oh my god, this Xiao family ancestor hid it too deeply. Gao Yan quickly left the vicinity of the Xiao family mansion and returned to the inn. The magical powers stolen from the Xiao family ancestor again were the Explosion Yuan magic power and the Control Soul magic power. The main function of the Explosion Yuan magic power is that after it is used, it can instantly increase the spiritual power in the body. After using the magical power, a certain amount of life will be lost. This is a desperate magical power. After thinking about it, Gao Yan did not choose to merge. He still had many ways to escape, so there was no need to waste his life to fight with others. As for this soul control ability, it can directly control the souls of others. Of course, it can only control those who are weaker than oneself. This method is perfect for people. Gao Yan chose to merge. Then the soul control ability directly reached the entry level. So, should I continue to go to the Xiao family mansion tomorrow? Maybe the Xiao family ancestor will give him a surprise. But after thinking about it, Gao Yan decided to give up. He had already obtained 4 magic skills from the other party, so there should be no extra. Enter my world again. However, 10 days later, Gao Yan did not practice the soul control ability to a small success. This magic skill is a bit difficult. The stealing ability is refreshed again. Today, Gao Yan came to the vicinity of the Yu family mansion. In the next few days, Gao Yan pulled out the Yuanying ancestors of the other immortal cultivation families in Fengqi City, including the Yu family, the Zhong family, the Xie family, and the Mo family. From the Yu family, I got a mid-level Xian-grade technique and a high-level spell. From the Zhong family, I got a mid-level Xian-grade technique and 2 high-level spells. From the Xie family, I got a high-level Xian-grade technique and a high-level spell. From the Mo family, I got a high-level Xian-grade technique and a high-level spell. Therefore, the Xiao family's ancestors' practice of the Small Freedom Sutra is still the highest level. Gao Yan was not in a hurry to change the technique. Instead, he planned to sell all the human elixirs in his hand first. He left the inn, changed his appearance to that ordinary middle-aged man again, and then took out the sound transmission talisman to contact Hu Yining. The other party quickly replied to him and said that they were waiting for him to come to their Hu family's elixir shop. In fact, these days, Hu Yining has been waiting for Gao Yan to come again in the elixir shop. Originally, she thought she would have to wait for a while. Unexpectedly, Gao Yan contacted her so soon. One of the last batch of human spirit pills has been sold through the pill shop. Although the price is 1,100 spirit stones, the buyer has no objection, because the quality of this human spirit pill is much higher than that of the human spirit pill circulating on the market. The news that the Hu family has high-quality human spirit pills has also spread, making their pill shop's business much better. "Senior, please come in." Seeing Gao Yan coming, Hu Yining's face was full of joy. The second floor of the pill shop, VIP room. "Miss Hu, I have 200 human spirit pills here, can you eat them?" Gao Yan doesn't like nonsense. Although Hu Yining is a beautiful woman with a beauty score of 95 points, he still wants to complete the transaction as soon as possible. "Sure." Hu Yining suppressed her excitement and nodded. "What about 300? Hu Yining nodded again. "That's fine." "Can you eat 500? Gao Yan asked again. Hearing this number, Hu Yining could no longer suppress her inner shock, and her emotions inevitably surfaced on her face. "Senior, I only have 360,000 spirit stones for the time being. Can you give me some time? I will report to the family immediately." "No, then trade 360. Gao Yan said vigilantly. "Okay then." Hu Yining felt a little regretful, but did not go against Gao Yan's intention. After completing the transaction, Gao Yan quickly left the market and wandered around the city for more than half an hour before returning to the inn. At the same time, he turned on his inside eyes to monitor the situation in the Hu family mansion, to see if the other party would intercept and kill him. After several hours, there was no movement from the Hu family, and Gao Yan was relieved. Then he did not check out. He left the inn directly, and after leaving Fengqi City, he drove the flying sword to the Nine Saints sect at the fastest speed. This transaction made Gao Yan's income value reach more than 420,000, and the number of spirit stones soared to 2.66 million. The return journey was smooth. No accidents were encountered. Cave number 168, Qilin Peak. Gao Yan entered my world in a flash. Then he turned on the tenfold time flow speed. Then, he chose to fuse the small Freedom Sutra. A quarter of an hour later, the fusion was completed, and Gao Yan's physical spiritual power was also transformed into the spiritual power of the small Freedom Sutra, but the realm dropped a little scary, from the 9th level of foundation building to the 5th level of foundation building. Although the realm dropped, the strength of his spiritual power was about twice as condensed as before. After all, he used to practice the upper-grade yellow-level exercises, but now he is practicing the lower-grade earth-level exercises. Gao Yan has no shortage of human spirit pills and spirit stones. Therefore, he only practiced in my world for more than 100 days, and he recovered the 9th level of foundation building, and directly reached the peak of the 9th level of foundation building. He is also the 9th level of foundation building, but at this moment, he can definitely beat his original 10 selves. This trip to Fengqi City can be said to be full of rewards. Just the Xuanjia Kung Fu has gained 6 categories. 3 of them are of the highest grade at the Xian level. The middle grade of the 3 mysterious levels. In addition, there is also the little self-contained sutra, which is a low level exercise that he has modified. It's useless to keep the 6 profound level skills on your body. What's more, Gao Yan also needs spiritual stones to earn income. Therefore, the best choice is to sell all 6 Xuanjia techniques. After all, when inner sect disciples get started, although they can obtain the exercises for free, they are only for those of the top yellow rank. The stronger the technique, the stronger the spiritual power that is gained through cultivation. The stronger the spiritual power, the stronger the strength. Therefore, if given the opportunity, everyone would choose to practice higher level exercises. Think of this. Gao Yan took out the transmission talisman to contact Sun Guangqing. Soon, the other party replied to him, but the other party was on duty at the outer gate and would not return to the inner gate for 2 hours. So the two agreed to meet in 2 hours. Originally, Gao Yan planned to go to Sun Guangqing's cave, but the other party proposed to visit his cave directly. Sun Guangqing's job is relatively easy. Although there are over 1 million outer disciples, most of them cannot advance to the foundation building stage within the prescribed time. Sun Guangqing's task is to take the outer sect disciples who have broken through to the foundation building level to the inner sect. Sometimes, he doesn't meet anyone in March or May. And you only have to work during the day. 2 hours later, Gao Yan felt the fluctuations of the formation outside the cave, then controlled the formation to open the door and welcomed Sun Guangqing in. After exchanging pleasantries, the two sat down. Sun Guangqing took a sip of the spiritual tea and asked with a smile, "Junior Brother Gao, do you want me to help you introduce the buyer of the elixir again this time?" Faced with the generous Gao Yan, Sun Guangqing's attitude was quite positive. The 8 inner sects all bought a lot of human elixirs last time, and there will be no shortage of elixirs in a short period of time. Therefore, he guessed that Gao Yan planned to use his connections to continue selling human elixirs. Gao Yan said solemnly, in inviting senior brother Sun here this time, "I really want to entrust senior brother Sun to help me introduce the buyer, but it is not about the elixir, but the technique." Oh, what level of skill is it?" Sun Guangqing asked, curiously. "Mid-grade Shan level." "What kind of middle-grade Shan level?" Sun Guangqing exclaimed, and his expression became excited. "Junior brother Gao, are you serious about this?" Gao Yan nodded. "I have a middle-grade Shan level technique that I want to sell. I wonder if senior brother Sun can help me find a buyer." Sun Guangqing lowered his head and thought for a long time, then looked up at Gao Yan and said, "Junior brother Gao, do you know that a Shan level technique can already create a family of immortal cultivators?" "Senior brother Sun, you mean that Xuanjia Kung Fu is very expensive?" Sun Guangqing said, "This is not just a matter of expensiveness, but even if someone obtains the Xuanjia Kung Fu, they will not sell it. To be honest with Junior brother Gao, I actually come from a small immortal cultivating family. And our family has been passed down for thousands of years. I have always wanted to obtain a Shan level technique, but after hundreds of years, I have never had the chance. In this world, skills are more important than resources. Powerful skills are controlled by top sections. No matter how outstanding you are or how incredible your qualifications are, if you don't have skills, you can't be strong. The best way is to join a major force. And big forces also rely on the Kong Gong method to attract a large number of geniuses, so that they can stand in the world for many years. So, senior brother Sun wants to buy a skill? Gao Yan asked. Not bad. Sun Guangqing nodded. How much does senior brother Sun intend to bid? Gao Yan asked. A Shan level technique requires at least 1 million spirit stones, and a mid-level Shan level technique requires at least 2 million spirit stones. Sun Guangqing said. Hearing this, Gao Yan couldn't help but feel happy. The revenue required for the next upgrade of the system is exactly 2 million. If you sell the technique to Sun Guangqing, you can upgrade directly. Senior brother Sun, please taste it. Gao Yan took out a jade slip and handed it to Sun Guangqing. It contained the middle-grade Xian level technique for refining qi to the 9th level of foundation building. Sun Guangqing put the jade slip between his eyebrows, and the content of the skill was engraved in his mind. After browsing, he was sure that this was indeed a Xian level skill, much more powerful than the high-level Huang level skill he was currently practicing. So, he looked at Gao Yan and said, "Junior brother Gao, please sell this technique to me. How about I owe you a favor?" "It's not selling to anyone." Gao Yan smiled, "Since senior brother Sun has this plan, I will sell it to you. For 2 million. As for the favor, there is no need to owe it. After all, I will ask you for help in the future. How can you refuse?" "That's right." Sun Guangqing laughed and felt very happy. He didn't expect Gao Yan to agree so happily. "But junior brother Gao, I don't have that many spirit stones on me. I still have to contact my family and ask them to bring them over." "Okay, no problem." Gao Yan is not in a hurry. Because he was thinking about the practice, Sun Guangqing left quickly. When he returned to his cave, he immediately used the Zimagu to contact his father. His father was the current member of the Sun family and a member of the first level of the Golden Core. But he forcibly broke through to the Golden Elixir stage and had no follow-up techniques. Therefore, his cultivation has stayed at the Golden Elixir stage for hundreds of years. The transmission notes can only be used for short-distance sound transmission. If it is used for long-distance sound transmission and is intercepted by someone, wouldn't the secret be revealed? And this mother-child goo is quite safe. The mother-child goo can still send messages to each other even if they are tens of thousands of miles apart, and the efficiency is very high. If a message is sent here, the other side can receive it immediately. In a large valley 70,000 miles away from the Nine Saints sect, pavilions and attics stand tall. This is where the Sun family is. Sun Mingyuan suddenly felt that the mother-child goo in the insect sac was moving. After taking it out and deciphering the secret language, a huge surprise appeared on his face. Because his son in the Nine Saints sect told him that he had found a Xian level middle-grade technique and asked him to quickly bring 2 million spirit stones to buy it. The Sun family has been passed down for thousands of years, which is nothing in the huge world of the sky. But after thousands of years of accumulation, 2 million spirit stones can still be taken out. So, Sun Mingyuan immediately summoned 2 elders of the 8th and 9th levels of foundation building to rush to the Nine Saints sect with 3 million spirit stones. On the other side, after sending Sun Guangqing away, Gao Yan did not continue to practice, but wandered around the inner gate. He had joined the inner gate for several months, but to be honest, he had not been to many places in the inner gate. There were not as many fairy peaks in the inner gate as in the outer gate, but each fairy peak had its own unique features. After wandering around for a few hours, Gao Yan felt relaxed and happy. Because these fairy peaks were so beautiful. Then, he came to the canteen of the inner gate. There were free and paid canteens in the inner gate. The free meals were all monster meat and spiritual vegetables, and the paid ones included not only monster meat, but also various medicinal meals. Gao Yan spent 10 spirit stones to order a medicinal meal and tasted it, and he couldn't help but praise it. Because these medicinal meals can not only temper the body and enhance cultivation, but also are very delicious. Of course, the enhanced cultivation is very limited. Gao Yan was not short of money, so he simply spent 1,000 spirit stones and packed 100 medicinal meals to take away. After reaching the foundation building stage, one basically gets rid of the dependence on food, but immortal cultivators are also transformed from mortals. Many people retain the habit of eating even after they are promoted to the foundation building stage. Watching Gao Yan leave, an inner disciple working in the cafeteria couldn't help but say, "This person is really generous. He is willing to spend thousands of spirit stones to buy medicinal food." Although eating medicinal food can enhance cultivation, the increase in cultivation is really limited. And 1,000 spirit stones can buy 2 human spirit pills. Even if 100 servings of medicinal food are eaten, they can't compare to the benefits of 1 human spirit pill. Therefore, seeing this scene, the inner disciples working in the cafeteria felt that Gao Yan was a sucker. The inner disciple in charge of selling smiled and said, "It is probably a descendant of a cultivation family who is not short of spirit stones." That's right. Others quite agree, otherwise, without a certain family background, how can you waste spirit stones like this? The next day, Gao Yan was comprehending the soul control magic in the cave. Then Sun Guangqing came. "Junior brother, this is 2 million spirit stones, please check it." Sun Guangqing directly handed Gao Yan a storage bag. After Gao Yan checked and found nothing wrong, he handed the jade slip with the complete technique to Sun Guangqing. Sun Guangqing's hands trembled with excitement after receiving the jade slip. He put the jade slip between his eyebrows, and the contents of the jade slip immediately flooded into his mind. After he carefully checked and found that there was no problem with the technique, he said goodbye to Gao Yan. Sun Guangqing, who got the technique, left the Nine Saints sect. He met his father and 2 elders nearby. "It's done, did you get the thing?" Sun Mingyuan suppressed his excitement and asked. Sun Guangqing nodded and handed the jade slip to his father. Sun Mingyuan took the jade slip and immediately put it between his eyebrows. After the technique flooded into his mind, he carefully checked and was almost sure that there was no problem with the technique. For a moment, he could no longer control his joy and excitement, and laughed 3 times up to the sky. With this Xian-level technique, their Sun family no longer had to huddle in a valley and dare not expand outward. "Ching'er, you have made great contributions to our family this time. These 1 million spirit stones are the family's reward to you." As he spoke, Sun Mingyuan stuffed a storage bag into Sun Guangqing's hands. "Thank you, father." Sun Guangqing did not refuse. With these 1 million spirit stones, he could go further in the future. Originally, he had little hope of impacting the golden core. Now, he has a Xian-level middle-grade technique and 1 million spirit stones. Rewarded by his father, he can also try to impact the golden core stage, and even the nascent soul stage is not a dream. The father and son chatted for a few more words, and Sun Mingyuan left with the 2 elders. On the other side, after the transaction was completed, the system met the conditions for upgrading. And the system also returned 4 million spirit stones, which brought the number of his spirit stones to 8 million. He estimated that even ordinary golden core practitioners did not have as many spirit stones as he did. 6 hours passed quickly. The system was also upgraded to level 7. In addition, the rewards this time were also particularly generous. First, the system directly gave 100 attribute points. In addition, the lottery has changed from a primary lottery to an intermediate lottery. However, the income value required for the next upgrade has also become 10 million. If it was before, he was still worried that it would be difficult to collect 10 million spiritual stones, but with the little magical power of stealing the sky, 10 million spiritual stones are just that. The 100 attribute points obtained this time can improve both the spiritual roots and the physical fitness. After thinking about it, Gao Yan decided to improve the spiritual roots. After adding 100 attribute points, Gao Yan's wind spiritual roots became high level wind spiritual roots. He tried to practice. It was found that both the speed of absorbing spiritual energy and the efficiency of converting spiritual power were improved by more than one time. After checking, it takes 500 attribute points to upgrade the high-level wind spiritual roots to perfect wind spiritual roots. This is a bit difficult, don't worry about it for now. System, use the intermediate lottery. Ding, the intermediate lottery is open. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the Hand of Transformation. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Hand of Transformation? What is it? With a hint of doubt, Gao Yan took out the prize, which turned out to be a white jade palm. At the same time, the relevant information was also transmitted to his mind. In short, this palm has the power of a 9th-level master of transformation. After release, it can be charged with spirit stones. Each charging consumes 1 million spirit stones. Not bad, another trump card. Gao Yan was very satisfied with this. Although he had never seen a strong man of transformation take action, he could roughly estimate that the strength of a strong man of transformation might have reached the level of destroying the world. After putting away the reward, Gao Yan considered what he should do next. Is it to retreat to the Golden Core stage? Or to stay alive for a while? After thinking about it, Gao Yan decided to stay alive for a while. If he reaches the Jindan stage, he can still hide it from those who are weaker than him, but he can't hide it from those who are stronger than him. After joining the inner sect for just a few months, his cultivation has reached the Jindan stage. Even a fool knows that he has a great opportunity. The general opportunity is not worth looking down upon by the Yuanying and Huashan, but if the opportunity is too great, I am afraid that Huashan will be tempted. So, he still has to be stable first. It just so happens that he hasn't done the mandatory tasks yet, so he might as well do all the mandatory tasks for the next 10 years, and then concentrate on making money and accumulating foundation. Half a quarter of an hour later, the inner sect's mission hall. Although there are only more than 50,000 people in the inner sect, the mission hall is more magnificent than the outer sect. There are not many people in the mission hall. Gao Yan easily received 10 mandatory tasks. The first mandatory task is to go to Tianying City to investigate the truth behind the disappearance of Chen Wenshan, the deacon of the other hospital. Tianying City is located in Dian Kingdom, a full 180,000 miles away from the Nine Saints sect. There are two purposes for setting up a separate courtyard there. Firstly, it is to recruit disciples suitable for cultivating immortals, and secondly, it is to collect rare objects. No one can tell how many years the firmament world has existed. Some important treasures have the function of self-obstruction, and some damaged treasures have lost their charm and wandered to the mortal empire. Mortals don't know how precious these treasures are. Disciples from other courtyards can buy them at low prices, by paying only some gold and silver. 2. Put it simply, they are similar to picking up antiques in the main world. But more than 20 days ago, a deacon from another hospital in Tianying City received news of a rare item. He went out to purchase it, but he never returned, and he did not know whether he was alive or dead. The master of the other courtyard was a cultivator at the 8th level of foundation building. He sent people to search for the person. After finding no one, he reported the matter to the sect. And the sect made the investigation a mandatory task for the inner sect. 180,000 miles seems far away. But it is nothing to the cultivators. With Gao Yan's current sword-wielding speed, he could arrive in 2 or 3 hours at most. About 3 hours passed. Gao Yan Yujian arrived outside Tianying City. This city is the imperial city of the Yan Kingdom. It is huge in scale and has a population of over 10 million. There are soldiers stationed at the city gate, but no city fees are collected. Gao Yan followed the crowd into Tianying City, and then visited the other courtyard of the Nine Saints sect. Wait until he arrives. Only then did he realize that the Nine Saints sect's other courtyard was not a courtyard, but a huge palace. Moreover, there are elite soldiers stationed outside the palace. Gao Yan was wearing the uniform of the inner sect of the Nine Saints sect, so when these soldiers saw Gao Yan, they all knelt down and saluted. No need to be polite, please come. Gao Yan raised his hand to signal the soldiers to stand up, and then asked one of them to take him to see the master of the other courtyard. Faced with Gao Yan's request, the soldier looked embarrassed. What's wrong? Isn't it okay? Gao Yan asked. Back to the immortal master, the master of the courtyard was invited by King Chu early in the morning to attend a banquet, said the soldier. Then take me to see the deacon of the other courtyard. Gao Yan said again. The master of this courtyard is the main one. In addition, there are 3 deacons of the courtyard who assist him in his work. Chen Wenshan, a deacon from another hospital, died before, and there are still 2 left. Back to the immortal master, Deacon Zhou and Deacon Wang are not in the other courtyard, the soldier replied again. Suddenly, Gao Yan frowned slightly, then who is calling the shots in the other courtyard now? The soldier said, Guancher Su will make the decision. Then take me to see Manager Su. Gao Yan said. Yes. Under the leadership of the soldiers, Gao Yan entered the courtyard and then came to a luxurious palace. At this moment, a middle-aged fat man was lying on the throne in the palace, enjoying the feeding of 2 beautiful girls. In the palace, accompanied by the sound of silk and bamboo, there were young and beautiful dancers wearing light gauze and slim figures. She is dancing an extremely charming dance. When Gao Yan pushed open the palace door, the fat, middle-aged man lying on the throne looked dissatisfied. However, after seeing clearly the inner uniform Gao Yan was wearing, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a thoughtful look. But he soon realized that this should be the inner disciple sent by the sect to investigate the disappearance of Deacon Chen Wenshan. Gao Yan glanced at the situation in the palace, and finally placed the wooden advertisement on the middle-aged fat man. Are you the steward of the other courtyard? This person's cultivation level is not high, he is only at the 7th level of qi refining. Although the world of cultivating immortals emphasizes the law of the jungle, it also pays attention to human nature. But the sect's rules are not broken. What should we do if the juniors of the high-level sects fail to achieve foundation building within the prescribed time? It is definitely not possible to stay in the sect, so he will be sent to serve in another house. Although the future of cultivating immortals is over, if you stay in another courtyard, you can at least be rich and prosperous for a lifetime. If you are lucky enough to break through to the foundation building stage. Through the operation of the elders, you still have a certain chance of ranking in the inner sect. If the prediction is correct, this middle-aged fat man should have elders at the golden core or nascent soul stage in the sect. Otherwise, he would not be able to serve as the steward of another courtyard. Because after entering the other courtyard, Gao Yan scanned it with his insightful eye. There are hundreds of qi refining disciples in this courtyard. 3 of them have reached the 8th level of qi refining, and 2 have reached the 9th level of qi refining. These 5 people are all higher in cultivation than the middle-aged fat man. But they are not able to serve as stewards. It is hard to explain the problem. Although the middle-aged fat man has a backstage. But he didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Gao Yan. His background and backstage could suppress a group of qi refining disciples from other courtyards, but they couldn't suppress the inner disciples from the sect. Besides, he can have a backing. Who knows if this inner disciple has a backing? Therefore, he immediately rolled down from the throne, strode down the steps, bent down and saluted Gao Yan. Su Fei, the steward of the other courtyard, has met the inner sect brother. What do you call the inner sect brother? My name is Gao Yan. Gao Yan said calmly, I am here to investigate the disappearance of Chen Wenshan. Who knows the most about this matter? Back to senior brother Gao, Deacon Chen went there alone after hearing the news about a rare object, but no one else knew where the transaction was and who he was trading with. Su Fei replied seriously. Let everyone else get down. Gao Yan glanced at the people in the hall. You all get down. Su Fei waved his hand, and everyone in the hall left in an instant. Chen Wenshan is a monk at the 3rd level of foundation building. Su Fei, let me ask you, how many people in this city can kill him? Gao Yan asked again. Su Fei said, Senior brother Gao, there are many people who can kill Deacon Chen. First of all, the royal family of the Yan kingdom has this strength. Because there are golden elixir level worshippers in the royal family. Secondly, the prince's mansion, the prince of Chu's mansion, the prince of Zhou's mansion, and the 9, there are masters in the late stage of foundation building at the princess mansion, but they shouldn't have the guts to take action against Deacon Chen. After all, our 9 saint sect is the immortal sect of the Yan kingdom, and they don't dare to harm us at will. What else? Gao Yan asked. Su Fei thought about it and said, the prime minister's mansion also has this strength. In addition, there is also a Jindan stage casual cultivators residence in the city, and there are also several foundation establishment stage casual cultivators. I guess they don't have the guts to provoke our 9 saints. Zongs. Is this gone? I guess there are more. Su Fei said cautiously, but I am just a steward and know very little. I don't know as much as the other 2 deacons and the hospital master. Then do you have anyone to suspect? When asking, Gao Yan used spiritual guidance. Have. Su Fei said with certainty, Deacon Zhou and Deacon Chen have a grudge. I suspect this is a trap set by Deacon Zhou. But as soon as the words came out, Su Fei realized that he had said something he shouldn't have said, and quickly covered his mouth, looking at Gao Yan with a little more fear and awe. What grudge do they have? Gao Yan asked again. Now that the news had been leaked, Su Fei had nothing to hide and simply sold out Deacon Zhou. Places like the other courtyard, to put it bluntly, are places for those disciples who have no hope of promotion to retire. Chen Wenshan and Deacon Zhou Yuan both came to Tianying City to serve as deacons after they were 120 years old. Generally speaking, if you are over 120 years old and have not broken through to the golden elixir, it is very slim to advance to the golden elixir. Not to mention, both of them are still in the early stage of foundation building after they are over 120 years old. If they can reach the 5th level of foundation building when they live to 200 years old, they will never be able to break through to the golden elixir in this life. Since there is no hope for cultivating immortals, they naturally have to enjoy themselves, marry more wives and concubines, and have more children. Maybe there will be people with excellent qualifications among their children. But they are also foundation building cultivators after all. Even if they marry wives and concubines, they cannot marry children from ordinary families. And the royal family is also keen to win over disciples from such large sects. Therefore, the Emperor of Yan at that time planned to marry the 5th princess to Chen Wenshan. The 5th princess was a stunning beauty. After meeting, Chen Wenshan liked her very much. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yuan also fell in love with the 5th princess and took the lead in proposing marriage to the Emperor of Yan. The reason why the Emperor of Yan fell in love with Chen Wenshan was that his cultivation level was one level higher than Zhou Yuan at that time, and he could also make pills. Although his alchemy skills were very poor, he could only make 1st level pills suitable for qi refining. But Emperor Yan didn't dislike these pills. Therefore, Emperor Yan preferred Chen Wenshan to be his son-in-law, but it was not easy to directly reject Zhou Yuan, so he arranged for them to compete. After all, Chen Wenshan's cultivation was higher than Zhou Yuan, and the chance of winning was very high. But the result was unexpected. During the competition, Zhou Yuan didn't know where to get a high-level talisman and finally won and successfully married the 5th princess. The greatest hatred in the world is the hatred of taking away his wife. Zhou Yuan took away his wife, so Chen Wenshan would naturally not let it go. But everyone is a disciple of the 9 Saints sect, so they naturally can't fight openly, so they can only calculate each other in secret. After fighting for more than 20 years, Chen Wenshan's side has mostly gained the upper hand. But some time ago, Zhou Yuan actually broke through to the 3rd level of foundation building. Not long after, Chen Wenshan disappeared directly. Zhou Yuan had just broken through, and Chen Wenshan disappeared and his life or death was unknown. That was too coincidental, so many people in the other courtyard suspected Zhou Yuan. Tianying City East District, Zhou Mansion. The Zhou Mansion is very large, no less than the royal mansion. The owner of this mansion is Zhou Yuan. More than 20 years ago, after Zhou Yuan married the 5th princess, he also took in 18 concubines. Nowadays, it can be said that he has many wives, concubines, and children. In the backyard of the mansion, in the study. After Zhou Yuan read the content of a transmission talisman, he called 2 staff members to the study. The inner disciples from the sect who came to investigate Chen Wenshan have arrived. What do you two think? Zhou Yuan asked directly. The staff said together, Sir, we did that thing very cleanly. Even if the other party is suspicious, there is no evidence. So, sir, don't worry, just wait and see what happens. The second staff member followed. Do you have friends in the sect? If you have friends, you might as well ask for information about the inner sect. As the saying goes, if you know yourself and the enemy, you will be victorious in any battle. Zhou Yuan nodded secretly. He had been in the inner sect for hundreds of years. Although his cultivation was not outstanding, he still made friends with many senior brothers. They may not be willing to help with something that is too important, but there is no problem in helping him find out the information. So, he immediately sent people to the Nine Saints sect to contact those brothers and sisters. Other side. After learning from Su Fei that Zhou Yuan is the biggest suspect, he left the other courtyard and went straight to Zhou Mansion. Half an hour later, when he learned that Gao Yan had come to visit, Zhou Yuan's face couldn't help but darken slightly. But I still come to greet you in person. Although Zhou Yuan doesn't like to speak loudly in his heart, he is still very enthusiastic on the surface. Senior brother Zhou, can we talk alone? Gao Yan said with a smile. Zhou Yuan was a little unsure, but he still agreed. But after Zhou Yuan drove away his men, Gao Yan directly used top-notch hypnosis on him. Caught off guard, Zhou Yuan was directly hit. It was true that Gao Yan came to investigate the case, but it was too difficult to find evidence for someone who was unfamiliar with the place. Therefore, he had no intention of using conventional means to investigate. Since Zhou Yuan is the most suspected, let's just start with him. His cultivation level is higher than Zhou Yuan's, and his mental power is even more difficult for the opponent to flatter. It is relatively easy to hypnotize the opponent. Without preparation, Zhou Yuan was instantly hypnotized, mainly because he did not expect Gao Yan to be so bold. Zhou Yuan, was Chen Wenshan killed by you? Zhou Yuan, yes, I killed him. Gao Yan, tell me the process of killing him in detail. To put it simply, Zhou Yuan used the name of the fifth princess to make an appointment with Chen Wenshan to a villa outside the city. He had already arranged the formation there in advance. Then he used the high-end talisman purchased at a high price to attack an sneak attack, severely injuring the opponent, and then personally killed Chen Wenshan. Chen Wenshan's body had long been reduced to ashes by him, but the storage ring and the spiritual weapon on his body were left behind. Good luck. Gao Yan didn't expect things to go so smoothly. You must know that the reward for this task is not low, 5,000 spirit stones plus 1,000 contribution points. Since Zhou Yuan is the murderer, Gao Yan directly sealed his cultivation and carried him out of the Zhou Mansion. As for how to deal with the other party, it is up to the sect to decide. Because things happen so fast. Only when Gao Yan left the Zhou Mansion with Zhou Yuan did the people in the manor react. After hearing the news, the fifth princess immediately sent out several messengers. Therefore, as soon as he brought Zhou Yuan to the city gate, he was intercepted by several people. Then the master of the other courtyard came out and said, "Junior brother, why do you want to arrest Deacon Zhou? You are Lu Xingtong, the master of the other courtyard, right?" I was ordered to investigate the cause of Chen Wenshan's death. Zhou Yuan is the murderer of Chen Wenshan. I took him back to the sect to restore his life. Are you planning to protect him when you stop me? Is there any evidence? King Chu, who arrived with Lu Xingtong, asked in a deep voice. Of course there is evidence, but there is no need to show it to you. Gao Yan smiled disdainfully. Of course, you have to use this as an excuse to snatch people from me, and I have no objection. However, if you dare to take action, you are fighting against our Nine Saint sect. Be an enemy. Hearing this, King Chu's face showed a look of anger, but Lu Xingtong secretly had a headache. This inner sect's personality was too strong, and he Acted like I don't take you seriously, but you can't help me. Master Immortal, I think this is a misunderstanding. Can you please be accommodating? The fifth princess stepped forward and quietly stuffed a storage bag. After all, she had married Zhou Yuan and had children for him. Naturally, I don't want to see anything happen to Zhou Yuan. Do you know how Chen Wenshan died? Gao Yan joked. Zhou Yuan asked Chen Wenshan to meet in a villa outside the city in your name, and set a trap there to kill Chen Wenshan. Upon hearing this, the fifth princess' expression changed drastically, and she subconsciously looked at Zhou Yuan. Husband, are you serious about this? Zhou Yuan was already broken. Yes, that's right. Chen Wenshan has always been against me for more than 20 years. What's wrong with me killing him? Seeing that Zhou Yuan himself admitted it, others naturally had no reason to stop Gao Yan. Otherwise, they would be going against the Nine Saints sect. Gao Yan stopped talking nonsense with them, stood up with his sword, and disappeared from everyone's sight with Zhou Yuan. Gao Yan deliberately slowed down his flight speed. It took 2 full days to return to the sect. When Zhou Yuan confessed to killing Chen Wenshan at the city gate, Gao Yan took a photo. As for the photos of Zhou Yuan, who was hypnotized before, he was worried that there would be hidden dangers, so he didn't hand them over. Otherwise, if he left the Zhou mansion and left with his sword, he would not have been blocked at the city gate. The deacon who reviewed the task checked the image stone and interrogated Zhou Yuan. He concluded that Gao Yan had completed the task and directly contributed 5,000 spirit stones and 1,000 to him. This task was completed so easily that Gao Yan did not intend to take a break, and left the sect directly to perform the second mandatory task, heading to a mountain range 90,000 miles away to search for and rescue the whereabouts of 2 outer sect disciples. The 2 groups of outer disciples jointly carried out tasks, finally lost in that mountain range. Although the sect received the distress message, it didn't pay much attention to it and just issued a search and rescue mission. After all, there are only 2 teams of outer disciples, so if you die, you will die. Anyway, there are more than 1 million outer disciples, and if dozens of them die, it will not cause any loss to the sect. An hour later, Gao Yan arrived at the mountain range. Then he opened his inside eyes and explored the traces of the 2 teams of outer disciples. When outer sect disciples do tasks, they generally don't dare to go deep into the mountains, and at most they hang around on the periphery. Therefore, what Gao Yan was exploring was only the outer area of the mountain range. Soon, Gao Yan found 7 broken and bloody outer uniforms and 7 storage bags in the outer area. As expected, these 7 people are already dead. Later, the inside eye expanded the scope and discovered 5 outer disciples trapped inside a cave. However, their current situation is not very good. 2 people were unconscious, 1 was seriously injured, and 2 others were slightly injured. There are hundreds of birds and monsters on the cliffs or trees around the cave. One of these bird monsters is particularly huge and has reached the early stage of the 2nd level, which is equivalent to the foundation building stage. It was obvious that these outer disciples must have done something to anger the birds and monsters, so that they were chasing after them. The remaining 5 people are not in danger for the time being. So, Gao Yan first went to collect the uniforms and storage bags of the 7 dead outer disciples, and then headed towards the cave with his sword. Inside the cave, after 2 hours of adjusting her breath, Ningyu's spiritual power had recovered to 90%. Seeing the two junior brothers who were still unconscious, a look of worry appeared on her face. Now they have reached the end of their rope. All the talismans have been consumed, and there are not many spiritual stones left. The only thing to rely on is the formation that covers the cave. But the formation also requires spiritual stones as energy sources. The birds and monsters outside would attack for 2 more rounds at most, and the last bit of spiritual stone on his body would be consumed. By then, the 3 of them alone would be unable to resist the birds and monsters outside. The only hope is the rescue from the sect. But she knew that the sect didn't value their outer disciples. It had been several days since the sect sent out a call for help, but the sect still hadn't sent anyone. Yo. At this moment, 2 sharp bird calls sounded, and Ningyu's expression suddenly changed, because she knew that this was the attack signal from the foundation building bird. Sure enough, at the next moment, the formation that blocked the entrance of the cave was violently impacted. The formation flashes continuously, and the spiritual stones in the formation disc are also rapidly consumed. Sister Ning, why don't we fight these beasts? Wu Meier, who was slightly injured, said angrily as she looked at the birds and monsters that kept attacking the formation. Junior Sister Wu, please be patient. We can't give up until the last moment. Maybe people from the sect are already on their way. Ningyu comforted calmly. Oh, the sect won't take our group of outer disciples seriously at all. If they wanted to rescue us, they would have sent someone long ago. Chen Feng, who was seriously injured, said with a sneer. Okay, just say a few words, and take good care of yourself. Ningyu said helplessly. Yo. At this moment, a sharp scream came from outside, and there was a bit of panic and anger in the sound. It's the cry of the bird monster king. Could it be that the sect's rescue is coming? Hearing the cry, Ningyu looked happy. It's a pity that their spiritual thoughts cannot leave the body, and they cannot observe the situation outside through their spiritual thoughts. About 2 minutes passed. In front of the cave, there is an additional figure. The other party shouted into the cave, Junior sisters and brothers, I have dealt with the monsters outside, you can come out. Seeing Gao Yan's inner disciple uniform, Ningyu and others looked relaxed and happy. After Ningyu released the formation through the formation plate, she bowed to Gao Yan and saluted, Outer disciple Ningyu, thank you senior brother for saving your life. Outer disciple Wu Meier thanks senior brother for saving his life. Outer disciple Chen Feng thanks senior brother for saving his life. Gao Yan nodded towards them, no need to be polite, I also accepted the mission to search and rescue you. By the way, here are 3 healing pills. Take them. While speaking, Gao Yan took out 3 healing elixirs and threw them to Chen Feng. Thank you, senior brother, for the medicine. Morrowind said gratefully that they had brought healing elixirs with them when they came on the mission, but the birds were injured many times during the battle and all the healing elixirs were used up. Nourished by the healing elixir, Morrowind quickly regained his ability to move, and the 2 unconscious outer disciples also woke up. Naturally, I thanked Gao Yan again. Do you have a flying boat? I will escort you back. Gao Yan took the initiative and said, as the saying goes, sending Buddha to the west, these people have not recovered from their injuries. If they were intercepted and killed on the way, wouldn't he have saved them in vain? Upon hearing this, the 5 people were all happy. When the group left the mountain range, Ningyu threw out the flying boat and invited Gao Yan to get on first. This flying boat is larger and more luxurious than the one Yang Fenglai had. The cabin is also much more spacious. Of course, the largest room was given to Gao Yan. Gao Yan was not polite either. Although he was on a mission, he was still their savior. Along the way, these people came to visit one after another, showing their intention to make friends. Although Gao Yan was not cold-faced, he was not too enthusiastic either. After all, his current cultivation level is at the first level in the inner sect, and there is almost no chance of him interacting with them in the future. But I have to say that Wu Meier's name was correct. Not only did she look charming, she also had a great figure. Unfortunately, Gao Yan was a man who aspired to become a saint, so he naturally wouldn't have any thoughts about her. Of course, he also has a good character. Otherwise, with his handsome appearance and status as an inner disciple, it shouldn't be much difficult to sleep with Wu Meier. The flying boat flew for almost 2 days and returned to the Nine Saints sect smoothly. Gao Yan also handed in the task. With the photo stone as evidence, the review was quickly approved and the reward was issued. The reward this time is only 2,000 spirit stones and 200 contribution points. It's no wonder that no one is willing to take on this task. Next, Gao Yan spent almost a month completing the other 8 mandatory tasks. A total of 30,000 spirit stones were harvested and 3,000 contribution points were obtained. His total amount of spiritual stones reached 8.1 million, and his contribution points exceeded 10,000. The income value did not increase much, only reaching 440,000. Just when Gao Yan was about to return to the 1960s and the main world, he received a transmission note from Sun Guangqing. Therefore, Gao Yan had to give up traveling. He got up and came to Sun Guangqing's cave. Sun Guangqing was quite enthusiastic when they met again. Because of that Xuanjia technique, not only a new golden elixir was born in his family, but his own cultivation level also improved to a higher level. Brother, have you heard about the upcoming opening of the Yunzhou secret realm? Sun Guangqing asked. No, I've been busy doing mandatory tasks recently, and I just came back today. Gao Yan shook his head. No wonder. Sun Guangqing said, I sent you a message several times, but there was no response. It turns out that you are not in the sect. Secret realms are indispensable copies in the world of immortal cultivation or the fantasy world, and they are also places that provide resources or treasures for the protagonist. However, this is the real world of immortal cultivation. Gao Yan wants to see if this secret realm is set up specifically for the protagonist like in the novel. As Sun Guangqing narrated, Gao Yan understood that secret realms are innate and acquired. Innate secret realms are formed naturally by heaven and earth. Acquired secret realms may be artificially created, or they may be evolved. After the death of a cave void level strongman, cultivators who have cultivated to the cave void realm will evolve a small world in their bodies. Therefore, after they sit and die, the small world in their bodies will evolve into an acquired secret realm. The spatial barrier of the innate secret realm is relatively strong, and generally does not restrict the cultivation level that enters. But the space barrier of the acquired secret realm is relatively weak. There are weak and strong ones created by humans, but the acquired secret realm evolved after the strong sits and dies, so only people who are one major realm weaker than the owner of the secret realm can enter. The owner of this Yunzhou secret realm was at the first level of Dongxiu before, which is still relatively weak. Even if an ordinary god transforming enters, he may not be able to hold on. Only those below the God-transforming level can enter. Therefore, after the secret realm is opened, cultivators at the 4 levels of Chi refining, foundation building, golden core and nascent soul can go into search for treasures. But the opportunities in the secret realm are limited, and not too many people can enter. It is necessary to screen in advance. Sun Guangqing sent a message to Gao Yan just to ask him if he would participate in this secret realm screening. Sun Guangqing did not keep him in suspense and told him that there were a total of 30 places for foundation building disciples, including 10 places in the early stage, 10 places in the middle stage, and 10 places in the late stage. He thought Gao Yan was at the 3rd level of foundation building, and the chance of winning the place was still relatively large. But he didn't know that Gao Yan had already reached the peak of the 9th level of foundation building. Once he participated in the selection, his cultivation could no longer be hidden. But the benefits of entering the secret realm are huge. First, you can pick spiritual herbs, second, you may find treasures, and third, you can also come into contact with some Yuanying strongmen. His little magical power of stealing the sky has been put to good use again. Senior brother Sun, who will be in charge of this screening? Gao Yan asked. If the person presiding over the screening is Jin Dan, it is estimated that his cultivation level cannot be hidden, but if it is only the foundation building period, then there should be no problem. Sun Guangqing said, the screening in the early stage of foundation building is usually presided over by the inner sect steward of the 9th level of foundation building. There are 3 management levels in the inner sect, namely, the inner sect elders, the inner sect deacons, and the inner sect stewards. The elders of the inner sect are all masters at the nascent soul level, but they only need to maintain the operation of the inner sect and do not manage the specific affairs of the inner sect. Therefore, the ones who really hold the power of the inner sect are the inner sect deacons. Therefore, the inner sect deacons are all practitioners at the golden elixir level. But he is also a golden elixir cultivator after all, so he can't do everything personally, right? Someone needs to run errands for them. Therefore, the position of internal steward was born. The inner sect stewards are usually those who have failed to attack the golden elixir, or are over 120 years old and in the 9th level of foundation building. Gao Yan's cultivation has reached the peak of the 9th level of foundation building, and he is still practicing low-level skills unless he is a genius with a special physique. Otherwise, his strength can completely move sideways in the 9th level of foundation building. Therefore, with the inner sect steward at the 9th level of foundation building presiding over the screening, he was still confident that he could hide his true cultivation level. So, junior brother is planning to participate in the screening? Sun Guangqing looked at Gao Yan and asked. I have this idea. Gao Yan nodded. Sun Guangqing's expression suddenly became solemn. There are indeed many opportunities in the secret realm, but junior brother, I have to remind you that the secret realm is also very dangerous, because it is not just us and the 9 saints sect who enter the secret realm. Other sects will also send people to enter, so fighting is inevitable in the secret realm. Thank you for reminding me, senior brother. I will pay attention. Gao Yan said modestly. His cultivation level was growing too fast. Going to the top of the secret realm would give him a chance to use his little magical power. Secondly, he also took advantage of the opportunity in the secret realm to improve his cultivation several levels. In this way, even if his cultivation is exposed, it won't appear out of the Blue. Under the guidance of Sun Guanqing, Gao Yan went to sign up for the initial screening of internal foundation building. I learned from the seniors who registered that there are not many people who have signed up so far, only more than 300 people. Out of curiosity, Gao Yan asked, "Why are there so few people?" The other party told him the reason. In fact, the reason is also very simple, because there are also Jingdan and nascent soul who enter the secret realm. Once a battle breaks out, if you run slowly, you will easily be severely injured or even lose your life. Although opportunity is important, you must also take it with your life. In addition, another reason is that there are only 20 places in the early stage of foundation building. Generally, those who sign up are for the third level of foundation building, and there are almost no first and second level foundation building. Defeating enemies by leapfrogging is the exclusive domain of the protagonist. Most cultivators fight based on their cultivation and magic weapons. But in the foundation building stage, they are just beginners in cultivating immortals, and most of them are struggling to improve their cultivation. How can they have so many spiritual stones to buy powerful magic weapons? Therefore, more than 99% of immortal cultivators in the early stages of foundation building use mid-grade spiritual weapons. Everyone is a middle-grade spiritual weapon. Why can you surpass the enemy's level? Therefore, knowing that it is impossible to get a quota, I simply don't come to join in the fun. Time flew by for 3 days. Today is the day for the quota selection battle. Sun Guanqing was originally at the second level of foundation building, but after practicing the Xuanjie technique, he had broken through to the third level. Moreover, his father gave him another 1,000,000 spiritual stones and bought some pills that could increase his spiritual power. The cultivation level has been promoted to the peak of the third level of foundation building. It was this that gave him the confidence to participate in the screening. Gao Yan took a general look and found that there were not many people participating in the screening, just over 400 people. Filtering rules are not complicated either. Draw lots to catch and compete. The winner continues to draw lots and continue the competition. In the end, only 20 people were left, and the rules were simple and crude. Gao Yan's opponent was a middle-aged man. This person couldn't help but feel happy when he saw Gao Yan's young appearance. It has been many years since he broke through to the third level of foundation building. Although he has never been able to break through to the fourth level, after many years, he is still relatively experienced in fighting skills. It's a pity that Gao Yan didn't follow the routine. From the beginning, he used the high-grade Huang level wind spirit sword technique. The opponent who didn't dare to resist forcefully had no choice but to float down to the ring. Then Gao Yan won. Gao Yan didn't taunt the opponent, he just nodded to the opponent and followed him off the ring. Time passes. About half an hour passed. The first round of competition has ended. Gao Yan and Sun Guanqing both passed the first round. After a short rest, the second round of competition begins. This time Gao Yan's opponent was a female inner sect. However, this female concubine was not a good person, and she threw talismans at Gao Yan from the beginning. This talisman is not an offensive talisman, but a trapping talisman. The moment he was trapped, the opponent's flying sword went straight to Gao Yan's chest. When Gao Yan Yujian blocked the opponent's flying sword, controlled another flying sword, and used the wind spirit sword technique to kill the opponent. The opponent crushed several diamond talismans, but was unable to resist Gao Yan's flying sword. In the end, the flying sword hovered between the opponent's eyebrows, and the opponent could only admit defeat unwillingly. After 2 rounds of battle, there were only 94 participants left, mainly because some people had a real fire, causing both sides to lose. After all, everyone has the same level of cultivation. It's hard to get into a tug-of-war situation, and it often becomes a tug-of-war. Rest for another half hour. The 3rd round of battle begins. This time, Gao Yan advanced relatively smoothly. Sun Guangqing also passed 3 rounds in a row. This time, several pairs were both injured and unable to participate in the battle, so they had to withdraw. Therefore, the number of participants left is less than 40, only 36 people are left. Also rest for half an hour. The last round of battle begins. Gao Yan and Sun Guangqing both passed smoothly and won 1 place. The remaining 2 places will be fought for by the other 18 losers. Junior brother, congratulations. Sun Guangqing congratulated. Congratulations, congratulations. Gao Yan responded with a smile. Then I hope you will take care of me after entering the secret realm. Because he noticed that the new junior brother's fighting skills are also quite high. Senior brother too. After a greeting, everyone left, because they would set off for the secret realm tomorrow. Today's competition consumed a lot of energy, so they had to go back to recover the consumed spiritual power. The next morning, Gao Yan came to the inner gate square. Under the leadership of an inner sect deacon, they boarded a large flying boat and headed straight for the Yunzhou secret realm. The 60 inner sect disciples were led by a deacon in the Jindan period, assisted by 3 stewards. As for the true disciples and the saints, they were not seen. It was obvious that they were not traveling with them, which made Gao Yan quite disappointed. Brother, how many saints are there in our sect? Gao Yan came to Sun Guangqing's room and asked, curiously. I know this. Sun Guangqing smiled and said, the saints are all disciples of our sect master, but the sect master himself has to practice and has limited energy, so each generation of the sect master can only accept 9 disciples. At most. At present, our sect master has accepted 7 disciples, including 4 saints and 3 saints. What level have they reached in cultivation? Gao Yan asked again. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will deal with it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Sun Guangqing shook his head. I don't know how strong they are specifically, but they are all above the golden elixir. After all, the disciples of the sect master are all selected from outstanding true disciples, and the cultivation of the saints is kept secret. Keep it a secret. Why keep it a secret? Sun Guangqing smiled. Junior brother, the world of cultivating immortals is not as beautiful as imagined. In fact, it is very cruel. Just imagine, some sects want to target our 9 saints sect. The best way is to assassinate our saints. Our sect has no successors. If they easily learn about the cultivation of our holy son and saintly daughter, wouldn't they be able to make targeted arrangements? Yes, this is indeed true. Gao Yan nodded. Unlike some novels, the whole world seemed to know the cultivation level of the saint son and saint girl. In the ordinary world, everyone knows about hidden clumsiness, but in the world of cultivating immortals, no one knows about hidden clumsiness. This is completely unreasonable. Then who are these 7 saints? Gao Yan continued to ask. Sun Guangqing said, the four saints are Xiahou Jian, Zhang Tianfan, Long Xiaoyu and Zhao Lanya. Among them, Xiahou Jian is the earliest to start. It is said that he is practicing swordsmanship. If you can see him in the secret realm this time, it means that he has not yet. If you don't see the person who has been promoted to the god of transformation, it means that he has already stepped into the god of transformation. As for the other three saint sons, they have all started for 100 years and are estimated to have reached the nascent soul level. The other three saint women are named Xia Homeng, Nangang Yao, and Zhang Yuyu. Xia Homeng is Xia Hojian's biological sister. It is said that she has a special physique, but the specific constitution is unclear. As for Nangang Yao, although she does not have any special physique, she seems to have heavenly spiritual roots. The last saint, Zhang Yuyu, was accepted as a disciple by the sect master only 10 years ago. She may have broken through to the nascent soul, or maybe not, but why she was accepted as a disciple by the sect master is unclear. Xia Homeng, Nangang Yao, Zhang Yuyu. Gao Yan muttered their names secretly and asked, are the three saints beautiful? Sun Guangqing joked, what, junior brother, do you have any ideas? A little bit. Gao Yan admitted directly. Admire. Sun Guangqing smiled hoarsely. He didn't expect that junior brother Gao had such great ambitions and would dare to pursue the idea of a saint. I don't know if the three saints are beautiful or not. After all, I haven't seen them before, but I'm sure that the appearance of the three saints is not too bad. After all, the deeper we cultivate as immortals, the more perfect our appearance will be. Of course, except for those who practice magic, the three saints are also golden elixirs. Therefore, even if their appearance is poor, when they reach that level, they should all be first-class peerless beauties. The two chatted for a while. Let's get down to business. Sun Guangqing reminded, junior brother, when we enter the secret realm and encounter a strong person, we will take a detour directly. Also, we can just try our luck outside the secret realm. We must not go deep into the secret realm. After all, those great opportunities will not come to us even if we are lucky enough to get them, can't keep it either. Gao Yan quite agrees with Sun Guangqing's point of view. You can do as much work as you have the ability. If you just build a foundation and compete for opportunities with Jin Dan and Yuanying, aren't you looking for death? After 2 days of flying, the flying boat finally arrived at the secret realm of Yunzhou. This secret realm exists deep in a giant mountain range. The surroundings of the secret realm have been cleared out, and formations have been set up to prevent other casual cultivators from joining in the fun. According to the steward's notice, the secret realm will be opened and it will take 2 days. But you can go to the flying boat deck to gain some experience. Gao Yan also followed everyone to the deck. Sun Guangqing pointed to more than 10 flying boats floating in the sky not far away and said, those are the 9 immortal sects and the 100 flowers sect, which are the same as our 9 saint sect. Their sect only recruits female disciples. And their female disciples all have good looks. She also exudes a delicate fragrance, and everyone in the eastern wasteland is proud to marry a disciple of the 100 Flowers sect. At this point, Sun Guangqing changed his voice to say, it is said that practicing double cultivation with the disciples of Baihua sect has very good results. Are there many disciples of Baihua sect who marry outside? Gao Yan asked. Not much. Sun Guangqing shook his head. Disciples of Baihua sect generally marry out. At the level of qi refining and foundation establishment. Those who have reached the golden core level almost never marry outside. After all, it is not easy to cultivate a golden core. If you marry out easily, wouldn't it be a huge loss? Later, Sun Guangqing introduced the other 7 immortal sects to Gao Yan. Of course, apart from the 9 major immortal sects in the eastern wasteland, some medium-sized immortal sects have also obtained some secret realm quotas. As for the small immortal sects, they are not eligible. Because each sect's team has the god of transformation sitting in charge, Gao Yan did not dare to release the insight I despise. The insight I cannot be noticed by nascent soul, but Gao Yan did not dare to gamble whether the god of transformation could detect it. If the transformation god could detect his insightful eyes and see him spying on the transformation soul with a small foundation, he might slap him to death. It would be better to wait until he enters the secret realm before using his small magical power. After all, the transformed spirit cannot enter the secret realm, and the strongest person who can enter it is nascent soul. 2 days passed quickly. The void in front suddenly shook violently, and then space distortion appeared. This was a sign that the secret realm was opening. The god's incarnation boss of the 9 immortal sects took action at this moment. They cast spells one after another to secure the entrance. Feeling the aura of the powerful man who transformed into a god, Gao Yan had only one feeling, and that was that it was too strong. His martial arts training is good, and he even developed a dharma form, but compared to the transformation god, he is nothing. Half an hour later, the entrance is fixed and everyone can enter. Of course, the first to enter were the saints and saints of various sections. At this time, Gao Yan tried to open his eyes wide, but what disappointed him was these saints and saints were very cunning. They either covered their faces with spiritual power, making their appearance blurred, or wore veils instead, so that only the parts above the eyes could be seen. After the saints and saints entered, the Jingdan stage began to enter. After the Jingdan entered, it was the turn of the foundation building stage. Among the qi refining disciples of the 9 saints, Gao Yan saw 3 familiar faces. One was Yang Fenglai, the second was Ouyang Lin, and the third was Ning Yu, who he had rescued before as a mandatory mission. As for the others, they were all new faces. Even the foundation building disciples who entered were just soy sauce, not to mention the qi refining disciples. Junior brother, it's our turn, Sun Guangqing reminded. The next moment, Gao Yan controlled the flying sword and flew into the secret realm with a group of foundation building disciples. After entering the secret realm, Gao Yan couldn't help but look around. This secret world was not much different from the outside world, with mountains, water and lakes. Oh my god, this world is actually the inner world of a powerful Dongxiu master. That Dongxiu master is too strong. Gao Yan couldn't help but marvel. Secretly, Junior brother, should we search together or separately? Sun Guangqing asked. Search separately. Every 2 hours, we will use the sound transmission note to report safety. Gao Yan said, if you encounter danger, you can also send messages to each other. Okay. Sun Guangqing nodded. Junior brother, be careful, I'll go first. Watching Sun Guangqing leave, Gao Yan also flew in a direction. At the same time, he also opened the inside eye to look for spiritual medicine. Oh my god, there are quite a lot of spiritual medicines in this secret realm. Gao Yan exclaimed secretly, because he found that there were dozens of spiritual medicines within 100 miles. And they are all old. It is worth mentioning that this time when entering the secret realm to search for treasures, the sect specially issued storage rings, and all the spiritual medicines picked need to be placed in the storage rings. The storage bags you carry are sealed, but before sealing, you can transfer the contents into the storage rings. After leaving the secret realm, 70% of the harvest in the secret realm will be handed over to the sect, and the remaining 30% will belong to you. Of course, if you harvest a lot of spiritual medicines, the sect will also give extra rewards. Most things like elixirs have a lifespan. Just like vegetables, if you don't pick them when they are ripe, they will wither and rot. Therefore, some elixirs that are not restricted by year are relatively rare. This secret realm has existed for who knows how many years. But the dozens of elixirs discovered by Gao Yan are not more than 100 years old, but they are more than 50 years old. Together, they are worth tens of thousands of spiritual stones. Therefore, Gao Yan quickly flew towards a place where more than 10 elixir plants grew with his sword. However, he only picked elixirs from 3 places, and the elixirs from other places were discovered and picked by subsequent personnel. Gao Yan didn't take it seriously, but flew towards the depths of the secret realm with his sword. The inside eye is more useful than the spiritual mind. Therefore, in the next few hours, Gao Yan picked more than 200 elixirs, the most precious of which was one that was over 500 years old. An elixir that can grow for more than 100 years can be called a high-level elixir, and one that can grow for 500 years is a top-level elixir. A spiritual medicine of this level would cost at least tens of thousands of spiritual stones. Unfortunately, after a few hours, almost all the elixirs in the outer area were picked up by low-level disciples of various sects. If you want to pick more and more precious elixirs, you have to go deeper. During this period, Gao Yan also contacted Sun Guangqing twice, and neither of them was in danger. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan's insightful eyes penetrated into the depths of the secret realm. But when he swept across a lake and went deep into the lake, he discovered a green 9-leaf clover growing in a cave at the bottom of the lake. This is the 9-leaf grass spirit. Gao Yan's expression perked up. 9-leaf grass spirit is a rare spiritual herb. The older it is, the better. The effect. 9-leaf grass spirit has 2 major effects. First, it strengthens the physical constitution. Second, it cleanses the spiritual roots and improves the quality of the spiritual roots. So, Gao Yan rushed toward the lake over there while wielding his sword. Soon, Gao Yan arrived at the lake, entered the water directly, and successfully entered the cave at the bottom of the lake. Scent. After Gao Yan counted, there were 125 9-leaf grass spirits in this patch of grass, and the oldest ones were more than 200 years old. After some identification, there were 52 G-kaling plants in the 200-year, 32 in the 300-year, 12 in the 400-year, and 8 in the 500-year. The rest were all over 500 years old. The oldest one is even more than 1,000 years old. A 1,000-year elixir costs at least 1 million spirit stones, not to mention a special elixir like 9-leaf grass spirit, which will be even more expensive. After thinking about it, Gao Yan put all the 500-year-old 9-leaf grass spirits into the mustard seed space, and the rest into the storage ring provided by the sect. After thinking about it, Gao Yan simply plundered all the soil from this cave and sent it into my world. After leaving the cave, he destroyed it with a flying sword. He had to be careful, otherwise people would find out the clues, and even the golden core nascent soul might be tempted. Wow! Gao Yan rushed out of the lake and left quickly. Afterwards, he continued to search for other opportunities, but unfortunately, it was the 9-leaf grass spirit growing in the cave at the bottom of the lake that was ignored by those Jindan Yuanying who came in first. As for other areas, they had almost completely plundered them, leaving only some ordinary elixirs worth several spiritual stones. Don't talk too highly about these elixirs, most qi refining cultivators may not look down upon them. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan controlled his insightful eye to explore the depths of the secret realm. Now, the depths of the secret realm are already in chaos. Because there are a lot of elixirs deep in the secret realm, and they are all rare elixirs. In order to compete for the ownership of these elixirs, the golden elixir Yuanying from various major sects will naturally have to compete. He did not rush into the depths of the secret realm. Instead, use your discerning eyes to watch the show. Although there was no sound, the fighting scene was dozens of times more powerful than the special effects movie. At the same time, he was also shocked and inexplicably shocked by the strength displayed by the powerful nascent soul. Because a master of nascent soul can kill 1,000-meter peak into powder with a casual blow. Golden elixir masters are not weak either. A random sword energy falling on the ground can create a huge ravine hundreds of meters deep and several kilometers long. This time, 6 saints and saints from the 9 saint sect came. Xia Hojian didn't come. It seemed that he was one step ahead of the other 6 people and had entered the level of God transformation. At the same time, hundreds of golden elixirs from the 9 saint sect arrived. As time goes by, the fight also came to an end, and the winner did not make a fatal move, but would pick up rare elixirs as trophies. However, the battle between the sons and saints was in a stalemate. Gao Yan discovered that the 6 saints and saints of the 9 saints sect were fighting against the saints and saints of the Xianming sect. Coincidentally, there were also 6 of them, 3 men and 3 women. At first, both sides were restrained, but gradually they showed real fire and their attacks became more and more fierce. Gao Yan originally wanted to sneak over and use his magical power to steal the sky. But seeing this scene, I gave up this idea. The aftermath of the battle between these nascent soul masters could easily spread to a radius of dozens of miles. If he wants to sneak within 5,000 meters, the probability of being affected is more than 99%. Therefore, the best way is to squat at the entrance. So Gao Yan turned around and left. Unexpectedly, on the way back, I met 3 foundation building disciples of the Xianming sect. Gao Yan didn't avoid it intentionally. He had a clairvoyance and it was too easy to avoid them. The lone inner sect disciple of the 9 saints sect. As soon as they saw Gao Yan, the 3 inner sect disciples of the Xianming sect showed fierce murderous intent. Gao Yan saw through the true colors of these 3 people at a glance. One of them was at the 6th level of foundation building, and 2 were at the 3rd level of foundation building. Kill. Without any nonsense, one of them flew straight to Gao Yan, another threw out a talisman, and the last one was casting a spell. These 3 people are qualified villains. Gao Yan commented secretly, but his hands were not slow. He did not hide his cultivation level, and directly showed the aura of the 9th level of foundation building. Taking advantage of the moment when the 3 people were stunned, he used the flying sword to cut off their heads. With a casual move, the storage rings of the 3 people fell into his hands. When his divine thoughts probed into the 3 storage rings, Gao Yan's expression could not help but be happy, because the spiritual medicines of these 3 people added up to more than 400 plants. Among them, there were more than 10 plants that were over 200 years old. He transferred the elixir in the storage ring to his own storage ring, and took the identity tokens of 2 third-level foundation building masters. As for the 3 storage rings, he threw them away directly. These 3 storage rings were temporarily issued to them by Xianming sect. Who knows if there are any tampering on them? He dared not take them. Why didn't he take the token of the 6th level foundation building? Because in that case, he would expose his true cultivation. There were no more accidents on the following journey. Before returning to the entrance, Gao Yan sent a sound transmission note to Sun Guanqing. In less than half an hour, Sun Guanqing also rushed over. "Junior brother, how did you get?" Sun Guanqing asked. "Not bad." Gao Yan smiled slightly. "It seems that junior brother has a good harvest this time," Sun Guanqing said enviously. "Where's my senior brother?" "There are more than 50 plants under 100 years old, and 3 plants over 100 years old," Sun Guanqing said frankly. "By the way, my junior brother, the spiritual herbs in the outer area have almost been picked up. How about we go out first?" "No hurry, I'll wait here and see if I can see the grace of the saint." Gao Yan shook his head. "You." Hearing this, Sun Guanqing couldn't help but laugh and cry. Sun Guanqing was quite loyal and waited with Gao Yan at the entrance. Of course, Gao Yan thought that this guy might have the same idea as him, to see if he could see the true face of the saint. During this period, the disciples of other sects who were at the foundation building and qi refining level left one after another. "Hello, senior brother Gao." "Hello, senior brother Gao." A group of qi refining practitioners wearing the uniforms of the 9 saints sect came to the entrance. 3 of them greeted Gao Yan when they saw him. They were Yang Fenglai, Ouyang Lin and Ningyu. There were only 20 places for the outer disciples to enter the secret realm. There were still 12 people left in Yang Fenglai's group, and many of them were injured. It was estimated that the other 8 had been killed. "No need to be polite." Gao Yan smiled and nodded. "You still have 8 people?" The outer disciples knew that they were weak, so they all traveled in groups of 20 and did not dare to separate. Otherwise, a random foundation building cultivator could kill them. Yang Fenglai said with murderous intent, "We fought with the outer sect of Xianming sect. We lost 8 people, and we killed 9 of them." "Okay, you go out first." Since it was done by Xianming sect, Gao Yan had nothing to say. Anyway, the 2 sects have been fighting for so many years. You kill me, I kill you. I'm used to it. It has been more than 2 hours since Yang Fenglai and his gang of outer sects left. The battle in the depths of the secret realm has entered a white-hot stage. One by one, the Yuanying masters have used destructive moves to tear the void of the secret realm apart. For a while, the whole secret realm was shaking violently, and there was a sense of crumbling. Then, those fighting Jindan couldn't stay. Once the secret realm collapsed, their cultivation could not resist the chaotic power of space, so those Jindan abandoned their opponents and rushed to the entrance at the fastest speed. "Junior brother, why is the secret realm shaking so much? Will it collapse?" Sun Guanqing showed fear on his face. "It's important to see the saint, but my life is more important. Otherwise, let's retreat first." "Brother, you go first." I'll wait for another half a quarter of an hour. If I still don't see her, forget it. Seeing that Gao Yan still refused to leave, Sun Guanqing was speechless. Junior brother, there will be plenty of opportunities to see the saint in the future. Let's retreat first. While speaking, Sun Guanqing was about to reach out to pull Gao Yan, but Gao Yan grabbed his arm first and threw him out of the secret realm portal. Swish, swish, swish. Soon after Sun Guanqing was thrown out of the secret realm, a group of Jindan rushed to the secret realm portal. Although they also found Gao Yan near the portal, they had no time and energy to pay attention to him. In the depths of the secret realm, as the Jindan fled, the Yuanying of each sect fought more and scrupulously. Even huge cracks that could not be healed appeared in the void. At the same time, the entire secret realm shook more severely, with a large number of mountains collapsing and the ground collapsing, completely a scene of the end of the world. Fortunately, there are no living creatures in this secret realm. Otherwise, I don't know how much bloodshed would be committed. Suddenly, Gao Yan, who was scanning the entire secret realm with his inside eyes, changed his expression. What is that? Because he found a rusty long sword and a dim jade slip in a collapsed mountain. Could it be the magic weapon and skills left by the Dongshu boss? Gao Yan guessed. After a slight hesitation, Gao Yan activated the small teleportation magic power, flashing 4 times in a row. He came to the long sword and jade slip, reached out and put it into the mustard seed space, and then used the small teleportation magic power to come to the door. Just as he was about to leave the secret realm, he found a stream of light rushing straight to the door. He subconsciously used his inside eyes to see which sect's saint or saint, so that he could use the small magic power of stealing the sky. He didn't dare to use it on the saints of his own sect, because even if he stole their skills or magical powers, once he used them in the future, he would inevitably be accused of stealing. But he didn't have this concern for those from other sects. But before he could see clearly, the stream of light suddenly dissipated, and then a woman fell from the sky. At this moment, Gao Yan also saw clearly that the other party seemed to be the saint of their 9 saint sect, Nangong Yao, and the other party was in a very bad situation, with a pale face and disordered breath. She must have suffered a serious injury. Otherwise, her escape light would not dissipate. What surprised Gao Yan even more was that Nangong Yao's veil had been thrown away long ago, and Gao Yan could see her appearance clearly. Although the other party was pale, she was still breathtakingly beautiful. Even if he had seen many beauties in the main world, none of them could compare to her beauty. Seeing that the other party was about to fall to the ground, Gao Yan hurriedly stepped forward a few steps and reached out to catch the other party. At the same time, he also used the detection function of the inside eye. He wanted to see how beautiful Nangong Yao was. Hurry, take me away, this secret realm is about to collapse. The moment she was caught by Gao Yan, Nangong Yao, who was originally seriously injured and unconscious, actually woke up. But she barely said a word and fainted again. However, before she fainted, she looked at Gao Yan deeply, as if she wanted to remember his appearance. Gao Yan didn't care to check Nangong Yao's data, because the secret realm was indeed on the verge of collapse, and those saints and saints were also rushing towards the gate at a very fast speed. So, Gao Yan said nothing, drove the flying sword and hugged Nangong Yao, and rushed to the entrance of the secret realm. At the moment of departure, he suddenly thought of something, took out a mask, and covered Nangong Yao's face, and took out a standard robe for outer disciples and put it on her. Junior brother, you finally came out. Seeing Gao Yan rushing out of the secret realm with a woman in his arms, Sun Guangqing hurriedly greeted him with surprise, and then his eyes fell on Nangong Yao in his arms. Junior brother, who is the person in your arms? Oh, just an outer disciple, Gao Yan said. He quickly boarded the flying boat with Nangong Yao in his arms, and shouted to the inner sect elder on the flying boat, Elder, I have something important to report. What is it? The inner sect elder Zheng, who was staring at the entrance to the secret realm, didn't like to be disturbed, and his expression was a little unhappy. Elder, please set up a formation, Gao Yan said meaningfully. At this point, Elder Zheng realized something and quickly set up a formation to isolate and investigate what's going on. Elder, I met a seriously injured and unconscious saint at the entrance of the secret realm, so I took the initiative to bring her out. Upon hearing this, Elder Zheng almost jumped up in shock. His eyes subconsciously fell on Nangong Yao in Gao Yan's arms, and then he scolded. Put the saint down. Yes. Gao Yan quickly put Nangong Yao down, and Elder Zheng did not dare to look at Nangong Yao's appearance without permission, but immediately sent a message to inform the leader of the team. A figure flashed, and the female god of the 9 saints appeared on this flying boat. What's going on? Elder Zheng quickly told the story. What's your name? The female god asked. Inner disciple, Gao Yan, greets you. Gao Yan quickly bowed. Did you put the mask and robe on her? The female god asked. Yes, sir. Gao Yan replied. You did a good job. You will be rewarded when you return to the sect. However, you have to keep this to yourself. The female god said sternly. Yes. Gao Yan nodded. The next moment, the female god rolled up Nangong Yao's body and suddenly disappeared. My name is Jing Kuei. If you encounter any problems in the future, come to me directly. At this time, Elder Zheng threw a token to Gao Yan. Thank you, Elder Zheng. Gao Yan put away the token and thanked him. Zheng Kuei waved his hand and signaled Gao Yan to leave. Gao Yan also knew what was going on and didn't say anything else, and returned directly to the room inside the flying boat. Soon, Sun Guangqing is here. Junior brother, the person you brought back is not simple. Could it be a saint? Sun Guangqing suppressed his voice and asked with curiosity on his face. Senior brother, don't say it. Gao Yan glanced at Sun Guangqing meaningfully. Immediately, Sun Guangqing also woke up, stopped mentioning the matter, chatted with Gao Yan for a few words and left. And this time, Gao Yan brought up Nangong Yao's information panel. Name, Nangong Yao. Age, 222 years old. Appearance, 115. Body, 100. Cultivation, 7th level of nascent soul. Spiritual root, water, advanced. Physique, water spirit body, advanced. Kung Fu, Kuei-Shui Sutra, lower grade of heaven. Supernatural powers, water god Dharma, innate, golden light escape, Taiyin. Sword, Kuei water thunder. Spells, slightly. Magic weapons, Taiyin divine sword, low-grade spiritual treasure, Xuanwu. Shield, low-grade spiritual treasure, mountain turning seal, low-grade. Spiritual treasure, Yin-Yang umbrella, high-grade spiritual treasure. Wealth, 50 million plus. What a luxurious panel. After reading Nangong Yao's information panel, Gao Yan couldn't help but sigh. Moreover, the opponent's spiritual roots and physique are quite domineering. His spiritual roots are high-grade water spiritual roots, and his physique is high-grade water spiritual body. Even if he, a loser like him, wants to catch up, it won't be easy. No wonder he was accepted as a disciple by the sect master. It is estimated that the other saints are not far behind. Especially that Xiahou Jian, who has now broken through to become a god. His spiritual roots and physique must be even more incredible. Especially when he saw Nangongyao skills, he was quite envious. That was a water-attributed heaven-level technique that matched his spiritual root attributes. Of course, the opponent's magic weapons are also very impressive. 3 spiritual treasures and 1 top-quality spiritual weapon. And what about him? Not to mention spiritual treasures, there are no high-grade spiritual weapons. The gap is too big. However, he has obtained a lot of 9-leaf grass spirits this time, so he can use this guise to reveal more of his cultivation. Strive to break through to the golden elixir as soon as possible. And he barely saved Nangongyao, but he didn't know what kind of reward the sect would give him. In the room of another flying boat. After the treatment of the female goddess Xiao Lingyue, Nangongyao has regained consciousness. Nephew, how do you feel? Xiao Lingyue asked with concern. Thank you for your concern, uncle, I'm feeling much better. Nangongyao sat up from the bed, with a touch of rosy color on her face. By the way, uncle, I remember that before I fainted, I was rescued by an inner disciple of our sect. I was brought out of the secret realm by the other party, right? Nangongyao asked. Shi and Yu Lin, the saint of Xianming sect. The child showed his true fire, and both sides suffered losses. But she was unlucky, and happened to be hit by the chaotic power of space, resulting in more injuries. She did not dare to stay, and went straight to the entrance of the secret realm. Unexpectedly, the injury was too serious. As she approached the entrance, the spiritual power in her body was confused, and the escape light also collapsed. Fortunately, there was an inner disciple below who caught her, otherwise, her injuries would have been aggravated. Xiao Lingyue nodded. The inner disciple named Gao Yan is a sensible person. Before taking you out, he not only covered your appearance with a mask, but also put on the uniform of an outer disciple on you. So, his identity has not been revealed. Hearing what her uncle said, Nangongyao couldn't help but feel a little grateful. She was a saint of the 9 Saints sect and also represented the face of the 9 Saints sect. If such an embarrassing scene were seen by other sects, it would definitely bring shame to the sect, and she would also lose her majesty as a saint. It seems that the other party is indeed quite clever. I have to thank him very much. Don't worry, he can be considered successful in rescuing the saint, and the sect will reward him. Xiao Lingyue said with a smile, the most important thing for you right now is to recover from your injuries. Thank you for reminding me, uncle, I understand. Nangongyao said, but she decided in her heart that the sect's reward was the sect's reward, and she personally still wanted to thank Gao Yan. As expected, this secret realm collapsed. However, the saints inside all escaped, but they looked quite embarrassed. Afterwards, each sect returned one after another. Along the way, Gao Yan did not take out the long sword and jade slips obtained from the secret realm. It would not be too late to study them after returning to the 9 Saints sect. 2 days later, the flying boat landed at the inner gate of the 9 Saints sect. The inner disciples who participated in the treasure hunt in the secret realm turned in their harvests one by one. When Gao Yan handed over his storage ring and just took a look at it, the inner sect steward looked shocked and immediately sent a message to the inner Sect Elder. Soon, Jing Kuei, the elder of the inner sect, arrived. He took Gao Yan's storage ring and checked it, and couldn't help but look at Gao Yan deeply. You are a bit lucky to have picked such a good thing as the 9-leaf grass spirit. In this way, the sect will receive additional rewards. You contributed 100,000. Thank you, Elder Zheng. Gao Yan quickly thanked him. This was because he had kept the 9-leaf grass spirit that was more than 500 years old. Otherwise, he would probably be given more extra rewards. Later, the sect took away 70% of the elixir, and the remaining 30% of the elixir belonged to themselves. Gao Yan, you can keep this elixir for yourself, or you can sell it to the sect. What are your plans? Asked the inner sect steward. Gao Yan said, Steward, I want to keep it myself. All right. The other party did not force him and signaled Gao Yan to leave. After returning to the cave, Gao Yan took out his identity token and checked that his contribution to the sect had exceeded 110,000. Then, his eyes fell on the 9-leaf grass spirit in the mustard seed space. This 9-leaf grass spirit can be taken directly or refined into pills. However, the 9-leaf grass spirit pill is a 4th-level pill, and the primary alchemy technique can only refine pills of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels. Therefore, he has no way to refine it yet. But don't worry, wait until he levels up 2 more levels and prays to the system dad, he should be able to obtain intermediate alchemy. Gao Yan was just about to enter my world to study the long sword and jade slips. But someone was knocking on the formation. He opened the formation and took a look, and the person who came was a middle-aged cultivator whose cultivation level could not be seen through. You are Gao Yan, I am the true Elder Wu Qingfeng. Hello, Elder Wu. Gao Yan saluted hurriedly. The other party nodded calmly. You have made great contributions in this secret realm trip. I have sent you the reward. Elder Wu, please come in. No need. This is your reward. While speaking, Elder Wu threw a storage ring to Gao Yan and turned away. If it weren't for Elder Zhao's special instructions, he wouldn't have to go there in person. Even so, he didn't take a foundation-building inner disciple seriously. After watching the elder leave, Gao Yan checked the contents of the storage ring. First, there were 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. In addition, there were 5 bottles of pills. After taking out the pills and checking, they were 2 bottles of human spirit pills and 3 bottles of human yuan pills. Human spirit pills are used to assist in cultivation, while human yuan pills can directly increase the spiritual power of foundation-building practitioners. After taking them, the price is also more expensive, 2,000 spirit stones per piece, so 1 bottle is worth 20,000, and 3 bottles are worth 60,000. In general, the sect's rewards are quite generous. Added together, there are almost 1.1 million low-grade spirit stones. Therefore, the income value soared by 1 million to 1.44 million, and the total amount of spirit stones also increased by 3 million to 11.1 million. This trip to the secret realm is worth it. Back in the room, Gao Yan's mind moved, and he entered my world. Immediately afterwards, the rusty long sword and jade slip also appeared in his hand. This sword? After some investigation, Gao Yan found that the long sword was just an ordinary long sword, at most a little sharper. But when I think about it, I feel that this sword should not be an ordinary long sword. After all, that secret realm was transformed into a small world inside the body of the powerful Dongshu man. He suspected that this rusty long sword was the opponent's natal magic weapon. since it is impossible to verify the authenticity of this sword through ordinary methods. The only way is to use the inside eye. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan turned on the detection function of the inside eye. Suddenly, the information about this long sword appeared in front of his eyes. Sword name, Kunwu. Level, top-grade spiritual treasure, currently degraded to the level of mortal. Weapon. Note, you can warm it up with your own spiritual power, and then devour it with weapon refining materials, which can gradually restore it to the level of high-grade spiritual treasures. In addition, the sword contains a Kunwu sword sutra, and the Kunwu sword can be returned to the spiritual weapon. Obtain the Kunwu sword scripture. After reading the information given by the inside eye, Gao Yan understood. He immediately picked it up and slowly injected the spiritual power in his body into the sword. At present, the level of this Kunwu sword has been reduced to a mortal weapon. It is relatively fragile. If the spiritual power is injected too quickly, it may be destroyed. After Gao Yan slowly poured 1/10 of his spiritual power into the long sword, Gao Yan sensed that Kunwu sword seemed to be full. Therefore, the transportation was stopped. About 10 seconds later, the rusty Kunwu sword suddenly bloomed with a green halo, and at the same time, the rust on the sword also fell off. When the rust completely fell off, a simple blue long sword appeared in front of Gao Yan. To be honest, the appearance of this sword is not very good, and it is easy to be ignored. However, at present, Kunwu sword has advanced to the level of a low-grade spiritual weapon. So, Gao Yan poured his spiritual power into the sword again, without being as cautious as before. After consuming half of its spiritual power, Kunwu sword was full again and transformed again, becoming a middle-grade spiritual weapon. Good. Gao Yan smiled with satisfaction, took out 2 Renyuan Dan and drank them. After a while, the lost spiritual power was completely restored. Gao Yan continued to transfer spiritual power into the sword. This time, after transferring 90% of the spiritual power, it was still not saturated. Therefore, Gao Yan swallowed 3 human yuan pills in one breath to restore the spiritual power in his body, and then continued to transfer. This time, after reaching 70%, the Kunwu sword reached saturation and transformed again. Soon, it exuded the aura of a top-grade spiritual weapon. It's embarrassing to say that he was at the 9th level of foundation building and still used a middle-grade spiritual weapon. Fortunately, he obtained the Kunwu sword in the secret realm, and he now has a high-grade spiritual weapon. Swallow the Renyuan Dan to continue to restore spiritual power. After the recovery was completed, he continued to deliver spiritual power to the Kunwu sword, transforming it into a top-quality spiritual weapon. Moreover, the opponent was promoted by absorbing his spiritual power. He could control it as he pleased without refining it at all. After some experiments, Gao Yan found that his control of the Kunwu sword was much smoother than the other 2 mid-grade flying swords. However, after Gao Yan continued to input enough spiritual power, Kunwu sword did not transform into a spiritual treasure, but it also conveyed the message to Gao Yan that if he wanted to transform into a spiritual treasure, he would have to consume a large amount of weapon refining materials. Of course, the more precious the refining materials, the better. Gao Yan did not have the materials for refining the weapon at the moment, so he first extracted the Kunwu sword sutra from the Kunwu sword. After a while, Gao Yan read the Kunwu sword classic once. This is a technique that reaches the upper level of the earth level, and it focuses on killing. In terms of attack power, it is not bad even against those who practice the heaven-level technique. There is only one thing, that is, the killing power of this technique is too strong. It can easily hurt oneself and affect one's lifespan. Of course, you can also use it as an auxiliary sword technique to practice, so that it will not hurt yourself, but if you use it as an auxiliary sword technique to practice, the power will be reduced to 50%. Gao Yan smiled and didn't think it was a difficult choice. First of all, he is not the kind of protagonist who has a lot of hatred. Secondly, he has a system as a cheating device. Although Kunwa Sword Classic is very good, it is not his only choice. Therefore, he will not major in Kunwa sword art, but will only practice it as an auxiliary sword art. Putting the Kunwa sword into his body, Gao Yan picked up the dim jade slip and put it between his eyebrows. Suddenly, a large amount of information poured into his mind. The content in the jade slips is divided into 3 parts. One part is the life introduction of the person who left the jade slips. The second part is a set of middle-grade earth-level skills, as well as 3 sets of low-level swordsmanship and 3 top-level swordsmanship spells. I don't know the name of the original owner of the jade slip, but he called himself Taoist Midian. Perhaps he didn't want his reputation to be completely lost in history after his death. He gave a relatively detailed introduction to his life. It is entirely based on an autobiography and contains tens of millions of words. After reading Taoist Midian's autobiography, Gao Yan felt a little emotional. Taoist Midian was a typical example of a useless counterattack. He has the qualifications to cultivate immortality, but he has the lowest 5 spiritual roots. After many failed apprenticeships, he did not give up. In the end, with his perseverance, he impressed a casual cultivator in the foundation building stage and became his disciple. But when he reached the 4th level of qi refining, his master ran out of life and passed away. However, his master's inheritance has attracted the covetousness of other casual cultivators. However, he was not stupid. After burying his master, he quickly fled away, leaving the casual cultivators in vain. Those casual cultivators also pursued him. During the process of being hunted down, Nidian Daoist faced death many times. But he survived all of them, and finally used a trick to kill the casual cultivators who were hunting him. After stumbling and struggling until his lifespan was about to run out, he barely stepped into the foundation building stage. Then his highlight period came. He accidentally obtained a broken sword technique. So, he resolutely changed his practice, and with the powerful killing power of this broken sword technique, he killed people and robbed treasures many times. And his cultivation level also rose steadily. His cultivation level also broke through to the golden core, nascent soul, and even the god of transformation. It must be said that Nidian Daoist spiritual roots and physique are very ordinary, but his comprehension is very strong. The broken sword technique can only support his cultivation to the golden core stage at most, but he created a subsequent practice. But after reaching the peak of the god of transformation, it is difficult for him to create a subsequent practice. So, he began to secretly assassinate the Tianjiao disciples of the major sects, and seize their practice as food to create a subsequent practice. After successfully hunting down several Tianjiao, his behavior also attracted the attention of major sects, and they sent masters to hunt him down. Although he fought back several times. But the masters who hunted him down became more and more numerous and stronger. In the end, he relied on the skills he forced out of the enemy to create subsequent skills. However, in many battles, his origin was seriously damaged. If he changed to other skills, he might be able to repair the damaged origin after a few hundred years. But he was extremely proud and refused to change. Instead, he continued to practice Kunwa Sword Sutra. Then he fled from the central region to the east wilderness, and chose the deep mountains and old forests to impact the cave void realm. In the end, he succeeded. But his origin was almost consumed, and he sat in the deep mountains and old forests a few years later. To be honest, after reading the deeds of the Taoist who defies the sky, Gao Yan still admires him. If there was no cheating device called the system, Gao Yan would definitely not have the confidence to practice to the realm of the cave void. But the other party has reached this point with the help of the 5 spiritual roots and his own practice, which is really amazing. After reading the autobiography of Taoist Nition, Gao Yan's eyes fell on the middle grade Kung Fu of the earth rank. This technique was snatched away by Taoist Nition. If he had switched to this technique back then, he would have still been able to reach the Dongxi realm. Unfortunately, this set of techniques was one level lower than his self-created Kunwa Sword Sutra. In addition, this technique is also much weaker in terms of attack. Now that I think about it, in addition to self-confidence and arrogance, Taoist Nitin's unwillingness to practice this middle-level earth-level technique probably has a deeper consideration. After all, he is a casual cultivator, and he has made countless enemies. With no background, once he steps into the cave, he will definitely face a stronger pursuit. If the strength is insufficient, there is still no hope of survival. In fact, he had no choice. As long as he chooses to continue practicing the Kunwa Sword Sutra, he will be more likely to survive. This technique is called Qiankuan Creation Kung Fu. It is a non-attributed technique. Its characteristics are peaceful, and the spiritual power it produces is also quite gentle. Therefore, it has the function of nourishing the body and soul. Practitioners who practice this technique often live longer. The other 3 low-level swordsmanships were also snatched away from them by Taoist Nitin. He was able to create techniques at the Dongxi level of the Kunwa sword classic, and he also borrowed a lot from these 3 sword techniques. These 3 swordsmanships are called Great 5 Elements Sword Classic, Shadowless Sword Classic and Yin-Yang Sword Classic respectively. Although the little self-contained sutra is also a low-level martial art, it is 1 level weaker than these 3 swordsmanships, because these 3 swordsmanships include both martial arts and supporting sword techniques. If the 2 are used together, the power will be even more powerful. Unlike the small self-contained sutra, it only has exercises and no accompanying sword techniques or spells. The Kunwa Sword Sutra stipulates that the exercises cannot be practiced. So, should he modify the Qiankuan creation technique, or choose one of the 3 sword techniques to practice? Although the Qiankuan creation technique is not good at attacking, it is still at the middle level of the earth level. After completing the other 3 sword techniques, if it comes to fighting, it will definitely not be weaker than the Qiankuan creation technique, or even better. Therefore, Gao Yan is somewhat difficult to choose. Hey, what a happy trouble. After thinking for a long time, Gao Yan still had not made a decision. Finally, he decided to flip a coin. Literally, you practice the Qiankuan creation Kung Fu, while Hua Mian chooses one of the 3 sword techniques to practice. Then Gao Yan took out a coin and tossed it into the sky. Let it fall to the ground. It's literal. It seems that God wants him to practice the Qiankuan creation technique. In this case, Gao Yan has nothing to worry about. He should first comprehend the Qiankuan creation gong. His mental power is close to 900 points, and his understanding is super strong. In just a few days, he understood the art of creation of the universe to the golden elixir level. Next, he began to transform the spiritual power in his body. After the transformation was completed, the realm fell again, falling directly to the 6th level of foundation building. But that's not the case. He now lacks neither human elixir nor spiritual stone. It is quite easy to return to the 9th level of foundation building. However, he is not ready to upgrade his cultivation to the 9th level of foundation building immediately. He had to deliberately expose his cultivation level at the 6th level of foundation establishment, which showed that he had gained a lot of benefits from the secret realm and thus was promoted to the 6th level of foundation establishment. So, in the following time, Gao Yan began to comprehend the 4 sword techniques. The 4 sword arts are all sword arts above the earth level. It is true that they are highly comprehended, but it still takes a lot of time to understand them. When he understood the 4 sword techniques to the beginning, 3 full years had passed in my world. More than 3 months have passed outside. It's almost time to get out of seclusion. With a thought, Gao Yan brought up the system interface. The income is only over 1 million, which is still far from the 10 million. Upgrade conditions. He has many skills in his hands. I have to find a way to sell a few more and upgrade the system. After leaving my world, Gao Yan first took out a pot of medicinal food and had a delicious meal, and then used the transmission talisman to contact Sun Guangqing. The other party is in the cave. Gao Yan went directly to visit him. Junior brother, I haven't seen you for a while, you should have gained a lot. Right? Sun Guangqing asked with a smile. Senior brother, the harvest is not small, right? Gao Yan asked back. Hee, I was lucky enough to break through to the 4th level of foundation establishment. This time, he also picked up a lot of elixirs in the secret realm. Although he turned in some of them, the remaining elixirs were enough for him to break through 1 or 2 realms. While speaking, Sun Guangqing also deliberately revealed his cultivation aura. Junior brother, what about you? How many levels have you broken through? I was lucky enough to break through to the 6th level. Gao Yan also let out a sigh of relief. How come it's so fast? It's only been more than 3 months. Didn't you break through the 1st level in 1 month? Sun Guangqing's face was full of shock, and at the same time there was deep envy in his eyes. I was lucky. I picked some 9-leaf grass spirits in the secret realm. After taking them, my spiritual roots and physique have improved, and I can practice faster. Gao Yan explained. That's it. Sun Guangqing suddenly realized, but he was even more envious of Gao Yan in his heart. By the way, senior brother, do you still want to buy some exercises? Gao Yan asked in a low voice. What level? Sun Guangqing asked. High-grade Xuanjia. Gao Yan replied. High-grade Xian level technique. Sun Guangqing exclaimed, but his heart was greatly moved. Although his family purchased a middle-grade Xian level technique some time ago, if there is another high-grade Xian level technique, that would undoubtedly greatly enhance his family's foundation, so he would have to buy it even if he had to sell everything he had. Hee, junior brother, what's the price? Brother, give me a price. Gao Yan smiled. How about 5 million? After a moment of hesitation, Sun Guangqing quoted a price. Okay. Gao Yan agreed without even thinking about it. He originally thought that it Would be good to sell it for 3 million, after all, it was just one more small grade. Unexpectedly, Sun Guanqing quoted a price of 5 million. In fact, he didn't know that the skills seemed to be only one grade apart, but in fact, the gap between the two was huge. The skills of the upper grade of the Huang grade can only be cultivated to the 9th level of the foundation building. But the lower grade of the Xian grade can be cultivated to the 9th level of the golden elixir. The middle grade of the Xian grade can be cultivated to the 1st level of the nascent soul, and only the upper grade of the Xian grade can be cultivated to the 9th level of the nascent soul. Therefore, the two seem to be one small grade apart, but their potential is much different. Moreover, after cultivating to the 9th level of the nascent soul, even if there is no stronger skill, you may be able to break through to the god of transformation by chance. Even if the forced breakthrough of the spirit transformation is weaker, it is still much stronger than the 9th level of the nascent soul. In addition, the higher the level of the technique, the stronger the spiritual power cultivated. Seeing that Gao Yan did not bargain, Sun Guanqing was quite moved and immediately said, "Brother, wait a moment, I will send a message to my father." Sun Guanqing did not avoid Gao Yan, and even did not check the technique, and took out the mother-child Gu to send a message to his father. On the other side, Sun family. Since obtaining the Xian level middle grade technique, Sun Mingyuan has not only repaired the hidden dangers brought by the forced breakthrough of the golden elixir, but also has signs of a breakthrough in his cultivation. At the same time, an elder of the Sun family also broke through to the golden elixir stage. The strength of the Sun family has greatly increased. It has seized a lot of resources, making the Sun family prosperous. Suddenly, the mother-child Gu in the insect bag moved again. After interpreting the secret language, Sun Mingyuan showed ecstasy, because his son has found a stronger technique. So, Sun Mingyuan responded to Sun Guanqing first. Then he immediately called the elders to discuss the matter. Inside Sun Guanqing's cave. Not long after, he received a second message from his father, indicating that he had arrived at the Nine Saints sect with 2 elders. So, he asked Gao Yan to wait for a few more hours. During this period, Gao Yan also showed Sun Guanqing the qi refining and foundation building parts of that exercise. After reading it, he felt there was no problem. Several hours passed by in a flash. Sun Guanqing's father arrived. He went out for a trip and returned to the cave with 6 million more spiritual stones. 5 million of them were used to purchase the exercises, and the other 1 million were awarded to him by his father. After all, Sun Guanqing has gone further in the Nine Saints sect, and the Sun family can reap greater benefits. It is necessary to provide certain support. After receiving the spirit stone, Gao Yan gave the complete technique to Sun Guanqing. After the other party confirms that there is no problem, Gao Yankai said goodbye and left. In this transaction, the income value skyrocketed by 5 million, and the spiritual stone increased by 15 million, while his total spiritual stone reached 23.1 million. It is estimated that even the true disciples cannot afford so many spiritual stones. After all, even the Saint Nangong Yao only has a net worth of more than 50 million spiritual stones. I just returned to my cave. But he found a tall, beautiful woman in Singi standing there. "Excuse me, who are you?" Gao Yan asked. "Are you Gao Yan?" the other party asked. "It's me." The other party smiled and said, "That's good, I am Qing Luo, the maid of Her Royal Highness, the Saint." I wonder why senior sister Qing Luo is here. Let's talk to you in your cave. Then please come in. Gao Yan quickly activated the cave formation to invite the other party in, and also made him a cup of spiritual tea. Qing Luo didn't mind it, picked up the spiritual tea, and took a sip. Generally speaking, there are just as many servants as there are masters. Although Qing Luo is a maid, her cultivation level is not low at all, and she is a cultivator at the golden elixir level. The other party must have been waiting for him outside the cave for a while. But he did not show any dissatisfaction. After entering, he did not dislike the low-grade spiritual tea he provided. It can be seen from this that this woman has a good character, and it can also be inferred that Nangong Yao also has a good character. After all, Gao Yan's small goal is to marry a saint. But he doesn't just marry a saint, it depends on the other person's character and behavior. If the other person's character is too bad, no matter how beautiful or highly cultivated he is, he won't want her. Qing Luo said, "Junior brother Gao Yan, you helped His Highness in the secret realm before, and His Highness has always been in her heart. Originally, she planned to come to thank you in person. However, although doing so would be more sincere, it would also cause you harm. It's a bit of trouble, I hope you don't mind." Hearing this, Gao Yan smiled disapprovingly. "Actually, there is no need to explain, I can understand." Nangong Yao was beautiful, had a high status, and had high cultivation. She would definitely have many admirers and suitors if she came in person too. Thank Gao Yan, an inner disciple. Even if there is nothing between the two parties, in the eyes of some people, it is inevitable that they will feel jealous and have thoughts against him. Qing Luo nodded, "As long as you understand. Also, Her Royal Highness, the Saint, has been recovering from her injuries in the past few months. However, the first thing she did after she came out of seclusion was to arrange for me to give you a thank you gift." "Hey, Your Highness the Saint is so polite," Gao Yan said. "This is a thank you gift from Her Royal Highness the Saint." As she spoke, Qing Luo handed Gao Yan a storage ring. He didn't pretend to be pretentious, but accepted it with a smile. Seeing this, Qing Luo also breathed a sigh of relief. She was not afraid that the other party would accept the gift, but she was afraid that the other party would refuse it. Because he refused to accept it, it meant that the saint always owed him a favor. "Junior brother Gao, you are a very good person. I will leave you a transmission note. If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can send me a message." Qing Luo took out a transmission note and handed it to Gao Yan. "Thank you, senior sister Qing Luo." Gao Yan took the transmission talisman with both hands and put it away. "Okay, if nothing happens, I'll leave. I send you. Stay." After sending Qing Luo away, Gao Yan started to check the contents of the storage ring. There is a jade slip, 10 bottles of elixirs, and 2 million low-grade spiritual stones inside. "I'll go, Nangong Yao is very generous." Gao Yan was surprised when he saw 2 million spirit stones. Today is a double blessing. Gao Yan couldn't help but grin when he took a look at the income value that had soared to 8.44 million and the wealth of nearly 30 million. A thought came to my mind. The jade slip in the storage ring appears. The content posted between the eyebrows is also revealed in the mind. This is a top-grade Xian level technique. For a moment, Gao Yan had to sigh again for Nangong Yao's generosity. Unfortunately, it would have been better if the skills were replaced by spiritual stones. After all, he has now modified the Chankuan creation technique of the middle level of the earth level, and the high level of the Xian level has no effect on him at all. As for selling it, I guess it won't work. It's okay for him to practice the skills given by the saint herself, but if he sells them, it will appear that he doesn't know how to appreciate them. Then, Gao Yan's eyes fell on 10 bottles of pills. 5 bottles of human elixir, 5 bottles of human essence elixir. He has many human spirit elixirs, but what about human yuan elixirs? How should I put it? In fact, it is more effective and economical than practicing with spirit stones. However, Gao Yan is not short of some spiritual stones and time. After all, his spiritual stones are about to exceed 30 million. As for time, he can completely activate the flow of time 10 times in my world. Therefore, the advantage of Ren Yuan Dan is nothing to him. It can only be kept as a consumable. The income value has reached 8.44 million, and there is still more than 1.5 million to upgrade. Gao Yan decided to earn more than 1.5 million as soon as possible. He now has 2 ways to make money. First, continue to sell the skills, but his connections in the inner sect are very limited, and it is not easy to find a buyer like Sun Guangqing. Second, it is to sell pills. The price is much lower in the sect. The best way is to go to a city like Fengqi City. But you may not meet a family as particular as the Hu family. There was no other thought in the 2 transactions. Of course, it is also possible that they feel that the benefits are not enough to make them break the rules. If the benefits are too great, they may not have other thoughts. After a slight hesitation, Gao Yan decided to trade with the Hu family. With the previous 2 transactions as a foundation, it is safer than looking for a strange trader. However, you have to improve your cultivation. So, Gao Yan entered my world again, adjusted the time to 10 times, and he took out the spirit stone and started practicing. 7th level of foundation building. 8th level of foundation building. 9th level of foundation building. Peak of the 9th level. Without encountering the so-called realm shackles, it only took 1 month for his cultivation to recover to the peak of the 9th level of foundation building. But his strength has improved a lot compared to before the modification. Only 3 days have passed outside. Gao Yan left the cave and flew straight to Fengqi City on his sword. After arriving in Fengqi City, Gao Yan first found another inn to stay in, and then sent a message to Hu Yining asking her to prepare 1.6 million spirit stones, and he would go to the market tomorrow to trade with her for human spirit pills. Hu Yining, who received the sound transmission note, was both happy and shocked. However, the spirit stones used this time were too many. Even if she was trained by the family, it was impossible for her to mobilize so many spirit stones, and her grandfather Hui Wuxian had to make the decision. Hui Wuxian was also quite shocked after listening to his granddaughter's report. 1.6 million spirit stones could buy 1,600 human spirit pills. As far as he knew, even in the 9 major sects, pills like human spirit pills were restricted. This person was able to get 1,600 human spirit pills. I'm afraid that the other party was probably a disciple of the 9 major sects, and he had a relatively big backer. Otherwise, it would be impossible to get so many human spirit pills. As long as they could cooperate with the other party for a long time, there would be only benefits and no harm for the Hu family. After all, in the past few months, the Hu family's pill shop has brought a lot of popularity to the pill shop because it sells 1 human spirit pill every month, and the sales of various pills have also increased by 30%.